Chapter 1, Unable to stand being bullied, I choose to beat up the perverted school beauty sister right from the start. The night was thick. The cool moonlight filtered through the window and scattered into the cramped little house. A tall, thin figure lay helplessly on the small bed, his body trembling uncontrollably. She almost died in the beast tide that breached the city right after she was born, but fortunately she was rescued in time by military warriors and sent to a warrior orphanage, thus saving her life. At the age of 3, the orphanage moved, and after being adopted, she lived a peaceful 2 years. Later, her adoptive parents died of illness, and she became an orphan again and was sent back to the orphanage. Because of her lively and cheerful personality, she was bullied by other orphans in the orphanage and was often beaten until her face was bruised and swollen. When she was 7 years old, she learned that a martial arts couple had come to adopt her. She tried her best and was adopted, but she was not happy for long. Her adoptive parents revealed their true nature and she was often abused and beaten. A year later, she escaped in the chaos. He thought he had escaped the devil's den, but because of hunger, he was tricked into going to the black market. If it weren't for the powerful martial arts team destroying the black market just in time, he would have been separated and sold off. After being rescued, he was sent to a nearby orphanage, where he remained until he was 17. During those years, he was adopted twice, once because his older sister disliked him, and once because his adoptive parents were conscripted and died on the battlefield. In the end, he returned to the orphanage. When he was 17, the director of the orphanage excitedly told him that his family had been found. After that, he was transferred to Chongqing, Sichuan, where he met his biological father, Fang Guotao. It was only then that he truly had his own name, Fang Yu. Fang Yu originally thought that he could follow in the footsteps of his peers, study, cultivate, embark on the path of martial arts, serve his country, and protect his home planet, Blue Star. Little did they know that this was merely a continuation of the nightmare, or even the beginning of another path to despair. After returning to the Fang family home, Fang Yu discovered that he had 4 older sisters, but only his 3rd and 4th sisters were usually at home. Apart from her father, Fang Guotao, who was initially somewhat kind to her, almost no one in the family treated her well. If it weren't for Fang Guotao's authority as the head of the family and the weight of his words, she probably would have been kicked out of the house long ago. However, because Fang Guotao is the principal of Chongqing Middle School, he is very busy on weekdays, and his mother, Zhao Fanlan, takes care of most of the household affairs. However, this kind and gentle teacher, Ms. Zhao, was a completely different person at home. She never gave him a kind look and even tortured, abused, and beat him in various ways. What made Fang Yu even more desperate was that, in addition to a hypocritical and neurotic mother, he also had a perverted older sister who was a school beauty. The eldest sister was an adopted daughter of the Fang family when Fang Guotao was almost 30 years old. She was named Fang Zhaodi, because they wanted to bring a son into the family. The eldest sister is a cultivation genius. Due to her outstanding academic performance and exceptional talent, she has already been specially recruited to work in the military. Fang Yu has not returned home for more than a year since he came to the Fang family. In his memory, this eldest sister only spoke to Fang Yu on the phone once, and he has forgotten what the conversation was about. I don't remember much about my second sister, Fang Shilan. After all, she was cultivating at the martial arts academy and only came home once that year. She didn't do anything excessive to him, but she was extremely indifferent and never even looked at him properly. The 3rd and 4th sisters are twins. The 3rd sister, Fang Zhixian, is a cultivation fanatic with a violent temper. She'll resort to fists and kicks at the slightest provocation. The 4th sister, Fang Xia, is capricious. Because of her beauty and being a young lady of the Fang family, she is hailed as the school beauty and has a large number of admirers following her. However, all Fang Yu remembered was how this older sister, who was supposed to be a gentle and lovely school beauty, framed him, made fun of him for no reason, and whipped him several times almost every night before she would stop. In Fang Yu's eyes, she was even more perverted, violent, and terrifying than his own mother, who was good at disguising herself. In public, she's a school beauty and goddess. In private, she's a devil and a pervert. Sure enough, the bloody wounds all over his body were inflicted by his 4th sister, Fang Xia, with a leather whip. Fang Yu had considered escaping this place. After all, years of wandering and loneliness, and his miserable life had given him a wealth of skills. His mental resilience and physical endurance were extraordinary. Unfortunately, the Fang family was powerful and influential in Chongqing. No sooner had he run away than he was caught and brought back, only to be subjected to a barrage of attacks. After several such incidents, Fang Yu was completely desperate. Today, he was caught and beaten so badly by his team that he couldn't catch his breath. That's fucking terrible. Brother, I've seen many tragic lives, but what you've said is truly heartbreaking and brings tears to my eyes. Wrong. Damn it, I've now transmigrated into the body of this miserable guy with the same name as me. In other words, Fang Yu dared not think about what his life would be like from now on. Moreover, according to the memories I just merged, this world is called Blue Star. Unlike the world before I transmigrated, this world is invaded by a large number of ferocious beasts, and everyone worships martial arts. Since the first Void Rift appeared on Earth hundreds of years ago, Void Rifts of varying sizes have appeared in various parts of Earth. Terrifying beasts burst forth from these Void Rifts. Humanity's high-tech warriors gradually lost their lethality in the face of these ferocious beasts, and humanity could hardly withstand the wanton slaughter by the beasts bursting out of the terrifying rift. It was also around that time that awakened warriors began to emerge among humanity and started to grow stronger. From then on, Earth entered an era of martial arts practitioners where everyone cultivated their skills. After hundreds of years of effort and countless sacrifices, Earth has now established massive military bases in all places where void rifts appear, and powerful warrior legions are stationed there year-round. However, there is still no definitive conclusion regarding the cause of the void rifts. However, it is precisely because of this that almost everything on the entire planet Blue Star is designed to cultivate powerful martial artists. The rapid advancements in technology, and almost all the financial and material resources, are dedicated to serving powerful martial artists. Because beneath the Void Rift, only martial artists can truly wield absolute power, and only powerful martial artists can fight against the terrifying beasts that burst forth from the rift and protect the blue planet. Therefore, in this martial arts-oriented world where everyone values martial prowess, becoming a martial artist means being above others. To become a martial artist, one must awaken elemental talents. Unfortunately, apart from his seemingly sharper mental perception than others, Fang Yu's memories suggest that he hadn't awakened any other talents. What kind of disastrous start is this? Fang Yu struggled to sit up and looked at his body, which was a pitiful sight. Skin and bones, the words paper cutout don't even begin to describe him. Moreover, his body was covered in almost bloody wounds, and even the slightest movement was excruciatingly painful. As a spirited man of the 21st century, I couldn't help but feel thoroughly disheartened by the current situation. Just as Fang Yu was digesting and integrating all the repressed and painful memories of this body, he keenly noticed that the door to the room had been opened. Someone's back, that's the feeling. Fang Yu carefully sensed it, and immediately a picture appeared in his sea of consciousness, which was the direction he had just sensed, somewhat like an infrared projection map. It's her. That's right, it was Fang Xia, the fourth sister who, after beating her predecessor to the brink of death with her mother tonight, locked her in a room and left without a care, before returning home. Could it be that my mental strength is exceptional, given how keen my perception is? Fang Yu immediately realized what was going on. As a transmigrator, he had naturally read many martial arts novels, and even before his transmigration, he was engrossed in reading a novel about awakening an SSS-level talent. Are you dead or not? If you're not dead, get out here and bring me some water to wash my feet. Just as Fang Yu was pondering, a clear, cold voice rang out. Bring water for washing feet? That's quite a big face. Fang Yu was speechless. He wasn't the original owner of this body, so he didn't have time to serve him and simply chose to ignore it. I stood up and did some simple stretching. Although this body is emaciated, it has been forged through years of inhuman hardship. His fist was clenched so tightly that his bones were clearly visible, giving him a somewhat sinister and eerie appearance. He threw a punch, and although the bloody whip marks all over his body caused him great pain, it only fueled his rage. The original owner was so damn frustrated, unable to even resist, no wonder he died in despair. But I won't back down. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Let whoever wants to live that inhuman life of my predecessor live it. Having accepted the reality of being transported to another world, Fang Yu was somewhat overwhelmed. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Before long, angry voices rang out from outside. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu heard footsteps. My heart couldn't help but tighten. But at the same time, his eyes blazed with fury. Having fully integrated his memories, his first thought was to give this older sister a good beating to avenge the original owner of the body. It's just a pity. Ding, host detected. The God-level martial arts dual choice system is being bound. This is? The divine martial arts dual choice system is dedicated to cultivating and forging an all-around, invincible divine martial artist. When the host faces a dilemma, or when the system determines that the host needs to make a choice, it will automatically present two options. The host can choose one and complete the task to receive generous rewards. Just as Fang Yu was feeling sentimental, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in his mind, and words began to flash before his eyes. A host selection dilemma has been detected. Option 1, endure for now, swallow your anger, escape through the window, accumulate strength, and return to the Fang family to seek revenge once your cultivation has improved and you are powerful enough. Rewards: 2 talent pills, 1 corresponding cultivation technique for each of the 2 elemental branches, an ancient god bloodline body, and 50 a great attribute potions. Option 2, revenge should not be delayed overnight. Seek only tonight's satisfaction and brutally beat any member of the Fang family, leaving them severely injured. Rewards include 1 drop of ancient god's blood, 1 talent pill, 1 corresponding cultivation technique, and 10 great attribute potions. Seeing this scene before my eyes, Fang Yu's face, which had been gloomy just a moment ago, suddenly became excited. As a transmigrator, Fang Yu was naturally familiar with the system. As expected, the time-traveling predecessors were right. When he saw the reward given by the system, he was immediately excited because he saw the glimmer of hope that he could quickly become stronger. Whether it's a talent-generating pill or a cultivation technique, it's what Fang Yu needs right now. The ancient god's bloodline and physical body sound incredibly powerful just from the name. Furthermore, the first choice rewards you with an A-grade attribute potion. Having merged his memories, Fang Yu naturally knew the value of this attribute potion. Since the appearance of the Void Rift on Blue Star, everyone has been practicing martial arts. In addition to awakening their talents to sense and absorb elemental power from the world, the main method is to kill the terrifying ferocious beasts that rush out of the rift and use their corpses and some of the spirit crystals condensed by the beasts to create a large number of cultivation drugs. However, not every ferocious beast produces spirit crystals, so spirit crystals can generally only be obtained through special channels, such as martial arts associations, martial arts departments, and military departments. However, since ordinary martial artists cannot directly absorb spirit crystals, only those who have reached the Grandmaster level can cultivate by absorbing spirit crystals without special techniques or tools. Therefore, the only way to develop attribute potions was to mix spirit crystals with energy substances from the corpses of ferocious beasts, such as beast blood. Attribute potions are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D, with S being the highest and D the lowest. It is also the main auxiliary medicine used by martial artists on Earth for cultivation. After a quick comparison of the 2 options before him, Fang Yu made his decision with almost no hesitation. I choose option 2. Although the first choice offered a very generous reward, Fang Yu, who had absorbed the memories of his predecessor, simply couldn't bear it. A hot-blooded young man like me, who the hell would put up with this shit? Having already transmigrated to a high martial world planet, all I desire is to seek revenge without delay and to have my mind at peace. Selection successful. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu stretched his body, as if a surge of strength welled up within him because he saw hope of becoming stronger. As a transmigrator, Fang Yu quickly devised a plan in his mind on how to subdue his perverted older sister, Fang Xia, who did nothing all day. Fang Xia was already in a bad mood tonight and was thinking of coming back to vent her anger on her younger brother, but she didn't expect that there would be no response when she called him twice. Normally, she would have eagerly come out and brought him warm water to wash his feet. You've grown temperamental, haven't you? I'll teach you a lesson today. While angrily speaking, Fang Xia had already walked to Fang Yu's door. With a loud bang, he kicked the door open. Chapter 2, Groin Kicks, Chest Stomps, Hair Pulls, and Whips. Almost the instant Fang Xia kicked open the door, he immediately saw a black object flying towards her. Before she could even react instinctively, a figure rushed in front of her. Before she could retract her long leg that had been kicking the door, the figure kicked her hard in the groin. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly rang out at the doorway of the room. At that moment, Fang Yu, having landed a successful blow, gave Fang Xia no chance to react. Having merged his memories, he knew that his fourth sister had awakened an A-level metal-type talent, and her combat power had already exceeded 500, reaching the late stage of the first realm of body refinement. If you give her a chance to catch her breath and react, you'll be the one who suffers. The thought of that woman in the memory, dressed in a sexy black short leather jacket and a tight black skirt, wielding a black leather whip and lashing at him, made Fang Yu tremble. He was so angry. He rushed forward and kicked Fang Xia hard in the abdomen as she clutched her groin and looked on in pain. Ah! With another scream, Fang Xia was kicked into the living room. Despite the excruciating pain, Fang Yu quickly followed. Fang Yu, how dare you? Fang Xia had reached the late stage of body refinement, and her body's ability to withstand blows was quite good. She never imagined that her cheap, foolish younger brother, whom she had always bullied at will, would dare to fight back and attack her today. And the first thing they did was attack that spot on themselves. At this moment, Fang Xia felt a tearing pain that made it impossible for her to stand up. She curled up, looking at Fang Yu walking towards her with a face full of shame and anger. "You pervert! I've wanted to beat you up for ages. You really think you're so great just because you're the school beauty? You think you're superior to everyone else." As he spoke, Fang Yu kicked Fang Xia hard in the chest. Ah, pfft. At this moment, Fang Xia felt as if a hard stone had struck her chest, and the intense pain in her lower abdomen and genitals made it impossible for her to stand up. He even coughed up a mouthful of blood because he couldn't hold his breath. "Fang Yu, you bastard, stop it. You, ah." However, before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her scalp. It turned out that Fang Yu had grabbed her long, flowing black hair and dragged her toward the center of the living room. "Ah. Fang Yu, you bastard, let me go, let me go. Ah." Fang Xia's lower body pain had eased slightly, but the pain from her hair being pulled made her roar and frantically grab her long hair with both hands. You know, on weekdays at school. With her long, flowing hair, she attracts countless admirers who fawn over her and stick their tongues out. Right now, she wished she could just cut off her long hair. But Fang Yu wouldn't listen to his unpredictable, twisted sister's roars and screams. Showing pity and tenderness to a beautiful woman? I'm sorry, that's for normal women. Fang Xia is clearly not on this list in Fang Yu's mind. He pulled Fang Xia forcefully to the center of the living room. Fang Yu was already panting heavily from exhaustion. The reason for going to the center of the living room is simply that it's more spacious, allowing me to make more of a move. Fang Yu, you're asking for death. How dare you? As soon as Fang Yu let go, Fang Xia, who was already trembling from the pain, gritted her teeth, her eyes practically spitting out sparks. Lie down. Fang Yu turned around and took a quick step. With a loud thud, the foot struck hard between the trembling legs once again. Ah! This scream was even more piercing than before. However, Fang Yu did not stop. He suddenly sat down on Fang Xia and slapped her face, which was still filled with anger but had turned deathly pale. After a few slaps, Fang Yu felt a sharp pain in his palm. He was too thin. He had been starved to the bone during his year at the Fang family's house. After only a few slaps, I felt my bones ache from the impact. He immediately stood up. He raised his foot and stepped on Fang Xia's chest. Ah! Put! At this moment, Fang Xia's face was swollen, making her look completely different from the noble and aloof school beauty she usually was. At the same time, she almost immediately curled up into a ball. The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced by terror, fear, and even tears streaming down his face. She had never been beaten like this before, from childhood to adulthood. Revenge. When Mom and my sister get back, we have to kill this little beast. After stomping on him a few times, Fang Yu found it difficult to use his strength because Fang Xia was curled up, and he was also exhausted. Sweat soaked into the wounds on his body from the whip, causing Fang Yu to grimace in pain. You just wait. At this moment, Fang Yu looked at Fang Xia, who was curled up in a ball, and felt the pain of the whip marks on his body. His mind was filled with the image of the woman in front of him with an evil look on her face, mocking him with a whip. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Fang Yu rushed into Fang Xia's room, looked around, grabbed a wooden box placed beside the bed, and opened it. Inside was a neatly arranged black leather whip. I didn't care about anything else. He grabbed the leather whip and rushed out of the room. Although Fang Xia was in excruciating pain all over her body, and even felt as if several bones in her body were broken, she gritted her teeth and crawled to the sofa, grabbing the phone that she had just casually placed on the sofa. I dialed a number with difficulty. Fang Yu, who was rushing out with a leather whip, saw this scene and his mind went blank. I was careless. You're here to deliver a message, huh? Fine. I'll beat you to death. My mind is filled with the miserable and painful memories of being tormented in this family over the past year. Smack. Suddenly, the whip lashed out and struck Fang Xia. Ah! At this moment, Fang Yu almost wanted to release all the resentment that had been weighing on his heart. He gripped the whip so tightly that the barbs on it injured his hand and caused him to bleed, but he didn't care at all. A short while later, Fang Yu was too weak to lash out with the whip anymore, so he simply threw the blood-stained whip aside. Fang Xia, who was lying next to the sofa, was covered in blood. The blood-red marks on her original white athletic uniform were very clear. Fang Xia had already fainted. Pooh! Fang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and then heard a roar come from the phone next to him. "You little beast, how dare you hit Xia? You wait, when I get back I'll break your arms and legs and kick you out of this house, or I'm not a Zhao." From the phone lying on the ground came Zhao Fanglan's furious roar. Fang Yu, however, simply grabbed the phone. "I'm waiting for you to come back and kill me." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a cold laugh and tossed it aside. This mother is a bit strange. It seems there were probably some problems with her past life. However, Fang Yu didn't have time to think about these issues at the moment. He quickly endured the pain and weakness, walked to his small room, packed his things, grabbed his phone, and left the house without daring to linger for a moment. He's not stupid. If I don't leave now, and that hypocritical mother and the irritable third sister come back, I'm afraid I won't survive more than a few rounds in my current condition. He didn't want to be tortured to death again right after arriving in this world. Anyway, the mission is complete, and I'll start training like crazy as soon as I get the reward. The main task now is to find a hiding place, so that we don't get discovered like the last few times. However, as a transmigrator, Fang Yu knew that as long as he didn't think about leaving Sunqing, hiding himself would be fine so that these people wouldn't be able to find him for a short time. As soon as he stepped out, Fang Yu didn't take a taxi. Instead, he dragged his heavy body and ran towards the chaotic old town. They hadn't run very far. Then the system's voice rang out. "Mission complete. Rewards have been sent to your system space and are available for use at any time." Fang Yu paused slightly, and immediately sensed that a small, independent space seemed to have appeared in his sea of consciousness, containing several items. A pill shimmering with fiery light, a drop of blood shimmering with ancient divine light, a ball of energy shimmering with red light, and 10 potions that looked like fresh blood, contained in special test tubes. Fang Yu immediately darted into a side road and found a secluded spot to sit down cross-legged. Now that he had the reward, Fang Yu didn't hesitate at all. He must recover his body and become strong as quickly as possible. In this world teeming with martial artists, only those who possess formidable strength can truly rise above others. Moreover, Fang Yu knew that there were only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, and he had to get away from the Fang family as soon as possible, and then take advantage of the college entrance examination to leave this place for good. While pondering, Fang Yu directly grabbed the pill that was flashing with fiery light in his hand. The pill seemed to have a faint flame burning on it, and when it appeared in Fang Yu's hand, it caused the surrounding space to fluctuate. Is this the talent pill? Having absorbed his memories, Fang Yu knew that on Blue Star, only those who awakened their talents could truly become martial artists. Only by becoming a martial artist can one truly rise above others. He had never heard of this talent pill before. However, Fang Yu did not hesitate. He swallowed hard and directly put the talent pill into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, Fang Yu immediately felt as if a terrifyingly hot flame had instantly ignited in his dantian, and this hot flame instantly spread throughout his body, burning his meridians and bones. Finally, the energy returned quickly to the dantian lower abdomen, and I immediately felt warm all over. If it weren't for the fact that Fang Yu's body had been subjected to various trials and tribulations over the past 10 years, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand this process. Fire elemental talent successfully awakened, talent level is SSS. Immediately, a data flowing panel appeared in front of Fang Yu, displaying his currently awakened elemental system and talents. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type talent SSS level. Fang Yu was immediately shocked. A single pill, casually awarded by the system, awakened his talent a legendary SSS level divine talent. It's important to know that talent levels are divided into 9 levels, from F to SSS. Reaching a B or higher is acceptable, and an S is already considered the standard for genius. Moreover, those who awaken S-level talents in Sunshine will be given special attention and training by the school once discovered. Not to mention SSS class, there are probably only a handful on the entire Earth. The higher the talent level, the faster one can absorb the elemental power between heaven and earth, which naturally corresponds to faster cultivation. Fang Yu became increasingly excited as he thought about it. At this moment, he could feel the fire elemental energy from all around him constantly converging on him with every breath he took. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Fang Yu directly sensed the drop of blood that radiated an ancient and divine light. Although it was late at night, this drop of ancient god's blood emitted an alluring light, as if it contained earth-shattering power. But just as Fang Yu was about to swallow the drop of ancient god's blood in one gulp, as if it were a talent pill, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Friendly reminder: the fastest way to absorb and fuse with the blood of the ancient god is to make a small incision in the heart and drip the blood in. Any other method of absorption will significantly reduce the effectiveness of the ancient god's blood. What? A small incision in the heart? Upon seeing the helpful message from the system, Fang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. As a time traveler, he knew that even with a small opening in the heart, survival was not guaranteed, let alone anything else. Is this really a do-or-die situation? I could feel an ancient and mysterious light emanating from the drop of ancient god's blood before me. Trusting the system, Fang Yu gritted his teeth and took out a sharp knife from the backpack behind him. Moreover, Fang Yu's thinking was quite simple. After all, this was a drop of blood from an ancient god. If he wanted to integrate it into himself, the fastest way would be to start from his heart and reach all parts of his body. After taking a deep breath, Fang Yu gritted his teeth and inserted the needle directly into his heart. Immediately, a piercing pain made Fang Yu feel dizzy. Without any hesitation, before he fainted, Fang Yu immediately dripped a drop of ancient god's blood into his heart. In an instant, Fang Yu felt his consciousness blurring, and everything around him disappeared. Only a single drop of water, seemingly containing terrifying power, fell onto the calm surface of the water. With a crisp tick sound. Instantly, the once calm water began to surge and boil wildly. Chapter 3: Rapid Advancement in Strength, Watching the Myriad Lights of Sanqing Shine. I don't know how much time passed, but a cool night breeze blew into this secluded crossroads. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yu suddenly sat up. After a series of rapid breaths, Fang Yu's face immediately showed shock and excitement. Just now, as the churning water expanded endlessly, countless images, ancient and mysterious, clearly appeared in Fang Yu's mind. It's like an ancient scroll painting in the vast universe, amidst the long river of history and the stars. Although it was blurry, Fang Yu could still see that in the vast universe, there was a person who could destroy the universe and stars with a wave of their hand, shatter space and time with a single step, and cause the world to collapse. With a single thought, space and time would be reversed, and illusions would arise. He, who was extremely small and insignificant like a drop in the ocean, grew larger and larger with the churning water. In the end, the ancient scroll of the sky quickly converged into a point of light and entered his sea of consciousness. Ancient God Technique. This was an ancient cultivation technique that Fang Yu obtained from the fluttering, blurry ancient scrolls. But only a slight perception. Fang Yu was so excited that he suddenly stood up. Although the ancient god technique that Fang Yu obtained was incomplete, he gained a powerful ability while mastering this incomplete technique. By circulating the ancient god technique, one can quickly absorb pure energy and transform it into one's own cultivation. In short, this ability is to rapidly devour and absorb all the energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, Fang Yu immediately sat cross-legged. As he circulated his qi, the fire elemental energy from the surrounding world continuously flowed towards his body, quickly gathering in his dantian. At the same time, Fang Yu clearly sensed that his body, which had just been exhausted and in extreme pain, had completely recovered after absorbing this drop of ancient god's blood. Although he was still very thin, he was much stronger than before. More importantly, Fang Yu felt his mind was clear, like a child waking up in the morning, full of energy. With almost the slightest perception, his mental energy was instantly released dozens of meters away. At the same time, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in Fang Yu's originally chaotic sea of consciousness. Although it was just a light, it illuminated his sea of consciousness. Fang Yu could even sense that he could freely control that point of light to travel through his hazy and chaotic sea of consciousness. Although the sea of consciousness was empty, it was as if it were a clear and empty space. However, as Fang Yu continued to perceive, he discovered that there was an endless expanse in his sea of consciousness, resembling a transparent body of water. As Fang Yu's spiritual light plunged into the transparent water, it instantly reflected a blurry, transparent humanoid phantom, roughly the same size as himself. This is... Fang Yu's face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly checked the system panel. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type cultivation, body refinement stage 1 early stage. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 138. A spiritualist? Having integrated his memories, Fang Yu was naturally familiar with cultivation on Blue Star. On Earth, there are very few mentalists, and once someone becomes a mentalist, they are definitely a genius martial artist, since mentalists can cultivate much faster than ordinary martial artists. Even if one is only an awakened spiritualist, one can almost instantly kill a martial artist of the same level. Even if the martial artist is 1 or even 2 levels higher, one is not afraid of them and has the ability to fight. At this moment, Fang Yu slowly closed his eyes, and his mental energy was instantly released. He soon sensed several familiar presences in the distance, as well as an ambulance from the martial arts hospital. Fang Yu knew what was going on without even thinking. He immediately turned off his phone, stood up, and took advantage of the darkness to head towards the chaotic old town of Sancheng. He had originally planned to take those 10 attribute potions before leaving, but now his strength was far from sufficient, and he might not even be able to defeat his irritable third sister. Not to mention that hypocritical mother, Zhao Fanlan, who was a Shen-level martial artist who has already reached the 3rd stage of body refinement. Of course, what Fang Yu was most worried about was the original owner's father, Fang Guotao. Although he was relatively kind to the host, he really wasn't sure how Fang Xia would react after he had beaten her up so badly this time. As the principal of Sancheng Middle School, he has reached the Earth-level martial artist level of the 4th stage of body refinement. He is incredibly powerful and could probably kill me with a single palm strike. The pressure is immense. Sancheng's first martial arts hospital. Inside the intensive care unit. Looking at her daughter, still unconscious on the bed, the middle-aged woman standing to the side had a frosty expression on her face, and her eyes, behind her glasses, were filled with suppressed anger. "Mom, I'm going to find that little bastard Fang Yu right now. This time I'm going to beat him to death." On the other side, Fang Shishan clenched her fists after giving Fang Xia the recovery potion, revealing the well-defined muscles on her arms. His slightly rough face was filled with an undisguised, terrifying rage. "Stop!" Seeing Fang Shishan turn to leave, Zhao Fanlan immediately called out to him. "Mom, didn't you see how that little bastard Fang Yu beat my sister like this, especially?" As she spoke, Fang Shishan suddenly punched the wall behind her. Immediately, a fist mark was left on the wall of the special care ward. This little beast actually dared to treat Xia so cruelly. As expected, a bastard is a bastard, an ungrateful wretch. But now is not the time to deal with him. Your father is coming back from Chengdu tomorrow. This time, I'm not only going to kick this little bastard out, I'm going to beat him to death in front of everyone. When Zhao Fanlan spoke, her eyes were filled with a cold, venomous look. "Mom, but Dad." Cough cough. "Wah?" Just as Fang Shishan was about to speak with some concern, Fang Xia, who was lying on the hospital bed, coughed and woke up. "Xia. Younger sister." Fang Xia seemed to still be reeling from the terrifying pain. When he opened his eyes and saw Zhao Fanlan, tears immediately streamed down his face, and he reached out to hug her. Because as soon as they arrived at the martial arts hospital, they were given a large amount of recovery medicine, medicine to repair injuries, and medicine to restore their vitality. They even promptly hung up a nutrient solution for martial artists. So at this point, Fang Xia has actually recovered most of her health. As for the broken bones in her body, she only needs to rest for 1 night to be fully recovered. Since the invasion of the ferocious beasts, the technologies of various countries on Earth have rapidly merged and progressed together, making leaps and bounds in a short period of time. For martial artists, broken arms and legs, shattered bones are minor problems. As long as they have money, they can recover in a short time. When Zhao Fanlan saw her usually cheerful and sunny daughter crying so sadly, her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she reached out to hug Fang Xia. "Xia, it's all right. Don't worry, I'll find that little beast first thing tomorrow morning, break his arms and legs, and bring him to you. Yes, little sister, I will definitely help you get revenge." Fang Xia nodded. She then moved her body. Although she had recovered most of her strength under the medicine, the time was too short, and the pain in her body still brought tears to her eyes. The excruciating shame and pain in her lower body, in particular, made her eyes almost burst with resentful rage. In her heart, she had already decided that once she recovered, she would completely cripple Fang Yu no matter what. She would not only break his limbs, but also crush his private parts, and watch him slowly die in pain. Not only that. "Ah, that bastard, how dare he lay a hand on me?" They even used such perverse methods. Damn it! Damn it! Fang Xia felt the pain in her body and roared wildly in her mind, almost trembling slightly with anger. Fang Yu, who hadn't paid any attention to any of this at the moment, had already arrived at a small hill in the old city. Under the cover of night, there was hardly anyone on the mountain. Under the cool moonlight, Fang Yu quickly reached the top of the mountain. Sitting atop a large rock on the mountaintop, Fang Yu gazed upon the incomparably prosperous Sancheng before him. "I can't help but sigh. Based on the merged memories, Fang Yu was utterly shocked when he compared them to Earth before his transmigration. Blue Star is much larger than Earth. Take Sancheng, where Fang Yu is currently located, for example, its population exceeds 10 million. Because on Blue Star, almost every city only has one primary or secondary school, Sancheng Middle School has hundreds of thousands of students from primary to high school, occupying most of the new urban area of Sancheng, making it seem like a small city within a city. According to my memory, Fang Yu's graduating class alone had more than 30,000 to 40,000 students. Sancheng is just a small city in Sichuan, and there are nearly 100 cities like Sancheng under the jurisdiction of the entire Sichuan. It's hard to imagine how colossal those cities on Earth with martial arts academies must be. However, as Fang Yu traveled and absorbed this knowledge, he increasingly felt that this world was much more interesting than he had imagined. Although he had a bad start, now that he has the system, as long as he has enough time to develop, he can definitely stand at the top of this world. Then you'll be able to see countless different landscapes. Fang Yu had seen the terrifying scenes of the beasts invading him more than once in his memory. Fang Yu was deeply moved by the fact that his adoptive parents, who had once taken him in, had died in a void rift. So much so that in his memory, he always remembered that he wanted to become a martial arts master, join the army, kill ferocious beasts, and protect his homeland. Don't worry, I will take your body to the pinnacle of this world, and of course, I will also seek justice for those who have hurt you. Looking at the myriad lights in front of me, Fang Yu's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Begin your training. Fang Yu sat cross-legged on this boulder. As the ancient divine technique circulated within his body, Fang Yu could feel the fire elemental energy in the surrounding space constantly converging towards his body. A raging flame had already begun to burn within his dantian. Fang Yu knew that this kind of flame was far from enough to truly condense battle patterns. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the attribute potion from the system space. As soon as Fang Yu grasped the blood-red potion, he knew it was a fire attribute potion that matched his awakened talent, even though it was only the lowest grade D-rank potion. But even a tube of this D-grade attribute potion costs 1,000 yuan, which is not cheap. However, it was more than enough for Fang Yu, who had not yet successfully condensed his battle runes. Upon opening, there was a pungent, bloody smell, with only a faint hint of medicinal fragrance. Glug! Fang Yu tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, he began to circulate the ancient god technique to absorb the energy in the potion. Glug! Glug! Within just 1 hour, Fang Yu had completely absorbed all 10 D-grade fire attribute potions. With a thought, the system panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Fang Yu. Fire-type cultivation, body refinement stage 1 late stage. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 758. After using 10 D-grade attribute potions, he was directly upgraded to the late stage of body refinement, and his combat power increased by more than 600. Fang Yu immediately glanced at the scattered empty pipes to the side, and a thought began to form in his mind. Moreover, through absorbing the D-grade attribute potion, Fang Yu realized that his body seemed to be different from that of other martial artists. In his memory, a martial artist who had not yet reached the highest level could only take 2 D-grade potions at a time, which was already considered exceptionally talented. It would take 1 or even 2 days for the potions to be absorbed and integrated into the body to enhance one's combat power. But I just downed 10 bottles in one go and I still feel like I haven't had enough. His body felt no burden at all, on the contrary, he was very excited to feel his body getting stronger as his combat power increased. All of this is because of that drop of ancient god's blood. I can't even imagine how powerful I would have become if I had chosen the first option and obtained a body with the bloodline of an ancient god. However, Fang Yu has no regrets about the choice he made. As a passionate young man, he couldn't stand it after merging the memories. Even without the system giving him a choice, he would still beat Fang Xia up to vent his anger. In martial arts practice, one must have a clear and unobstructed mind. In a fierce battle, there's no reason to cower or be cowardly. While pondering, Fang Yu reached out and grabbed the remaining clusters of cultivation techniques in the system space. Buzz. Just as Fang Yu grasped the ball of light containing the cultivation technique, it suddenly transformed into a beam of light and entered Fang Yu's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the surroundings. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a burning, excited light. This is actually a fire-type saint-level technique called Blazing Sun Saint Fist. On Blue Star, there are 3 major realms for martial arts practitioners: Body Refinement, Grandmaster, Martial Saint. There are 5 realms of body refinement. By becoming familiar with the physical body and perceiving the power of the various elements of heaven and earth, one can enter the first realm of body refinement. This step is the most basic, and almost everyone on Blue Star can achieve it. After reaching the peak of the first stage of body refinement, one needs to condense battle runes. However, condensing battle runes is only the beginning of becoming a true martial artist. There are 2 standards for truly reaching the second stage of body refinement and becoming a yellow rank martial artist. The first step is to successfully refine the first bone in one of the 4 limbs, which can be any bone from the hands or feet. Secondly, the basic combat strength needs to exceed 1000. Only by meeting both of these conditions can one successfully become a certified martial artist, obtain martial artist certification, and become a recognized yellow rank martial artist. This is the second stage of body refinement. On Blue Star, only those who truly become yellow rank martial artists recognized by the Martial Arts Association can truly embark on their own path of martial arts cultivation. Therefore, it can be said that the second stage of body refinement is an important threshold on the path of a martial artist. Only by stepping into this stage can one be considered a true Blue Star martial artist. The second stage of body refinement focuses on tempering the bones of the limbs. Once the bones of the limbs are completely tempered, one can enter the third stage of body refinement. The third stage of body refinement begins with tempering the bones of the torso and the head, also known as the Xian level martial artist. After all 206 bones in the body have been tempered, one enters the fourth realm of body refinement. Martial artists in this realm are called Earth rank martial artists, and their main focus is on tempering the 5 internal organs and the meridians and organs of the body. The method of tempering is also very simple: use one's awakened talent to condense battle runes, and then continuously condense and extend the battle runes, so as to deeply engrave and hide the battle runes in the bones and body. After the entire physical body was fully sculpted and tempered, it became perfectly round and unified, impervious to firearms. It could gather its energy and ride the wind, instantly traveling thousands of miles. At this moment, they have entered the 5th stage of body refinement and are known as heavenly rank martial artists. Heavenly rank martial artists primarily cultivate their brains and perfect their physical bodies, reaching the point of fetal breathing and deep sleep at any time. After cultivating a Grandmaster aura, they can enter the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster stage involves further refining the physical body, infinitely enhancing various skills, and rapidly increasing combat power. There are 3 realms: Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Emperor. The difference in strength is mainly distinguished by combat power. Above that is the sublimation of the soul, the enhancement of bloodline, and the martial saint with infinite mysterious and profound methods. The martial arts techniques corresponding to different levels of martial artists are also clearly divided. The 5 stages of body refinement correspond to the initial stage, the yellow stage, the profound stage, the earth stage, and the heaven stage, respectively. Grandmaster level martial arts techniques. Saint level martial arts technique. At this moment, Fang Yu actually obtained a saint-level martial arts technique. If this gets out, it will surely bring about a fatal disaster. After all, saint-level martial arts are something that countless martial artists can only dream of, and they are almost all in the hands of a few saintly families or terrifying powerful forces such as the Blue Star military. Ordinary martial artists would never be able to come into contact with it. Thinking of this, Fang Yu became increasingly excited, and immediately leaped up to begin cultivating on the clearing beside the boulder. Chapter 4: The first finger bone has been tempered and refined. Martial arts is a gold-devouring cave. Phew! It continued until dawn. Fang Yu then finished his cultivation. This fire-based holy-level martial art, Blazing Sun Holy Fist, consists of 9 punches. Every punch thrown will be a punch that gathers all the fighting power of the whole body. Especially from the second punch onwards, the power exerted is double that of the first punch, and each subsequent punch will double in turn. Note that it's not a cumulative force, but a multiplied increase. In other words, the second punch is twice as powerful as the first, the third punch is 4 times, the fourth punch is 16 times, and the fifth punch is 256 times. Fang Yu could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be when he actually threw his 9th punch. As expected of a saint-level martial arts technique, it is truly terrifying. At this moment, Fang Yu threw a punch in mid-air and could already feel the space in front of him tremble slightly. This was a sign that he had already mastered the art of throwing his first punch. However, during his cultivation, Fang Yu also deeply experienced the profoundness of saint-level martial arts techniques. It looks very simple, but it is incredibly profound when you actually practice it. It seems that if I want to truly comprehend the first punch, I need to wait until I condense the battle runes and fully temper both arms before I can truly unleash the basic power of the first punch. Fong Yu leaped onto the boulder and lay down immediately, feeling the coolness of the early morning. Fong Yu still felt a little unreal at this moment. Of the Fong family, Fong Guotao was probably the only one who cared about him. After all, he remembered Fong Guotao bringing him cultivation potions or giving him money to buy what he needed. However, his two older sisters eventually took all of these things away. As for the others, every single one of them was no good. Fong Yu quickly realized that the Fong family adopted the eldest son before having the second son, who was a daughter. Then came the third and fourth sons, who were twins, also daughters. Unfortunately, her son had been missing for more than 10 years. After finally finding him, apart from the love from his biological father, everyone else seemed to want to torment her to death. As a time traveler, Fong Yu quickly grasped the key point after a brief analysis. Something's a little off. However, Fong Yu didn't care about any of that. As a transmigrator, all he felt for the Fong family was hatred. After all, it incorporates all the memories of its predecessor. Fong Yu doesn't want to have anything to do with the Fong family right now. As for his household registration, it is still with the Fong family. This is not a big deal in a world where martial arts reign supreme. Once you've been certified as a martial artist and have the strength, you don't need to worry about these things at all. A choice has been detected facing the host. Option 1, if you successfully condense a fire-type battle rune and temper any one of your limb bones within 1 day, you will be rewarded with 1 talent pill, 10 C-grade attribute potions, and 10 spirit crystals. Option 2, within 3 days, complete the martial artist certification and master the first punch of the fire-type saint-level technique, Blazing Sun Holy Fist. Rewards include 1 talent pill, 1 set of martial arts techniques, 20 C-grade attribute potions, and 20 spirit crystals. Just as Fong Yu lay on the boulder, watching the first hint of dawn appear on the horizon, 2 options suddenly appeared in front of me from the system. Fong Yu didn't hesitate much. At this moment, he already had a general direction for his next cultivation practice in mind. Fong Yu's most pressing task right now is to condense battle patterns and temper his hand bones. Only in this way can he cultivate the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist more quickly. What Fong Yu needs now is combat power that can protect himself. Moreover, he knew that in just a few days, Sangqing Middle School would hold its most important 100-day mock exam before the college entrance examination. Almost all the important figures in Sangqing will be present to watch. If I can make a name for myself in this test, I will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups in Sangqing. By then, I will be qualified to negotiate with the Fong family. After all, on Earth, genius martial artists are bound to be valued. Once your talent is enough to astound everyone, then you are worth being specially trained. I possess SSS-level divine talent in Sangqing. There is absolutely no one else whose talent surpasses mine. Before that, he must become stronger quickly, at least surpassing his peers in cultivation and combat power. The previous Fong Yu would never have done it, but now, I choose one. The host has made a choice. Please complete the task and claim your reward as soon as possible. Watching the bright sunrise break through the horizon and slowly rise in the distance, Fong Yu grabbed his backpack and leaped down the mountain. While eating breakfast at a shop at the foot of the mountain, Fong Yu opened his phone to pay. As soon as I turned on my phone, dozens of missed calls popped up, along with voice and text messages from SuperMessage. SuperMessage is a convenient communication software developed by the federal government after the invasion of ferocious beasts. Fong Yu knew who made the calls and sent the messages without even looking at them, and he could even guess the content. After paying, I went straight to the nearest mobile phone store, bought a new phone, and changed my phone number. When I left, I simply threw the old phone into the trash can. The reason why the predecessor was quickly discovered every time it tried to escape was largely due to this mobile phone. This is why Fong Yu kept his phone off last night. Fong Yu has been frugal since childhood, so he has managed to build up his own little savings over the years, which he has never told anyone. It wasn't much, though. Looking at the balance of over 50,000 yuan in his mobile banking account, Fong Yu smiled non-committally. His next step, according to his plan, was to purchase a large quantity of fire-type potions, but the amount of money he had seemed insufficient. But there's no other way, we can only quickly gather battle runes before making any further plans. From the moment Fong Yu began cultivating the ancient god technique last night, he knew that he already possessed the skill of devouring and rapidly refining and absorbing. Furthermore, because his physical body was transformed by that drop of ancient god's blood, the attribute potions that his body can now withstand and absorb are terrifying. Based on the fact that my cultivation level directly increased to the late stage of body refinement after absorbing 10D grade fire attribute potions last night, as long as I absorb enough attribute potions, my combat power and cultivation level will continue to increase. With this in mind, Fang Yu headed straight for the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association without any hesitation. Although attribute potions are sold in martial arts stores of many corporations. However, Fang Yu, being a time traveler, only recognizes official, genuine products. The Martial Arts Association also has a huge distribution of martial arts marketplaces. Fang Yu had already checked them on his phone. The prices were similar, but the quality of the Martial Arts Association marketplaces was guaranteed. Fang Yu arrived at the second floor of the Martial Arts Association, where a huge martial arts mall was located, with many martial artists coming and going to buy what they needed. When Fang Yu first arrived at the martial arts marketplace, he was greeted by a dazzling array of items needed by martial artists. After browsing around for a while, Fang Yu arrived at the counter selling attribute potions. I glanced at the price tag of the attribute potion. Grade D Fire Attribute Potion, 1,000 per bottle. A C Grade Fire Attribute Potion costs 10,000 per vial. A Grade B Fire Attribute Potion costs 100,000 per vial. Grade A Fire Attribute Potion, 1 million per bottle. Looking at each one, Fang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Fang Yu had originally intended to buy higher level potions to test their effects, but now, to be on the safe side, he decided to buy only D-level fire-type potions. I glanced at my bank account. The balance is over 50,000. If you want a crazy power boost, this amount of money is simply not enough. In the end, Fang Yu directly purchased 20D grade fire attribute potions, and then spent another 30,000 to buy one condensing pattern pill and 2 bone tempering pills. The condensing pattern pill can increase the success rate of condensing battle patterns, while the bone tempering pill is an auxiliary cultivation medicine that is necessary to begin tempering the bones of the limbs. Each one costs 10,000, so 3 would cost 30,000. In just like that, Fang Yu spent all of his savings in an instant. Passing by the martial arts uniform section, Fang Yu looked at the various stylish and clean-cut martial arts outfits and felt a pang of envy. However, after just one glance at the price tag, I immediately backed down. Any martial arts outfit suitable for a first-grade martial artist would cost at least 100,000. I'm outta here. An hour later, Fang Yu arrived at an abandoned factory on the edge of Tsanqing and sat down cross-legged in a secluded corner. He slowly closed his eyes, calming himself down and recovering from the exhaustion of traveling, while releasing his mental energy to perceive the surrounding environment. Originally, Tsanqing Middle School provided special martial arts training rooms for senior students. Although these martial arts training rooms could not compare with those special attribute training rooms, they were still a good place to train. But Fang Yu knew that by now, the Fang family members would probably be searching for him everywhere. Going back to school by myself could be troublesome if I run into someone there. Therefore, Fang Yu chose to find a secluded place where no one was around to cultivate. Between deep breaths, Fang Yu immediately activated the ancient god technique, absorbing the surrounding fire elemental power into his body, which gathered in his dantian and ignited into a blazing flame. However, the flames were not enough to condense battle runes. Glug! Glug! As one D-grade fire potion after another was poured into his mouth, waves of scorching heat began to emanate from Fang Yu's body. At this moment, Fang Yu sensed that the flame in his dantian was becoming increasingly refined, eventually swirling around as if it were about to condense into a fire-type battle pattern. After several attempts failed to finally form battle patterns, Fang Yu had basically grasped the pattern. Without hesitation, Fang Yu took out a condensing pattern pill and swallowed it. As the condensing pattern pill entered his stomach, the rampant fire elemental power in his dantian and sea of qi suddenly converged into that incomparably pure flame along with the vortex formed by the condensing pattern pill. As the fire element vortex within the dantian and dantian continued to rotate, it frantically converged into the illusory image of the fire-type battle pattern formed at the very center. A muffled hum sound. The fire element battle pattern in the dantian trembled and then completely converged, flowing around the dantian before suddenly disappearing into its depths. It's done! Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the system panel in front of him instantly opened. Name, Fang Yu. Fire-type cultivation, martial artist level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb and bone tempering progress 0. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 1358. I never expected that my basic combat strength would already be over 1,000 after just reaching the first rank. It seems this is closely related to my upcoming becoming a first-tier mentalist. However, Fang Yu had no intention of stopping at this moment. Instead, he continued to pour the remaining D-grade attribute potions into his mouth. After absorbing them, flames flickered on the fire-type battle runes in his dantian and began to expand and condense. At this moment, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all. Following the body tempering method he had learned in class, he guided the newly formed fire-type battle rune straight towards his right finger bone. Because Fang Yu was practicing the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, he naturally started by tempering his upper limbs. The upper limb has 32 bones in one hand and 64 bones in the entire upper limb. Fang Yu knew this tempering process would be very painful, but he was not afraid at all, and was even somewhat impatient. A surge of scorching fire energy struck the knuckles of his right hand. In an instant, Fang Yu felt as if his finger bones were being burned in an extremely hot flame. That kind of pain is several times worse than having your finger bones broken. Fang Yu endured the process completely. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he could clearly feel flame patterns appearing on his finger bones. At this moment, Fang Yu knew that it was not over yet, so he quickly took out a bone tempering pill and swallowed it. With the help of the bone tempering pill, Fang Yu immediately felt the flame patterns that had been successfully carved on his finger bones disappear into them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Finger bone tempering complete. As Fang Yu clenched his right fist, he immediately felt a burst of flames emanate from his fingers and coil around his fist. Look up. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type cultivation, martial artist level 2 yellow rank martial artist upper limb bone tempering progress 164. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 1500. Combat strength has been enhanced once again. Moreover, he could clearly see the progress of his fire element cultivation, which had changed from the previous progress of tempering the bones of the limbs to the progress of tempering the bones of the upper limbs. Just as Fang Yu was marveling at how this god-level martial arts choice system was truly the strongest support, the system's voice rang out. The system has detected that the host has completed the selected task. The reward has been sent to the system space, and the host can view and use it at any time. Fang Yu immediately sensed it. Immediately, the rewards appeared in the system space. 1 talent pill, 10 C-grade attribute potions, and 10 spirit crystals. Fang Yu could tell at a glance that the attribute potion and spirit crystal were both fire type. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the talent pill and swallowed it whole. Buzz! Almost instantly, Fang Yu felt the fierce winds from the surrounding world rapidly converging on him. A violent hurricane suddenly surged from his dantian, causing the flame battle patterns to flutter wildly. Wind element talent successfully awakened, talent level is SSS. Immediately afterwards, talent data popped up on the panel in front of Fang Yu's eyes. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type talent SSS level. Wind type talent SSS rank. Excited. The products from the system are indeed all top-notch. Not only have I awakened both the wind and fire elements, but both elements are now SSS level. For a moment, Fang Yu couldn't suppress the smile on his face. However, the more this was the case, the more Fang Yu realized the urgency of his need to become powerful quickly. No matter how talented you are not a true genius until you have enough ability to protect yourself. Because only the geniuses who survive to the end are the true prodigies. Fang Yu didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed the C-grade fire attribute potion awarded by the system and gulped it down into his mouth. Boom! As expected of a C-grade fire attribute potion, priced at 10,000 per vial, this potion is indeed much more potent and pure than a D-grade potion, and the taste is also slightly better, with a milder bloody smell. Flames roared wildly across the metacarpal bone of his right hand, and a fire elemental battle rune slowly appeared on the bone. Chapter 5 He is your son, not mine. Warrior Hospital. Fang Xia lay on the hospital bed, scrolling through her WeChat chat on her phone while receiving a martial arts nutrient solution. She was actually ready to be discharged from the hospital. Although my bones are still a little sore, I should be able to recover after resting at home for 2 days. Fang Xia had already taken photos and posted them on her WeChat moments about being hospitalized. It was certainly not the miserable state it had been in last night. However, the marks on her face from being hit were still very obvious in the photos she took. As the school beauty of Sungqing Middle School, it can be said that this circle of friends has a huge impact. Almost as soon as this post was published on WeChat Moments, countless people commented. Xia, what happened to you? Who dared to hurt you? Xia, just tell me who it is, and I guarantee he won't live past tomorrow. Xia, which ward are you in? I'm already at the entrance of the martial arts hospital and parking my car. Goddess Xia, what's wrong? Are you alright? The various comments instantly brought back the feeling of being adored for Fang Xia. That is, when she was picking out a few replies that she usually found agreeable. A message arrived. Xin Xiao, Xia, what happened to you? Who attacked you? Xin Xiao? When I saw this name, Fang Xia couldn't help but show a gentle smile on her face. Xin Xiao is a genius martial artist from Sancheng Middle School. He has awakened dual elemental S-level skills and is among the top 10 students in Sancheng Middle School this year. Several months ago, he had already achieved martial artist certification and become a yellow rank martial artist. More importantly, he has been pursuing Fang Xia. Although Fang Xia's martial arts skills were not very good, she was beautiful and quick-witted. In addition, her father was the principal of Sancheng Middle School, so she was undoubtedly the most popular school beauty. Xia, what's wrong? It seemed that Bian was getting a little anxious because he hadn't received a reply from Fang Xia. Fang Xia then slowly replied. I'm fine. How could you be alright? You're in the hospital, and there's something on your face. Tell me, who is it? It's nothing, looking aggrieved. Xia, tell me, and I will definitely avenge you. Xin Xiao, I'm fine. Makes a crying face. Xia, who dared to lay a hand on you? Tell me, and I'll make them pay a terrible price. It's my brother, Fang Yu. I don't know what went wrong with him last night. Why a crying emoji? Fang Yu, that piece of trash is asking for death. Xin Xiao, don't go looking for my brother, Dad will be angry. The doctor is here, I have to go now. As she spoke, Fang Xia revealed a triumphant smile, and then clicked on the messages of concern and inquiry from others about the cause of the matter. Inside a spacious and bright martial arts training room. Wearing a light yellow athletic martial arts uniform, Xin Xiao looked at the chat content on his phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Fang Yu, a piece of trash at the early stage of body refinement, actually dared to lay a hand on Xia. He really doesn't know what death means. As he spoke, he flashed into the distance. His fist clenched, and a golden light flashed across it. With a whoosh, the fist landed directly on the combat power testing device in front of him. Bite! Immediately, the massive display screen above their heads showed the power of Qin Zhao's punch. 6,690. Soon, news spread throughout Sancheng Middle School. Fang Xia, the usually gentle and sweet school beauty, was beaten by Fang Yu at home and ended up in the martial arts hospital. On the campus forum, many of Fang Xia's devoted fans made angry statements, and would give Fang Yu a good beating whenever they saw him. They even dug up Fang Yu's profile picture and some of his unpleasant past experiences and posted them on the campus forum. Many people have already started sending greetings to Fang Yu in the class group chat. Even some of Fang Yu's close friends were implicated because they tried to explain for him. Fang Yu, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground in the abandoned factory, was completely unaware of all this. Looking at the single fire elemental spirit crystal he had left and a large pile of attribute potion tubes beside him, he couldn't help but grin. Just now, Fang Yu discovered that when he activated the ancient god technique, he was not only able to absorb the energy of the attribute potion, but also completely transform it into pure fire power, which was then condensed onto the fire battle runes. The length of the fire-type battle runes is continuously condensed and extended, allowing them to be completely engraved on the bones to be depicted. Moreover, the fire elemental power contained in spirit crystals is much purer than that in attribute potions. After a short rest, Fang Yu sat cross-legged again and then used the ancient god technique to completely absorb the last fire-type spirit crystal into his body, and began to continue tempering his right arm, which was not yet fully tempered. His eyes were filled with the madness of cultivation and the excitement and joy of increasing his strength. Fang family. At the dinner table. Because Fang Xia was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon, the meals on the table mostly consisted of tonics to replenish her bodily functions, as well as some dishes to enhance her combat power. A burly man in his 50s sat in the main seat. The man was none other than Fang Guotao, who had just returned home to Sancheng. What exactly happened? Fang Guotao spoke slowly, his gaze falling on Fang Xia, who had just been discharged from the hospital. What happened? Didn't I tell you clearly last night? Your good-for-nothing son not only tried to leave Sancheng yesterday, but after we caught him and brought him back, he held a grudge. Last night, while Shixian and I were not at home, he went crazy and beat Xia. Didn't you see how badly Xia was injured in the video last night? Before Fang Xia could speak, Zhao Fanglan, standing to the side, spoke up with an angry expression. The first thing she did when she got back wasn't to check on her daughter's injuries. She even asked what happened. Did Xia somehow end up in the hospital after hitting herself? Before Fang Guotao could speak, Zhao Fanglan spoke again. His words were full of anger. Seeing his wife's angry expression, Fang Guotao quickly shook his head and said, I don't really want to know what happened. How could a brother and sister who are usually so nice suddenly start fighting? Besides, what kind of strength does Xiaoyu have? How could Xia not be a match for him? As he spoke, he looked at Fang Xia again. At this moment, Fang Xia couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the scene of being beaten last night, feeling a sharp pain in a certain place. Dad, my brother hit me, I can't really hit him back, can I? As Fang Xia spoke, she had already cursed Fang Yu countless times in her heart. Dad, you don't need to ask anymore. We don't want to deal with Fang Yu anymore. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and he is affecting our cultivation. Besides, he hit Xia this time, so who knows if he might hit me next time. Or even Mom. Fang Shixian, standing to the side, said angrily. Although Xiaoyu is a bit taciturn, he's not a bad person at heart. He's suffered so much over the years, it's normal for him to be wary of us. Besides, Fang Guotao is not usually at home. But he knew that his family members treated Fang Yu very badly. He had even witnessed Fang Yu being physically punished several times, being starved and forced to do chores on an empty stomach. Has a strange temper? I don't think he has a strange temper, he's just bad. Are you wary of us? We've been home for a year, and you're still wary of us. I didn't agree to bring you back in the first place, but you insisted. Now they've gotten bolder, daring to beat Shirya like that. If Shirya hadn't been in the late stage of body refinement, she probably would have been beaten to death by that little beast. Fang Guotao felt a headache coming on when he heard this. He then sighed and said, Where's Xiaoyu? Have you called him and told him to come back? He was in the wrong this time, and I will punish him severely. After all, we're family. It's normal for us to bicker and joke around. Fang Guotao spoke with a calm smile on his face. Last night, he naturally saw the extent of Xia's injuries through Zhao Fanglan's video call. Fang Guotao couldn't understand why Fang Yu would suddenly attack Shirya and even succeed. After consulting with the doctors at the martial arts hospital and learning that there was nothing seriously wrong, he didn't take it too seriously. However, he also had some reservations about Fang Yu. However, when he thought about Fang Yu's background and what he had experienced over the years, he felt guilty. Normal? Fang Guotao, you consider Fang Yu's brutal beating of Xia to be normal playful fighting? At this moment, Zhao Fanglan looked at Fang Guotao, who had a calm smile on his face, and her eyes were full of anger. Let me tell you, Fang Guotao, you know this isn't the first time Fang Yu has tried to sneak away. Since he's so eager to leave this family, I'm not going to care anymore. But if you bring him back this time, I'll never forgive you. Hearing this, Fang Guotao became somewhat angry. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd heard his wife say she wanted to kick their son out of the Fang family. What are you saying? No matter what. Fang Yu is our child, and he's been away for so many years. Fang Guotao, Fang Yu isn't one of ours. Snap. Before Zhao Fanglan could finish speaking, Fang Guotao suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. With a sharp shout, Zhao Fanglan immediately shut her mouth. Then Fang Guotao looked at his two daughters and said in a slightly gentler tone, You two go back to your rooms first. Although the tone was gentle, it still carried the air of an unquestionable parent. Fang Shixian and Fang Xia didn't say anything, stood up and went back to their respective rooms. After the two left. Only then did Fang Guotao look at his wife, Zhao Fanglan, who was sitting to the side. Alan, so many years have passed. Are you still holding a grudge against a dead man but can't tolerate a child? Besides, do you think I don't know what kind of life Xiaoyu has been living since he came back? Fang Guotao, what, you still know to talk behind your daughter's back? Let me tell you, it's unnecessary. Do you think Shixian and her sisters don't know? Fang Guotao frowned slightly upon hearing this. I know what you're thinking, but it's not what you think, Xiaoyu. Enough, Fang Guotao. I know you've always wanted a son, isn't it because I, Zhao Fanglan, didn't give you a son? But is that solely my fault? Xia was beaten up like that, and you came back and didn't even ask her a single question? All you ever asked about was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, if you think we're all dispensable, then go live with your Xiaoyu. What are you saying? Xiaoyu is our son, and Xia is our daughter. How could I not care? Zhao Fanlan suddenly stood up, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Fang Yu is your son, not mine. Fang Guotao, you choose for yourself. After saying that, Zhao Fanlan turned around abruptly and ran towards her room. Alan. Fang Guotao stood up, his face full of helplessness. Inside the abandoned factory building. As a terrifying fiery fist shattered a thick wall, the extremely powerful wave of flames directly impacted the surrounding space. In an instant, a single punch shattered everything in front of him, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Fang Yu's face was full of excitement. Looking at the battle runes that shimmered with flames all over his right arm, he casually clenched his fist in midair. Immediately, one could sense a tremor in the space in front of them. As he retracted his fist and his aura subsided, the fire elemental battle patterns that flowed across his entire right arm slowly seeped into the bones of his tempered right arm. The entire right arm was restored to its original state in an instant. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist upper limb bone tempering progress 1964. Wind elemental cultivation, body refinement stage 1 early stage. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 25-30. 10 C grade attribute potions, 10 fire type spirit crystals, and 1 bone tempering pill were used to directly temper 18 bones. Although the process was somewhat arduous, Fang Yu was already very satisfied. Feeling the powerful force coming from my right arm. The entire right arm has 32 bones. This time, 10 finger bones, 3 metacarpal bones, 2 carpal bones, 1 ulna, 1 radius, and the humerus and scapula were also successfully tempered. The power of that punch was enough to instantly incapacitate an ordinary first-grade martial artist. This is only because only 1 ulna bone was tempered, and the power exerted is only a single force. However, the remaining 13 bones in the right arm are relatively easier to work on. With enough attribute potions and spirit crystals, combined with bone tempering pills, the tempering process will be completed much faster. As the ancient divine technique was activated, Fang Yu felt the surrounding wind and fire elemental power surging into his dantian, and he felt an even stronger urge to complete the tempering of his arms as soon as possible. Then, combined with the power of wind, or when the wind elemental battle patterns are fully engraved on both arms. What level of power will the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist achieve? Fang Yu was really looking forward to it. However, the immediate problem is the availability of cultivation resources. From this day's cultivation, Fang Yu gained a deeper understanding of one point: martial arts are a gold-devouring cave. The resources required to cultivate a powerful martial artist are truly bottomless. That is why all martial arts geniuses are able to receive preferential treatment. Once your talent and strength are recognized, you will be able to obtain more cultivation resources in this advanced martial arts world of Blue Star. The Natural Dragon Kingdom also has many government incentive programs for young, talented martial artists. Thinking about this, Fang Yu immediately realized something. Ding! Host is facing a choice. Almost immediately, Fang Yu recalled from his memory that when he was in class at Sunqing Middle School, his martial arts teacher had mentioned the Dragon Kingdom's reward system for young martial artists. Among them, there seems to be a reward clause regarding how much a martial artist will be awarded for successfully becoming a certified martial artist before the age of 18. Unexpectedly, the system's two-choice reward was triggered again at this time. Fang Yu immediately looked at the two options in front of him. Option 1, complete the martial artist certification within 1 day and be rewarded with 20 C-grade attribute potions. Option 2, within 3 days, successfully complete the martial artist certification, participate in at least 10 virtual space battles, and successfully enter the Hidden Dragon ranking for the first time. Rewards: 1 drop of ancient god blood, 1 set of martial arts techniques, 30 C-grade attribute potions, and 30 spirit crystals. Chapter 6, is he trying to retaliate through public opinion? Virtual space-time battles? Upon seeing these words, Fang Yu immediately recalled the relevant information in his mind. Virtual spacetime is a product of the rapid technological development of Blue Star after the invasion of ferocious beasts. As the void rifts across Earth began to be brought under control, the training of martial artists shifted to the numerous secret realms discovered on Earth and the virtual network spacetime developed by the high-ranking officials of various countries on Earth. Of course, the latter is the most widely used and is now almost universal. After all, many secret realms on Earth are not accessible to ordinary martial artists, and the exploration and training in these realms are extremely risky, with the possibility of losing one's life within them. Compared to secret realms, the various trials in virtual space and time seem to come at a much lower cost and pose no danger to life. Once you purchase a virtual computer device, you can directly enter a virtual space-time using the computer. After gaining access and passing the review, you can start the cultivation mode. In the virtual space-time, you can choose various cultivation modes, and even team up to fight the ferocious beasts that appear in the void rifts. Of course, even if one dies in a virtual space, one will only experience mental fatigue and will not have any other physical effects. You can also directly choose the battle advancement mode in the virtual space. To increase motivation and further achieve the goal of truly mastering cultivation in the virtual spacetime, Blue Star Virtual Space also has various ranking lists. The Hidden Dragon ranking, which the system requires access to, is a ranking officially recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. As for the specific requirements of this Hidden Dragon list, Fong Yu did not know for the time being. However, Fong Yu was very curious, since he had never used a computer to enter this virtual space before. After all, his predecessor was only at the early stage of body refinement, so there were many things that he couldn't access. In comparison, Fong Yu directly chose the second option. After all, for him, choosing option 1 was not difficult at all. Of course, the most important thing is that option 2 contains a drop of ancient god blood. The previous drop of ancient god blood allowed Fong Yu to directly obtain the fragment of the ancient god technique. If he gets another drop, who knows what kind of changes will occur in his body. The host has made a choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible to receive the reward. Fong Yu let out a long breath. Looking up, it was already dark outside the abandoned factory. Before I knew it, another day had passed. However, Fong Yu felt that his first day after transmigrating was very fulfilling. That's enough for today, let's try again tomorrow. Looking at the bright moon that had already risen, Fong Yu clenched his fists and cheered himself on. Immediately afterward, Fong Yu flashed away from the abandoned factory and headed towards the nearest food street. After a day of unsuccessful cultivation, Fong Yu was starving. Moreover, because of the training, his clothes were soaked with sweat and then dried, making his already simple clothes look even more sloppy. The impurities in his body were completely evaporated, leaving his face dark and grimy. He could easily be mistaken for a homeless person on the street. I found a roadside canteen, ate my fill, bought some clothes, and then checked into a hotel. After washing up, change into clean clothes and stand in front of the mirror. Fong Yu frowned as he looked at his thin body in the mirror. It seems I need to eat something good quickly and gain some weight. This thin appearance does give off a frail impression. But this face. After washing it clean, it actually looks quite handsome. Without exaggeration, Fong Yu felt that this face surpassed even Daniel Wu's appearance before his time travel. Finally, I can get some rest. Having barely rested since last night, and with another day of intense training, Fong Yu felt sleepy as soon as he lay down in bed. However, the thought of the troublesome Fong family makes me a little worried. He immediately took out his phone. I looked up the reward measures for the certification of young martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, Fong Yu found the document issued by the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association. After reading it carefully, Fong Yu couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. The rewards for certifying young martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom are very generous. The term young martial artist refers to someone under the age of 18. There are rewards for getting certified in body refinement. A successful certification in the late stage of body refinement realm will earn you a reward of 200,000. Upon successfully obtaining certification as a yellow rank martial artist at the second stage of body refinement, a reward of 1 million will be given. In addition, there are some rights that come with successful certification as a young martial artist. For example, the Martial Arts Association provides martial arts training rooms free of charge. Although it's only for 8 hours a day, it's already quite good for Fong Yu. He is currently avoiding the Fong family and cannot return to the school to use the training room, so the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association can fill the gap. Fong Yu knew that the basic equipment in the martial arts training room was the instrument for testing combat power and the optical computer. If one successfully obtains certification as a profound rank 3 body refinement warrior before the age of 18. Furthermore, they can use the martial arts training room free of charge and for an unlimited time, and receive a 20% discount on all resources purchased from the Martial Arts Association, except for special training resources. And the rewards they received amounted to tens of millions. A Shin rank martial artist? Fong Yu lay in bed and his mind began to race. Then he began searching for experiences and insights about spiritual practice. These things are no secret on Earth, especially the recommendations for bone tempering, battle rune condensation, and various elixirs and potions to aid in cultivation. Fong Yu watched with great interest. However, just as Fong Yu was carefully examining the relevant explanations, and even the videos and animations demonstrating cultivation advancement, suddenly he saw a familiar name. Fong Yu, a clown as dark and evil as a reptile crawling in the sewers. Shocking. The one who attacked Goddess Xia is actually her long-lost younger brother. List all of Fong Yu's clownish antics at Sunqing Middle School over the past year. Fong Yu, come out and take your beating. What's going on? Fong Yu, it still sounds like my own name. Fong Yu immediately took a closer look and realized that he had inadvertently entered a post by a martial arts teacher from Sunqing Middle School a long time ago, which was a detailed explanation of bone tempering cultivation. And it was when I was exiting the thread that I saw those posts that had just been pushed to the top of the hot thread. Fong Yu immediately clicked on the first post with a suspicious look on his face. The more Fong Yu read through these posts, the more speechless he became. Is he wondering if he got his name posted online because he beat up Fong Xia last night? It's important to know that Sunqing Middle School has hundreds of thousands, even millions, of students, and at least 100,000 or 200,000 of them are active on the forum. Fong Yu was shocked to see that the post titled "Shocking. The person who attacked Goddess Xia is actually her long-lost younger brother," had been viewed by over 100,000 people. The number of comments below has already exceeded 5,000 or 6,000. Fong Yu glanced over and saw a few people speaking up for him, but almost all of them were insulting him and threatening to beat him up every time they saw him. Fong Yu naturally saw several names that had offered rewards for his whereabouts, and they were listed at the very top. Xin Xiao, if anyone finds Fong Yu, let me know, and I will immediately reward you with 2 condensing pattern pills, which can be converted into cash at market price. Du Changfeng, before the 100-day countdown exam, a reward will be offered for Fong Yu's whereabouts. 1 condensing pattern pill will be awarded to anyone who provides information on his whereabouts, and 10 condensing pattern pills will be awarded to anyone who captures Fong Yu. These rewards can be converted into cash at market price. What's the point of offering so many condensing pattern pills as a reward? However, the fact that it can be converted into cash is quite good. What Fong Yu didn't know was that the reason he was able to successfully condense the fire-type battle rune after only a few attempts was mainly because he had awakened an SSS-level divine talent, making his perception of the fire element in the world almost invincible. Others, especially those with low talent, need to try hundreds or even more times to successfully condense battle runes. Therefore, the battle pattern condensation pill was practically a hard currency during high school, when everyone was frantically trying to successfully condense battle patterns. Xin Xiao, Du Changfeng. Fong Yu silently recited these names. It suddenly dawned on me that these people seem to be the top-ranked martial arts prodigies in this year's graduating class at Sunqing Middle School. Especially Xin Xiao, who is a dual-element S-level talent martial artist. Too bad, he's a simp. And the person he was licking was Fong Xia. That's all there is to martial arts in this lifetime. However, Fong Yu felt that this bounty was worth pursuing. After all, it would be a fool not to make money when there was money to be made, and he was really short of cash right now. We just need to find a reliable person to work with. Lost in thought, Fong Yu continued browsing various posts on the school forum, and before he knew it, it was past midnight. Finally, I couldn't resist and fell asleep with my phone lying on the side. The next day. Sunqing Martial Arts Association. Guided by the staff of the Wushu Association, Fong Yu went directly to the testing equipment. Just place your hand on the elemental talent sensing ball in front of you, and then release the elemental power you sense. A young man in a uniform spoke up. In his view, Fong Yu was extremely thin, and this was the least like a teenager who had successfully completed body tempering that he had seen in the years he had led the testers. However, according to regulations, martial artists certified before the age of 18 can have 3 free opportunities, and they can go through a special channel for certified martial artists as teenagers. So he didn't say much. After all, he looked at Fong Yu's information and the martial artist information section was completely blank, which meant that he had never been certified before. Fong Yu didn't think too much about it and simply stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly onto the elemental sensing ball. Immediately afterwards, the fire elemental battle patterns in Fong Yu's Dantian and Sea of Qi quickly merged into the elemental sensing sphere in front of him as he manipulated them. Buzz. Almost as soon as the young staff member of the Martial Arts Association was still somewhat disdainful, thinking that Fong Yu was just a student who came to experience the martial arts certification process. Suddenly, the elemental sensing ball in front of him emitted a muffled sound, and then he saw a scene that left him stunned. A ball of flame suddenly appeared in the elemental sensing sphere before them. This flame rapidly changed and condensed, and as the elemental sensing sphere rotated, a fire-type battle rune instantly wrapped around the entire elemental sensing sphere. In an instant, the elemental sensing sphere before his eyes had become a burning fireball. And on the huge display screen on the elemental sensing sphere, a series of real talent levels appeared, eventually turning into a red question mark. When Fan Yu saw a question mark appear on the talent level display, he was filled with doubt. Does this mean that SSS level talents cannot be directly tested? Fan Yu turned to look at the Martial Arts Association staff member who was already dumbfounded and said, "Does this mean my verification was successful?" The Martial Arts Association staff member swallowed hard, then quickly put on a smiling face and said, Of course. The test to condense battle runes has been passed. Sir, you only need to test your combat strength again. Once it exceeds 1000, you will be certified as a martial artist." Fan Yu nodded slightly. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Why did this person change their form of address from you to sir? He turned around and followed the staff member to the combat capability testing equipment. Without any further words, Fan Yu casually threw a punch at the combat power testing instrument. With a muffled thud from the combat power testing instrument, the combat power values began to flash on the screen. 100, 200, 500, 1000. It finally settled at 1380. The Martial Arts Association staff member had an I-knew-it look on his face. He immediately stepped forward and led Fan Yu to the lounge, saying that he needed to submit the test data to the office so that a martial arts certificate could be made. Fan Yu didn't think much of it. He sat in the lounge, drinking the fragrant tea that was served and eating pastries. I opened my phone and then clicked on the school's forum. He was curious to see how he would be criticized on the forum today. I underestimated Feng Xia's popularity at school. The reward for the bounty on my whereabouts has reached 3 condensation pattern pills, worth 30,000. The reward for catching myself is now 15 condensation pattern pills, worth 150,000. On the other side, there was a knock on the door of Wu Tieshan's office, the president of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association. President, something's happened. A still attractive woman in her 40s, holding printed test data in her hand, strode into the quaint office. Wu Tieshan's expression darkened slightly as he looked at a document in his hand regarding the proposed quota for geniuses in Tsanqing this year. What happened? Seeing the woman's serious expression, Wu Taizhan became suspicious. The woman's name was Chen Yulan, and she was the vice president of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association. She could make decisions on many matters, big and small, of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association on her own. So when he saw Chen Yulan coming to find him in such a hurry, Wu Taizhan immediately put down the documents in his hand and asked her about it. President, a true prodigy may be about to emerge in Art Sangcheng. As she spoke, Chen Yulan handed the test data in her hand to Wu Taizhan, who looked puzzled. After Wu Taizhan finished reviewing the test data, he immediately looked up and said, You mean, Fang Yu's awakened talent is classified as confidential, and you don't even have the authority to see it? Chen Yulan nodded quickly. Wu Tieshan's heart skipped a beat. Because the Dragon Kingdom has always had various protective measures for geniuses, especially young geniuses like this. Young geniuses under the age of 18 who awaken their talents and become true martial artists are subject to a certain period of confidentiality. Although this kind of thing only has a certain degree of binding force, when Wu Taizhan heard this news, he immediately thought of the fire-type talent awakened by Fang Yu, a senior high school student from Tsanqing Middle School, which was probably SS level. As for SSS level, he didn't even think about it. After all, that was a legendary god-level talent. In fact, he had never seen anyone with an SSS level god-level talent in his more than 60 years of life. Okay, I understand. Go and personally process his martial arts certificate and reward. Also, give him a reward according to the standards for an S-level genius martial artist. We'll give it to him after the application is approved. And if he makes any requests, call me immediately. Chen Yulan nodded quickly and then strode out of the office. Immediately after Chen Yulan left the office, Wu Taizhan turned on the personal terminal in front of him, verified his identity, and gained access to view the data. When he saw all the talent and combat power information displayed by Fang Yu in the test, he was completely stunned. Name, Fang Yu. Age, 17. Talent, Fire. Talent level, SSS God level secret. Combat strength test, 1380. Martial artist level, body refinement realm 2, yellow rank martial artist. Initial data testing location, talent element testing device number 9, Sunqing Martial Arts Association, Sichuan, Dragon Kingdom, ID, XXXXXXXX. At this moment, Wu Taizhan stared at the information panel displayed in front of him for a long time before he could react. He murmured in disbelief. On Earth, someone has actually awakened an SSS-level godlike talent? Is it possible to complete the tempering of 126 limb bones in 2 or 3 months in Chapter 7? On the other side, in the restroom of the Sunqing Martial Arts Association, Chen Yulan had already handed the completed martial arts certificate and martial arts badge to Fong Yu. Young Master Fong, the government reward for your successful martial artist certification is 1.2 million, plus the local reward of 100,000 for young martial artists with S-level talent or above in Sunqing, for a total of 1.3 million. It will be transferred to the Dragon Kingdom bank account you provided shortly. Looking at the slender young man in front of her, whose eyes held a deep and thoughtful expression, Chen Yulan dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Although she is currently a peak Xian rank martial artist, she knows that a Huang rank martial artist who is not yet 18 years old and has awakened a talent that surpasses S rank is bound to have a bright future. If she doesn't make a major breakthrough in martial arts, she'll most likely just retire in this position. Thank you, Director Chen. Fong Yu had a good impression of Chen Yulan. The director of the Sunqing Martial Arts Association personally came to deliver his martial arts certificate and badge, and was so polite that Fong Yu felt a little embarrassed to offer any other opinions. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If you don't mind, I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Sister Chen. If you encounter any difficulties or want to buy anything from the Martial Arts Association, just let me know. Seeing that Fong Yu seemed a little reserved, Chen Yulan quickly smiled gently and said, Okay, Sister Chen, then don't call me young master, just call me Xiaoyu. Fong Yu nodded immediately. That's great. The two chatted for a while longer, and it was clear that their relationship had improved considerably. At that moment, Chen Yulan received a phone call from the chairman, Wu Taizhan. After hearing the contents of the call, her face showed extreme astonishment. He nodded quickly and said, Yes. Sister Chen, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll go buy some cultivation potions, and you can practice in the martial arts training room by yourself. During their conversation, Chen Yulan had already given Fong Yu a detailed introduction to the martial arts training rooms and other facilities within the Sunqing Martial Arts Association. At this moment, Fong Yu also wanted to get into cultivation as soon as possible. After all, he already had a goal in mind, to make a name for himself in the 100-day countdown assessment. In his opinion, their current strength is not enough. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulan immediately smiled and shook her head, saying, No rush, little brother you. Didn't you just say you wanted to buy some cultivation potions? What kind of potions do you need? Give me a list, and I'll get you an insider price at 20% discount. Fong Yu was slightly pleased to hear this. I'm afraid it wouldn't be right to trouble Sister Chen like this. Chen Yulan immediately smiled warmly and said, Xiaoyu, you're being too polite with me again. You should start cultivating first. Maybe Sister Chen will give you some good news when you're done cultivating. Alright. Xiaoyu, make a list for me. Go to the cultivation room and cultivate first. I'll have someone deliver it to you later. You can pay for it then. Without waiting for Fong Yu's reply, Chen Yulan left the martial arts restroom. Just as Chen Yulan left the restroom, the Martial Arts Association staff member who had taken Fong Yu for the test came in with a smile and respectfully handed Fong Yu a tablet for selecting cultivation supplies. Fong Yu had no choice but to remember this favor, since he would likely spend a lot of time training in the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association in the future, and this wouldn't be his first time dealing with Chen Yulan. They immediately selected potions and spirit crystals with wind and fire attributes, with a focus on fire attribute potions and spirit crystals. Inside the martial arts training room of the Sunqing Martial Arts Association, Fong Yu sat cross-legged. While waiting for the cultivation potions and spirit crystals he had purchased to be delivered, he had already become familiar with the entire martial arts training room. Similar to the dance studio at Sunqing Middle School, it is entirely made of a special alloy, providing sound insulation and shock resistance. You don't have to worry about making too much noise and attracting the attention of others while practicing there. Fong Yu had just tried the same quantum computer, and it was quite amazing. The holographic images were many times more realistic and advanced than those seen in the VR glasses he wore before his transmigration. Although he successfully became a martial artist and was eligible to register and use the Blue Star Virtual Network cultivation space, However, Fang Yu did not register and log in immediately because he knew that his current strength was far from enough to truly gain a ranking and enter the Hidden Dragon list. He had already carefully studied the rules of the Dragon Kingdom's Hidden Dragon ranking last night. The most important ones are two. The first requirement is to become a martial artist and have a record of 10 consecutive victories. Second, applicants must be no older than 20. In other words, the Hidden Dragon ranking was originally a list designed for young geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, Fang Yu knew that although he had awakened the SSS-level divine talent, he had also successfully tempered the 19 bones in his right hand. But Fang Yu also knew that geniuses were as numerous as the stars on Blue Star, and there were many prodigies from great families, some of whom had already made it onto the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 15 or 16. Fang Yu had seen relevant information last night when he was researching the Hidden Dragon list. Moreover, he knew that once a martial artist awakens their talent and condenses battle runes, the period from 16 to 20 years old is the time when their martial arts cultivation progresses the fastest. Therefore, the competition for the Hidden Dragon list is extremely fierce. I've only refined 19 bones so far, which is far from enough. Fang Yu decided to wait until he had at least one arm and one leg before entering the virtual space-time combat training. Since that's the case, Fang Yu looked at the attribute-enhancing potions and spirit crystal pills that he had bought for over 600,000 yuan. Let's begin. He grabbed a tube of C-grade fire attribute potion and gulped it down his throat. Then another tube. If someone saw this, they would be absolutely stunned. After all, a mere yellow rank martial artist at the second stage of body refinement was guzzling down C-grade attribute potions like a cow. After drinking 7 or 8 bottles in one go, Fang Yu finally activated the ancient god technique. Immediately, the fire-type battle pattern in his Dantian and Sea of Qi burst forth with dazzling light. As the energy of the incredibly pure fire attribute potion surged wildly into his Dantian, it continuously entangled and pulled at the fire attribute battle rune. Suddenly, the fire elemental battle patterns in his Dantian began to extend. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all and directly used his powerful mental energy to control the fire-type battle runes to wrap around his right finger bones, which were not yet fully tempered. Office of the President of Sunsheng Martial Arts Association. You're saying Fang Yu might be a dual-system individual? Wu Taizhan, who was still sitting there in shock at Fang Yu's awakening of the legendary SSS-level divine talent, heard Chen Yulan's words. My heart skipped a beat again. I'm just guessing, because the list of cultivation resources he just listed included Wind-type D-grade attribute potions. Upon hearing this, a glint of light immediately flashed in Wu Tiashan's eyes. Keep an eye on it. If Fang Yu really is a dual elemental martial artist, then our Sunsheng Martial Arts Association will truly have made a great contribution. As he spoke, Wu Taizhan seemed to remember something else. By the way, have you notified Fang Yu's family? I just checked, and this kid is Fang Guotao's son. No wonder he has such terrifying talent. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulan immediately shook her head, then frowned and said, President, how about we hold off on informing him for now? Fang Yu's talent being above S rank is a level 3 secret. Although Principal Fang has the authority to know, but when I talked to Fang Yu about his family just now, he seemed very resistant. I don't think there's anything so simple about this. Upon hearing Chen Yulan's words, Wu Taizhan nodded slightly. Then we don't need to notify him for now. Also, you need to investigate Fang Yu immediately and compile a complete information file on him. I need to report it immediately. By the way, Fang Yu's local rewards need to be improved. Since he needs cultivation resources, let's just give him 30 bottles of C-grade fire attribute potions and 30 bone tempering pills. Furthermore, from now on, Fang Yu will receive a 20% discount on all cultivation resources purchased from the Martial Arts Association's martial arts marketplace, except for special resources. Hearing this, Chen Yulan was shocked. Looking at Wu Taizhan with some surprise, a guess arose in his mind. Could Fang Yu really have SS-level talent? After all, this is the first time the Martial Arts Association has offered such a local reward to a young martial artist, a reward comparable to that given to a young Xian rank martial artist. What? Shocked? Wu Taizhan smiled and said, This is just the highest level of authority I can currently grant for rewards to young martial artists. If Fang Yu can complete the tempering of his limbs and bones before the age of 18, enter the third realm of body refinement, and become a Xian rank martial artist, the rewards he can apply for from above will be even more generous. Chen Yulan immediately shook her head and gave a bitter smile. Fang Yu is almost 18 years old. Do you think it's possible for him to complete the tempering of all 126 bones in his limbs in just 2 or 3 months, President? When asked by Chen Yulan, Wu Taizhan immediately became somewhat uncertain. I'll go organize Fang Yu's martial arts information first. With that, Chen Yulan turned to leave. Don't you want to know what level of talent Fang Yu has awakened? Wu Taizhan looked at Chen Yulan in front of him, seemingly unable to hold back his emotions. Well, let's just forget about it, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. All I need to know is that Fang Yu is a super genius from Art Sancheng. With that, Chen Yulan strode out of the office. After Chen Yulan left, Wu Taizhan leaned back in his chair with a smile. Is it possible to complete the tempering of 126 limb bones in 2 or 3 months? Of course, ordinary geniuses could not do it. But he is not an ordinary genius at all. They are god-level geniuses. Buzz. I don't know how much time has passed. With a muffled thud, Fang Yu threw a punch into the spacious martial arts training room. Suddenly, the space trembled slightly, and the powerful punch, carrying scorching fire energy, instantly left a burning mark on the space in the direction of the punch. He looked at the fire-type battle runes that were constantly appearing on his entire arm. Fang Yu's face was full of excitement. Looking at the training time displayed on the martial arts training room not far away, only 5 hours had passed, and he had actually completed the tempering of the remaining 13 bones in his right arm that had not yet been tempered. It seems that using the bone tempering pill in conjunction with bone tempering will indeed speed up the process considerably. Looking at the system panel that appeared before me. Name, Fang Yu. Fire-type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist upper limb bone tempering progress 3264. Wind elemental cultivation, body refinement stage 1 early stage. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 3910. Looking at the current combat power displayed on the system panel, I roughly understood that tempering a bone would increase combat power by about 100. Perhaps because he had also awakened the wind element and entered the realm of mentalist, even though he had not yet cultivated any mentalist techniques, it had still greatly increased his combat power. If one obtains a cultivation method for spiritual power, one's combat strength will inevitably increase. Of course, Fang Yu knew that combat power was only a basic value, and to fully unleash his combat power, he still needed to practice in actual combat. Look at the quantum computer not far away. Fang Yu immediately decided to go inside and try it out. It's clearly impossible to enter the hidden dragon ranking just by starting a virtual time-space battle. He has already been cultivating for more than 5 hours. Based on the current permissions granted to him by the Martial Arts Association, he has less than 3 hours left to cultivate each day. First, I should register and familiarize myself with my virtual space-time combat training. After that, besides absorbing attribute potions and spirit crystals for cultivation, I should focus on virtual space-time combat training. After all, only through continuous practice in real combat can one truly improve their ability to fight against others. He walked a few steps to the location of the quantum computer, picked up the quantum computer glasses, and put them on. After hundreds of years of refinement, the virtual space-time cultivation platform has become incredibly perfect. The design of optical computers has also become more practical, with various styles available. For example, they can be made into the shapes of various accessories such as glasses, watches, and rings, as well as ancient designs such as helmets and special light brain shares. However, with the popularization of smart optical computers, many of these old styles have been phased out, and there is a greater preference for lighter and smaller styles such as jewelry. Even mobile phones are gradually being phased out. When Fang Yu was browsing various web pages on his phone last night, he saw that some large cities have already moved away from mobile phones. It is directly connected to the optical computer system and made into small pieces of jewelry. However, only martial artists can use these devices. What lay before Fang Yu was a quantum computer device made to look like glasses. As soon as he put it on, various correction data appeared in front of Fang Yu's eyes, and then the surrounding space began to change. After a burst of dazzling light, my eyes regained their vision. Various sounds began to reach Fang Yu's ears. Bustling with traffic, this is a virtual space that almost perfectly replicates the reality of Earth. Although Fang Yu already knew from his memories that the virtual optical computer technology on Blue Star was already quite perfect. Moreover, he had already experienced it for a while, but actually entering it now still made Fang Yu extremely curious. He stretched his arms and legs. Feel the power within your body. It completely replicated all of his power one-to-one. If Fang Yu hadn't known that he had entered the virtual spacetime through the optical brain link, he would have been completely mistaken. He actually believes this is the real world. Because it's just too real. He looked around and could even see cars coming and going on the street, shops everywhere were open, and many pedestrians were living there, making it extremely lively. Just then, a notification popped up on Fong Yu's computer. Citizen Fong Yu of Earth has been detected, possessing the qualification to open a virtual spacetime cultivation space on Earth. Please enter the name you will use in the virtual spacetime, limited to 20 characters. Fong Yu then clicked on some precautions regarding the virtual spacetime, as well as the meanings of the names. Only after the inspection was completed did Fong Yu truly understand. In the virtual world, everyone can hide their name, choose a very unique name, and then set their appearance, height, and body type. This way, even if you make enemies in the virtual world, others won't know who you are. Only when facing challenges will one not be reckless, but will fight with all one's might, maximizing the effects of cultivation and improvement. Of course, you don't have to hide yourself. Use your real name and appearance. Fong Yu was no idiot, and immediately began to select his settings on the quantum computer panel in front of him. Then, in the name field, I filled in 2 characters. The Fist Saint. Sorry, the name you entered is already taken. Fong Yu originally thought the name was pretentious and provocative, and that not many people would choose it. Unexpectedly, a show-off had already chosen this name, and then, shaking his head, he typed in several other names like Dragon Pride and Invincible Little Fist King. They all indicated that the space was occupied. It seems everyone in the virtual space is quite shameless and not at all modest. Looking at the character he had chosen, Fong Yu suddenly realized something. I don't believe that name still exists. Then I typed it in. Sorry, the name you entered is already taken. What? Even this name, which was only known to the anime and manga community on Earth before the transmigration, has been taken. I got angry and typed in another one, thinking that if it was also taken, I would have to use the addition method. But, unexpectedly. Congratulations on your successful registration in the virtual world. Now, please begin your cultivation journey. Immediately afterwards, Fong Yu felt the space in front of him suddenly change. The once bustling streets vanished instantly, replaced by a desolate expanse of yellow sand swept by a fierce hurricane. A handsome, burly middle-aged man dressed in a gray-white athletic martial arts outfit stood on a huge, broken ancient city wall that was severely eroded by wind and sand. His most distinctive feature is his shiny bald head. Fong Yu touched his bald head, feeling quite satisfied with his virtual body. Dear user, 1 punch to deliver, we will now begin a virtual tutorial session. Skip. Chapter 8, Newcomers in Virtual Spacetime Cultivation Battles. Although Fong Yu already knew many of the processes and rules of the virtual spacetime. After all, these are subjects that high school students must learn. But at this moment, Fong Yu was still sitting cross-legged on the ancient and abandoned city wall, carefully examining the various virtual scene demonstrations that appeared before him. 1 hour later. Fong Yu then took a deep breath and stood up. The virtual spacetime is quite good for newcomers like Fong Yu. It will arrange for them to experience the crisis scene of ferocious beasts breaking into the city first. This is also to let novice martial artists get a feel for and get used to the strength and aura of the ferocious beasts in advance. After all, martial artists train, fight, and improve relentlessly. All this is so that we can truly fight the ferocious beasts in the rift and protect our home planet, Blue Star. The space in front of Fong Yu immediately underwent a dramatic change. What was once a stretch of yellow sand, the broken ancient city, has completely disappeared, replaced by a small town. At this moment, a blurry void rift appeared not far from this small town. The reason it's blurry is because this void rift is too far away from the small town where Fong Yu is located. Newbie Warrior Quest: kill all Tier 1 ferocious beasts that have wandered into the city. Completing the quest will earn you +3 virtual warrior points. Virtual martial arts points. It is a very important currency and a standard for level advancement in the virtual spacetime of Blue Star. For example, if Fong Yu wanted to enter the virtual spacetime arena to challenge, he wouldn't have enough points. To enter the virtual spacetime Thunder points, you need at least 10 points. When Fong Yu checked the news about the Hidden Dragon ranking last night, he saw someone say that the number 10,000th on the Hidden Dragon ranking in the Dragon Kingdom had already reached the elite level and had more than 500 points. However, Fong Yu was not in a hurry, since once he entered the arena challenge, he could earn points very quickly. Without hesitation, Fong Yu touched his bald head and flashed towards the small town filled with bloodshed and screams. Hoo! Fong Yu had just rushed to the city gate when a savage bull, its body shimmering with an earthy yellow light, charged towards him. A first-tier ferocious beast, the yellow earth bull. Since the appearance of the Void Rift, the Blue Star has compiled a complete system of information on the ferocious beasts that emerge from it. The various types of beasts, their fatal weaknesses, and their general combat strength are all things that everyone on the Blue Star learns about from a young age. Even Fang Yu, who had wandered around to survive since childhood, had been exposed to and learned about the Beast Atlas from a young age. The ferocious beasts that burst forth from the Void Rifts are divided into 10 levels. Compared to Earth's warriors, their strength is roughly as follows. The 1st to 6th levels correspond to the 5 realms of body refinement. The strength of a 7th-tier ferocious beast is comparable to that of a Grandmaster, an 8th-tier beast is comparable to that of a Martial King, and a 9th-tier beast is comparable to that of a Martial Emperor. A 10th-tier ferocious beast is comparable to a Martial Saint. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of human warriors, and their physical strength is a notch above that of warriors of the same level. Therefore, if the Void Rift were to erupt, human warriors would inevitably suffer considerable losses, perhaps even a devastating one, before it could be finally suppressed and quelled. At this moment, Fang Yu snorted coldly, and as he clenched his fist, a scorching flame spread across it. Bang! Without stopping, he threw a punch at the first-tier ferocious beast, the yellow earth bull, that was charging towards him. On the spot, they smashed half of the head off the first-tier ferocious beast, the yellow earth bull. Without lingering, he rushed into the city and, upon seeing the ferocious beast, immediately charged forward and threw a punch. The novice martial artist area only has first-tier ferocious beasts, which pose no threat to Fang Yu at all. Several tens of minutes have passed. In a city, Fang Yu's figure flashed rapidly, and he killed the ferocious beasts that charged towards him with a single punch. Faced with that terrifying giant python-like beast, it grabbed it and crushed its body in two. Amidst the raging flames, it was reduced to ashes. Phew! He let out a long breath and looked at his current score in the virtual space before him. Virtual martial artist name, One Punch Salvation. Current points, 29. Rank, White Robe 29-100. Fang Yu just finished clearing the newbie martial artist zone 3 or 4 times in one go, gaining 29 points. Virtual space cultivation also has a strict promotion system, which is of course designed to serve the purpose of martial arts arena challenges and comprehensive strength cultivation. Aside from special challenges or comprehensive assessments, solo training in the same level arena will only match you with martial artists of the same level. Of course, each level advancement comes with some special privileges that are unlocked. Corresponding to the martial artist levels on Earth, the cultivation levels in the virtual spacetime are divided into White Robe, Elite, Master, Outstanding, and Star Radiance. These 5 levels correspond to the 5 realms of body refinement. Above that is the God of War, and the corresponding Master is the Grandmaster. Above the God of War level lies the Legendary. Fang Yu only briefly learned about these things. After all, the level of War God was still very far away from him. This inevitably reminded Fang Yu that entering the virtual spacetime for cultivation with this quantum computer was like playing a game, except that this game was an incredibly realistic motion sensing game, and one's own strength would continuously improve through the game. This makes the power more tangible, making it easier for Blue Star warriors to cultivate and target their weaknesses in specific training. Without hesitation, Fang Yu immediately started the arena battle mode. After all, he needs to complete the system's tasks. The first step is to go through 10 virtual spacetime battles, which is also a prerequisite for entering the Hidden Dragon ranking. He needs to have a record of 10 consecutive wins. Therefore, this virtual time-space arena battle has been launched. Fang Yu's goal is to achieve a 10-game winning streak. With a muffled hum, the space beneath Fang Yu's feet had suddenly transformed into a dense forest, and not far from him stood another person. She had a graceful figure, wore a mask, had her hair piled high, and held a sharp, black alloy longsword in her hand. There were no extra words. Before Fang Yu could take a step forward, the graceful female warrior had already slashed down at him with her sword. The blade was so sharp that Fang Yu felt as if the space in front of him was about to be cleaved open. He immediately sidestepped, dodging the terrifyingly sharp blade. Immediately after landing, the female warrior turned around and slashed at Fang Yu with her sword. That's a killer move. However, Fang Yu did not dodge this time. Instead, battle patterns appeared on his fist, and he threw a punch at the alloy longsword that was slashing horizontally. Buzz! A muffled thud. Ah! The female warrior seemed unable to withstand Fang Yu's punch at all, and immediately dropped the alloy longsword in her hand. Before the female warrior could react, she had already landed a punch directly on his chest. The terrifying force of the punch pierced through her chest, killing her instantly. Just as the female warrior in front of him disappeared slowly, looking utterly astonished, Fang Yu saw the battle data appear on his virtual spacetime panel. Current points, 39. Ring battle, 1-0 win-loss. Not bad, I got 10 points for winning a game. Continue. Then the scene around Fang Yu changed once again. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner in Chengdu, Sichuan, a beautiful young girl, sitting cross-legged in a spacious and brightly lit martial arts training room, suddenly opened her eyes. He immediately covered his chest instinctively. Although there were no wounds on his chest, the pain was still clearly perceptible. This is also a very realistic experience of cultivating in virtual space and time. Although one cultivates in a virtual space-time, no matter which cultivation mode one chooses, there will be no real death. But all the experiences, pain, and death within them will be reflected back to the martial artist himself. One punch to the afterlife, you just wait. The thought that his 10-game winning streak was about to be broken by a novice martial artist who had barely fought a single game was incredibly disheartening. Moreover, he was almost instantly killed with a single punch, which landed right on his chest. He immediately gritted his teeth in shame and anger and muttered under his breath. She then took a deep breath, and as an exquisite bracelet on her wrist flashed a bright light, she once again entered the virtual space to cultivate. Bang! With another punch, Fang Yu broke the neck of the burly man in front of him. He immediately saw that his score had reached 99. They've won 7 straight games. 3 more games to go. Fang Yu showed no pressure in these 7 consecutive matches, ending each fight with a single punch. The opponents in the white-clothed arena were almost all novices, posing no challenge to Fang Yu whatsoever, and he didn't even sustain a single injury. Finally, it's the 10th game. At this point, Fang Yu had already upgraded to the elite level. Virtual martial artist name, One Punch Salvation. Current points, 19. Rank, Elite 19 1000. Ring battle, 9-0 wins-losses. The level upgrade deducted 100 points, and the current points are 19. It will take 1000 points to upgrade from Elite to Master. You get 10 points for each win, meaning you need to win 100 consecutive games. Fang Yu knew that the scoring rules for the virtual arena battles were that you would get 10 points for a win, but the points deducted for a loss would be different. A white-clad player loses 10 points for each loss, an elite player loses 20 points, a master player loses 40 points, an outstanding player loses 80 points, and so on, until all points are deducted. If your score reaches 0, you will drop in rank if you lose another match. Fang Yu was very familiar with this rule, and it was quite simple. One more win and you'll have a badge for a 10-game winning streak. Without taking a break, Fang Yu immediately clicked Find an Opponent. As a white light flashed, Fang Yu found himself standing in a dense forest. Looking up, he immediately spotted a figure that seemed somewhat familiar. She has a graceful figure, her hair is piled high, she wears a mask, and holds an alloy longsword. It's you? Her voice was icy, as if she were looking at the enemy who had hurt her deeply in the past. Fang Yu glanced at the other person's name, the glutton with a knife, and remembered that she was the female martial artist whose chest he punched through during his first training session in the virtual spacetime arena. He immediately touched his bald head and laughed, "It's me, what a coincidence." The moment Fang Yu answered, the masked female warrior flashed forward, and the alloy longsword in her hand suddenly burst forth with a terrifying and dazzling golden light. This strike seems to be a bit stronger than the last one. But unlike the first time Fang Yu dodged, this time Fang Yu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his fist and threw a fierce punch directly at the blade that was slashing down from the sky in front of him. Suddenly, violent fire elemental battle patterns appeared on his fist, and he shattered the alloy longsword that was slashing towards him with a single punch. But that wasn't enough. The fist slashed upwards, landing squarely on the female warrior's chest. But with that punch, his chest was pierced once again. As the fire elemental power raged, it also emitted a burnt smell. You. The masked female warrior's figure disappeared bit by bit the moment she landed. Fang Yu didn't even glance at the female warrior. Because the virtual world has already awarded a badge for a 10-game winning streak. Congratulations to One Punch Deliverance for achieving a 10-win streak. You are awarded 10 points, which can be used to view and unlock part of the leaderboard. Virtual martial artist name, One Punch Salvation. Current points, 39. Rank, Elite 39 1000. Ring battle, 10-0 wins-losses. Current badge earned, 10-game winning streak badge icon. In Chengdu, Sichuan, a luxurious manor villa. The exquisitely beautiful girl suddenly opened her eyes and quickly covered her chest with her hand. Damn it, you did it twice. And you hit me both times. Why? Don't let me find out who you are. The first time his 10-game winning streak was broken, he now directly caused his newly promoted elite level to regress to the white rogue level. This is infuriating. That damn bald guy, who used one punch to send his soul to the afterlife. The thought of that seemingly handsome bald man who was actually lewd and perverted filled her with shame and anger. Uncle Zhong. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had finally managed to become a certified martial artist and gain access to her virtual spacetime cultivation, but this one-punch salvation had ruined her good mood. As soon as she spoke, a burly middle-aged man stood in front of her. Miss Wanru, what's wrong? Seeing the young lady of the Su family, whom he had watched grow up since childhood, looking so angry that she was almost crying, he couldn't help but know that her first virtual spacetime cultivation might not have gone smoothly. Uncle Zhong, someone called One Punch to Salvation bullied me twice. Not only did he ruin my 10-game winning streak, but he also made me drop back to the white rank right after I reached the elite level. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhong was astonished to learn that they had met twice in such a short period of time. Is it a coincidence? Immediately, Uncle Zhong entered the virtual spacetime arena with a single thought, and then typed One Punch to deliver the soul. User One Punch to the end has not yet completed 100 free match battles and does not currently have the privilege to be challenged. Uncle Zhong was somewhat surprised when he saw the prompt that appeared before him. Could it be that, like Miss Wanru, she is a newcomer who has just begun her cultivation in the virtual spacetime? If that's the case, the fact that random matchmaking can pair you with your own player twice in a short period of time can only mean that the other player is also an extraordinary genius, with a record of at least 10 consecutive wins in a short time. Alright, it's alright. I'll keep an eye on things these next few days, Mississippi. Once this martial artist called One Punch to Salvation unlocks the ability to be challenged, I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. Upon hearing Uncle Zhong say this, Su Wanru immediately nodded and said, Uncle Zhong, you must punch him through the chest. As she spoke, Su Wanru activated her personal terminal and said, Uncle Zhong, don't wait for me for dinner. I'm going to get the 10-win streak badge today. Uncle Zhong nodded. After leaving the martial arts training room, he immediately made a phone call, informing the other party to pay close attention to a new martial artist known as One Punch to Salvation. Fang Yu, still in the virtual world, was unaware that his 2 punches had already caught the eye of an arrogant young lady from a prestigious family. At this moment, Fang Yu was able to see the hidden dragon ranking because he met the 2 basic conditions of being under 20 years old and achieving a 10-game winning streak. The number 1 ranked martial artist is a martial artist named Eternal Sage of Confucianism, whose level has actually reached the Star Glory level. Moreover, after glancing at the top 10, they had all at least reached the level of excellence. According to the promotion criteria for levels in the virtual spacetime. In other words, the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking have all reached the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement, becoming Earth rank or even Heaven rank martial artists. This Hidden Dragon ranking is a list from the Dragon Kingdom, so it seems there are more geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom than I imagined. However, Fang Yu did not underestimate himself. With a system and having awakened dual elemental god-level talents plus the ability to be a mentalist, as long as he has enough resources, becoming powerful is only a matter of time. I browsed very quickly. The Dragon Kingdom's Hidden Dragon ranking only includes 10,000 people. Seeing the final 10,000th place, it was similar to the analysis post Fang Yu had seen last night when he checked the Hidden Dragon list. You'll have a chance if you reach 500 or more points in the yellow rank martial artist stage. Because at this moment, Fang Yu saw that the last person in the Qianlong ranking was an elite level with 538 points. Above that, the difference wasn't that big. Have you broken 500 points yet? Fang Yu immediately continued to have the virtual battle arena match him with opponents. Chapter 9 Fang Xia's Methods. Let's put in more effort. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I don't know how much time has passed. In virtual space and time. Fang Yu risked killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own, landing a punch on the heart of a burly, middle-aged martial artist opposite him. Put. This punch, imbued with pure fire energy, pierced through the chest, but the opponent's physical body was equally formidable, making it impossible for Fang Yu to pass through. But this punch also shattered the opponent's heart. That was a great fight. One punch and you're gone. I'll remember your name. When you unlock challenge privileges, I'll come back to challenge you again. Remember me, my name is Wild Bull. The voice, filled with a hearty laugh, slowly faded away before Fong Yu's eyes. After the formidable opponent dissipated, the space around Fong Yu also changed. In an instant, Fong Yu was back on the bustling street he had initially envisioned. His legs buckled and he knelt on the ground. The intense pain all over his body made Fong Yu feel that he had reached his limit. Looking at the virtual martial arts points I've earned so far. Virtual Warrior, 1 punch to salvation. Current points, 319. Rank, Elite 319-1000. Ring Battle, 41-1 win-loss. Current badge earned, 10 game winning streak badge icon. Looking at his own battle stats. Although Fong Yu was matched with a strong opponent in the 30-second match, he was defeated almost quickly during the encounter. However, Fong Yu also unleashed the full power of his Blazing Sun Holy Fist during the fight, and also injured his opponent. However, he was still somewhat outmatched by an opponent whose limbs were almost fully forged. The opponents I was matched with afterwards were also quite strong. The last one, called Wild Bull, was an opponent who had awakened the dual talents of metal and water, and whose legs had been fully tempered. Fong Yu almost failed to defeat him. Slowly exiting the virtual spacetime. Fong Yu stood up, feeling the intense pain coursing through his body, and couldn't help but sigh. The pain of being stabbed through the body before still makes me feel lingering fear when I think about it now. I glanced at my phone. It was already past 10 p.m. He spent over 10 hours training in the martial arts training room. Fong Yu immediately calmed his breathing and dragged his tired body out of the martial arts training room. However, what Fong Yu did not expect was, almost as soon as he stepped out of the martial arts training room, he spotted Chen Yulan and an elderly man of about 60 years old standing not far away. The old man was burly and full of vitality. He was clearly a powerful martial artist. Xiao Yu, over here. Fong Yu was still worried that he might have exceeded the time limit for using the martial arts training room, and was about to speak. Then Chen Yulan looked at Fong Yu and introduced him. Xiao Yu, this is the president of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association, and also the head of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Department. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu immediately looked at the burly old man in front of him with a respectful expression. Wu Taizhan was very satisfied with Fong Yu's attitude and immediately smiled and extended his hand. Young friend Fong Yu, this is the old man Wu Taizhan. Fong Yu quickly grasped Wu Tieshan's hand. President Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to the time while I was cultivating. Upon hearing Fong Yu's words, Wu Taizhan immediately smiled and patted Fong Yu on the shoulder, saying, It's all right. From now on, the martial arts training room of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Association will be open to you all day long. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu was immediately overjoyed. All right, let's go. You must be hungry after a day of training. I've already asked the Martial Arts Association's canteen to prepare some food. Why don't you join us for a bite? Fong Yu was indeed hungry at this moment. After all, cultivation had consumed a great deal of energy. Moreover, Fong Yu's body now needs to consume a large amount of food to replenish and recover. Let's go, Xiao Yu, President Wu and I have been waiting for you here for ages. As she spoke, Chen Yulan stepped forward, took Fong Yu's hand, and headed towards the Martial Arts Association's canteen. At this point, Fong Yu naturally couldn't refuse. Apart from the few people from the Fong family, the people I met after transmigrating were all quite nice. Fong Yu hadn't expected the Martial Arts Association president to be so easy to talk to. The Martial Arts Association's canteen had prepared a large table of food early on, including meat from ferocious beasts that could replenish the body's energy and enhance combat power. One look at it, and it looks very appetizing. Moreover, this meal is definitely not cheap. Ha, young friend Fong Yu, don't just stand there, hurry up and eat. Don't be shy, order whatever you like. Eat up. Fong Yu was indeed hungry, so he immediately started eating, gradually becoming more and more wild. Chen Yulan and Wu Taizhan didn't actually eat much, they just watched Fong Yu eat heartily. As Chen Yulan looked at it, a hint of heartache appeared on her face. Chen Yulan quickly investigated Fong Yu's martial arts background. When she saw Fong Yu's experiences from childhood to adulthood, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache as a woman. She also has a son, and it's hard to imagine how Fong Yu managed to survive amidst such turmoil. Especially after learning that Fong Yu had only been taken back to the Fong family by Fong Guotao a year ago, and that the Fong family seemed to treat him poorly and that he was often bullied at school. It breaks my heart even more. After finishing their meal, the three chatted casually, focusing on their daily lives rather than cultivation. Afterwards, Wu Taizhan left because he had something to do. Chen Yulan originally wanted to see Fang Yu off, but Fang Yu refused. After all, he couldn't go home, he had to stay at a hotel for the night. Xiao Yu, based on the level of your awakened talent, the Martial Arts Association's local reward will be even higher. Are you coming to the martial arts training room tomorrow? Fang Yu nodded. That's perfect. When you start your cultivation tomorrow, I'll send you the cultivation resources the chairman will approve today. Furthermore, President Wu said that if you can advance another step before you turn 18 and become a Xian rank martial artist, your local rewards will be even more generous. If you apply then, you might even receive rewards from Sichuan province and the military. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Take another step, become a Xian rank martial artist? Looking at the martial arts prodigy in front of her, who was about the same age as her son, Chen Yulan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. However, Xiao Yu, don't push yourself too hard. Bone tempering is very important for martial artists. Even if you have amazing talent and your perception and control of firepower surpasses many people, you must still proceed step by step. Also, I can tell you a secret, the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam at Sunqing Middle School is coming soon. If you get good results, you'll be rewarded with lots of cultivation resources. Fang Yu nodded. Sister Chen, I know. Fang Yu then said goodbye to Chen Yulan, got into a ride-hailing car parked on the roadside, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Standing at the entrance of the Wushu Association. As Chen Yulan watched Fang Yu disappear, she couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. With such an outstanding son, I don't know what the Fang family is thinking? It is obvious that Chen Yulan also knew about Fang Yu's affairs in the Fang family and the revelations on some school forums. In the hotel room, Fang Yu sat cross-legged on the cold floor, the cool moonlight from outside spilling into the hotel room. On his way back, Fang Yu also browsed the school's forum. There are still many posts exposing their past experiences, but there are also many posts in the forum speaking up for themselves. As Fang Yu looked at the poster's name, images of several friends who had once had a good relationship with his predecessor flashed through his mind. I glanced at the reward offered in the trending post. The conditions offered are the same as what I saw this morning, there was no price increase. I sat cross-legged on the hotel floor, glanced at the time and saw it was just past midnight, but I was wide awake. Fang Yu then quietly began to summarize the events of the day's battles in the virtual arena. Whoosh! Letting out a long breath, Fang Yu relaxed and lay down on the soft bed. He fought 41 matches in one day, not only advancing from white robe to elite level, but also racking up over 300 elite level points. If he works harder tomorrow, he might break 500. However, the opponents I'll be matched with next will inevitably become stronger, so I need to further improve my skills before continuing to fight tomorrow. With the blazing sun holy fist constantly rehearsed in his mind, Fang Yu unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Fang family. When Fang Guotao came downstairs, he saw his wife Zhao Fanglan and their 2 daughters eating breakfast. Still no news from Fang Yu? Fang Guotao did try to call, but unfortunately, he couldn't get through. He also went to Fang Yu's dormitory to check, but Fang Yu hadn't gone back to school at all. There was no record of Fang Yu swiping his card to practice in the martial arts training room. Isn't he your son? You haven't even found him yourself, how could we possibly find him? Zhao Fanglan said coldly as she ate heartily. Fang Guotao walked to the dining table, sat down, and looked at his 2 daughters across from him. I don't know, and I'm not going to look for him. Fang Xia suppressed her anger. Fang Yu seemed to have vanished, leaving her feeling frustrated and with nowhere to vent her anger. Even now, just thinking about it makes me feel a sharp pain somewhere in my body. Dad, as you know, I've successfully become a certified martial artist. Lately, I've been practicing in fighting in the virtual world whenever I have time to improve my strength and prepare for the mock exam. Fang Shixian answered while eating heartily. So Fang Yu is just hiding? What's the rush? He dared to beat my daughter Xia so badly she had to go to the hospital. He'd better hide forever, or I'll make him pay. You, sigh. Fang Guotao had no choice but to suppress his frustration. Actually, Dad, you don't need to worry. Fang Yu was very lucky. Besides, he's obviously hiding from us. How are we supposed to find him? Besides, the mock exam for the senior students' 100-day countdown to the final exam is in a few days, and Fang Yu will definitely show up then. Fang Shixian spoke up. Upon hearing this, Fang Guotao's expression softened slightly. That's right. The mock exam during the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam is very important to Fang Yu. After this mock exam, students who have a chance to get into Wuhan University will receive rewards and preferential treatment in terms of cultivation resources from the school and the Martial Arts Association. Moreover, he planned that as soon as Fang Yu returned to his dormitory at school, he would go and ask her why she had hurt her sister so badly. After all, Zhao Fanglan wants to use this incident to drive Fang Yu away, which Fang Guotao will not allow. Although he knew that Zhao Fanglan might hate Fang Yu's appearance, Fang Yu is still his son no matter what. This is his home. Deep down, Fang Guotao still wants his family to live together in harmony. Sancheng Martial Arts Association, Martial Arts Training Room. Fang Yu sat cross-legged. Looking at the supplementary reward resources that Chen Yulan had just personally delivered, he saw them. 30 grade C attribute potions. 30 bone tempering pills. Furthermore, from now on, he can use the Martial Arts Association's Martial Arts Training Room at will without time limit, and he will receive a 20% discount on all purchases at the Martial Arts Association's Martial Arts Mall. It must be said that Fang Yu was extremely excited when he received the reward. This was somewhat of an unexpected surprise. After all, he only knew that the Dragon Kingdom government was the only government that would reward those who successfully became certified martial artists at the age of 18. He only learned about the local rewards yesterday. There are even additional rewards now. Moreover, judging from Chen Yulan's words, the reward she could receive would be even better if she made another step forward. Of course, from Chen Yulan's tone, Fang Yu knew that Chen Yulan was just trying to encourage him and didn't believe that he could completely temper all 126 bones in his limbs before the age of 18. However, Fang Yu also thought it was normal. For a genius who has normally awakened an S-level talent, it would take at least a year, or even longer, to go from the beginning of tempering the first bone in their limbs to the complete tempering of all 126 bones in their limbs. For other ordinary martial artists, this process takes even longer. But Fang Yu is no ordinary genius. He was very confident in his speed of absorbing attribute potions and condensing battle runes. Moreover, in just 2 days, Fang Yu had already gone from tempering the first hand bone to completely tempering all 32 bones in his right arm. Based on this progress, Fang Yu calculated that if he had a full supply of attribute potions and bone tempering pills and went all out to temper his bones, he would only need another 4 or 5 days to complete the tempering of his limbs. After a moment's thought, Fang Yu opened his backpack and began chugging down the fire attribute potions he hadn't finished using yesterday. Right now, I must quickly temper my other arm so that the power of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist will be even greater than before. With less than 2 days left before the system mission, Fang Yu knew he had to spend more time on the virtual space-time arena. To guarantee points in battles, you need to become stronger. Without hesitation, Fang Yu immediately began to continuously pour in C-grade fire attribute potions, and then began to absorb and condense fire attribute battle patterns to temper his left arm. Sancheng Middle School. Inside a private room of a martial arts restaurant. Sancheng Middle School is like a small city within a city, with streets and shops. In short, you can buy almost everything you need in Sancheng Middle School. Fang Xia had finished eating and was wiping her alluring cherry-like lips with a tissue. It has to be said that Fang Xia's strength is only at the late stage of the body refinement realm. The reason she was selected as the school beauty at Sancheng Middle School is entirely because she is indeed beautiful. She is so much prettier than her twin sister, Fang Shixian. The burly young man standing beside her, dressed in an expensive martial arts suit, also lingered on Fang Xia's face for a moment before speaking with a gentlemanly smile. "Miss Fang, don't worry, I will notify you immediately once Fang Yu appears at school." Fang Xia nodded, then looked at the man in the suit in front of her with her peach blossom eyes and said somewhat shyly, "Brother Du, there is really no need to trouble yourself. I don't want you to get into any trouble either. My dad is a bit protective of his younger brother. After all, he was a wanderer for 17 years and was only found last year. You all know that Fang Yu is our only son, and dad. Brother Qin, let's forget about it. The reason I asked you out today is to tell you that I know Brother Du is also good to me and can't stand seeing me being bullied. He wants to teach my rebellious younger brother a lesson, but I think I should just let it go. I'll only be in the hospital for 1 day anyway, and besides, I'm his older sister. My brother's disobedient and short-tempered nature means it's no big deal for me, as his older sister, to suffer a little loss." Fang Xia's face was full of grievance as she spoke. Du Changfeng originally just wanted to casually post a reward to support Fang Xia, since his family had a good relationship with the Fang family, and he did have feelings for Fang Xia, and his family was quite supportive. Hearing Fang Xia's words and seeing her aggrieved yet worried and frightened expression, he decided that he would take charge of this matter. After all, this is to stand up for Fang Xia. Even if Principal Fong blames her later, she will only be punished at most, which is nothing serious. Of course, this matter cannot be left unresolved. No matter who bullied Miss Fong, Du Changfeng, will not let them get away with it. I'll try to raise the reward again before the mock exam during the 100-day countdown rally. I refuse to believe that Fong Yu can really disappear in Sungcheng. As long as he's in Sungcheng, we'll definitely find him. As he spoke, Du Changfeng looked at Fong Xia, who was still sitting there with a wronged and worried expression, her face somewhat complicated, and said, Xia, you don't need to worry about this. You have a few more days to cultivate. Here are some spirit formation pills and attribute potions I prepared for you. Try your best to get good results in the mock exam. As he spoke, Du Changfeng immediately handed a tote bag to Fong Xia. This isn't right, Brother Du, you're currently tempering your limbs and bones, which is exactly when you need attribute-enhancing potions. Alright, I have plenty of cultivation resources. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just leave the matter of dealing with Fong Yu to us. Also, I've already settled the bill. Let's go, I'll take you home first. As he spoke, Du Changfeng stood up, and a middle-aged martial artist next to him quickly pulled out the chair behind Du Changfeng and respectfully followed behind him. I understand, I will definitely cultivate diligently, thank you Brother Du. However, I'm going to practice in the school's martial arts training room, so I won't be going back yet. Take care, Brother Du. Du Changfeng smiled and nodded at Fong Xia, who was charming yet had a fighting spirit burning in her eyes. Although Du Changfeng also thought Fong Xia was good, Fong Xia's talent and strength were still somewhat lacking. If she could successfully become a martial artist before the college entrance examination, he felt that his relationship with Fong Xia could really take a step further. After all, his parents really liked Fong Xia. After Du Changfeng left the private room, a sinister look appeared on Fong Xia's face. She dressed up carefully today to invite Du Changfeng out, hoping that Du Changfeng would actually take action for her. She knew that Du Changfeng would be calm and consider many things, and might not actually take action. Xin Xiao was different. Although he was indeed a genius martial artist and very famous at school, he was actually just an impulsive and hot-headed young man like his third sister. If you give them a little something sweet, they won't care about the other consequences at all. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. Brother Qin, I want to go to the martial arts training room to cultivate. Are you free now? Could you give me some pointers on how to condense battle runes? Yes, of course I can. Xia, where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. Fong Xia could even hear swallowing and rapid breathing coming from the other end of the phone. No need to pick me up, Brother Qin, I can come to the school's martial arts room to find you myself. Okay. Xia, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the martial arts room. Fong Xia simply replied with a soft He knew that if Fong Yu really appeared, his father would definitely stop him. One Du Changfeng was obviously not enough, but adding Xin Xiao would be even worse. When that time comes, you bastard Fong Yu, I'll see how you die. Xin Xiao, who had just finished his intense training and was exhausted and preparing to go home to rest, hung up the phone, and his tiredness was instantly replaced by excitement. They happily ran back. Chapter 10, 100 battles completed, challenge privileges unlocked. Boom. Buzz. Fong Yu suddenly threw a punch. A ripple of fist force spread out, and the space in front of them immediately vibrated and buzzed. The System Properties page appears before your eyes. Name, Fong Yu. Fire type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb and bone tempering progress 64 126. Wind elemental cultivation, body refinement stage 1 early stage. Spiritual master, first rank apprentice. Combat strength, 70-50. My left arm has finally been fully tempered, and my combat power has almost doubled. Fong Yu was very satisfied with his current combat strength. In just 3 days, he had grown from a nobody with a basic combat strength of just over 100 to this extent. Looking at the pile of attribute potion tubes on the ground beside him, he then checked his remaining cultivation resources. In addition to the 30 bone tempering pills and 30 fire attribute potions that Chen Yulan had given me earlier, there was also what I had left over from yesterday's cultivation. At this moment, Fong Yu only had 5 C-grade fire attribute potions left, and not a single bone tempering pill remained. The rest are the D-grade wind attribute potions I bought yesterday. I glanced at the time and realized that more than 10 hours had already passed. Coo. As soon as I stood up, my stomach started growling uncontrollably. Fan Yu decided not to stay at a hotel tonight, but to just stay in the martial arts training room and engage in virtual space battles to accumulate points. He didn't leave the Martial Arts Association immediately, but went straight to the association's canteen, because when Chen Yulan brought the cultivation resources that morning, she also gave him a meal card for the association's canteen. Fan Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He naturally knew that the reason why the Martial Arts Association had given him the green light all the way and offered him such a generous reward, and even the Martial Arts Association president Wu Taizhan had come to see him in person, was because of this. It's because I awakened an SSS-level god-level talent. The Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association is spread across countless cities, although in small places like Sunqing, the Martial Arts Association and Martial Arts Department have almost merged. For example, Wu Taizhan, whom I met last night, is both the president of the Sunqing Martial Arts Association and the head of the Sunqing Martial Arts Department. One of the most important functions of these departments and organizations is to discover talented martial artists. Fan Yu naturally knew that although he had not yet truly grown up, he had already been recognized by the Martial Arts Association as a super genius of Sunqing. That's why we got this kind of treatment. Of course, Fan Yu still had a good impression of the Martial Arts Association, whether it was Sister Chen Yulan or Old Man Wu Taizhan. Fan Yu also took some time to search for information about Wu Taizhan. Based solely on the information already released about the martial artist, Wu Taizhan is actually a peak heaven-level martial artist, and he reached this level 30 years ago. He only retreated to the second line because he was seriously injured in a beast tide. Fan Yu held these elderly people, who had truly fought their way out of the terrifying beast tides and the void rifts and protected their home planet, Blue Star, in the deepest respect. It's probably due to the intense training I've been doing these past few days. This also allowed Fan Yu's soul to completely merge with this body. The ferocious beasts that broke through the city and the bloody scenes he had witnessed during his childhood of wandering and misery made Fan Yu cherish his current life even more. This also spurred Fan Yu to cultivate even more intensely. After eating and drinking his fill, Fan Yu returned to the martial arts training room without taking a break. Putting on the quantum computer glasses, one enters the virtual spacetime of Blue Star. Without any hesitation, I immediately entered the arena battle mode, selected the battle scene, and clicked start. Starting matchmaking. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The area around Fan Yu, who was originally standing on a bustling street, changed rapidly. It is an abandoned ancient city. The wind whistled past my ears, making my robes flutter loudly. Looking up, Fan Yu saw a tall and strong woman standing on a dilapidated high wall not far away. He exuded a powerful aura, and his eyes revealed disdain. He carried two crescent-shaped swords on his back, their blades gleaming with a chilling light. Whoosh! Almost the instant Fan Yu took a step forward, the tall, robust female warrior standing atop the high wall vanished from her spot. Wind-type martial artist? Fan Yu immediately frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and released his spiritual energy. Phew! Almost the instant Fan Yu released his spiritual power, he sensed a sharp blade flashing towards his head from behind. Wow, so fast! In yesterday's 41 matches, Fan Yu did not encounter a single wind-type martial artist. Faced with the speed displayed by this wind elemental martial artist, Fan Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Sizzle! With a loud bang, almost the instant Fan Yu dodged, two intersecting blade beams tore open the dilapidated high wall in front of him. Immediately, countless broken bricks and tiles from the high wall slid down to the ground with a crash. As Fan Yu fully unleashed his mental power, he quickly located the wind elemental martial artist's position. Almost as soon as the tall and sturdy female warrior disappeared again, Fan Yu turned sideways and threw a punch at the raging wind in front of him. After yesterday's practice and training, and last night's summaries and insights, I have mastered the Blazing Sun Holy Fist. In addition, Fan Yu has already completed the tempering of his entire upper limb bones in both hands today, and his basic combat strength has increased by almost double compared to yesterday. With this punch, a terrifying fiery fist, aided by a violent gust of wind, shattered the blade light that had just appeared. The force of the punch continued to penetrate, landing directly on the chest of the tall woman in front of him. Buzz! But the tall, stocky female warrior's normally cool eyes suddenly widened. He seemed unable to believe that he had been defeated in one punch. You! However, before the tall and sturdy female warrior could speak, her entire figure had already disappeared into the ruins of the shattered ancient city. Fan Yu looked at his fist. I couldn't help but think back to yesterday when I seemed to have punched someone through the chest a few times. They all seemed to be female warriors. It's a bit indecent. But this is not something he can control. When he throws a punch, he doesn't mean he has to punch through the chest. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore, let's continue. Meanwhile, far away in Yanjing, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, in a simple and elegant courtyard house, a pretty young girl suddenly opened her eyes. Stand up. She was dressed in flowing white robes, with a graceful figure and skin as white and smooth as if carved from jade. There seemed to be a lingering sense of disbelief in his eyes. She barely even used her full power before being instantly killed by a single punch? With such a mastery of fire magic, this guy called One Punch Salvation might be a pretty good sparring partner for the future. As she spoke, a chilling aura instantly enveloped the woman, followed by a howling wind that caused ice crystals to flutter down over the ancient courtyard. Surrounded by surging seawater, the enormous arena sits amidst this vast ocean. The moment Fong Yu's fist landed, flames engulfed the surroundings. The young man in the suit, who was already exhausted and in a terrible state, had his body pierced through by this punch. Brother, that's too brutal. But I'll remember you. I'll definitely get my revenge someday. As he spoke, the young man in the suit slowly vanished. Fong Yu plopped down on the soft ground, watching the young man in the suit gradually disappear before his eyes. Suit-wearing thug, not a bad name, but your strength is still a bit lacking compared to mine. A flash of light appeared before my eyes. Fong Yu returned to a newly created environment, a quaint courtyard with artificial hills, bonsai trees, a pavilion, and a tea tray. Taking a deep breath, I realized that I had already fought 30 consecutive battles. Although there have been no defeats so far. But in the last few matches, Fong Yu also felt the strain, especially as the opponents he was matched with became increasingly stronger. That suit-wearing thug was really powerful. He had awakened both metal and earth elements and had even completed the tempering of one more leg than I had. If it weren't for the fact that I had gained new insights and made progress in the Blazing Sun Holy Fist during the previous 20-odd battles, I would have been much stronger. Furthermore, even with the support of immense mental power, Fong Yu simply couldn't hold on until the end. I glanced at my current stats. Virtual Warrior, 1 punch to salvation. Current points, 619. Rank, Elite 619-1000. Ring Battle, 71-1 win-loss. Current badge earned, 10-game winning streak badge icon. Although he has now surpassed the number 10,000th martial artist on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, there is another necessary condition to truly enter the Hidden Dragon ranking, to challenge and be listed on the list. In other words, even if you feel you have enough points, you still need to meet one more condition: you need to successfully challenge any of the listed martial artists on the Hidden Dragon ranking. For example, if Fong Yu wants to truly ascend to the Hidden Dragon ranking, he must challenge and defeat any martial artist on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In this way, the martial artist challenged and defeated by Fong Yu will temporarily leave the Hidden Dragon ranking, and Fong Yu will ascend to the Hidden Dragon ranking. As for the points, Fong Yu hadn't looked at them carefully before. They seemed to be just a threshold. The minimum score required is 500 or higher for the virtual arena to unlock the privilege of challenging those on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Furthermore, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon ranking are constantly adjusted based on the martial arts points earned by the martial artists currently on the Hidden Dragon ranking. After all, some of the martial artists who made it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking may never have been challenged, but every day there are still many people challenging the martial artists on the Hidden Dragon ranking, especially those ranked lower. Because once you have enough privileges, you'll naturally want to be on the leaderboard, challenge stronger opponents, and hone your skills. The problem Fong Yu is facing now is that he has enough points. No permission. There is another major prerequisite for simulating time-space arena battles. The ability to challenge and be challenged requires completing 100 matches in the simulated time-space arena, regardless of winning or losing. What Fong Yu didn't know was that at this moment, more than 1 or 2 people were simultaneously searching for One Punch Salvation, wanting to issue a challenge. It's a pity he hasn't reached 100 appearances yet, which has saved him a lot of trouble for now. Looking at my current arena battle stats of 71-1, I've completed a total of 72 matches. 28 games left. Taking a deep breath, Fong Yu immediately brought up the option to match opponents. There's not much time left, let's try to reach 100 matches in one go this time. Late at night. Qin Xiao lay in her room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He was originally very happy today. After all, being able to accompany Fang Xia in cultivation made Qin Xiao extremely excited. But when Fang Xia complained that he shouldn't go looking for trouble with Fang Yu, fearing it would cause her trouble, he was furious, especially after hearing Fang Xia mention that she had spent a whole day in the hospital and that Fang Yu had taken advantage of her inattention to attack her and break several of her ribs. Hearing this, Xin Xiao wished she could find Fang Yu right away and give that bastard a good beating. He could even lay a hand on her, such a beautiful and gentle school beauty. He's not human. When Xin Xiao saw Fang Xiao off at school, he assured her that he would not let the matter rest. Fang Yu, that violent maniac, will definitely pay the price. Back home, Xin Xiao received a message from Fang Xia, telling him not to act impulsively, as the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam was coming up soon, and he shouldn't get into trouble because of her. Xin Xiao felt both excited and angry when she saw the text message. He was excited because he had been following Fang Xia around for a long time and had finally received a response. What angered her was that this good-for-nothing Fang Yu dared to lay a hand on Fang Xia. Damn it, damn it. He won't let this go so easily. As for being punished, he didn't care at all. She even posted a message on the school forum, publicly challenging Fang Yu. The post immediately rose to the top of the campus forum. Seeing the various compliments he received, especially when he saw many people saying that he lost his temper for a woman, he finally calmed down a bit. However, the thought of Fang Yu, who was hiding somewhere, filled him with a strange anger. He immediately got up, sat cross-legged, turned on his personal computer, and entered the virtual space. He was going to randomly match with an opponent to vent his frustration. Xin Zhao's family as well off the Qin family is a prominent clan in Sichuan, while the Qin family in Sangqing is just a branch. Therefore, Xin Zhao's home had a quantum computer device, which was a rather unattractive ring. Actually, the Fang family also has it, it's just that Fang Yu doesn't. With a flash of light, Xin Xiao found himself in a spacious villa, sitting on a soft, luxurious sofa. Without hesitation, he entered the arena battle mode and chose to be randomly matched with an opponent. Matchup successful. Start the battle now. Without hesitation, Xin Xiao chose to begin. He originally came to the virtual arena to vent his frustrations. Looking at the opponent I've been matched with right now. Virtual Warrior, 1 punch to salvation. Current points, 799. Rank, Elite. Ring battles, 90 matches. There is also a virtual human figure next to it, which looks like a handsome middle-aged man with a bald head. He's only played 90 matches in total, and he's just another newbie I can easily crush. But it's a good opportunity to vent my anger. In virtual space and time. On a bustling beach, surrounded by countless tourists, men and women dressed in rather revealing clothing. Not far away, the sky is blue and the sea is vast, with cruise ships roaring on the surface. Standing opposite him was a young man wearing a shirt and jeans, with slicked back hair and sunglasses. 1 punch to the afterlife, kid, your name is pretty unique. But you're unlucky to have run into me. And since I'm in a bad mood right now, I'll just have to blow your head off to vent my anger. Fang Yu only glanced at it. I have absolutely no interest in this opponent called Newborn Little Tyrant. Moreover, the location chosen for this battle made Fang Yu not want to linger. Because Fang Yu is randomly matched one after another, almost every time he is matched with the opponent who chooses the scene. He had to admit that the current battle scene was the worst he could imagine. The young man in a shirt, jeans, sunglasses, and slicked back hair, who was almost right in front of me, had just finished speaking. Fang Yu took a step forward and, without any hesitation, threw a punch at the head of his opponent. Xin Xiao felt as if the surrounding space had become quiet, and the flames instantly pierced through his mind. It was over as soon as it began. Whoosh! Holy shit! Damn it! I wasn't prepared and I got instantly killed. This is a sneak attack. You want to be banished with 1 punch? I'll remember you. Xin Xiao felt a burning pain in her head. My already depressed mood has become even more depressed now. Die. Fang Yu became increasingly adept at it. With each punch, a new punch was thrown. The first punch of the blazing sun holy fist unleashed by his tempered arms was increasingly powerful, and the force of the punch surprised Fang Yu. With a single punch, he sent a childlike martial artist flying, his entire body crashing into the sharp rock wall. The childlike martial artist immediately dispersed and disappeared. Finally, I've completed 100 matches. User 1 punch to deliver has completed 100 matches. Challenge privileges have been successfully activated. Seeing the challenging space that appeared before him, Fang Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Finally, I can challenge myself to climb the hidden dragon ranking. Chapter 11 Golden Body and Iron Fist? 1 punch shatters half a head. However, Fang Yu was not in a hurry to challenge the number 10,000th ranked martial artist on the hidden dragon ranking. Instead, he exited the virtual spacetime. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He let out a long breath. Fang Yu took off his computer glasses. He stood up, stretched his body, and then completed nearly 60 matches in one go. The accumulated injuries were still taking a toll on Fang Yu. I checked the time and it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. Fang Yu knew he needed to replenish his energy and rest for a while. Even with Fang Yu's powerful mental strength, his body was starting to feel the strain from continuous cultivation and intense battles. However, he plans to rest and recuperate properly after he enters the Hidden Dragon list. After finishing my meal and returning to the meditation room, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the large martial arts training room, summarizing the experience from the dozens of battles last night and the areas where he needed to improve. I treated it as a time to relax and recover. Of course, during this process, Fang Yu completely absorbed the remaining fire attribute potions into his body, continuously condensing the fire attribute battle patterns in his dantian. Wu Taizhan and Shen Yulan had both visited several times. Seeing that the martial arts training room was still in use, they left without disturbing Fang Yu's training. President, won't Fang Yu's body be able to handle this kind of training? After all, martial arts training should be done step by step. I'm worried that Fang Yu's relentless training might have a negative impact on his health. Chen Yulan looked somewhat worried. I've decided to give my son a good beating when I get home tonight. He goes to bed before dark every day and doesn't get up early in the morning. We're both high school seniors, but I can't compete with her talent, nor can I compete with her diligence and hard work. Wu Taizhan shook his head slightly. Fang Yu is a child with his own opinions and thoughts. Moreover, for a genius martial artist like him, perhaps their cultivation is different from what we imagine. After saying that, Wu Taizhan turned and left. Chen Yulan stood there, looking at the still-lit martial arts training room, and sighed. I felt increasingly disliked by the other family. In particular, he also heard from his son that Fang Yu had been bullied frequently since transferring to Tsunqing Middle School a year ago, and that he was often alone and taciturn. Chen Yulan felt increasingly sorry for Fang Yu. With a whoosh, Fang Yu opened his eyes. Fang Yu glanced at the time and 2 hours had passed. Although he had only rested for 2 hours, he already felt that his physical condition had recovered considerably. Having witnessed the speed of wind-type martial artists before, Fang Yu immediately poured the 10D grade attribute potions into his mouth. The next moment, as the ancient god technique was activated, a strong wind surged throughout the entire martial arts training room. As it roared, it gathered into a vortex and entered Fang Yu's dantian. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu could feel a strong wind howling and roaming freely in his dantian. However, it's still a bit short of truly forming battle runes. In the end, Fang Yu had no choice but to give up for the time being. Upon opening my eyes, my wind element cultivation progress was displayed before me. Wind elemental cultivation, body refinement stage 1 late stage. I glanced at my combat strength, and it had increased a little. With a slight movement of his hand, he sensed the power of wind, and suddenly a faint, swirling gust of wind appeared on his palm. If he weren't rushing to complete the system mission and break into the Hidden Dragon ranking, Fang Yu would have preferred to condense wind element battle patterns before challenging the leaderboard, which would have ensured a more foolproof outcome. But the 3 days allotted by the system are almost up. Therefore, Fang Yu had no choice but to give up for the time being. Fang Yu picked up the nearby quantum computer glasses, put them on, and entered the virtual space once again. What Fang Yu didn't expect was, just as he appeared in the virtual spacetime scene he had set up, immediately, more than a dozen challenge messages popped up in front of me. You have received a challenge message from Loyal Guardian. You have received a challenge message from the suit-wearing thug. Fang Yu chose to ignore it, then opened the Dragon Kingdom's Hidden Dragon ranking and scrolled directly to the last page. Rank 10,000, Golden Body Iron Fist. After checking the message, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked. Virtual Warrior, Golden Body Iron Fist. Current points, 538. Rank, Elite. Arena Battles, 2,543 matches. Current ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, 10,000. Although only points and levels can be viewed, the 10,000th ranked player on the Hidden Dragon ranking has already played more than 2,500 matches. This inevitably surprised Fang Yu a little. However, Fang Yu then clicked on several other people in the more than 9,000 list, all of whom had participated in more than 8,000 arena battles, with some even reaching 17,000 or 18,000. Curious, Fang Yu scrolled directly to the top-ranked Eternal Life Confucian Sage, and upon clicking, he was immediately aroused. Virtual Warrior, Immortal Sage. Current points, 301,500. Rank, Star. Ring battles, 42,589 matches. Current ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, 1. My points have reached over 300,000, and my level has also reached Star Glory. He participated in more than 40,000 matches in the arena. This data is truly terrifying. This data alone shows that the person ranked first, using the pseudonym Eternal Confucian Sage, is a Tianji martial artist who is under 20 years old. Fan Yu then looked down and saw that several people in the top 10 had already reached the Star Glory level. Because this list restricts applicants to those under 20 years old, those Fan Yu saw were all exceptional talents from various parts of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, in a virtual world, appearance, body type, and name can all be set at will. However, age and gender cannot be changed, especially age. Of course, this information is usually set to be hidden. However, once you're on these lists, your age is almost immediately apparent, especially on lists like the Hidden Dragon list, which have a narrow age range. That's incredible. Fan Yu sighed, but at that moment, a passionate flame also rose in his heart. They are all young people, and they are all confident in their abilities. Who doesn't want to be number one? I took another look at the data on the Sage of Immortality. Fan Yu then directly confronted Golden Body Iron Fist, who was ranked 10,000th. Immediately, a tall, burly middle-aged man with short, tousled hair, a prominent scar on his face, and fierce eyes appeared next to the rankings. After just one glance, Fan Yu clicked on the challenge application without any hesitation. After clicking, Fan Yu sat cross-legged in the center of a huge, broken square in the ruins of an ancient city he had chosen, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for his first opponent to appear. While waiting, Fan Yu carefully reviewed the rules and promotion system of the arena battles in the virtual space. He was even more shocked that the number 1 ranked Eternal Sage of Confucianism was truly a super genius. The only way to gain points in the Void Arena is through continuous battles. Of course, Fan Yu is currently only at the elite level, so there are still some privileges he has not yet unlocked. For example, team battles, one-on-many battles, and gambling duels are all ways to hone your combat skills while racking up points. Of course, getting on certain lists will also bring many benefits. However, you won't get virtual martial arts points, but if you are strong enough, you will be challenged by countless people. Another point is that once you make it onto these lists and rank among the top, you will receive attention from the higher-ups on Earth. Take, for example, the Hidden Dragon ranking, an official list of geniuses under the age of 20 created by the Dragon Kingdom. If you can make it into the top 10, or even the top 20, you will immediately receive attention from the military and be directly recruited for comprehensive training. If you are already studying and cultivating at the renowned Martial Arts Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, the military will issue a direct order, and the Martial Arts Academy will release you immediately. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, the military has absolute privileges. No amount of resources at Wuhan University can compare to those of the military. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, whether it is the Martial Arts Academy or other large corporations with powerful martial artists, the martial artists trained are all trained for the military. Ultimately, it's all about fighting the ferocious beasts in the Void Rift and protecting Earth. It just has various promotion systems, and perhaps a system for competing for cultivation resources. It is precisely under such a near-perfect system of allocating cultivation resources that the enthusiasm of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom has been maximized from a young age, resulting in the birth of countless martial arts experts in the Dragon Kingdom over the past few centuries. The Hidden Dragon ranking is the official ranking list of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you enter the top 100, top 50, top 30, you will receive corresponding cultivation resources as rewards. Fan Yu couldn't help but feel tempted again when he saw the reward. But he also knew that it was not easy to get on the Hidden Dragon list, and even if he did, he was not guaranteed to stay there. Not to mention that to obtain the cultivation resources rewards on the Hidden Dragon ranking, one needs to be among the top 100. The ranking on the Hidden Dragon list is ostensibly based directly on martial arts points. There are many ways to obtain these points, but to reach hundreds of thousands of points, there is a prerequisite: improving one's own virtual martial artist level in the virtual spacetime. Fan Yu is currently at the elite level. The maximum score is 1,000 points. When Fan Yu's points reached 1,000, he did not directly advance to the master level. Because virtual spacetime level advancement requires meeting two conditions simultaneously. First, you need enough points. Second, you need to break through the martial arts realm. For example, Fan Yu was promoted from a layman to an elite. This was because Fan Yu's points met the white-robed man's point cap of 100, and his cultivation level also reached the second stage of body refinement. Therefore, it is naturally easy to get promoted. But if Fan Yu wants to advance to the master level now, one must simultaneously refine the bones of all four limbs, advance to the third realm of body refinement, and become a Xian rank martial artist, provided that one's score exceeds 1000. This is why Fan Yu previously determined that Eternal Confucian Sage, who ranked first, had reached the Star Glory level, and thus judged him to be a heaven-level martial artist under the age of 20. The level advancement in the virtual spacetime is completely linked to the martial arts system on Earth. Elite, 1000 points. Master, 10,000 points. 100,000 points of excellence. Star Glory million points. Furthermore, when advancing to each level, previous points are reset to 0. The purpose is to encourage martial artists to not only gain points through virtual battles, but also to focus on cultivating their basic skills. Of course, virtual martial arts points also have many other functions, such as specialized martial arts training, simulated combat scenarios, setting up sparring opponents, and so on. Many training modes require spending a lot of martial arts points to redeem. Therefore, you just need to use up all the virtual martial arts points you have before you advance in level. Just as Fan Yu was learning more about the many rules and benefits of virtual spacetime, suddenly, the void not far away trembled slightly. Countless phantoms slowly formed a tall and imposing figure. A few specks of earthy yellow light shimmered on his tousled hair. A prominent scar marred his rough, millstone-sized face, giving him an extremely menacing appearance. He was wearing an alloy warrior suit. Fan Yu only needed one glance to know that the opponent in front of him had a much stronger aura than the ones he had encountered before. However, given that he has already fought more than 2,500 matches in the arena mode, he is certainly not simple. Buzz. Just as Fan Yu looked up at his opponent, who was slowly condensing and appearing in the void not far away, the burly, middle-aged man known as Golden Body Iron Fist had already landed on the ground. Suddenly, a muffled thud emanated from him. The yellow dust and sand from the already broken and abandoned ancient city scattered everywhere. Get started. I'm at a very important party, and I'm only giving you 3 minutes. The burly middle-aged man's eyes were filled with annoyance at being disturbed. As he spoke, he took a sudden step forward, his entire body crashing down like a heavy cannonball towards Fan Yu in the very center of the abandoned plaza. Fan Yu did not speak. He stood up without flinching, his fists clenched tightly. A raging flame instantly wrapped around his arms. He directly blasted out his own attack at the burly, scarred middle-aged man who was about to throw a punch at him. Bang! Buzz! As their fists collided, a muffled thud resounded throughout the space, and the massive shockwave from the impact sent surrounding debris flying several meters away. The burly, scarred middle-aged man took 2 steps back, a hint of shock in his eyes. He then immediately raised both fists again. Metal elemental battle patterns covered his arms, and layers of earth elemental power, a yellowish-brown color, enveloped his entire body. A warrior of both metal and earth elements. As expected, those who make it onto the hidden dragon list are no ordinary people. Fan Yu sighed inwardly, then took a step forward without any hesitation. Flames enveloped his body, and he seemed to instantly transform into a raging fireman. A pair of fists swirled with powerful gusts of wind. At this moment, Fan Yu held nothing back. Facing such an opponent, Fan Yu dared not be careless in the slightest. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Before the burly, scarred middle-aged man could attack him again, Fan Yu flashed forward and threw a punch directly at the millstone-sized, ferocious face. What? Faced with this punch, the burly, scarred middle-aged man actually felt a deadly danger. He immediately took a step to the side, and earth elemental battle patterns gathered in front of him. At the same time, the golden battle runes on his right arm erupted to their maximum, and he also punched the oncoming fiery fist. Bang! Crash! Put! This happened so fast that the burly, scarred middle-aged man felt as if, in an instant, his arm had touched a terrifying, red-hot steel ball hurtling towards him at high speed when it met the fiery fist. Even as his hand bones were shattered, the fiery fist had already landed squarely on his face. One punch. It's like punching right through the entire face. All he saw in the end was the raging flames, which stung so much that his vision went completely dark. Then came a searing pain in his head, and he lost all feeling. Fan Yu, who was standing there retracting his fist, looked at the fight timer. I didn't even last a minute. Sigh. Turn around. The golden body iron fist behind him, whose head was half gone, slowly crumbled into fragments and disappeared into the shattered ancient city where a sudden hurricane had struck. Chapter 12, merging with the second drop of ancient god's blood, wind elemental battle patterns, complete. Congratulations to user One Punch to Deliver for successfully defeating the ranked player and entering the Dragon Kingdom's Hidden Dragon ranking for the first time. You have received a Hidden Dragon badge, please check your account. The space around Fawn Yu had just finished transforming. In the tranquil courtyard, Fawn Yu looked up and saw the notification of the Blue Star virtual spacetime appearing before him. Looking at the lifelike, exquisitely crafted dragon-shaped badge floating in front of him, Fawn Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, we've made it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Similarly, there were already more than 30 challenge applications on the side. Fawn Yu couldn't help but slowly shake his head again. He then knew he needed to rest and recover as soon as possible. Having been listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking, I only have a protection period of less than half a day. After that, I will inevitably face a constant stream of challenges. More importantly, the challenge rules on the Hidden Dragon ranking are that once challenged by a qualified martial artist, one cannot refuse and must accept the challenge within a maximum of 3 hours, otherwise, one will be deemed to have automatically forfeited and will be removed from the ranking. However, if you are facing a challenge from a martial artist on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you will receive 100 points for each victory or defeat. In other words, if you are challenged by a martial artist on the Hidden Dragon ranking and you defeat your opponent, you will directly gain 100 points, otherwise, you will lose 100 points from your original total score. Unlike the challenges of freedom I just received, which I can simply refuse and ignore. Moreover, the points earned from winning or losing are the same as those from random matchmaking in virtual spacetime. Therefore, if you want to avoid being frequently challenged on the Hidden Dragon ranking, there is only one way: you must improve your ranking as quickly as possible. Only when you reach a certain ranking will the number of challengers decrease. Just like the top 10, almost no one challenges them for a month or two. The reason is simple: if there is no chance or possibility of winning, challenging them is almost like asking for trouble, and you will also lose points. Naturally, no one wants to be a masochist. I glanced at the list and saw that Golden Body Iron Fist, who was originally ranked 10,000th on the Hidden Dragon list, had become a martial artist named Heaven and Water Connected with 598 points. Because his score exceeded 900 after the competition, he was ranked over 9,500 based on his score. He let out a long breath. Fawn Yu exited the virtual spacetime directly. The host has completed the task. The reward has been sent to the system space, and the host can view and use it at any time. Almost as soon as Fawn Yu stood up and walked out of the martial arts training room, he heard the system's voice. Immediately afterwards, Fawn Yu was able to clearly perceive that several new items had appeared in the system space. A drop of ancient god's blood, shimmering with a timeless light. A martial arts technique enveloped in a ball of silvery white light. 30 C-grade attribute potions. This time, however, the wind element is the most prevalent, with a total of 21. 30 spirit crystals, but this time the spirit crystals awarded were all second or third tier fire-type spirit crystals. However, Fawn Yu decided to go home and rest for a while before making any further decisions. After leaving the Wushu Association, I took a taxi directly to a high-end hotel that I had already booked on my phone. Although Fawn Yu's cultivation consumes a great deal of resources, he still has over 600,000 in his hands, and he figured he shouldn't treat himself too poorly. Moreover, high-end hotels are far superior in terms of environment, service, and safety. Besides, it wasn't much money, so he wasn't stingy with himself. Shanghai. In a small gathering of geniuses from a high school in Shanghai, Flame, a burly young man sitting cross-legged on a luxurious carpet, opened his eyes, then clutched his head and screamed in agony. Wang Yaochuan, what's wrong? Several of his companions who were nearby immediately helped the burly young man, Wang Yaochuan, who was clutching his head, to the sofa next to him. After taking a pill, Wang Yaochuan felt the pain from his broken and burning head subside considerably. Chuan, what happened? Could it be that you? Wang Yaochuan nodded. I've lost, and I've fallen off the Hidden Dragon list. Who challenged you? At that moment, a girl with a lollipop in her mouth next to her had an idea. A delicate ring on her finger flashed with white light, and she instantly entered the virtual spacetime to check the Hidden Dragon ranking. This person is called One Punch Salvation, and he is a bald, middle-aged man. No sooner had Wang Yaochuan finished speaking than the girl with the lollipop in her mouth spoke up. This is definitely a master. With only 101 matches played, he has already reached a ranking of over 9,600 and a score of over 900. In other words, this martial artist called One Punch to Salvation is still a newcomer, and he is very likely to win all 101 matches. Even if he loses, he can probably keep it under control. Hearing this, the students from Shanghai High School who had gathered around were all shocked. If that's the case, Chuan, you didn't lose unjustly. Wang Yaochuan smiled wryly and then gave a brief account of his fight with his opponent. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. At the same time, they developed a strong interest in this new master known as One Punch to Salvation. He just entered the Hidden Dragon ranking and has a half-day protection period. He can be challenged tonight. The girl with the lollipop in her mouth grinned, her eyes flashing with a warlike light. In the luxurious martial arts training grounds of Sichuan, Su Wanru opened her beautiful big eyes, her face full of smiles. Uncle Zhong, I've finally completed 100 battles and have the right to challenge others. Once I've tempered my legs, I'll be able to challenge for the Hidden Dragon ranking. As she spoke, Su Wanru clenched her fists, her face radiating confidence. I always said Miss Wanru was the best. I believe it won't be long before Miss Wanru is on the Hidden Dragon list. Su Wanru was very happy to hear this. But suddenly she thought of something. After all, among those 100 battles, the one that left the deepest impression on her was that bald guy who punched her through the chest twice. By the way, Uncle Zhong, has that guy called One Punch Salvation finished his 100-match run yet? Have you taught him a lesson for me? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression immediately darkened slightly. He said, Miss Wanru, this kid has already played 100 matches this morning, but I've sent him 2 challenge requests, and he hasn't accepted them. Humph. I knew he was just a bald idiot who only knew how to bully people. He's too scared to accept any challenge. In her heart, Su Wanru had cursed Fong Yu countless times. I never expected to run into him twice, and both times he hit him there. What a scoundrel. No, it's not that. I just saw that this One Punch to Salvation technique made it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking this morning. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's eyes were filled with shock. Yanjing Beijing. In the quiet and serene courtyard, a girl dressed in white, amidst the snow, sat cross-legged on a warm jade futon in the courtyard. After a while, the aloof young woman slowly opened her eyes. A hint of surprise and doubt flickered in his eyes. This One Punch Salvation is quite interesting. He actually made it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking in such a short time, and reached the elite level in just 101 matches, with a score exceeding 900. It seems he has an almost undefeated record. I slowly raised my head and looked at the warm afternoon sunlight falling on me. For a moment, it made the girl appear as if she were a fairy. Since you didn't accept my challenge before, I'll have to challenge you on the Hidden Dragon ranking. One punch to deliver you from the dead, this is getting more and more interesting. Phew. I slept straight through until 6 p.m. Fong Yu then got up, took a shower, and changed into a martial arts outfit worth 100,000 yuan that he had previously ordered from the Martial Arts Association's martial arts mall. The reason Fong Yu wore martial arts attire was because he discovered that his strength was increasing as his cultivation level improved. Ordinary clothes simply cannot meet my needs. Although clothes won't be damaged in the virtual world, in reality, Fong Yu's clothes had indeed become quite worn out due to his previous cultivation. Moreover, in the virtual arena battles, almost all the martial artists Fong Yu saw were wearing martial arts attire. Even when fighting the martial artist ranked 10,000th on the Hidden Dragon list, known as Golden Body Iron Fist, Fong Yu immediately recognized that the martial artist's attire was extraordinary. It's no longer the ordinary martial arts outfit I'm wearing now, but rather a support weapon that can enhance the wearer's combat power during battle. On Blue Star, weapons, auxiliary items, and treasures are divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the Blue Star Warrior level. Boss corresponds to the 5 realms of body refinement. After that are the Grandmaster and Saint levels. These 2 levels are referred to as SS and SSS. The martial arts outfit that Fong Yu is wearing now is very ordinary. If you had to rank it, it would barely be classified as D level. It's the worst of all weapon assist treasures, but it's still many times better than the best clothes an ordinary person wears. The Golden Body Iron Fist he fought earlier was clearly wearing a martial arts outfit that was not an ordinary martial arts outfit, but an alloy martial arts outfit that was more suitable for combat. Fong Yu estimated that they were at least B level. That's why Fong Yu didn't hold back at all when he made his move. In fact, he even went straight for the Golden Body Iron Fist in the face. After all, his face wasn't protected by the martial arts uniform. When I have money in the future, I must get a cool combat-oriented alloy warrior outfit. He let out a long breath. Fong Yu glanced at the time. He knew that now that he had made it onto the hidden dragon list, many people would challenge him. The half-day protection period would end at 8 o'clock in the evening. In other words, if someone challenges him through the hidden dragon ranking after 8 p.m., he cannot refuse. Furthermore, players must agree to the battle within 3 hours, or they will be immediately removed from the hidden dragon ranking. To advance further, you must challenge those already on the list once again. It wasn't troublesome, but Fong Yu didn't want to be picked off as soon as he went up. Just then, Fong Yu was also preparing to further hone his first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, and he increasingly felt that he was about to touch the essence of this first punch. All of this was inspired and realized through virtual spacetime arena battles. Indeed, real combat is the fastest way to truly improve one's skills. It's a pity I can't afford a quantum computer right now, otherwise I wouldn't have to keep running to the martial arts training room at the Martial Arts Association. How comfortable it is to stay in a hotel. It's all because we don't have money. It really is a very realistic world, but Fong Yu remained optimistic, believing that his current predicament was only temporary. As for making money, I'll focus on making money while I'm cultivating. After all, it's the college entrance exam in 3 months. That will be the time when I truly become famous. Before his transmigration, Fong Yu knew that once someone had a great reputation, making money was a piece of cake. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more terrifying the resources required will be. I must make a name for myself as soon as possible. After leaving the hotel, Fong Yu quickly took a taxi to the Martial Arts Association. After a brief exchange with Chen Yulan, he purchased condensing pattern pills, bone tempering pills, and some wind elemental potions. Then, Fong Yu immediately plunged into the martial arts training room. He's too diligent. With such incredible talent and such relentless training, it's no wonder he's so powerful. Ugh, my little rascal went out to play with some female classmates. I'll give him a good scolding when I get home. Chen Yulan sighed, then immediately took out her phone and called Wu Taizhan to report the situation before heading straight into the garage. Before long, a red sedan turned into a streak of light and disappeared at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Sancheng Martial Arts Association. Inside the martial arts training room, Fong Yu glanced at the time. He decided to cultivate for a while before entering the virtual space to face the challenge. Although he was confident in his abilities, Fong Yu deeply understood one principle: there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Sit cross-legged. Take out the drop of ancient god's blood from the system space. Unlike when he first saw this drop of ancient god's blood, Fong Yu didn't hesitate at all this time and reached out his hand directly. Immediately, a sharp, flaming dagger materialized from the fire elemental battle runes in his hand. Controlling the fire elemental battle runes, Fong Yu made a slash at his own heart, instantly creating a small opening. As this drop of ancient god's blood entered the beating heart, buzz! Fong Yu immediately felt as if his blood was boiling, and his vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. Phew! With a clear, distinct breath, Fong Yu opened his blurry eyes. As everything became clearer, Fong Yu could clearly sense that his body seemed to have undergone another transformation. The wound on his chest disappeared completely on its own. Upon closer inspection, Fong Yu clearly sensed that his mental strength seemed to have increased significantly once again. The originally blurry and huge human figure in his sea of consciousness began to gradually become clearer. It's basically a magnified version of myself. At this moment, Fong Yu felt as if he were standing on a vast, calm body of water. The instant Fong Yu opened his eyes, the enlarged, blurry version of himself also opened his eyes. Hiss! The instant he opened his eyes, a burst of blood-red spiritual energy shot out from them like lightning. Then it plunged directly into the calm surface of the sea of consciousness. The next moment, with a loud buzz, Fong Yu suddenly sensed that everything around him was changing rapidly. He could clearly perceive a phenomenon centered on him, spreading outwards from a godlike perspective to a radius of 100 meters outside the martial arts training room. Even the pills and attribute potions that were originally intended to be taken next to him slowly floated up. The whole process lasted for several seconds before it gradually subsided. A beam of blood-red, lightning-like mental energy flashed in Fong Yu's eyes and entered his sea of consciousness. Mentalist, Tier 1 Mental Phantom Condensation Progress 1%. As expected, the blood of the ancient god greatly helped improve his physical body and mental strength. I wonder how spiritual practitioners cultivate on Earth. Clearly, 17-year-old Fong Yu still has many unknowns about this world. Moreover, based on his previous life's knowledge, it was difficult for him to come into contact with a spiritual master. After all, Fong Yu knew that there were very few mentalists on Earth, and those who decided to become mentalists were specially recruited by the military for full-scale training. At this moment, he had clearly become a true mentalist. Seeing the Sea Great Wind attribute potion placed to the side, Fong Yu immediately used all his mental power to directly envelop the potion. A tiny, blood-red light flashed in Fong Yu's deep, dark eyes. The next moment, the Sea Great Wind attribute potion that was lying to the side flew directly in front of Fong Yu just as he had thought. Reach out, open the lid, and pour it directly into your mouth. Then, using the same method, Fong Yu drank 4 or 5 bottles in a row. Only then did it begin to absorb and transform into pure wind elemental power, which continuously spun and gathered in the Dantian and Sea of Qi. As the wind elemental energy gathered in the Dantian and Dantian swirled and condensed, it almost materialized in an instant. With a thought, Fong Yu sent a condensing pattern pill flying directly into his mouth. Buzzing. Whoosh. Before long, a strong wind howled around Fong Yu, and then quickly disappeared into his Dantian, forming a faint, transparent wind element battle pattern. It's done! Chapter 13, There really is a gap between geniuses and geniuses. Take a deep breath. Fong Yu did not continue to consume wind attribute potions to condense wind attribute battle patterns. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the cultivation technique orb in the system space. Fong Yu currently lacks cultivation techniques. After several days of training and combat, Fong Yu knew that the Blazing Sun Holy Fist was indeed very powerful, but he also knew that it would be extremely difficult to master and integrate it in a short period of time. When facing an enemy, speed, agility, skill, and experience are all essential. Fong Yu had suffered several losses before, especially when facing opponents who used alloy weapons. However, Fong Yu found the feeling of each punch landing solid to be very enjoyable, and through cultivating the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, he felt increasingly exhilarated every time he fought with his fists. However, it still lacks a lot in terms of speed and agility. Just as Fong Yu was thinking this, a silver-white light suddenly entered Fong Yu's brow from the ball of light of the cultivation technique that he had shattered. Buzz. This is. Fong Yu immediately became excited. It turned out to be another saint-level martial arts technique, and it was even wind-based. The Wandering Swordsman. After carefully reading and comprehending this wind elemental saint-level martial art, Fong Yu felt even more that this wind elemental technique was profound and extensive. The divine steps of the ends of the earth are divided into 3 realms. The first level is called Borrowing the Wind. To truly master the first realm, one needs to integrate wind elemental battle patterns into their entire body, thereby reaching a point where they can freely draw upon the power of wind between heaven and earth. In an instant, one can travel 1,000 miles. One's movements are as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. Reaching this level grants one a speed comparable to a grandmaster, which even ordinary grandmasters cannot match. The second realm is called Wind Control, which involves further comprehending the power of wind and understanding the wind between heaven and earth. The goal is to be able to ride the wind and even use its power to freely condense various weapons. At this stage, one can travel thousands of miles in an instant and roam freely between heaven and earth. The third realm, which is also the peak of the heavenly horizon divine step, is called the wind domain. Having cultivated to this level, one has already gained their own understanding of the wind element in the world, and can grasp the essence of wind, thus initially forming the prototype of their own wind domain. At this stage, one can almost use the power of the wind between heaven and earth to achieve short-term teleportation. Open your eyes. Fong Yu was shocked. Saint-level cultivation techniques are indeed beyond my current ability to truly comprehend and cultivate. Even now, with my own dedicated study and practice, I can only grasp the basics. It's just like the previous Blazing Sun Holy Fist, where the power of the first punch was constantly increasing as one's cultivation level grew stronger. But Fong Yu always felt that he was missing something from perfecting his first punch. Fong Yu had already begun silently cultivating the wind-type saint-level technique, Sky Walking Steps, even as he was just beginning to grasp its profound mysteries. Although Fong Yu found that he seemed to be able to quickly understand the cultivation method of the first realm of the divine steps to the ends of the earth. However, truly mastering the art is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. Moreover, Fong Yu still has a long way to go if he wants to truly achieve the first realm. Borrowing the wind, controlling the wind domain. Fong Yu couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly profound these saint-level cultivation techniques were. He wondered who had created these mysterious and powerful techniques. I glanced at the time. Without any hesitation, Fang Yu immediately began cultivating this wind-based technique. Now that Fang Yu has condensed wind elemental battle patterns, he can naturally begin to cultivate the first realm of the skywalking divine steps, which is to borrow the wind. The night was thick. Inside a luxurious villa in Shanghai, the burly Wang Yaochuan sat cross-legged in the spacious private martial arts training room of the villa. Whoosh! Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Where did this kid called One Punch Salvation come from? He's such a genius. I've already lost 7 or 8 matches in a row in the simulated battle data. During the day, after Wang Yaochuan was defeated by One Punch to deliver him, he made up his mind to get revenge. So almost as soon as he got home, Wang Yaochuan immediately entered a solo training mode and set his opponent to have combat power data related to One Punch to Salvation. Because the data collection function is automatically enabled for every successfully registered virtual martial artist in the virtual spacetime. At this moment, Wang Yaochuan once again entered the virtual space, sitting on the soft sofa in the villa, looking at the current level data of his virtual space. Setting up opponents and completing 7 or 8 training sessions has already consumed nearly 300 points. With his points depleted, he would have to randomly match with opponents to rack up more points before he could continue training for One Punch Salvation without any worries. Kid, you wait, I'll definitely challenge you again. He knew that many people would challenge this newcomer, One Punch to the end, who had just entered the Hidden Dragon ranking tonight, so he had been keeping an eye on him and had set up a reminder function. When the time comes, if anyone challenges this One Punch Salvation, he will definitely go and watch. At the gathering today, he was only at the bottom among those genius classmates. Fang Yu's ascent to the Hidden Dragon ranking in just 101 matches is bound to attract the attention of many talented masters. So he really wants to see this newcomer save the dead with one punch, get beaten to the ground and rubbed hard by other masters tonight. The One Punch to Salvation challenge you've been following has been successfully completed. If you'd like to watch, please head over to the spectator area. Should we proceed immediately? It's here. Wang Yaochuan chose to go immediately without any hesitation. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the ancient courtyard, looking at the challenge messages that appeared before him. You have received a challenge from Ponytail Lollipop. Please accept the challenge within 3 hours. You have received a challenge message from Loyal Guardian. Because only one person can succeed in a challenge initiated from the Hidden Dragon ranking. It all comes down to who clicks the challenge application first. Furthermore, after each challenge ends, there is an automatic 6-hour cooldown period. In other words, even if you work non-stop, you can only challenge 4 times a day, or be challenged 4 times. But usually, it's no more than 3 times a day. There are still a lot of other challenge applications. Fang Yu merely glanced at them and didn't take them to heart. He had no intention of dealing with these people's challenges at the moment. Click on the information of the martial artist who challenged me from the Hidden Dragon ranking. Virtual Warrior, Ponytail Lollipop. Current points, 1010. Rank, Elite. Ring battles, 6,543 matches. Current ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, 9,003. Next to the data is a virtual character, a little girl who looks like a loli, with a ponytail, wearing a summer schoolgirl skirt, and a lollipop in her mouth. She looks very lively and playful. Judging from the virtual character's appearance, he seems harmless, but the data shows that he is definitely not simple and is a master. Fang Yu had already noticed that there were at least several thousand people in the elite level with over 1,000 points on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was obvious that he had guessed it immediately. These people had already accumulated enough points, and they were just waiting for the limb bones to be tempered before they could upgrade their virtual spacetime user level. However, at this moment, Fang Yu had fused with the second drop of ancient god blood and successfully condensed wind-type battle patterns. Fang Yu really has no interest in ordinary opponents. This is perfect. Anyway, according to the rules, if you lose, you only lose 100 points. Therefore, Fang Yu did not hesitate and immediately agreed to the application. Immediately afterward, a white light flashed past, and then Fang Yu's surroundings suddenly began to change. In a small, seemingly very quiet village. All around were dilapidated low houses, and in the distance were distant mountains shrouded in mist and vast fields of farmland. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys. It does have a bit of a rural feel to it. As Fang Yu slowly appeared, he also saw a cute little girl sitting on the branch of a thick tree not far away. She was wearing a summer school uniform with a short skirt, had her hair in a ponytail, and was sucking on a lollipop. This is his opponent this time. There were also some martial artists dressed in various styles, but these martial artists were all standing not far away, and their eyes were now completely fixed on him. Of course, Fang Yu also quickly spotted several familiar figures. The suit-clad thug was among those whose golden-bodied iron fist he had just defeated that day was also present. It seems these are the spectators who came to watch the game. Immediately, Fang Yu looked at the panel of the virtual space in front of him, which displayed some relevant information about the audience that had appeared in the current challenge space. After all, in virtual challenges, spectator access can be turned on or off, but this access belongs to the challenger. It's obvious that Fang Yu isn't the challenger this time, and the ponytail lollipop in front of him clearly hasn't set any restrictions on spectating. Although he was being watched, Fang Yu felt somewhat awkward. But he didn't pay much attention to it. One punch to the end? That's a very unique name of yours. Tell us how you came up with this name. Just as Fang Yu landed, the cute little girl with a ponytail who had been sitting on a tree branch flashed in front of him. He took the lollipop out of his mouth and asked curiously. Fang Yu touched his bald head and then smiled. It was just picked randomly, it doesn't have any special meaning. As he spoke, Fang Yu was thinking to himself that he had usually finished off his opponents with a single punch, which was exactly what he called one punch to deliver them from suffering. Fine, don't tell me then. But you're no match for me. Although you punched half of his head off and knocked him off the hidden dragon ranking, I just fought you 3 times in the combat power data simulation space, and I won all 3. After saying that, the girl with the ponytail put the lollipop back into her mouth. Yeah? Fang Yu was slightly surprised to hear this. However, he naturally knew about other cultivation methods in virtual spacetime. Data simulation, which allows you to set up any opponent you want to fight, is also a way to improve yourself. He just hadn't had time to set up the cultivation system yet. I never expected that as soon as I entered the hidden dragon ranking, someone would already be using me as a simulated opponent. Come on, if you continue with your old fighting style, you'll never be a match for me. As the ponytail-wearing girl spoke, she had already put the lollipop in her mouth, and then kicked Fang Yu in mid-air. Buzz! This kick generated a terrifying gust of wind. At the same time, an extremely powerful metal elemental force suddenly wrapped around the entire fair, long leg. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Fang Yu. Such speed! Fang Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately raised his hand to block the kick. With a loud bang, Fang Yu felt a tearing pain in his hand bones, and his body was thrown 4 or 5 meters away by the force of the blow. I moved my wrists around a bit. Fang Yu moved around without any wind, his eyes fixed on the ponytail-wearing little girl who was only 4 or 5 meters away from him. The force of that kick just now reminded Fang Yu of the time he was quickly defeated in the virtual spacetime. That kind of force. The opponent before him, nicknamed Ponytail Lollipop, was probably just as he had guessed. The tempering of his limbs was nearing its end. I really hope Sister Hong kicks his head off. Wan Yaochuan stood on a rooftop not far away, his eyes filled with eagerness. His fists were clenched, and he wished it was him who had kicked him. The others were also somewhat shocked to see Fang Yu block that fierce and powerful kick. That's interesting, but I'm going to have to get a little serious from now on. After the ponytail-wearing girl finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared. Fang Yu's expression darkened slightly, and then he turned to the side and suddenly threw a punch. With a buzz sound, the space trembled, and Fang Yu's figure moved quickly. The rudimentary skill of skywalking steps that I had just learned came in handy. With his mental energy suddenly released, Fang Yu quickly caught up with the ponytail-wearing Loli's speed. Bang bang bang! Then, in just a few breaths, the two exchanged blows dozens of times. Finally, Fang Yu gritted his teeth and unleashed a terrifying attack. The moment he anticipated the location of the ponytail-wearing girl, he unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, terrifying and pure firepower suddenly filled the entire space. Almost as soon as the ponytail Loli's figure appeared, the giant flaming fist landed on her lower abdomen. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the ponytail-wearing girl's abdomen, sending her flying. It crashed heavily against the wall of a low farmhouse. Boom! Suddenly, the entire farmhouse collapsed with a roar, and tiny flames began to appear all around. Those who witnessed this scene were shocked. When Wan Yaochuan saw this scene, his face was filled with disbelief. He knew exactly who this ponytail lollipop was. Shi Hongzhu, the super genius of the Shi family in Shanghai. A genius with both metal and wood elements, whose metal element has awakened into a terrifying SS-level existence. Within their small circle of geniuses, Shi Hongju was undoubtedly one of the strongest individuals. You made me angry. Just as Fang Yu was panting heavily and preparing to take a short break while his opponent was recovering, he was also about to rest. A slightly angry, yet somewhat coquettish, voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu saw the cute ponytail girl who had just been looking playful and adorable standing in front of him. She tossed the lollipop aside and stared coldly at Fang Yu. Now, I'm going to fight you seriously. As she spoke, the ponytail-wearing Loli's aura instantly changed, and golden battle patterns instantly covered her limbs. At the same time, she took a step forward, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot once again. Not good. Fang Yu, a mentalist, had only just discovered his opponent and sensed the danger. The ponytail-wearing Loli's attack was already upon him. The fist, gleaming with golden light, landed directly on Fang Yu's lower abdomen, and Fang Yu was sent flying before he could dodge. Before Fang Yu could even land, another figure appeared in front of him, its long, fair legs slashing down from mid-air. With a muffled hum, Fang Yu felt a blur before his eyes, and the rampant firepower around him collapsed. As excruciating pain shot through him, Fang Yu was completely shoved into the ground by the foot that had stepped on his lower abdomen. Fang Yu slammed his hand on the ground, a gust of wind surging around him, just as he was about to leave. A sharp, golden light appeared before them. That's too fast. Before Fang Yu could even turn around and create distance, he clearly saw the sharp hand slice across his neck. It even tore through the flame barrier that had formed around him. You've lost. As he fell, Fang Yu heard the ponytail-wearing Loli's playful tone return. She waved goodbye, then magically produced a lollipop and put it in her mouth. Chapter 14 Fang Yu, I challenge you. Phew. As peace returned to the present. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the ancient courtyard. He picked up the tea from the tray next to him and took a sip. Although it was virtual, the taste and temperature that had been set beforehand were just right to satisfy his palate. I felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen and a cool sensation on my neck. Fang Yu was still shocked by the lightning-fast attack that the ponytail-wearing girl had made. It kept replaying in my mind. Fang Yu finally let out a long sigh. As expected, I haven't awakened my talent and cultivated for long enough. There's still a significant gap between me and the true geniuses of these great families. However, Fang Yu quickly adjusted his state. After all, he had only been here for a few days and had only awakened his talent. If I dedicate more energy and time to cultivation, I will surely surpass these geniuses one by one. What Fang Yu didn't know was, in the courtyard of a luxurious villa in Shanghai, a girl with a ponytail slowly opened her eyes. As a feint, sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen. The girl with the ponytail couldn't help but look surprised and puzzled. Who exactly is this one punch to salvation? If I don't use my full strength, it's actually quite difficult to defeat him in a short time. Then, the girl with the ponytail, Shi Hongju, slowly stood up. A genius with both wind and fire elements, and the fist technique he cultivates seems to be very special. However, his combat experience is still very unfamiliar. Just his tempered arms alone are enough to make me use my full strength to attack. If this one-punch salvation technique gains more experience in virtual battles, and after tempering his limbs, I might not necessarily be his match? Recalling her recent encounter, she naturally knew that the newcomer she had challenged, one punch to the end, had only completed the tempering of his arms. As she was talking to herself, Shi Hongju immediately reached out and magically produced a lollipop in her hand. Tearing open the wrapper, Shi Hongju took a bite of the lollipop shaped like a cute little animal. In virtual space and time, Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the exquisite and simple pavilion. He carefully recalled the battle just now, and unknowingly, Fang Yu had gained a new understanding of the two saint-level martial arts techniques he was cultivating. More importantly, Fang Yu actually felt that he was about to break through that barrier with the first punch of the blazing sun holy fist. This is... Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Fang Yu immediately flashed, flames condensed wildly on his fists, and fire-type battle patterns converged through his fists. With a punch from Fang Yu's right fist, the space in front of him was shattered. Buzz! With a muffled thud, the entire space in front of us rippled with the force of the punch. It's still not quite there. Fang Yu could sense that the punch he was throwing now was more powerful than any he had ever thrown before. With a simple reach, a vortex of gusts of wind quickly formed in his palm. Swoosh! As the vortex formed by the strong wind continued to spin and condense, a burst of flame shot out from the hurricane. This. At that moment, Fang Yu seemed to have suddenly gained some kind of enlightenment. He even quickly constructed a punch that combined the power of wind and fire within his sea of consciousness. Without any hesitation, Fang Yu glanced at the screen and immediately started a random match. As for those applications that challenged him, Fang Yu simply ignored them. Soon, Fang Yu entered a post-apocalyptic city and faced off against an opponent randomly matched in the virtual world. Sancheng Middle School. The dormitory area for senior high school students. It was already late at night. Fang Guotao stood at the entrance of the dormitory area and entered Fang Yu's student card number and name. The status still shows not returned. I couldn't help but start to feel genuinely worried. Although he knew that Fang Yu had hidden away to avoid responsibility because he had hit Fang Xia this time. But there has been no news for several days. Sancheng Middle School primarily adopts a free training model for its senior students, and the school's martial arts training room is completely free for them. However, he had already been to the martial arts training room, and there was no record of Fang Yu going there to train recently. Other students usually have records of practicing in their dormitories or martial arts training rooms, but Fang Yu not only hasn't done so recently, but his last record of practicing in the martial arts training room was even a month or two ago. Where did Fang Yu go? Fang Guotao felt some worry, but even more so, he was frustrated and angry at his son's lack of progress. Fang Yu was someone he had finally found, and the reason he spared no effort to bring Fang Yu to his side was so that he could properly nurture him and give him a good cultivation environment. Even if he's not particularly talented, as the principal of Sancheng Middle School, he has connections and relationships, so he won't end up as an ordinary person after the college entrance exam. What he didn't expect was that Fang Yu hadn't awakened any talent, and more importantly, his personality was extremely strange. In this situation, all he wants is to find Fang Yu as soon as possible and then persuade him to change his mindset. After all, he couldn't reason with his wife, Zhao Fanglan. In a family, when something happens, someone should always bow their head and admit their mistake. The thought of Fang Yu reminded Fang Guotao of 18 years ago when he was still in the Western Theater Command. He was temporarily conscripted when a void rift appeared in Kunming, and it was during that time. Hello, Principal Fang. Just as Fang Guotao was pondering this, he was brought back to reality by the sound of students greeting him as they passed by. Well. After quickly responding to a few students, he turned and headed towards the martial arts training room. He then realized that he hadn't paid close attention to Fang Yu's test results over the past year. When Fang Yu was brought back, the test results showed that Fang Yu had not awakened any talent, so he did not pay much attention to Fang Yu's cultivation. If Fang Yu hadn't gone silent for several days, he wouldn't have thought about this issue so deeply. Fang Yu hadn't awakened any talent, and he still couldn't quite believe it. After all, he knew Fang Yu's birth mother, who was a super genius, and he himself had an S-level wood-type talent. It was impossible that Fang Yu hadn't awakened any talent. Something must be wrong. As Fang Guotao pondered this, he quickened his pace and arrived at the martial arts training room, then made a phone call to Fang Yu's class's martial arts teacher. The night grew deeper. However, Fang Yu, who was in the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association, felt nothing at all. At this moment, Fang Yu had just finished a fierce battle. We returned to the quaint courtyard. Fang Yu couldn't help but press his chest, panting heavily. The opponent we just faced was a dual-talented martial artist who had tempered 100 of his limb bones. What has been awakened is the dual system of earth and wood. What shocked Fang Yu even more was that this opponent had simultaneously inscribed and covered 100 bones with battle patterns of both earth and wood elements. Even so, Fang Yu ultimately won with great difficulty. Moreover, after this round of arena battles and training, Fang Yu has clearly sensed that he is now able to fully unleash the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist. Combined with the power of wind and fire seem to naturally complement each other, and with each punch, Fang Yu was able to increasingly feel the terrifying combat power of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist. Moreover, as the number of bones in his body that have been tempered and strengthened continues to increase, the power of this first punch will continue to rise. However, this was not Fang Yu's biggest surprise. What surprised and excited Fang Yu the most was that he vaguely discovered that since fusing with the second drop of ancient god blood, not only had his mental power been significantly enhanced. More importantly, when he was practicing these two saint-level martial arts techniques, his mind was clear and bright. It felt as if every time he used these two techniques, he gained some new insights. To put it bluntly, Fang Yu felt that his comprehension of cultivation had improved compared to before. Of course, this feeling is quite mysterious. But as Fang Yu continued to fight in the arena, the feeling became increasingly clear. He felt an immense curiosity about this ancient god's bloodline. If I were to fully transform into an ancient god, What terrifying changes would my power undergo? Fang Yu dared not think about it. While resting and recovering in the virtual space, he also looked at other cultivation modes in the virtual space. He waits to see if anyone will challenge him through the hidden dragon ranking. With this in mind, Fang Yu began to think about getting a quantum computer device as soon as possible. Staying in the martial arts training room all day is not a long-term solution. After all, the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam at Sunqing Middle School is just 2 days away. Moreover, after the mock exam, Fang Yu also planned to start taking on martial arts association missions to earn money. By then, it will be impossible to stay in the martial arts training room for an extended period of time. However, Fang Yu had already checked out that computer device. The cheapest one costs over $1 million, and that's for those in less than ideal condition. But for Fang Yu, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't affect its use. Fang Yu currently has less than 100,000 left after purchasing some attribute potions and cultivation pills. This left Fang Yu somewhat speechless. I never imagined that even after time traveling, I'd still be worrying about money all the time. Seeing that no one was challenging him, Fang Yu immediately activated the random opponent matching mode again to continue honing his martial arts skills and combat tactics, and improving his combat ability. When Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes again, he pressed his hand to his chest, panting heavily, accompanied by a series of rapid coughs, and it took him a long time to recover. Fang Yu just encountered a dual-talent opponent in the virtual spacetime who had completed the tempering of his limbs. Although Fang Yu had used all his strength, he was still pierced through the chest by the opponent's terrifying spear, thus forcibly exiting the virtual spacetime. It seems I must complete the leg tempering as soon as possible. Talent and powerful techniques, when facing a true super genius, still cannot truly bridge the most obvious gap in cultivation level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Exhaling a long breath, Fang Yu stood up and stretched his body. He thought about going out for a bite to eat before absorbing the metal attribute potion to temper his legs. And just as Fang Yu opened the door to the martial arts training room and took a step out, he was immediately stopped by a handsome young man carrying a gun holster. Who are you? Wu Yunlu. Fang Yu listened to the other person state their name and nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. After a moment's thought, I realized I didn't really recognize the name. With that thought, I turned around and prepared to leave. Wu Yunlu, who had been waiting outside Fang Yu's martial arts training room since before dawn, suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger. Fang Yu, I challenge you. Fang Yu slowly stopped taking a step, then turned his head to look at the seemingly angry and frustrated boy behind him. Then he said, You know me? Wu Yunlu was extremely frustrated at this moment. He immediately stepped forward, ripped the exquisite gun holster from behind his back, and pointed it at Fang Yu, saying, I know you, of course I know you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten beaten up for 2 days in a row. What's going on? Fang Yu couldn't help but look at the handsome young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what this man named Wu Yunlu had just said. You said you got beaten up because of me? Wu Yunlu thought about how he had been lectured and beaten by his mother almost every time he got home these past 2 days. The more I felt this way, the more annoyed I became. Stop talking nonsense, Fang Yu. I've been waiting for you since before dawn, just to challenge you. I want to see if you're as amazing as my mom says. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you used to be. Fang Yu felt increasingly confused as he listened. Who is your mother? Chen Yulan. Chapter 15 We martial artists will not let rumors affect our cultivation. At this moment, Wu Yunlu looked at Fang Yu standing in front of him, his eyes filled with brewing fighting spirit. So, do you dare to accept my challenge? Wu Yunlu was also a senior student at Sunqing Middle School. Fang Yu had become a big celebrity on the school forum these past 2 days, so how could he not know him? What he never expected was that one day his mother would compare him to Fang Yu. It should be noted that Wu Yunlu was not particularly outstanding at Sunqing Middle School, and his performance in the school was average. But his true strength is comparable to that of the top 10 in the school. It was only because Chen Yulan had asked him to hide his strength before his senior year of high school and not to be too high profile at school, since he had close ties with the Martial Arts Association. Wu Yunlu was well educated by Chen Yulan from a young age and was always very obedient. But Wu Yunlu was a little frustrated this time. Last night, he even told his mother that he would go challenge Fang Yu, whom he had been praising to the skies, first thing tomorrow morning. He even made a bet with his mother. If he won the challenge, Chen Yulan would buy him 10 super bone tempering pills. If he lost, he would obey his mother and willingly follow Fang Yu as a follower. For this reason, Wu Yunlu didn't sleep all night, frantically honing his marksmanship in the virtual world. Before dawn, he went straight to the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association and waited for Fang Yu to come out. That's why what just happened. Sparring is fine, but what if I hurt you later? I hope Sister Chen won't hold it against me. When Fang Yu heard that Wu Yunlu was actually Chen Yulan's son, all his previous suspicions and wariness disappeared. On the contrary, I felt quite sorry for this person who was my age. As a time traveler, Fang Yu naturally knew that he was being treated like someone else's child. Naturally, no one wants to be compared to other people's children by their parents, so it makes sense for them to challenge themselves in this way. What? You really think you can hurt me? Fang Yu, you don't think I don't know your strength, do you? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu smiled slightly. Fine, but you challenged me right off the bat. You're just venting your frustrations, but what do I get out of this? Looking at the boy in front of me, Fang Yu felt it was necessary to give them a little push. Moreover, no one gets up early for nothing. If he were to fight Wu Yunlu right in front of him just to be used by Sister Chen as someone else's child, he wouldn't be too willing. You're the kind of person who only acts when there's something in it for you, which is quite in line with your personality. So tell me, what do you want? As long as I can provide it, I, Wu Yunlu, will not hesitate. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Wu Yunlu's expression softened somewhat, and he smiled calmly. His initially impulsive heart calmed down a bit, because in the past 2 days, his mother, Chen Yulan, had been praising Fang Yu endlessly, saying that Fang Yu was a genius. Not only had he successfully become a certified martial artist, but he had also been cultivating day and night like crazy, and so on. Wu Yunlu had seen such martial artists before at Songqing Middle School. As for him, what difference would it make if he became a certified martial artist and trained like crazy? I successfully became a certified martial artist when I first entered my senior year of high school. In the past year, I have completed the tempering of 70 or 80 bones in my limbs. If he hadn't kept a low profile, Wu Yunlu would definitely be among the top 10 students at Songqing Middle School. However, his mother knew all of this perfectly well, and yet she still praised Fang Yu to the skies. He immediately launched an investigation into Fang Yu. After learning a lot about Fang Yu and digging up a lot of gossip, he felt more and more that Fang Yu might have deceived his mother. Just now, Fang Yu's casual remark of Sister Chen made him even more convinced that Fang Yu must have used some method to bewitch his mother. He was determined to expose this liar who had deceived his mother's feelings. I'm currently lacking a quantum computer device to enter virtual spacetime. I think the quantum computer ring on your hand is quite nice. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunlu immediately burst into laughter. Alright, this quantum computer ring is quite ordinary, but it's still worth $1 million. Fang Yu, if you agree to my challenge and you win, I'll give it to you for free, and from now on, no matter where I see you, I'll call you Big Brother. I see that my goal has been achieved. Fang Yu nodded. Okay, I accept your challenge. You choose the location. Upon hearing Fang Yu agree to his challenge, Wu Yunlu immediately exclaimed excitedly, Great! Then he led Fang Yu into a large training room not far away, which was several times more spacious than the martial arts training room Fang Yu had used before. Upon entering, Wu Yunlu swiftly moved to the center of the training room and began assembling the spear from its holster. Then, with a flick of the spear in mid-air, a circle of flames spread out. The tip of the gun was pointed directly at Fang Yu, who was standing to the side. You can take any weapon you want from the side. The martial arts training room here is obviously more advanced than the one Fang Yu used before, with various ally weapons completely fixed on both walls. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks. Although they are only D grade or C grade, they are more than enough for yellow grade martial artists like Fang Yu. Fang Yu shook his head. My weapon is my fist. Come on, I've been training all night and haven't had breakfast yet. I need to go eat breakfast after this fight. Hearing that Fang Yu seemed somewhat nonchalant about his fight, Wu Yunlu felt a surge of anger rising within him. Since you're not using weapons, if I win, don't blame me for bullying you. After saying that, Wu Yunlu suddenly jerked his spear. The next moment, an extremely terrifying burst of flames erupted around the spear. And as the spear continued to stir, the flames instantly coalesced into an incomparably sharp spear phantom, which charged directly toward Fang Yu's chest. Feel the fire elemental power in this shot. Fang Yu was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Sister Chen's son was actually quite capable. However, such fire-based power was nothing in front of Fang Yu. almost at the very instant that Wu Yunlu jerked his spear and thrust it toward Fang Yu's chest. Fang Yu made a move. Instead of dodging the spear, he reached out and grabbed directly at the sharp spear that was wreathed in rampant fire energy. Snort! He saw that Fang Yu actually tried to grab his spear with his bare hands. Wu Yunlu couldn't help but feel that Fang Yu was too arrogant. However, he did not use his full strength in this shot. He just wanted to teach Fang Yu a lesson. As long as he won, that was enough. He didn't really intend to hurt Fang Yu. Just as he was pondering this, his spear pierced through the wind and thrust towards Fang Yu's chest. Fang Yu took a seemingly simple step, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Wu Yunlu. He reached out and actually grabbed the sharp tip of the spear. Sizzle! The moment I grabbed the tip of the gun, tiny sparks of fire continued to burst forth from it. You! Wu Yunlu's eyes widened in shock as he saw that Fang Yu had caught his spear so easily. He gritted his teeth, pulled back his spear abruptly, and retreated several steps. He stared in astonishment at the hand that was still standing there, still gripping the tip of the spear. If he hadn't seen Fang Yu withdraw his hand, he might have even doubted whether he had actually made a move. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. Immediately, Wu Yunlu once again swung the fiery red spear in his hand. With a loud bang, it exploded. Suddenly, a powerful fire elemental force erupted from Wu Yunlu's fiery red spear. At the same time, Fang Yu also saw at a glance that the fire-type battle patterns on Wu Yunlu's arms were rapidly gathering, and Wu Yunlu suddenly pushed off the ground with his right leg. A terrifying firepower also erupted from his legs, which were covered in fire-type battle runes. If you can catch this shot, then you win. With a loud shout from Wu Yunlu, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Fang Yu stood there, looking in the direction where Wu Yunlu had disappeared. At that moment, he could feel as if he were enveloped by the terrifying flames of the spear. Before his eyes, the dazzling light of the gun completely and utterly blocked his vision. If it were an ordinary yellow-rank martial artist, they really wouldn't be able to withstand this shot. But Fang Yu, a mentalist, closed his eyes slightly under the dazzling light of the gun. The next moment, he raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. With lightning speed, he caught the spear that had already reached him. But Fang Yu's attack was not over yet. After he pinched Wu Yunlu's spear between 2 fingers, a surge of incredibly pure fire energy suddenly emanated from it, flowing directly into the fiery red spear through the tip. Buzz! Sizzle! Ah! With a scream from Wu Yunlu, he was unable to withstand the firepower emanating from the spear, and he dropped it, retreating several steps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The next moment, the spear flew into the air. It shot towards Wu Yunlu's head. Even though Wu Yunlu was enveloped in fire elemental power at this moment, the fire elemental power carried by the spear made him shudder. Oops! Almost immediately after Wu Yunlu retreated to a corner of the training room, he still couldn't stop his flaming spear from flying towards him. Suddenly, a deadly danger locked onto him. Seeing the flaming spear hurtling towards him, Wu Yunlu suddenly trembled violently. Don't want! Just as he screamed in terror, the flaming spear that was rushing towards him suddenly stopped right between his eyebrows. It was only 1 centimeter away from his brow, and the terrifyingly pure fire energy had already touched and burned his brow. It made him tremble instantly and feel an overwhelming urge to urinate. You've lost! Through the dissipating fire energy, Wu Yunlu, whose body was pressed tightly against the alloy wall of the martial arts training room, saw Fang Yu, who had a warm smile on his face and was holding his alloy flame spear tightly in one hand. Gurgle! Swallowing hard, Wu Yunlu stared in astonishment at Fang Yu, who was putting away his gun. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The real threat of death that just now truly frightened Wu Yunlu. Although he had experienced this feeling of death more than once in the virtual space. But the feeling of that sharp spear tip pressed against his brow made Wu Yunlu instantly perceive the most tangible sensation of death. Get up! Before Wu Yunlu could react, Fang Yu suddenly appeared in front of him and extended a hand towards him. Is this really the Fang Yu I know, the one who went to Sanqing Middle School with me? While he was inwardly complaining, he looked up at the boy in front of him, who was about the same age as him, and the boy pulled him up. Here you go. As soon as he stood up, Fang Yu handed the fiery red spear back to Wu Yunlu. Thank you. Wu Yunlu was still a little confused. He agreed and said thank you before taking the spear. Fang Yu handed the spear back, then turned and walked out of the training room. Because of Chen Yulan, he had a good impression of Wu Yunlu. Moreover, when they first clashed, he showed Wu Yunlu great respect, not deliberately hiding his strength and fighting him to a standstill. Of course, the more important reason was that Fang Yu was genuinely hungry. Just as Fang Yu stepped out of the training room, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Brother Fang Yu, wait for me." Fang Yu turned around and saw Wu Yunlu, who had just been somewhat shocked by his move and had just let go. "Is there anything else?" Fang Yu asked somewhat coldly. Although he didn't intend to take Wu Yunlu seriously, Fang Yu thought the conditions for agreeing to the challenge he had just mentioned were a bit excessive, so he decided to let it go. But Fang Yu didn't want to get entangled with Wu Yunlu any further. After all, Fang Yu's interest in Wu Yunlu was only based on his mother, Chen Yulan's, influence. "Big brother, it's nothing else. We just agreed that I would give you a quantum computer ring." Seeing Wu Yunlu's smiling face, Fang Yu also smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, I was just joking. You should go back now, or Sister Chen will punish you again." With that, Fang Yu turned around and strode quickly toward the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. "Hey, big brother, wait for me." As he spoke, Wu Yunlu quickly disassembled the spear in his hand, put it into a holster, slung it over his back, and then quickly chased after him. 20 minutes later. "Boss, I told you this place's braised pork buns were pretty good, right? They use meat from the crimson flame pig, which is especially nourishing for us fire-type martial artists." As he spoke, he took another plate of ferocious beast meat from the waiter next to him. "Boss, try this too. It's meat from a crimson flame python. It tastes really good." He then handed the chopsticks to Fang Yu. "You should eat too, don't be so polite." Fang Yu shook his head. He had originally planned to take a taxi back to the hotel to eat as soon as he left the Martial Arts Association, but he didn't expect Wu Yunlu to follow him directly. Not only did Wu Yunlu give him the quantum computer ring, but he also insisted on treating him to a meal. He quickly changed the title from Big Brother to Boss, truly a completely different person from when they first met. "Got it, boss." Then the two of them started eating. Fang Yu was also hungry, and since the steamed buns at this place were indeed very good, he didn't stand on ceremony. Before long, the steamers containing the food of the two senior high school students, who were eating long meals and consuming a lot of energy, were piled up all over the table. "Boss, let's go, I've already paid the bill." Fang Yu wasn't a pretentious person. The two got up and walked out of the breakfast stall together. "By the way, boss, there's something I've always been confused about. You're so amazing, why do you keep hiding yourself? And don't you ever read the school forum? Your good sister has practically smeared you from head to toe." Hearing Wu Yunlu's words, Fang Yu looked at Wu Yunlu with some curiosity and said, "Then you've been hiding your strength all along, haven't you? With your strength, I think you could easily get into the top 10 at Sanqing Middle School. As for the school forum, I've seen it too, it's nothing, it doesn't matter. We martial artists will not let the slanderous rumors of a few vile individuals affect our cultivation. When you truly reach a certain level, all rumors will crumble on their own." Looking at Fang Yu in front of him, Wu Yunlu suddenly understood why his mother had such a high opinion of him. Her mindset and martial arts qualities were far beyond what he could compare to. "But boss, you probably don't have time to watch. Some people are cursing you really badly, and Fang Xia has quite a few suitors. By the way, boss, I really want to know, did you really hit her?" Fang Yu nodded, looking at Wu Yunlu's gossipy expression, and said, "She's just a stupid woman, so what if I hit her? I just didn't like her, so I hit her. Ha ha ha. Boss is indeed the boss, ha, I've disliked Fang Xia for a long time. She doesn't cultivate properly all day, she's either clinging to this person or getting close to that person. I've seen people challenged to duels in the martial arts training room because of her more than once before." Wu Yunlu's words surprised Fang Yu somewhat. However, Fang Yu quickly realized that it was normal. After all, Sanqing Middle School had tens of thousands of students. No matter how hard Fang Xia tries to hide himself, his true colors will eventually be discovered. "But boss, even though you may not care, I don't think we can let these people continue to smear you. Just say the word, and I'll have someone delete all the posts about you on the school forum." Fang Yu looked at Wu Yunlu. He smiled and shook his head. An idea immediately came to mind. "There's absolutely no need for that." "But boss." After witnessing Fang Yu's power, Wu Yunlu suddenly understood many of the things his mother had told him before. Moreover, Wu Yunlu admired Fang Yu not only for his strength but also for his humility and modesty. He had learned about Fang Yu's past and was even more impressed. Previously, when he saw the slander and insults against Fong Yu on the forum and the countless people clamoring to deal with Fong Yu, he didn't feel much. But at this moment, he felt inexplicably depressed, as if he were the one being slandered, insulted, and defamed. If you really want to help me, how about we do this? Boss, what do you suggest we do? Upon hearing Fong Yu's words, Wu Yunlu immediately perked up. Go and do this. Chapter 16 Simulated Battles gave you confidence? Then let's just crush you. In a luxurious and spacious hotel room, Fong Yu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet. The thought just popped into my head. The space around Fong Yu changed rapidly. Pavilions and towers, ancient courtyards, and the aroma of tea wafting from the gazebo. He has already adapted well to the quantum computer ring on his hand. After logging into my virtual warrior account, everything was synchronized. Fong Yu had originally planned to take on some tasks from the Martial Arts Association after the 100-day countdown simulation exam to earn money to buy a quantum computer device. Unexpectedly, Wu Yunlu himself delivered it. Fong Yu originally didn't want to take advantage of this, but he couldn't refuse the hospitality. Moreover, Wu Yunlu seemed to have been completely convinced by him in one go, and kept calling him boss, boss. Since Wu Yunlu was Sister Chen's son, Fong Yu couldn't refuse, so he decided to leave it at that for now. While pondering, Fong Yu directly entered the simulated Void Arena battle mode. Now that Fong Yu has a portable quantum computer, he can know immediately if someone challenges him, unlike before when he needed to go to the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association to guard it. You can do it right here at the hotel. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Yu returned to the pavilions and courtyards he had set up. Looking at his current virtual martial artist level and points. Virtual Warrior, 1 punch to salvation. Current points, 1419. Rank, Elite 1419 1000. Ring Battle, 169 6 wins losses. Badges currently obtained, 10 game winning streak badge icon, Hidden Dragon ranking. My current elite level points have met the requirement of 1000 points to upgrade, but because I have not yet completed the tempering of my limb bones, the points will continue to accumulate, but my virtual space level will not increase. Perhaps I can now unlock other cultivation modes in the virtual spacetime, further enhancing the power of the first punch of my Blazing Sun Holy Fist and the speed of the first stage of Skywalking Divine Step. As for the challenges on the Hidden Dragon ranking, it seems that after the Ponytail Lollipop challenge last night, no one has challenged him yet. However, Fong Yu is not worried at all. Once someone initiates a challenge on the Hidden Dragon ranking, his quantum computer will immediately send him a notification. It will not affect his plans for his spiritual practice at all. Fong Yu immediately began his training in the combat power simulation spacetime. In this space, you only need to enter the opponent you want, or you can even spend points to enter the username of a simulated opponent, and then you can start battling in training. Setting up simulated battle opponents only requires spending a certain number of points, which will be automatically generated in the virtual space. Fong Yu did not hesitate at this moment. Immediately set the simulated battle opponent to Ponytail Lollipop and then immediately maxed out the selected simulated battle opponent's skill status. Would you like to spend 50 virtual martial arts points to activate the virtual combat training mode? Looking at the virtual spacetime options that appeared before me. Without any hesitation, Fong Yu immediately started virtual combat training. The space in front of them changed instantly in the next moment. In the desolate ruins of the ancient city, on the collapsed and shattered central square, Fong Yu's figure appeared almost immediately. Standing directly in front of him was a familiar lowly warrior with a ponytail, wearing a school uniform, and with a lollipop in her mouth. It was the virtual martial artist named Ponytail Lollipop who defeated Fong Yu on the Hidden Dragon ranking last night. Upon seeing his opponent, Fong Yu took a half step back, then suddenly kicked off the ground, sending pebbles flying. Amidst the howling wind, a burst of scorching flame erupted from his fists. The next moment, Fong Yu flashed and charged directly at the lowly warrior in front of him who was shouting about lollipops. Holding nothing back, going all out. But to Fong Yu's surprise, the lowly warrior, whose skills were at their maximum, disappeared from the spot almost the instant he rushed out. Immediately afterward, Fong Yu felt a blur before his eyes, and a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, Fong Yu felt a chill on his neck and fell to the ground. Such speed! And before I could even react. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It seemed that she hadn't taken their fight seriously at the beginning last night. But when I got serious, I was almost defeated in an instant. Of course, Fong Yu knew about this combat training mode that set up a space for the numerical values of martial arts combat skills. The virtual martial artist, once created, would not hold back when making a move, so it unleashed a thunderous attack almost the instant Fan Yu made his move, instantly killing him. I refuse to believe it. Fan Yu immediately spent another 50 points to start combat training. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sizzle. Puff. Amidst the flying sand and gravel, Fan Yu watched as a delicate white hand pierced through his chest, drops of blood rolling onto the shattered plaza floor. The ponytail-haired lowly warrior in front of him withdrew her hand. Shake the blood-soaked hand, and a lollipop immediately appears. This is the 10th failure. Fan Yu returned to the cultivation space, looked at the number of failures before him, and immediately gave a wry smile. Indeed, the gap between one and a true genius cannot be bridged in a short time. Although he failed 10 times, Fan Yu gradually caught up with the speed during these 10 exchanges, starting from being defeated in one move at the beginning. He then took 3 or 5 moves to catch up, and in the 10th exchange, he even lasted until the 11th move before being defeated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fan Yu let out a long breath, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If you set yourself up as the opponent and max out your skills, wouldn't you be able to see the power in actual combat situation of Blazing Sun Fist and Skywalker's Step when they are used at full strength? Identify your weaknesses and shortcomings in battles to further improve your combat skills. In his constant battles with Ponytail Lollipop, Fan Yu discovered that after maximizing his skills and status, the lowly warrior simulated by the virtual spacetime fusion judgment seemed to be even stronger than the one he had actually seen. In this way, if you simulate yourself, you can quickly grasp the many loopholes in your actual combat and improve your strength to a certain extent. Of course, Fan Yu also knew that virtual spacetime could not simulate the second punch of Blazing Sun Holy Fist. After all, in the virtual spacetime simulation data combat training mode, users can enter the corresponding virtual martial artist's name, or select a certain combat power range and related elemental skill settings. The virtual warriors simulated in the virtual spacetime are entirely based on collected information about the battles between warriors in the virtual space. The 2 saint-level techniques that Fan Yu is currently using are only the tip of the iceberg. The simulated data is based on his strongest combat power. When the skill level is maxed out, it simply means that Fan Yu's strongest combat power is reduced to its average value. But that's enough. Fan Yu completed the setup immediately, which only cost him 30 points. However, he didn't think about it that much and went straight into the simulated battle space. The familiar abandoned ancient city, the familiar broken square. Fan Yu looked at the bald middle-aged man in front of him who looked exactly like him. Reaching out to touch his bald head, Fan Yu moved his feet and immediately threw a punch at the himself in front of him. Faced with Fan Yu's punch, the Fan Yu standing there trembled, and amidst the surging wind around him, flames raged on his fists. He unleashed a powerful punch right in front of Fan Yu. With a loud buzz, it exploded. Fan Yu felt as if his arms had struck a red-hot iron wall, and his entire body was sent flying backward by the sudden impact. My arms suddenly felt a sharp pain and numbness. But at this moment, Fan Yu did not hesitate at all, and fully demonstrated the decisiveness of Fan Yu in battle. In a flash, he threw another punch at Fan Yu's head. Bang! Fan Yu was blasted away, and he stood up shakily. At that very moment, a fist slammed down on his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After another 10 battles of training, Fan Yu felt that his body and mind had almost reached their limits. In particular, the 10 matches he fought against himself had taken a toll on Fan Yu's body. I got up and lay down on the bed. Although Fan Yu was exhausted, his face was full of excitement. No wonder that before Ponytail Lollipop challenged him, she had to simulate several battles with him in the simulated combat data training mode to ensure that everything went smoothly. This not only allows you to truly understand the gap in strength between yourself and your opponent, but also enables you to quickly identify your weaknesses, thereby securing a decisive victory. During the 20 simulated battles Fan Yu had just participated in, he felt his strength improve rapidly. In particular, he has truly mastered the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist. The power of a slightly serious punch has completely reached the power of the full-force peak punch that he had prepared for half a day before. While constantly replaying the battle in his mind, Fan Yu quickly fell into a deep sleep. Fan Yu was woken up by the ringing of the telephone. Hey boss, wanna go out for dinner? I can introduce you to some friends. He didn't care at all about the friends Wu Yunlu mentioned. What, did Sister Chen let you go out and run around? Hee, I told my mom I'm now hanging out with the boss, and she immediately agreed, haha. Fan Yu was speechless for a moment. Are you using me as a shield? Fan Yu then added that he needed to cultivate and didn't have time before hanging up the phone. For Fan Yu, the most important thing right now is cultivation. He doesn't want to pay much attention to anything else. Just as Fan Yu got up to wash his face, a message popped up in the virtual space. You have received a challenge from all who are pointed at by the sword are ants. Please accept the challenge within 3 hours. Challenge is initiated through the hidden dragon ranking. Fan Yu immediately had an idea. The information about this virtual martial artist, named Those Who Point the Sword Are All Ants, appeared before him. Virtual warrior, wherever his sword points, they are but ants. Current points, 1910. Rank, Elite. Ring battles, 6,543 matches. Current ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, 8126. Another expert, only someone ranked over 8,000 is challenging him? Shouldn't we challenge the opponents ranked ahead of us? Although he didn't understand, Fan Yu didn't hesitate much. He went straight back to his room, sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, entered the virtual space, and accepted the challenge. In a private room of a luxurious martial arts restaurant in Shanghai, a young man with a cold and stern face looked at the message coming from an exquisite quantum brain wristband he was wearing. He immediately grinned. This newbie called One Punch Salvation has accepted the challenge. Just watch how I behead him with a single sword strike, ha! As he spoke, the cold-faced young man immediately entered the virtual space. Meanwhile, the other men and women sitting in the private room also entered the spectator seats with expressions of excitement. Amidst the clamor, a massive palace appeared before Fan Yu's eyes. The palace was extremely ancient, with some seats around it for spectators, where some people were already seated. Fan Yu immediately recognized several familiar faces. A burly man with a striking scar on his face, known as Golden Body Iron Fist. A cute little female warrior in a school uniform, with a ponytail, shouting lollipop. The other few people were spectators who appeared during last night's battle against Ponytail Lollipop. It seems these people know each other in real life. It looks like they're trying to team up to farm points. Fan Yu shook his head slightly, looking at the young man in white robes standing in the center of the ancient palace arena, with a long sword on his back. This is the opponent who challenged him. Those whose swords are pointed at are all ants. You. Just as the white-clad, sword-wielding youth was about to speak, Fan Yu interrupted him. Let's just make our move and not waste time. Without any hesitation, Fan Yu took a step forward and arrived in front of the white-robed, sword-carrying youth, throwing a punch directly at his head. The powerful fire elemental energy instantly transformed into a terrifying vortex under this punch, sweeping towards the white-robed youth with his sword. Arrogant. The young man in white, carrying a sword, immediately snorted coldly, drew his sword, and slashed directly at Fan Yu's punch. The sharp sword energy continued forward, aiming directly at Fan Yu's head. I've already simulated 5 matches, and you've died by my sword every time. But before the white-clad, sword-wielding youth could finish speaking, Fan Yu's figure had already vanished. Yeah? As a disdainful voice rang out, Fan Yu's fiery fist had already reached the chest of the white-clad youth carrying a sword. You. The young man in white, carrying a sword, quickly held the alloy longsword to his chest. With a loud bang, the punch landed directly on the alloy longsword. The immense and terrifying firepower instantly turned the entire alloy longsword crimson. Just as the young man in white with a sword on his back was about to use his power to defend himself, Fan Yu threw another punch in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The terrifying force of the fist transformed into a fire dragon, piercing directly through the chest of the white-clad youth carrying a sword. How is this possible? The young man in white, carrying a sword, stared in disbelief at his chest, which was almost pierced through and charred. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Before challenging his opponent one punch to the end, he had practiced 5 times in the simulated combat data space. Apart from the first 2 matches where he needed to figure out his opponent's methods, he had directly severed the bald head of one punch to the end with a single sword strike in the other 3 or 4 matches. But right now, the few people watching from a short distance were also filled with shock. The ponytail-haired lowly martial artist, Shi Hongzhu, looked at the bald martial artist standing there, his aura slowly receding, with even more astonishment in his eyes. When the burly and tall Wang Yaochuan, standing next to Shi Hongzhu, saw this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. He was even more amazed that this one punch to salvation had become much stronger in such a short time. Which powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom could produce such a terrifyingly talented genius? Whoosh! Return to the virtual pavilion and courtyard. Fan Yu looked at his virtual martial artist points, which had now reached 719, and he had fallen to more than 9,700 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Thinking about the challenge from the Hidden Dragon ranking, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel quite satisfied with his performance. Of course, this is also thanks to my almost non-stop virtual space-time combat training. The virtual martial artist who just challenged me, named All Lancer pointed towards the sword, had at least 80 bones that had been tempered. He was clearly too reliant on the methods he had used to successfully simulate a battle with me, which is why I was able to defeat him so quickly. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu sighed and then activated the free matchmaking mode. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Yu saw that his virtual martial artist points had exceeded 1,000 points before leaving the virtual space. It was already late at night when I stepped out of the hotel. Chapter 17. How can 300,000 be enough? Don't think this million is too little. Shanghai. Inside the luxurious private room. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? It's only been a day. The handsome young man with striking features and striking eyebrows spoke in astonishment. Clearly, he was somewhat bewildered by his defeat in such a short time. Not far away, Shi Hongzhu, with a lollipop in her mouth, smiled calmly and said, "Yi Lingfeng, it's nothing really. You were a bit careless and underestimated your opponent. If you had used your killing move from the beginning, you might have had a chance to win." As Shi Hongzhu spoke, Wang Yaochuan, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Then he spoke. "However, this kid who can exorcise with one punch is indeed a terrifying opponent. It's unbelievable that his strength has improved so rapidly in just one day. It's a pity I don't know who it is, otherwise I'd really like to get to know them." A woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, sitting next to Yi Lingfeng, spoke leisurely. "But he probably didn't even consider us as opponents. Judging from his attack just now, this one-punch salvation probably thinks we're a group of people who are standing up for Wang Yaochuan and deliberately opposing him." Yi Lingfeng nodded with a wry smile. "Yes, I think so too. It's a pity we don't know who this person is, but judging from the methods he used, I think he must be no ordinary person." Shi Hongzhu spat out the lollipop from her mouth, then held it in her hand and shook it, saying, "I don't think it's a big deal. Besides, we might encounter such a talented martial artist when we get to the Martial Arts Academy. By the way, how's your preparation for the upcoming mock exam? I heard that our Eastern Theater Command's War God will be inspecting our Shanghai high school. Perform well, then if you get selected, you might just get a spot in the military's directly affiliated Tianqing Holy Academy ahead of time." Upon hearing Shi Hongzhu's words, the others all looked on with anticipation. Yi Lingfeng smiled wryly. "Sister Hong, we have made preparations, but apart from you, we probably don't have much hope among us. I heard that the selection criteria for this year's early admissions are extremely strict. I remember last year the minimum requirement was that the limbs had been fully tempered and that the candidate had a high ranking on the Hidden Dragon list." The others all nodded. On Earth, with the rapid development of human technology and the vigorous development efforts of the federal government, the population of Earth has surged. Under such circumstances, the number of geniuses is also increasing rapidly. These young martial arts prodigies, if they want to truly stand out and gain more cultivation resources and the attention of higher-ups, must go all out and stir things up like crazy. Alright, that's all for now. I need to go back to my training. See you all during the mock exam." As she spoke, Shi Hongzhu stood up, put the lollipop in her mouth, made a waving goodbye gesture with her back to everyone, and left the private room. The rest of the people also dispersed. In the end, only Yi Lingfeng, whose chest had just been punched through, and Wang Yaochuan, whose head had also been punched through by Fang Yu, remained. "Achuan, is there any way to find out the true identity of this one-punch salvation?" Wang Yaochuan shook his head. "It's difficult, and actually unnecessary, Brother Yi. In fact, one punch to the end has a very distinctive personal style. If we meet again at Martial Arts University in the future, it will be easy to recognize him. What we need to do now is strive to improve and achieve a good ranking in the mock exam. I've heard that the ranking in this exam will affect the number of places available in the joint exam for the Eastern Theater Command later." With that, Wang Yaochuan stood up, patted Yi Lingfeng on the shoulder, and then left the private room. "So, I underestimated my opponent after all?" Yi Lingfeng gave a wry smile, which lessened his frustration somewhat. Early morning. In the martial arts training room of the Sancheng Martial Arts Association in Sichuan. Flames raged around Fang Yu, and fire elemental battle patterns rapidly gathered and spun within his dantian. It was like a wild and unrestrained fiery serpent, constantly moving with the whirlwind vortex formed by the wind element battle patterns gathered in the Dantian and Sea of Qi. At this moment, Fang Yu had already absorbed a full 10 C-grade fire attribute potions. The instant a flame flashed on the toe bone of his right foot, Fang Yu concentrated all his mental energy and began to inscribe fire-type battle runes on the toe bone of his right foot. Having refined 64 upper limb bones, Fang Yu has developed his own insights into bone tempering and the carving of battle patterns. After about 200 virtual spacetime battles, Fang Yu knew that if he wanted to quickly improve his combat power in a short period of time, he had to improve his current cultivation level as much as possible. Compared to other talented martial artists, he may have awakened and cultivated for much longer, resulting in a significant gap between himself and some true geniuses of the same age. However, he also has an advantage that these geniuses do not have, namely, Fang Yu possesses a system. Furthermore, after merging with the first drop of ancient god's blood, he possessed an ancient cultivation technique that allowed him to rapidly devour and absorb attribute potions and spirit crystals. Meanwhile, after merging with the second drop of ancient god blood, his comprehension seemed to be slowly improving through continuous practical training. As long as I have enough cultivation resources, surpassing these geniuses is only a matter of time. He was even confident that he would stand out in the mock exam held the day after the 100-day countdown rally at Sungqing Middle School. It will be much easier for me to acquire resources then than it is now. Although his adoptive father was the principal of Sungqing Middle School, there were also quite a few vice principals, as well as some people from the Martial Arts Association's martial arts department. The 100-day countdown rally and mock exam will be observed and inspected on site. This is an opportunity for me. As for anything else, Fang Yu didn't think about it at all. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu's cultivation was nearing its end. The reason is simple: Fang Yu completely devoured and absorbed all the gold-type spirit crystals. This continuous tempering of his right leg has completed the tempering of 30 parts of Fang Yu's entire right leg, leaving only the femur untempered. The entire tempering process lasted for more than 10 hours, making Fang Yu feel that tempering his body and bones was not as difficult as he had imagined. At this moment, Fang Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling his strong and powerful right leg, as if his entire right leg had been completely transformed in an instant. Unfortunately, I don't have enough cultivation resources right now. I only have about 100,000 left, which is not enough to buy attribute potions for even one training session. Moreover, in comparison, fire-type spirit crystals are more effective, especially second-tier and third-tier spirit crystals. However, the price of spirit crystals is basically fixed: 10,000 for the first tier, 100,000 for the second tier, 1 million for the third tier. Just thinking about it, Fang Yu felt that the cultivation resources required as he progressed in his cultivation would be astronomical. So after tomorrow's mock exam, I have to start making money. Fang Yu then took a deep breath and glanced at the time. It was already 11 a.m. the next day. Originally, he planned to absorb the remaining wind attribute potion, condense wind attribute battle runes, and begin to inscribe wind attribute battle runes on his limbs. But just as Fang Yu was about to continue, Wu Yunlu suddenly called. "Boss, everything is ready. I've also contacted Du Changfeng, and he asked me to take you to the woods behind the school dormitory." Fang Yu hummed in agreement, and then asked Wu Yunlu to come to the Martial Arts Association. Fang Yu then took a deep breath and opened his attribute panel. Name: Fang Yu. Fire-type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist, limb and bone tempering progress 94-126. Wind elemental cultivation, body refinement realm 1 peak. Mentalist, tier 1 mental phantom condensation progress 1%. Combat power, 11,800. Their combat power has already exceeded 10,000. Based on Fang Yu's memory of the top 10 strongest students in this graduating class of Sungqing Middle School, it seems that only 2 of them have a combined strength of over 10,000. However, Fang Yu knew that there must be someone like Wu Yunlu, the 6th oldest student in Sungqing Middle School, who was holding his breath and waiting to make a name for himself in the mock exam during the 100-day countdown rally. After all, after this major exam, the school will allocate special resources to some key talented young martial artists and jointly train them with the martial arts department. Some exceptionally outstanding candidates may even be recommended to other early admission channels. For example, the military's special recruitment of genius martial artists. Once admitted in advance, the cultivation resources and training channels you receive will be considerable. Boss, over here. Just as Fang Yu was pondering as he walked out of the martial arts training room, he saw from afar a person wearing a sports martial arts uniform with a fire dragon printed on it, with an unconventional hairstyle that hung down and covered one eye. He tossed his head back, revealing his unrestrained and carefree smile. Fang Yu was a little surprised to see Wu Yunlu's look. It was just too flashy. Let's go. Fang Yu shook his head, then walked out of the Martial Arts Association and got directly into the equally flashy red sports car parked by the roadside outside the Martial Arts Association. Sancheng Middle School. Because tomorrow is the day of the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam, many senior high school students who were studying outside have returned to school since this morning. At this moment, it is located in the mountains behind the school dormitory building. Inside a dense forest, Du Changfeng, dressed in a well-fitting suit and wearing half-rimmed glasses, stood there looking at the rows of tall buildings not far down the mountain. These were the student dormitories of Sancheng Middle School. Brother Feng, that kid's here. Just as a hint of gloom filled Du Changfeng's eyes, a skinny boy, as thin as a monkey, ran up to Du Changfeng from not far away, panting heavily. Panting, he pointed to a red sports car speeding towards him on the wide road not far away. It's this car. We, the student council members at the school gate, saw Fang Yu sitting in it with our own eyes. Du Changfeng nodded slightly and waved to the boy who brought the news to stand to the side. He then saw the red sports car stop by the wide road not far down the mountain. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yunlu, dressed in a gorgeous martial arts sports uniform, pulled Fang Yu out of the passenger seat and then led Fang Yu directly up the mountain. Seeing this, Du Changfeng's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Actually, when he received Wu Yunlu's call that morning, he had no doubts whatsoever. After all, others might not know Wu Yunlu, but people in Du Changfeng's circle knew very well who Wu Yunlu was. Moreover, Du Changfeng knew that he dared not easily provoke Wu Yunlu. He naturally wouldn't doubt that such a person had helped him capture Fang Yu. After all, although the conditions he offered had doubled, they were still only worth 300,000, which, in his opinion, wasn't worth Wu Yunlu's personal effort at all. Therefore, he did not doubt what Wu Yunlu said, but he was somewhat worried that Wu Yunlu would not come. That's why he was hesitant before, but when he saw Wu Yunlu pull Fang Yu out of the passenger seat and take him up the mountain, he was basically certain. Wu Yunlu probably wanted to use this incident to curry favor with their circle, since after the college entrance examination, they might all be cultivating at the same martial arts university or holy academy. Du Changfeng thought about many things for a moment, but he never imagined that Wu Yunlu and Fang Yu would have any relationship. Du Changfeng, I've brought the man to you. From now on, I won't get involved in what happens between you two. Just as Du Changfeng was still pondering various possibilities, a slightly unruly voice interrupted his speculations. Looking up, Du Changfeng glanced at the somewhat unconventional Wu Yunlu, then turned his gaze to Fang Yu, whose hands were chained and who was staring at him with an icy look. He was naturally familiar with Fang Yu. But when he looked at Fang Yu now, he felt a strange and uneasy feeling in his heart for some reason. Of course. As he spoke, Du Changfeng quickly waved his hand, and one of his underlings immediately handed a bank card to Wu Yunlu. Brother Yunlu, here is 1 million. Wu Yunlu looked at the bank card that was handed to him, and asked with some confusion. Isn't it 300,000? Du Changfeng quickly smiled and said. Brother Yunlu, you're joking. You personally kidnapped this kid, how can 300,000 be enough? Don't think 1 million is too little. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunlu reached out and took the bank card, then said. That's settled then, thanks for the million. Upon hearing Wu Yunlu's words, Du Changfeng immediately smiled and said. Brother Yunlu, you're too kind. I should be thanking you. And don't worry, I'll explain this to Campus Belfong. After all, I can't let Brother Yunlu help me for nothing. I think Campus Belfong must also want to establish a good friendship with Brother Yunlu. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunlu couldn't help but laugh. He waved the bank card in his hand at Fang Yu, who was standing next to him, and then looked at Du Changfeng and said. You don't need to worry about me, I'll just stand aside and watch the show. Du Changfeng naturally didn't care. After all, in his eyes, Fang Yu was now like a fish on a chopping board, easily manipulated by him. He even considered calling Feng Xia right away and asking her to come see the show. But on second thought, I decided to just film the scene of taking revenge on Fang Yu and send it directly to Feng Xia later. He didn't want this matter to escalate. After all, Fang Yu is Principal Feng's son, and if things really escalate, he will also be affected. That's why he chose to resolve this matter in the mountains behind the school dormitory. There are fewer people there, allowing him to resolve the issue quietly and effectively. Brother Yunlu, please proceed. As he spoke, Du Changfeng turned his gaze to Fang Yu, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Fang Yu, I'm giving you one chance now. As long as you kneel down, kowtow and beg for mercy, and kneel down there and slap yourself in the face, saying that you will never dare to oppose your sister Fang Xia again. I will spare you today." As he spoke, Du Changfeng pointed in the direction of a skinny man behind him who looked like a monkey and was recording and filming everything with his phone. Wu Yunlu, who was watching the commotion from a short distance away, wondered if Du Changfeng would kneel down and kowtow to his boss to beg for mercy later. The thought of Du Changfeng, who usually acted profound and pretentious at school, being scared out of his wits in a moment filled him with a secret sense of satisfaction. "What if I don't?" Fang Yu raised his head slightly, looking calmly at Du Changfeng, who was walking towards him in an expensive martial arts suit, and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words and seeing his calm gaze, Du Changfeng's face immediately flushed with impatience and anger. "Damn, brother Feng gave you a chance, and you're still putting on airs? Don't think that just because you're Principal Feng's son we won't dare touch you. School Beauty Feng said you're just a wild." Bang! Naturally, there were impulsive people around Du Changfeng. Sure enough, Fang Yu had barely finished speaking when a tall, burly man jumped out, hurling insults and reaching out to grab Fang Yu's neck. It was obvious that he wanted to show off in front of Du Changfeng. Unfortunately, before his hand could reach Fang Yu and before he could finish uttering his foul words, Fang Yu kicked him away. He crashed heavily into a large tree, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing consciousness on the spot. What? This. Chapter 18, Kneel down and beg for mercy, slap himself, and compensate for the lost time. Of the remaining people present, apart from Wu Yunlu who was just watching the spectacle, everyone was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Du Changfeng was the first to react. You actually dared to fight back?" Upon hearing Du Changfeng's words, Fang Yu looked at him as if he were an idiot. With a casual wave of his hand, the hands that were originally bound by iron chains were instantly melted by the flames. With a clang, the iron chain fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Du Changfeng, dressed in a suit and wearing half-rimmed glasses, was immediately shocked and quickly looked at Wu Yunlu, who was playing with a bank card in the distance. Wu Yunlu's expression was also solemn, and his eyes showed shock. Upon seeing this expression, Du Changfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then turned his scrutinizing gaze to Fang Yu in front of him. "I underestimated you. You actually awakened a fire-type talent. But so what? You only recently awakened your fire-type talent, didn't you?" Du Changfeng was quite capable at Sancheng Middle School. Although he was shocked by Fang Yu's sudden move and performance, he quickly calmed down. "You only recently awakened?" Before Fang Yu could speak, Wu Yunlu, who was standing to the side with a solemn and shocked expression, asked with some confusion. His solemn expression was intentional. After all, he already knew his boss's strength. He was someone who could instantly kill him. But the shock was real. After all, Wu Yunlu believed that Fang Yu must have awakened his fire-type talent long ago, but had been hiding it, just like himself, pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Upon hearing Du Changfeng's words, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Brother Yunlu, you don't know this, but Fang Yu was a good-for-nothing before. He hadn't awakened any talent at all. The method he is using now is fire-based, which means he only recently awakened his fire-based talent. But brother Yunlu, don't worry. So what if he awakened the fire element talent? Now that he's here, if he doesn't kneel down and apologize to Xia and slap himself, he certainly won't be able to leave safely." To Du Changfeng, it was obvious that Fang Yu was just someone who had just awakened his fire-type talent, and was probably not even a martial artist. The person he had just kicked away and knocked unconscious was only at the first stage of body refinement, so Du Changfeng naturally wouldn't take him seriously. While Wu Yunlu, who was standing not far away, was slowly relaxing, his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He had heard from his mother that Fang Yu had only recently been certified as a martial artist, but he didn't believe it at all. He had investigated but found no information about Fang Yu's cultivation. He had also asked his boss, Fang Yu, and the ambiguous answer made him instinctively believe that Fang Yu must have already awakened to the truth, but was just deliberately not showing it. Hearing Du Changfeng say this, he couldn't help but have doubts again. If it was really as Du Changfeng said, that he had only awakened his fire-type talent in the last few days, then he, the boss he had just recognized, would really be a cultivation monster. How could someone transform from an ordinary person with no awakened talent into a terrifying yellow-rank martial artist capable of instantly killing him in just a few days? Who would believe that if I told them? And this Du Changfeng in front of us has the audacity to say that he wants the boss to kneel down and kowtow to him, and slap himself in the face. Who gave him the courage and confidence? However, Wu Yunlu was glad that he was quick-witted and listened to his mother. If he had really offended a mysterious big shot like Fang Yu, he might not even know how he died. Looking up at Du Changfeng, who was standing not far away in a suit, slowly pushing up his glasses with his slender middle finger, and exuding a slightly aloof air of a master, he continued to speak. Fang Yu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just kneel down now. As he spoke, a cold, icy light suddenly flashed around Du Changfeng. Ice-type martial artist? When Fang Yu saw a layer of frost suddenly appear under Du Changfeng's feet, he sneered and directly slapped Du Changfeng's slightly cold, fair face. Smack! Before Du Changfeng could finish speaking, he was sent flying by the slap. It crashed heavily into a large tree about 10 meters tall, and the tree was instantly frozen by the ice-type power before collapsing. No. It's impossible, how could you? Du Changfeng, having regained his footing, was filled with shock, but at the same time, a chilling killing intent arose in his eyes. All of you, attack at once. Phew! Smack! But almost as soon as Du Changfeng finished speaking, Fang Yu appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face again. Ah! With a scream, Du Changfeng was launched into the air once again. Before his body even hit the ground, Fang Yu grabbed him by the neck. You, how could you possibly do this? At this moment, the group of people standing behind Du Changfeng had barely made a move when they saw the incredibly powerful Du Changfeng being grabbed by the neck like a chicken. At this moment, let alone making a move, they all wished they could turn tail and run away. But when they saw Fang Yu's cold gaze sweep over them, they gave up the idea and stood there dumbfounded, not daring to move an inch, not even daring to breathe loudly. Fang Yu, let me go, I. At that moment, Du Changfeng's body was grabbed by Fang Yu in mid-air. Despite Du Changfeng's constant struggle and the fact that he had used all his ice-type power to the extreme, his hands were tightly gripping Fang Yu's wrists that were holding his neck. The ice-based power almost instantly froze his entire arm and neck with a thick layer of ice. But Fang Yu didn't care at all at this moment. He simply looked at Du Changfeng with a smile in his eyes and said, Your suggestion was good, kneel down and apologize, slap yourself, and I might consider sparing your life. As he spoke, Fang Yu glanced at the arm that was completely frozen. Suddenly, a blazing flame spread out. In an instant, Du Changfeng felt as if his entire neck was clamped by a red-hot clamp. The wrist he had been gripping tightly around Fang Yu felt like a red-hot branding iron, causing him to tremble with pain. More importantly, at this moment, his neck was being grabbed, and Fang Yu was tightening his grip little by little after he finished speaking. Almost instantly, a sense of dread about death surged into his mind. He was terrified. Why is Fang Yu so strong? How could such terrifying power have only recently awakened? Could it be that Fang Yu hadn't shown it before? After all, Fang Yu had always been the target of bullying at school, and although he was Principal Fang's son, he had his older sister Fang Xia leading the bullying. They never took him seriously at all. More importantly, Fang Xia always said that Fang Yu was a good-for-nothing and had no talent whatsoever. So this is... You can't kill me, I. Looking at Fang Yu's mocking face, Du Changfeng suddenly realized that he didn't recognize this useless kid who had been bullied by his group for almost a year. Please, I. Fang Yu's hand continued to slowly close. Du Changfeng felt death drawing ever closer. He even felt a moment of darkness before his eyes. Before he could think any further, he immediately began to beg for mercy. At that moment, Wu Yunlu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped forward. Boss, you can't kill him here, it will cause a lot of trouble. Besides, this Du Changfeng still has some status in the Du family of Changcheng. So, boss, why don't you let him go first? If he can offer compensation, kneel down and admit his mistake, and then slap himself, then you can spare his life? Fang Yu hadn't originally intended to kill anyone. After all, this is Changcheng Middle School, and he knows some of the martial arts laws of the Dragon Kingdom. If he were to kill someone before the college entrance examination, it would indeed be very troublesome. Even if he was exceptionally talented, he would inevitably be targeted by others. Even without the power to truly control the situation, the martial arts code must still be obeyed. Let go. The terrifying firepower subsided and disappeared in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Du Changfeng, who was almost completely limp on the ground, clutching his reddened, burned neck and coughing incessantly, tears welled up in my eyes. Wu Yunlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that his boss might accidentally snap Du Changfeng's neck, which would have been a real problem. Du Changfeng, who was now slumped on the ground, looked up at Fang Yu standing in front of him. His eyes no longer held the disdain and arrogance of before, but were filled with fear and disbelief. If it weren't for the sharp pain in his face and neck, he would have thought that everything that had just happened was just a hallucination. Hey, Du Chanfeng, why can't you see the danger? Hurry up and do what you said before, kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, slap yourself, and compensate the boss for the time he wasted. That would save your life. As Wu Yunlu spoke, he shouted directly at the group of people behind him who were already filled with fear. You all come over here, kneel down and slap yourselves in the face. Each of you can pay a few 100,000 in compensation and then get lost. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Wu Yunlu really is a pretty good underling. Boss, this is my gift to you, 1 million. As he spoke, he respectfully handed the bank card that Du Changfeng had just given him to Fong Yu. He then winked at Du Changfeng, who was sitting on the ground, looking somewhat dazed. The meaning is self-evident. At this moment, Du Changfeng dared not gamble anymore. Recalling the moment Fong Yu made his move, he realized that he had no chance to fight back. After all, Fong Yu was an S-rank ice type, and his upper limb bones had been completely tempered. They didn't even have the power to resist Fong Yu. Moreover, he really felt that if Wu Yunlu hadn't spoken up to stop him, he would have died here. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I felt, and my back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He immediately knelt down in front of Fong Yu. Fong Yu, Du Changfeng, was blind to your greatness before. Please forgive me this time. I will never get involved in Fong Xia's affairs again. No, I will sever all ties with Fong Xia from now on. I'm willing to give up 500,000, no, I'll give up another million. As he spoke, he looked up and met Fong Yu's cold face and mocking eyes, and immediately turned 500,000 into 1 million. Then, gritting his teeth, he reached out and slapped himself across the face. His glasses were slapped off his face by himself. Seeing this, the people behind him also knelt down and slapped themselves, muttering incoherently. Fong Yu merely glanced coldly at the group of people in front of him. I'll let you go this time, but you'd better watch yourselves. After saying that, Fong Yu turned around and walked down the mountain. At this moment, Wu Yunlu grabbed Du Changfeng by his already soaked collar and lifted him up, saying, Are you all right? Damn it, you almost killed me. Let me tell you, this whole thing started because of you. If Fong Yu ever causes me trouble again, I'll make you pay for the damages. And that damn Fong Xia, I think you'd better stay away from her, or you might end up losing your life someday. Damn it, what kind of things have they been doing all day long? Oh, and remember to transfer the money to me right away, I'm going to deliver it to the boss. After saying that, he threw Du Changfeng to the ground again, then turned around and put on a fawning smile, shouting at Fong Yu's retreating figure. Boss, slow down, wait for me. Chapter 19 Qin Shao kicks the ball into the goal and spouts nonsense? Cough cough. Puff. Du Changfeng coughed violently, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Feng, what are we doing now? Are we really supposed to pay compensation? But we're the ones who got hurt. No, it's you, Brother Feng. A tall boy, covering his swollen and red cheek, said with a wronged expression. Brother Feng, what do you think we should do? I recorded the scene where Fong Yu attacked you just now, should we? Before the skinny student could finish speaking, Du Changfeng, looking sullen, snatched the phone from his hand. Then, as a surge of ice-based power erupted from Du Changfeng's hand holding the phone instantly shattered into pieces. Brother Feng, my phone. Are you all idiots? Didn't you see how terrifying Fong Yu's strength is? He might have been pretending to be weak all year. And if Wu Yunlu hadn't stood up for us just now, we might all be burned to the ground by now. As he spoke, he took out his phone. 200,000 each, and you'll have to pay me back later. Also, if anyone tells anyone about what happened today, I'll turn you into ice sculptures and have you buried underground forever, understand? The group wanted to say something, but seeing Du Changfeng's angry and frustrated face, they all shrank back and nodded. Du Changfeng transferred 2 million to Wu Yunlu directly, and then said something like, Brother, I will definitely repay your kindness today in the future. As for the idea that Wu Yunlu and Fong Yu had conspired to deal with him, he never even considered that possibility. After all, in his view, someone like Fong Yu could never have any connection with Wu Yunlu. Furthermore, he knew a bit about Wu Yunlu. He didn't associate with these people at all, as Wu Yunlu had his own circle. When Fong Yu displayed his terrifying strength, he also saw Wu Yunlu's shock and disbelief, clearly indicating that he had no idea beforehand. As for calling Fong Yu boss, it just means he's quick-witted. After all, he knows that Wu Yunlu has been involved in the martial arts association system since he was a child, so his emotional intelligence is unquestionable. What Wu Yunlu didn't know was that he had only been putting on an act, but Du Changfeng had given him far too many interpretations. However, Wu Yunlu didn't care about any of this. After all, although Du Changfeng was somewhat famous at school, he never took him seriously at all. "Brother Feng, are you alright?" The skinny student whose phone had just been crushed helped Feng Yu up and asked with concern. Du Changfeng waved his hand and then said, "It's nothing serious, I'll just go to the school clinic and it'll be fine. But, oh well, let's go." Looking at the red sports car that had disappeared down the mountain not far away, Du Changfeng couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, but then he felt extremely depressed. He originally wanted to tell a few people in the circle about this, but then he thought better of it. Why should someone who stumbles be expected to pave the way for others? If we're going to stumble, we'll all stumble with you. I just got off the bus. Fang Yu's phone then received a notification that 2 million yuan had been deposited into his account. This is. He turned around and looked at Wu Yunlu, who was following behind him. "Ha, boss, this is all compensation from Du Changfeng and the others." Fang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. "I earned 2 million so quickly, and with another bank card, 3 million was deposited directly into my account. So, if you want to make quick money, it seems you have to take some unconventional methods." However, Fang Yu didn't hesitate and accepted the money directly, as he needed it to purchase cultivation resources. The two quickly arrived at Fang Yu's dormitory. In the dormitories of Sanqing Middle School, 4 people usually live together. When Fang Yu returned to the dormitory, there was only one person inside, the other 2 were still cultivating outside. "Ah, you, damn it, I thought you were too scared to come back." As soon as Fang Yu entered the dormitory, a tall, robust boy who was over 1.9 meters tall looked at him with surprise and said something. "Dazhuang, what are you saying? I haven't done anything wrong, so why don't I dare to come back?" As Fang Yu walked into the dormitory, he sized up his burly roommate. This roommate's name is Yan Dazhuang. 2 months ago, he awakened his Earth-type talent and was certified as a true martial artist. "Dazhuang, this is Yanlu." When Yan Dazhuang saw Wu Yunlu following Fang Yu into the dormitory, he immediately nodded happily. It is obvious that Yan Dazhuang and Wu Yunlu do not know each other. Although they are both in Sanqing Middle School, there are more than 40,000 students in the senior year of Sanqing Middle School. Unless you have an outstanding background, are on the school's list of notable figures, or have done something to become famous at school, many students in the same year may not even know each other by the time they take the college entrance examination. "Hey you, didn't you see the posts on the school forum where you were challenged, had bounties offered, and were being attacked?" Yan Dazhuang asked directly. Fang Yu nodded. "I saw it. That's exactly why I came back to school, waiting for someone to come and challenge me. And tomorrow is the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam. I don't want to miss the school's big exam." Upon hearing this, Yan Dazhuang frowned and shook his head, saying, "Ayu, you'd better hide quickly. Du Changfeng's bounty on you has now reached the value of 300,000 pills. I have to admit I was a little tempted when I first saw it, but I just haven't been able to get in touch with you." Fang Yu could tell that Yan Dazhuang was joking. But you could tell from his worried expression that he was genuinely concerned for his safety. After all, he is quite famous on the school's forum now. "But where have you been these past few days?" "Dongzi, Wuchuan, and I tried calling you, but you couldn't get through. We also sent messages in our dorm group chat, but you didn't reply. Dongzi was looking for you everywhere yesterday. Oh, by the way, I'll let them know in the group chat first." As he spoke, he took out his phone and started typing away. Fang Yu then remembered that he had thrown the phone and SIM card into the trash can to avoid being disturbed by the Fang family during his cultivation. He couldn't help but explain. "I lost my phone, so I got a new one and changed my number. I'll re-register for a new WeChat account right away, and then you can add me back to the group." Yan Dazhuang, who was standing to the side, immediately nodded. "So that's how it is. I knew you usually replied to messages. If you don't reply, something must have happened. Wu Chuan even went to the Fang family to look for you." Fang Yu felt a deep warmth in his heart. After all, he felt sincerity from Yan Dazhuang, and in his memory, the 3 brothers in the dormitory had treated him very well over the past year, and they also knew about his many experiences. However, there are many things that the 3 brothers in the dormitory cannot say. After all, they are just students and their voices carry little weight. Furthermore, none of them were from prominent families in Sanqing, so they naturally lacked the confidence to stand up for Fang Yu. However, Fang Yu fully acknowledged and even empathized with this feeling after merging with the memories. After all, Fang Yu was closest to his friends from high school and university before he traveled through time, so they probably shared the same emotional starting point. Yan Dazhuang had just added Fang Yu's newly applied super account to the small group. Just as Fang Yu was about to speak in the dormitory group chat, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Fang Yu, you finally dared to show your face. How dare you bully Xia? Today, I, Qin Xiao, will make you pay a terrible price. Now you know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 20. In a moment of crisis, Yan Dazhuang, a good brother from the dormitory, is willing to rush to the front. Almost simultaneously, the three people in the dormitory heard the sound and stood up. Boss, this guy is Qin Xiao, one of Fang Xia's most loyal sycophants. Wu Yunlu saw the broken dormitory door standing there and a boy in a light yellow martial arts uniform standing at the door. Fang Yu nodded. He certainly knew Qin Xiao. She also knew Qin Xiao's identity from her memories, since she had bullied and beaten her predecessor quite a few times because of Fang Xia's casual provocations. Fang Yu, get over here right now, kneel down and admit your mistakes, or I won't be so lenient today. Qin Xiao spotted Fang Yu in the dormitory at a glance, and a cold smile immediately appeared on her face. As she spoke, Qin Xiao took another step forward and walked directly toward Fang Yu. When Qin Xiao first learned that Fang Yu had beaten Fang Xia into the hospital, she was ready to avenge Fang Xia. At that time, he searched for Fang Yu everywhere, but Fang Yu seemed to have disappeared. So I kept holding my breath. A few days ago, when I was training with Fang Xia in the school's martial arts training room, we talked about how I was bullied, and I even saw Fang Xia looking so aggrieved that she was about to cry in front of me. He couldn't stand it anymore. His beloved, cute and well-behaved school beauty, Fang Xia, had been beaten like that, kicked in the stomach and had her hair pulled. Was this even a man? So he directly posted a challenge to Fang Yu on the school forum. But no matter how much they shouted, Fang Yu just wouldn't show up. This made Qin Xiao feel as if he had punched cotton. Just now, while he was cultivating in the martial arts training room, he heard someone say that they had seen Fang Yu return to school. Upon hearing the news, he rushed to Fang Yu's dormitory, determined to give Fang Yu a good beating and vent his anger. At this moment, Yan Dazhuang, who was standing next to Fang Yu, stepped forward without hesitation and blocked Fang Yu's path. A pair of unfriendly eyes stared at Qin Xiao in front of him and said, "Qin Xiao, this is a dormitory. Violence is not allowed. Do you want to break the school rules?" As Yan Dazhuang spoke, his earth elemental power surged, shielding Fang Yu and Wu Yunlu behind him. Violating school rules? Yan Dazhuang, don't say I didn't warn you. With your pathetic skills, get out of the way, or I can't guarantee I won't take care of you too. Qin Xiao was completely unfazed by Yan Dazhuang's imposing physique. He even threatened in a cold voice. "Ayu, you guys go first and find Teacher Lu. I'll hold him off." Although there is indeed a school rule prohibiting private fights on the Tsangqing Middle School campus, an investigation is only launched when a major incident occurs during a private fight, such as a student dying as a result. Generally speaking, as long as no one dies, it is quite normal for friction to occur within a school. After all, Tsangqing Martial Arts University has hundreds of thousands of students, almost all of whom are studying martial arts and cultivating themselves, so it is perfectly normal for them to have friction and spar with each other. Leave? Heh, Yan Dazhuang, you don't think you can stop me, do you? My cultivation has recently improved. If you don't get out of the way, I don't mind using you to practice my newly learned set of fist techniques. After all, you look like a pretty good human punching bag. As he spoke, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Qin Zhao's body. At the same time, two beams of light, one earthy yellow and one gold, rapidly condensed on his fist. Yan Dazhuang's expression was extremely solemn. He naturally knew Qin Zhao's strength. With his current strength, he was no match for him, but he knew that Fang Yu's body was even less likely to withstand a punch from Qin Xiao. He immediately gritted his teeth, took a step to the side, and instantly activated the earth elemental power in his body to its peak. He slowly opened his hands, his thick arms already covered with yellow earth elemental power. Ayu, get ready. Naturally, Fang Yu, who was standing behind Yan Dazhuang at this moment, knew what Yan Dazhuang meant by telling him to prepare. Wu Yunlu, standing to the side, watched Qin Xiao, who was arrogant and cold-faced, throw a punch at Yan Dazhuang from not far away, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In his mind, he could already picture yet another genius trader kneeling before his boss, begging for mercy and compensation. Run! Faced with Qin Zhao's terrifying punch, Yan Dazhuang was already trembling all over. But without the slightest hesitation, he gritted his teeth, pushed off with his feet, and charged straight at Qin Shao. His idea was to use his physical strength to hug Qin Shao directly. Although he knew he might get hurt, he wasn't thinking about it anymore. As long as Fang Yu can take advantage of this short time to leave the dormitory and run towards the teacher's building, he will be fine. Just as Yan Dazhuang charged directly at Qin Shao, he suddenly realized that his body could not move an inch. Almost in that instant of astonishment, a thin figure blocked his way. "Reach out your hand." He slapped Qin Shao across the face as he threw the punch. It's an action that couldn't be simpler. With a crisp snap, Qin Shao flew out before Yan Dazhuang's incredulous eyes. Bang! With a loud crash, the wooden cabinet next to him was smashed to pieces by Qin Shao's body. What? Yan Dazhuang's burly figure, which had been frantically struggling and charging forward, suddenly froze. A pair of small eyes looked at that familiar, thin figure, yet felt so unfamiliar in her heart. Damn it, who dares to attack me? Qin Shao slammed his entire body heavily into a wooden cabinet beside him, almost shattering the cabinets. He got up and roared angrily, his furious eyes fixed on the thin figure who had just attacked him. When I could see the person's face clearly, he was instantly struck dumb, as if by lightning. He quickly stood up. At that moment, the pain all over his body and the blood flowing from his forehead where the sharp corner of the cabinet had cut him were no longer important. It was you just now? Fang Yu didn't say much, but instead took a step forward and slapped Qin Shao across the face again. Qin Shao was immediately sent flying again, crashing heavily into the iron bunk bed next to him. After a loud crash, Qin Shao fell to the ground. Cough cough, pft. Qin Shao seemed stunned by the slap he had just received. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a gleaming white tooth. Now, we should be able to confirm it, right? As he spoke, Fang Yu walked step by step toward Qin Shao, who was still lying on the ground in a daze, seemingly accepting the information. That smiling face, tinged with a cruel smile, was filled with an undisguised chill. Qin Shao, who was still sitting on the ground processing everything, suddenly trembled and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave when he felt that cold gaze. He quickly stood up and instinctively took a few steps back. He said somewhat shakily, "Fang Yu, this is a school. What do you want to do?" However, at this moment, as Qin Shao spoke, a violent force surged wildly towards his limbs. His entire body was suddenly covered by a layer of earthy yellow protective shield. Unfortunately, Fang Yu wouldn't take such a trick seriously. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red palm pierced through the earthen yellow protective shield and grabbed Qin Shao by the neck. Chapter 21. Having a little brother seems pretty good. Hiss. Ah. Almost the instant Fang Yu reached out and grabbed Qin Shao's neck, a sound like a branding iron burning flesh suddenly rang out. Immediately following was Qin Shao's scream. How could you possibly possess such immense strength? You. Ah. Despite the excruciating pain of the flames burning his flesh, Qin Shao asked incredulously. Unfortunately, all he got in response was Fang Yu's slowly tightening fiery palm. Before he could finish speaking, he instantly felt a suffocating and death-like sense of crisis seep into his entire body from Fang Yu's cold eyes staring at him. You don't mean to. At this moment, Qin Shao looked at Fang Yu's cold eyes. An extreme fear suddenly rose in his heart, although he had no idea how Fang Yu, who had been like a useless person for the past year, could suddenly become so powerful. But from those cold eyes, he sensed a deadly killing intent almost instantly. He felt that Fang Yu actually wanted to kill him, and this feeling became clearer and more direct. Because he could feel the hand gripping his neck tightening its grip little by little. No. Fang Yu, Yan Dazhuang, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. There was no way around it to say he was familiar with Fang Yu. He had lived with Fang Yu in the dormitory for a year. How could they not know that Fang Yu's strength was only at the first level of body refinement, and that he hadn't even awakened any elemental talents before? But Fang Yu in front of me. He initially thought it was an illusion. Standing to the side, Wu Yunlu watched the scene unfold and knew he had to speak up. Otherwise, if his boss really killed Qin Shao, it would be even more troublesome than Du Changfeng. Wu Yunlu immediately stepped forward. Boss. This is a school, we can't kill people here. I know you really want him to disappear, but this is a school, and the big exams are coming up soon. It's not worth killing him. As he spoke, Wu Yunlu quickly glanced at Qin Shao, his eyes full of hints. Brother Fang Yu, let's talk this out. I'll do anything you ask if you let me go. Although Qin Xiao was impulsive, she wasn't stupid. Moreover, he is a martial arts genius who has awakened dual S-level talents, and his survival instinct is much stronger than that of others. Boss, calm down. Let him go and let me talk to him. As Wu Yunlu spoke, he reached out and grabbed Fang Yu's hand, which was still slowly tightening. Fang Yu simply snorted coldly, then released his grip. With a thud, Qin Xiao fell to the ground, immediately clutching his neck and coughing incessantly. He hadn't felt it before, but the moment he covered his neck with both hands, a burning, piercing pain made him grimace. Qin Xiao, right? I know you. The Qin family is considered quite good in Sangcheng. I saw you provoking the boss on the forum before. The boss originally intended to strangle you, but the school's mock exams are coming up soon, so you might still have a chance to survive. It all depends on whether you're a smart person. As Wu Yunlu spoke, he squatted down and reached out to grab Fang Yu's hair, revealing his complex expression. I promise I'll never bother Brother Wan Yu again, okay? About what happened today. Before Qin Xiao could finish speaking, Wu Yunlu interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. Our boss is someone you can't afford to mess with. Today, it's a question of whether you can leave the dorm alive. Wu Yunlu paused for a moment, as if thinking, before continuing. Alright, considering the negative impact you had on the boss on the campus forum before, you should compensate him 500,000. And how much should you compensate him for today's incident that affected his mood and time? As he spoke, Wu Yunlu held Qin Xiao's hair tightly without letting go, then looked up at Fang Yu standing to the side and said, Boss, what do you think of 1 million? Fang Yu did not speak. It seems the boss isn't very satisfied, but we're all classmates, so I'll make the decision for him. With the previous 500,000, you can leave after paying 2 million. Qin Xiao felt as if his heart was bleeding when he heard Wu Yunlu's words. But he couldn't have an attack at that moment. Putting aside Fang Yu, who had suddenly become so powerful that he couldn't resist him at all, he didn't even dare to provoke Wu Yunlu, who was right in front of him. Yes, he hadn't really noticed it until now, when Wu Yunlu lowered his head, grabbed his hair, and lifted his head up, that he finally saw Wu Yunlu's face clearly. After all, Wu Yunlu had never sported such an unconventional hairstyle before, and his attention was completely focused on dealing with Fang Yu, so he didn't notice Wu Yunlu at all. However, his heart was filled with countless doubts and surprises. Why would Wu Yunlu call Fang Yu boss? How could someone of Wu Yunlu's status become Fang Yu's subordinate? This is completely confusing. He couldn't understand it. But right now, he won't have any time to think about these things. Oh, and the door you just kicked and the cabinet you smashed, you need to fix those completely tonight, understand? As he spoke, Wu Yunlu looked at Qin Xiao, whose hair he had grabbed and whose face was facing him. I understand. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Wu Yunlu finally released his grip on Qin Xiao's hair. He stood up and then added insult to injury. Do you have any objections? If you disagree, you can say so. Our boss never forces anyone to do anything against their will. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao felt extremely frustrated. How could I possibly have any objections? Can I say I disagree? The thought of Fang Yu tearing him apart and grabbing his neck with a murderous glare filled him with lingering fear. If Wu Yunlu hadn't stopped him in time, he would have almost wet his pants. No, I have no objection. It was I who shouldn't have disturbed Brother Fang Yu's time. I apologize for the offense. As he spoke, Qin Xiao quickly took out his phone, ready to transfer the money. At this moment, Wu Yunlu quickly took out his phone and showed the payment code to Qin Xiao, whose face was covered in blood. Give it to me first. I'm here specifically to collect compensation for the boss. Qin Xiao felt like she couldn't catch her breath, and she painfully transferred 2 million before putting her phone away. Brother Fang Yu, Brother Dejuan, Brother Yunlu, may I leave now? Boss, do you think we can let him go? Wu Yunlu asked Fang Yu with a fawning smile. Fang Yu waved his hand. Qin Xiao felt as if she had been granted a pardon and took a step forward to leave quickly. Etc. Just as Qin Xiao was about to reach the dormitory door, Wu Yunlu called him back. Qin Xiao felt a shiver run through her body and immediately tensed up. Clean up all the cabinets you smashed, take them out and throw them away, along with those broken door panels. Qin Xiao was extremely frustrated, but when he thought about what had just happened, he didn't dare to lash out. I had no choice but to endure the pain in my neck and head, quickly pack up, and then, as if fleeing, disappear through the dormitory entrance. Chapter 22. Fang Xia rushed over upon hearing the news, extremely arrogant. The three people in the dormitory watched this scene, each with their own thoughts. After Qin Shao disappeared, Wu Yunlu came to Fang Yu's side and said with a smile, "Boss, the reason I said 2 million was because I estimated that Qin Shao could only come up with that much money." Fang Yu nodded, appearing completely indifferent. Suddenly, he felt that having Wu Yunlu by his side was quite nice. At least in just half a day, he had already helped him obtain 5 million cultivation resources. After all, he knew that if he really killed geniuses like Du Changfeng and Qin Shao at Sunqing Middle School, he would be in a lot of trouble. Although he believed he possessed god-level talent, ancient divine techniques, and a system that held limitless possibilities for the future. But now he still needs to rely on the school and the Dragon Kingdom's talent selection mechanism to gradually climb to a larger platform. Only in that way can he obtain a large amount of cultivation resources more quickly and in greater quantities. The appearance of Wu Yunlu, however, solved this problem for him very well. However, Yan Dezhuang, still somewhat bewildered, couldn't help but swallow hard before speaking. You, how could you suddenly? It was quite obvious that Yan Dezhuang, who was usually very outspoken, was now stammering. Fang Yu naturally knew what Yan Dezhuang wanted to say. After all, in just a few days, Fang Yu had gone from being someone who hadn't awakened any elemental talents to someone who had not only awakened 2 divine talents but had also tempered more than 90 bones in his limbs. Such a rapid improvement in cultivation level and strength is quite remarkable. Many people find this hard to imagine. Alright, Dezhuang, just remember that no matter how things change, no matter how far I, Fang Yu, go in the future, you, Yan Dezhuang, and the 4 of us in dormitory 526 will always be good brothers. Naturally, Fang Yu couldn't explain this matter either. When Yan Dezhuang heard Fang Yu's words and looked at Fang Yu in front of him, it seemed as if his familiar dormitory brother had suddenly returned. Ha ha ha. Okay, by the way, Wu Chuan and Dongzi are on their way back and probably won't arrive at school until tonight. They'll be so excited if they know how amazing you've become, Ayu. As Yan Dezhuang spoke, he placed his heavy hand on Fang Yu's shoulder. Fang Yu nodded. This is the true brotherhood between men. They won't be jealous of you becoming stronger, instead, they'll be excited and thrilled as you become even better and stronger. Looking at Yan Dezhuang's equally excited eyes, it was as if he himself had suddenly erupted and brutally beaten Qin Shao. Meanwhile, Qin Shao, who was downstairs in the dormitory, threw the large pile of broken, discarded wooden planks directly into the garbage room. Looking around, he was relieved to find that there were very few students around at the moment. Otherwise, if someone had seen him, he would have been utterly humiliated at Sunqing Middle School. He immediately used his movement technique to quickly head towards the infirmary. On the way, he avoided places frequented by students, and he also put on a hat and covered his neck with a scarf. With his walking style, no one would doubt that he was Qin Shao, currently ranked in the top 10 of the senior class at Sunqing Middle School. As Qin Shao headed towards the school clinic, his mind was filled with memories of his domineering entrance and the humiliating, frustrating escape. That's so embarrassing. Now, whenever Qin Shao thinks about it, she feels like she was practically shoving her face against Fang Yu's shoe, handing him 2 million yuan to get beaten up, and then having to happily say that he did a good job beating her. This is so damn frustrating. Not only was he beaten, but he also had to pay 2 million in compensation. 2 million? That's 2 million. Qin Shao thought about how he had finally saved up 2 million, which he planned to use to buy a batch of cultivation resources, and now. The more Qin Shao thought about it, the more suffocated she felt in her chest. The wounds on his neck and head appear to have opened and are bleeding. Fang Yu, you just wait. The thought that Fang Yu's strength had suddenly become so terrifying left Qin Shao even more bewildered. As his movements became faster and faster, the feeling of being slapped away by Fang Yu twice and then grabbed by the neck was as easy as grabbing a chick. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of emotions, depression, suffocation, disbelief, fear, shame, and resentment, all unlike anything I'd ever felt before, welled up in my chest. Puff. Just as he reached the door of the infirmary, he finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. My eyes had unknowingly filled with tears. Boss, I've already transferred the 2 million to you. In dormitory 526. Wu Yunlu said with a smile. Fang Yu nodded, and then began to give Yan Dezhuang a serious introduction to Wu Yunlu. The two immediately started chatting and laughing. If it weren't for the fact that the dormitory didn't have a door and there was a large empty space that was originally occupied by cabinets, Qin Shao would have seemed as if she hadn't appeared at all. By the way, boss, how about I treat you and your 4 roommates to a big meal tonight? As he spoke, Wu Yunlu took out his phone to make a reservation at the martial artists' restaurant. Forget it, go home tonight, or Sister Chen will give you a hard time again. Wu Yunlu quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, Mom wouldn't do that. She said that as long as I'm with you, she'll support me no matter what I do. Fang Yu never expected that Chen Yulan would trust him so much. He's only met her a few times, yet he's so comfortable letting his genius son follow him around? However, Fang Yu also had a question in his mind. Wu Yunlu's surname is Wu, which means that Sister Chen's husband's surname is Wu. President Wu's relationship with Sister Chen doesn't seem to be a simple superior-subordinate one. Could there be some special relationship between them? Just as Fang Yu was pondering and preparing to ask Wu Yunlu directly, suddenly, a discordant sound rang out. Fang Yu, you scumbag who hits women, get out here. The three people in the dormitory looked at the empty doorway, which no longer had a doorframe, almost simultaneously. At this moment, there were three girls standing there. They were all dressed in very expensive clothes. Standing at the front was a tall woman with a fair face and a pair of beautiful eyes that held a fierce and angry light. That was the angry shout from the girl standing at the very front. Behind the girl were two other people, one of whom was rather short, but his face was full of frost, and he looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. The other one, Fang Yu was quite familiar with. It was Fang Xia, the perverted school beauty sister, whom he beat up right after he transmigrated to this world. Just as Fang Yu was looking at Fang Xia. At this moment, Fang Xia was also staring intently at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and resentment, as well as a hint of strangeness and suspicion. Chapter 23. The stupid woman has fallen for it again. Fang Xia was originally condensing battle runes in the martial arts training room, but in the past 2 days he received attribute potions and rune condensing pills from Du Changfeng. They also wanted to condense battle runes and be certified as true yellow rank martial artists. If he had been a little stronger that night, he wouldn't have been afraid at all, even if that little bastard Fang Yu had successfully ambushed him. After all, once the battle runes are successfully condensed and the limbs are tempered, the strength of the body will far exceed that of the first stage of body refinement. Even if a piece of trash like Fang Yu were to ambush them, they wouldn't be afraid at all. It was precisely this desire for revenge that made Fang Xia spend almost all of the past few days in the martial arts training room, condensing battle runes. Just now, she heard her best friend say that Fang Yu had returned to school. Upon hearing the news, Fang Xia disregarded her cultivation and immediately sought out her close friend Zhang Lin, then headed straight for Fang Yu's dormitory. Of course, he also informed Du Changfeng, Qin Xiao, his mother, and his sister Fang Shixin of the news. Fang Yu has been hiding for the past few days, and she has been suppressing her anger. But now that Fang Yu has appeared, she's going to teach him a lesson today, preferably cripple him and then completely destroy him. As for killing Fang Yu, Fang Xia felt that would be too easy on him. The thought of the brutal beating she had suffered that night sent a strange, sharp pain through her body. The more she thought about it, the colder her gaze became as she looked at Fang Yu. She vowed in her heart that she would cripple Fang Yu, take him home, and torture him to death day and night to quell the hatred in her heart. No, this hatred will never fade. That is, when Fang Xia felt an overwhelming hatred welling up in her heart, and she was already imagining how she would torture and take revenge on her useless younger brother, Fang Yu. A slightly surprised voice rang out. Zhang Lin, why are you getting involved in this? Almost the instant the three of them looked toward the dormitory entrance, Wu Yunlu was the first to step forward and speak. As he spoke, he stared at the tall woman in the lead, his eyes filled with frustration. Yunlu, what are you doing here? Did you hear that this scumbag has appeared, and you came to deal with him first? When Zhang Lin saw Wu Yunlu, she was slightly shocked at first, but then she continued to speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunlu quickly waved his hand. No, I wouldn't dare to fight the boss. Besides, Zhang Lin, didn't you say you were in seclusion cultivating and wouldn't come out until the mock exam? Why are you meddling in this? When Fang Yu saw Wu Yunlu's appearance and heard the girl named Zhang Lin at the door call him Yunlu, he knew that the two might have some kind of relationship. Mind your own business? Yunlu, what's wrong with you? Xia is my best friend. Xia got beaten up, so of course I have to stand up for her. I know you don't like Xia, but what do you mean by this? Are you planning to protect this scumbag? Zhang Lin looked at Wu Yunlu with some anger. After her mother and Wu Yunlu's mother met a few years ago, the relationship between the two families gradually improved. It was because of this that the two of them had a good relationship since they entered high school. However, the two often have conflicts and disagreements because they have many different views. Despite this, in Zhang Lin's heart, during her innocent and confused high school years, she did have feelings for Wu Yunlu. After all, Wu Yunlu not only has the background of the Tsunching Martial Arts Association, but he is also good looking. What she didn't expect was that she would encounter Wu Yunlu here. Zhang Lin, can't you focus all your time and energy on your cultivation? As for Fang Xia's matter, just listen to me and don't get involved. You'd better leave before the boss gets angry, otherwise, I won't be able to protect you later. As he spoke, Wu Yunlu took another step forward, getting closer to Zhang Lin, and lowered his voice. Trust me, leave immediately. Zhang Lin, however, was completely bewildered. Even when he heard Wu Yunlu address Fang Yu as boss, he was both surprised and furious. Boss? Wu Yunlu, have you lost your mind from all this cultivation? When did you become Fang Yu's lackey? Looking at the somewhat helpless and anxious Wu Yunlu, Zhang Lin became increasingly suspicious. Was this Wu Yunlu really the same unrestrained Wu Yunlu she had known before? And didn't I tell you? You look terrible like this. Finally, he added a disapproving comment. Just then, Wu Yunlu was about to speak again. Fang Xia stepped forward, glanced at Wu Yunlu, and then coldly looked at Fang Yu, saying, Sister Zhang Lin, Fang Yu must have used some means to deceive Wu Yunlu. After all, my younger brother likes to use despicable methods. You know, he has struggled to survive at the bottom of society since he was a child, and he has picked up too many bad habits. Scheming and manipulating are his forte. Wu is so naive, how could she possibly be a match for him? As expected, Zhang Lin heard what her best friend Fang Xia said. I realized it immediately. She already had no good impression of Fang Yu and no positive evaluation of him, and now she felt even more disgusted. How dare they deceive and bully Wu Yunlu? Zhang Lin's gaze toward Fang Yu turned even colder. Zhang Lin, just listen to me and turn around and leave immediately. At this moment, Wu Yunlu saw that Zhang Lin's gaze toward his boss Fang Yu had become colder, and he was speechless. This stupid woman had fallen for it again. As he spoke, Wu Yunlu stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Lin's hand, and pulled him away. He had witnessed Fang Yu's methods firsthand. Zhang Lin is not as strong as me. If I really fight the boss, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Judging from the actions of his boss Fang Yu these times, Wu Yunlu doesn't believe that his boss will show mercy just because the person who provoked him is a woman. Wu, don't be fooled by Fang Yu, he... Shut up. Wu Yunlu was already annoyed and frustrated by Zhang Lin's appearance, and now he saw Fang Xia, who had been provoking and instigating Zhang Lin, trying to sow discord even more. He immediately turned to look at Fang Xia and shouted coldly. At Sanqing Middle School, many people give Fang Xia face. After all, she is not only the school beauty, but also has many admirers. Her father is the principal of Sanqing Middle School. However, Wu Yunlu did not have a good impression of Fang Xia from the beginning, because when he first saw Fang Xia, he felt that this woman seemed to have something wrong with her head, and was a standard green tea bitch. And it also corrupted Zhang Lin. It was precisely because of this that, during their senior year of high school, Wu Yunlu and Zhang Lin frequently had various unpleasant encounters. Wu Yunlu, how could you get angry at Shirya? She didn't do anything to you today. Seeing Wu Yunlu yelling at her best friend, Zhang Lin couldn't help but quickly intervene. And looking at Wu Yunlu, he felt increasingly disappointed. At the same time, the look in his eyes as he looked at Fang Yu even began to carry a hint of resentment. Sister Zhang Lin, I'm fine. It must be that Fang Yu lied to Wu, making Wu misunderstand me even more. This isn't Wu's fault. Please don't let my actions affect your relationship with Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunlu frowned even more deeply, wishing he could turn around and slap Fang Xia across the face. Chapter 24. You, a piece of trash, dare to lay a hand on me? However, before Wu Yunlu could speak again, Zhang Lin, whose hand he was holding, shook it off and looked at him with disappointment and anger in her eyes. Wu Yunlu, I'm giving you a piece of advice today. It's best not to get involved in things here, or don't blame me for turning against you. At this moment, Zhang Lin was convinced that Wu Yunlu had been deceived by Fang Yu, that scumbag, and that the two might even have some kind of shady deal going on between them. Otherwise, she simply couldn't imagine that someone like Wu Yunlu would appear with a good-for-nothing scumbag like Fang Yu. You're turning on me, Zhang Lin. I'm doing this for your own good, don't. Get out of the way. Before Wu Yunlu could finish speaking, Zhang Lin pushed him aside and stepped into the dormitory. She looked coldly at Fang Yu standing there, then glanced at the tall and burly Yan Dazhuang. Fang Yu, I originally only planned to beat you up and make you kneel down and kowtow to Shirya to apologize, but now I feel that beating you up and making you apologize is too lenient. Zhang Lin, you. At this moment, Wu Yunlu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fang Yu's voice, which carried a cold smile. Yeah? As he spoke, Fang Yu glanced at Wu Yunlu, who was standing not far away at the entrance. Wu Yunlu originally wanted to stop him, but now he could only shake his head. Fang Xia, are these the two helpers you invited? While speaking, Fang Yu didn't look at Zhang Lin and the other short girl at all, but looked at Fang Xia, who had a cold expression and pretended to be calm. At this moment, Fang Xia saw Fang Yu in front of her. Suddenly, she felt a sense of estrangement, especially from that face with a slight sneer. For some reason, she couldn't help but think of the excruciating pain she felt that night when she was kicked in a certain place. There was also the humiliation of being whipped. Fang Yu, you. Fang Xia immediately looked furious. However, before Fang Xia could speak, Zhang Lin spoke first. Zhang Lin pointed at Fang Yu and said coldly, Fang Yu, who do you think you are? You dare to threaten Shirya even when you're about to die. Today, I, Zhang Lin, will not accept the surname Zhang if I don't make you, this scumbag, kneel down and apologize and admit your mistakes. Zhang Lin couldn't hold back any longer. Wu Yunlu, who had always cared for and protected her, dared to disobey her and openly oppose her. An inexplicable anger made him angrier the more he looked at Fang Yu, even with a hint of resentment. A piece of trash who was only at the early stage of body refinement used some despicable means to attack his own sister. Such a person even managed to deceive Wu Yunlu using some unknown method. The more Zhang Lin thought about it, the angrier she became. With a wave of her hand, a golden energy wrapped around her fair palm and slashed directly at Fang Yu's chest. Zhang Lin awakened an S-level metal-type talent, and the metal-type technique he cultivated, mysterious gold blade slashing technique, was a heaven-level martial arts technique, which made Zhang Lin rank among the top students in Sunqing Middle School. Standing not far away, Wu Yunlu saw that Zhang Lin had already made a move against his boss. His face was extremely solemn. Wu, don't worry. Our sister Lin is incredibly strong. She's already been certified as a yellow rank martial artist and has even cultivated the heavily extreme technique. Dealing with a good-for-nothing scumbag like her will be a piece of cake. The short girl had just finished speaking. Fang Xia, standing to the side, also gritted her teeth and said, That's right, Wu, you absolutely mustn't be fooled by that bastard Fang Yu, he's just a... What, you let me go? Before Fang Xia could even finish speaking, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Just as Zhang Lin's handblade, imbued with the sharp power of metal, was about to strike Fang Yu's chest, Fang Yu caught it directly. More importantly, no matter how much Zhang Lin struggled, she found that her hands felt as if they were being held firmly by incredibly heavy pliers. At this moment, Zhang Lin unleashed her full power of metal, and countless flowing metal battle patterns appeared on the palm of her hand that Fang Yu was holding. But the struggle was still fruitless. At this moment, Zhang Lin looked at Fang Yu with a face full of surprise and anger, and shouted angrily. Fang Yu snorted coldly. Birds of a feather flock together, they're all just pretty faces. As he spoke, Fang Yu suddenly tightened his grip on Zhang Lin's hand. Crash! Ah! The sound of a finger bone breaking rang out, followed by Zhang Lin's scream. As Fang Yu released his grip, Zhang Lin quickly stepped back. Fang Yu had completely crushed his right hand, which had been perfectly sculpted. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to stream down Zhang Lin's forehead. You piece of trash, how dare you attack me? And how could you possibly? At this moment, Zhang Lin was completely blinded by anger. With a loud shout, she suddenly took a step forward, and rings of metal energy frantically gathered around her. She directly sealed the acupoints on her right arm. He then flashed forward, using his left hand as a blade to slash down at Fang Yu's head. Zhang Lin held back when she struck Fang Yu in the chest with her first palm strike. After all, the Fang Yu they knew was a useless person without any awakened talent. Not even a true martial artist, he was afraid that he would punch Fang Yu through the chest with one palm, so he held back his strength. The exchange just now made her realize that Fang Yu was actually playing dumb in front of her, and had even crushed her finger bones. This grudge must be avenged immediately. Therefore, when she made her second move, she held nothing back. Terrifying golden light gathered on her palm, instantly forming a sharp, illusory blade-like beam in the void. He chopped down directly at Fang Yu's head. If that strike landed squarely, in her view, even if Fang Yu had awakened his fire-type talent, so what? He was severely injured even if he didn't die from his full-force attack. At this moment, she couldn't care less about anything else. Seeing the attack coming towards him, Fang Yu didn't use any fancy moves, he simply clenched the hand that had just crushed Zhang Lin's right hand bones into a fist. In an instant, the space around the fist trembled slightly. The next moment, he threw a punch at Zhang Lin, who was slashing down at him with a palm. "Boss, go easy on him." Bang! Almost as soon as Wu Yunlu's voice rang out, Fang Yu's fist landed directly on Zhang Lin's lower abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yunlu saw a person engulfed in flames flying towards him. Zhang Lin. Wu Yunlu quickly caught Zhang Lin. "Yunlu, avenge me." At that moment, Zhang Lin felt her vision blur, and after uttering those words in a weak voice, she fainted. Looking at Zhang Lin, whose martial arts uniform had been ripped through and whose abdomen was noticeably sunken, Wu Yunlu felt a surge of worry. He looked up at Fang Yu, who was also looking at him from where he was standing. Chapter 25. Little brother, you can't hit me, I'm your older sister. Ah. Fang Yu, you scumbag, violent maniac. How dare you lay a hand on Zhang Lin? Do you even know who she is? At this moment, the short girl standing next to Fang Xia first exclaimed in surprise, then pointed at Fang Yu and roared angrily to vent her fear. Yes. At this moment, not only she, but also Fang Xia, who was standing next to her, was completely stunned by this scene. Her terrified eyes remained fixed on Fang Yu. He couldn't help but wonder, is this still the same useless, weak younger brother I used to beat up every night to vent my anger and have fun with? Impossible. This must all be fake. Fang Xia immediately rushed to Wu Yunlu's side, squatted down and looked at Zhang Lin, who was in a terrible state, whose right hand had been completely crushed like a clay sculpture and who had fainted. Sister Lin, wake up. Are you all right? Wu Yunlu coldly stared at Fang Xia, whose face was filled with astonishment and even a hint of panic. Wu, aren't you Lin's boyfriend? Are you just going to watch Lin get beaten up like this? Yes. At this moment, the short girl also came up to Wu Yunlu, responded, and then spoke. Wu, Fang Yu is such a scumbag and violent freak. He actually beat Sister Lin unconscious right in front of you, and he even beat Sister Shirya so badly she ended up in the hospital. We absolutely can't let him get away with this. Wu Yunlu was very depressed at this moment. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Of course, it wasn't directed at his boss, Fang Yu. Instead, his gaze was directed at the two chattering girls around him. He immediately looked coldly at Fang Xia, then handed the unconscious Zhang Lin to Fang Xia to support. He then stood up. Wu, you absolutely must. Smack! The short girl thought Wu Yunlu was about to make a move, and she glared fiercely at Fang Yu as she spoke. But just as he was still talking, Wu Yunlu raised his hand and slapped the short girl hard, sending her flying. His body slammed heavily against the wall of the dormitory next to him, and his head immediately started bleeding profusely. Ah! At this moment, some students from nearby dormitories also came out to watch the excitement. Naturally, some of them recognized Wu Yunlu at a glance. They just didn't understand why Wu Yunlu would hit a girl like that right now. They soon discovered a problem. Not far away, at the entrance of dormitory 526, Fang Xia was holding a girl who had already fainted, as if she had also been beaten up. Damn it, you've got nothing to do all day, haven't you? You're always stirring up trouble and causing problems. If it weren't for Fang Xia instigating her, would Zhang Lin have come to cause trouble for the boss? Ah. Wu, please spare me. Brother Wu, I won't do it again, I'll never do it again. Ah. Please forgive me. I promise I'll never play with Fang Xia again. I won't do it again. I'll never do it again. At this point, the short girl was truly terrified and kept begging for mercy. He was almost knocked to the ground and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. In the end, he simply covered his head and curled up into a ball. Wu Yunlu then began kicking the short girl repeatedly. The people surrounding them were completely shocked by what they saw. Among them were Du Changfeng and his group, who had just returned from the infirmary. When they saw this scene, they were all completely dumbfounded. Wu Yunlu is so heartless. Moreover, Du Changfeng still couldn't understand why Wu Yunlu had suddenly become so violent. Not far away. The entrance to dormitory 526. Fang Xia looked at her obedient best friend in the stairwell not far away, who was being beaten and begging for mercy in a pitiful state. She was completely dumbfounded. And it was at this time. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Yunlu, it's ready. As soon as Fang Yu's voice rang out, Wu Yunlu, who was not far away, immediately stopped. He then reached out and grabbed the neck of the girl whose face was covered in blood and whose face was unrecognizable. he pulled her in front of Fang Yu and threw her to the ground. With awe. The short girl, who had previously been arrogant and had cold eyes, was now completely terrified after being beaten. His eyes were filled with fear. Curled up in a ball, the excruciating pain emanating from all over his body seemed to tell him that none of this was an illusion. Boss, Zhang Lin, she. At this moment, Wu Yunlu looked at Fang Yu with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. He was afraid that because of Zhang Lin's loose tongue, he would not let Zhang Lin off the hook, since this matter involved Fang Xia. According to Wu Yunlu's investigation, he knew that Fang Yu seemed to dislike the Fang family very much, even to the point of harboring hatred towards them. Although he couldn't quite understand the specific reasons behind it. But as his mother, Chen Yulan, told him, Fang Yu's mindset and experiences are absolutely unmatched by any of his peers in the current senior year of Changqing Middle School. More importantly, never blindly believe something unless you have seen or heard it with your own eyes and ears. Sometimes, even if you see and hear something with your own eyes and ears, you still need to observe it carefully. After all, there are too many deceitful things in this world. So when Wu Yunlu first saw Zhang Lin actually stand up for Fang Xia and fight with his boss, he was extremely worried. He hesitated to speak at this moment. I know what you want to say. I'll let her go this time. You should notify Zhang Lin's family and take him to the martial arts hospital. Maybe he can still make it to tomorrow's mock exam. Okay, thank you, boss. As he spoke, Wu Yunlu approached Fang Xia, who was still stunned, pushed her aside, hugged Zhang Lin, and then took out his phone to make a call. However, he did not call Zhang Lin's parents immediately, but instead called his own mother. It happened in just this short time. Those watching from the surrounding area already knew what had happened. They naturally all knew about the school's beauty queen, Fang Xia, on the school forum. Even if you don't know, you can just take out your phone and check, and you'll know everything. At this point, after they understood the situation, they all stared in shock at the scene before them. Especially Fang Yu. Fang Yu wasn't very famous at school, only a small group of people knew him and his identity. But at this moment, everyone looked at Fang Yu. They were shocked to learn that Fang Yu was so capable. After all, news of Zhang Lin, who had been beaten unconscious, spread quickly. Zhang Lin was considered a genius at Changqing Middle School, so naturally many people knew her and she was the object of many people's affections. Naturally, all sorts of discussions arose, with everyone saying whatever they wanted to say. However, Fang Yu paid no attention to these discussions and onlookers. He looked at Fang Xia's face, who had just been pushed away by Wu Yunlu and was sitting on the ground, seemingly still in shock. Their eyes met. Fang Xia felt a shiver run through her body, and a chilling fear instantly swept over her. Fang Yu, what do you want to do? You can't hit me. I'm your sister. Chapter 26. Uninformed, blindly devoted followers, one punch each. But when Fang Xia spoke, her voice trembled slightly. After all, she had been brutally beaten by Fang Yu before. That night was the first time she had ever been beaten in her life, and she ended up in the hospital. Although she couldn't understand why her younger brother Fang Yu, whom she used to boss around and bully at will, suddenly seemed to have become a different person. Not only did they dare to fight back, but they also attacked with extreme ruthlessness. They didn't even distinguish between men and women when they attacked Zhang Lin, they showed absolutely no mercy. More importantly, when did Fang Yu awaken his talent? Isn't he just a useless person who has never been able to awaken his talent? Faced with Fang Xia's nervous and frightened appearance, Fang Yu sneered. Fang Xia always put on a cute and gentle act at school. Her pitiful appearance, coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, naturally made many onlookers angry, and some even clenched their fists. I wish I could rush out right now and play the hero saves the damsel in distress to impress the campus belle of Fangda. However, they all knew that tomorrow was the mock exam, and they couldn't afford to get injured at this crucial moment. Besides, nobody wants to be the first to step forward. It was obvious that they knew Fang Yu was Fang Xia's younger brother, and more importantly, Fang Yu didn't seem to be the good-for-nothing that the school forum described. Little brother, I'm your older sister, Fang Yu, you can't hit me. Looking at Fang Yu's cold face and those eyes, Fang Xia couldn't help but recall the scene from that night. And the pain started coming back in a certain spot. Fang Xia, trembling, stood up, holding onto the railing in the stairwell. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yu, now filled with more fear than anything else. After all, she had personally witnessed Fang Yu knock Zhang Lin unconscious with a single punch. Zhang Lin is a true yellow rank martial artist. While she hasn't even successfully condensed her battle runes, she simply can't be a match for her. So, all she can think of now is how to escape. Therefore, as she shakily stood up, while keeping an eye on Fang Yu, she also quickly glanced at the crowd of onlookers around her. She wanted to see familiar faces among them. She knew that news of Fang Yu's appearance at the school must have spread, and her parents and sister would arrive soon. Xin Xiao and Du Changfeng would also appear soon to stand up for her. If either of them shows up, Fang Yu will be in deep trouble. Sister, you're quite shameless, but sorry, I'm getting a little itchy right now. As Fang Yu spoke, he flexed his wrists. He knew Fang Xia's true colors. She has a charming and delicate face, an angelic figure, but a devilish and perverted heart. In his memory, Fang Yu remembered many of his sister's words. After all, during the year Fang Guotao brought her back, whenever her father Fang Guotao wasn't home at night, Fang Xia would get very itchy hands. As a result, Fang Yu was inevitably beaten up. Later, Fang Xia felt that hitting her hand with her own hand would hurt a lot, so she specially ordered a black leather whip. Fang Yu used to be too afraid to resist, and had even been traumatized by the beatings. In addition, the sharp edges and corners of the original body had long been worn down by the journey, and it could even be said that the original body had completely despaired of life at the bottom of this world. Originally, I hoped to use this opportunity to reunite with my biological parents and truly change my life. The flame of hope that had been extinguished time and time again was rekindled by him, only to be completely extinguished by this family. Faced with such a family, Fang Yu was no longer going to tolerate it. He originally planned to retaliate after his mock exam. After all, he had already gained some strength by then, but now that Fang Xia was so eager to come to him, Fang Yu naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. He watched as Fang Yu walked towards him. Fang Xia was completely panicked at this point. She immediately turned around and cried out for help. Please stop him for me, please stop him. He's a perverted violent maniac, please stop him for me. I will definitely repay you and thank you afterwards. He rushed toward the nearest stairwell while shouting to the crowd of onlookers in front of him. How could they do this? This is absolutely outrageous. That's right, we should all join forces to stop Fang Yu. How dare he so openly attack the campus bell? Fang, the campus bell, is running this way. Immediately, the senior high school students who had previously seen Fang Xia as pitiful and whose hearts were overflowing with compassion all stepped forward. He seemed to be instantly heartbroken by Fang Xia's pitiful pleas for mercy. After all, Fang Xia's image at Sangqing Middle School has always been gentle and lovely, and she is also sweet-looking, pursued by countless boys and regarded as the school beauty goddess. This gentle school beauty was not only beaten up by her eccentric younger brother, but he is now arrogantly threatening her in public and even threatening to hit her. How could these unsuspecting fans of the school beauty possibly stand this? This is outrageous. I never expected Fang Yu to be so arrogant. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe that we can't take down Fang Yu today. Exactly. So what if he awakened his talent? We all have awakened talents. Fang Yu and I are in the same class. He's a good for nothing. He hadn't awakened his talent before. Anyone in the class could make him cry. Yes, only our school beauty Fang is kind-hearted. People with mental problems like this should be taught a lesson. Amidst the frenzied discussion and righteous indignation, some hot-blooded students actually rushed out and stood directly in front of Fang Xia. When Fang Xia saw someone blocking her way, the panic on her face immediately eased a little. At the same time, Fang Yu had been swayed by Fang Xia's cries for help, and he had indeed been portrayed on the school forum as a ruthless villain with a strange and eccentric personality, who was not only perverted but also a violent maniac. In addition, there's Qin Zhao's challenge and Du Changfeng's bounty. At this moment, Fang Yu, who was about to bully Fang Xia in public, was seen again. Driven by various motives, some hot-blooded students, seeing someone take the lead, actually rolled up their sleeves and prepared to step forward. At this moment, blocking Fang Xia's way was a burly high school senior with thick eyebrows. It's Lu Kuwei. I heard he successfully became a certified martial artist last month and is now a yellow-rank martial artist. As expected of Fang Xiaohua's follower, he was the first to stand up and teach Fang Yu, that arrogant brat, a lesson for Fang Xiaohua. TCH, who's going to teach whom a lesson is still up in the air. I just don't think Fang Yu is like what's being said on the forum. Kid, are you looking for a fight? Fang Xiaohua is so kind, but this Fang Yu is obviously no good. Now that someone has stepped forward, naturally the surrounding voices have increased again. Standing far away in the corridor, Du Changfeng naturally saw the whole scene. Brother Feng, Fang Yu has angered everyone. This is going to be interesting. Should we? That's right, brother Feng, just say the word and we'll take advantage of the chaos to deal with him. Du Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine when he heard what the people around him were saying. However, he also harbored a sliver of hope. After all, none of these people knew that he had been severely punished by Feng Yu. If Feng Yu really incites public outrage here, they might take advantage of the chaos. After all, no matter how strong Feng Yu is, he wouldn't dare to actually lay a hand on so many students. Could it be that he dares to directly challenge the hundreds of people watching at this moment? However, just as Du Changfeng was about to speak, he realized that he had been completely wrong. A scream of agony came from not far away. Chapter 27. Du Changfeng panicked. What the hell am I doing here? The high school senior named Lu Kuei stood in front of Feng Xia, coldly staring at Feng Yu as he spoke with a righteous expression. Feng Yu, do you know you've incurred public wrath? I advise you to apologize to School Beauty Fawn right now, otherwise. Ah! However, he hadn't finished speaking. The sound stopped abruptly. Instead, a scream rang out. After getting familiar with the environment of Blue Star, Feng Yu knew that in this world, if you wanted others to listen to you, you had to be tough. If you think you can resolve things by reasoning, then you're just being naive and immature. When Feng Yu saw the various smears and verbal attacks about himself on the Tsangqing Middle School campus forum, and even the bounty offered, he was shocked. He knew that these so-called geniuses of Tsangqing were ultimately just children. Did they intend to use these methods to get revenge on themselves? Feng Yu paid almost no attention to it. Faced with these hot-blooded students who stood up to defend Feng Xia, Feng Yu naturally didn't mind letting them experience the harsh realities of society. As for causing public outrage and escalating the matter, Feng Yu didn't care about this at all. He wanted to use this incident to see if his adoptive father, Feng Guotao, would continue to smooth things over and turn a blind eye. It could be argued that making a big fuss about this now would be most advantageous for him. After all, tomorrow is the mock exam, and he doesn't mind laying the groundwork for these emerging geniuses. Therefore, just now, when this student named Lu Kuei stepped forward and spoke to him with a righteous expression, he didn't want to listen anymore and punched the person who was speaking right in the mouth. Just as some enthusiastic students were about to step forward, Lu Kuei flew out and smashed into several students who were watching, followed by several screams. The escalating discussion immediately ceased. Everyone looked toward Lu Kuei, who had just flown away. At this moment, Lu Kuei's mouth was full of blood. He stared in disbelief at Feng Yu, who was continuing to walk towards Feng Xia step by step. Feng Yu, how dare you? Why aren't you stopping him? Feng Yu, how dare you beat up a classmate like that, you? Feng Xia, who had just relaxed a little, suddenly became even more apprehensive. He can't even speak properly anymore. Looking at Feng Yu, who was still coldly staring at her, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the students with their sleeves rolled up and full of enthusiasm who had been surging forward and standing behind Feng Xia were now standing there. They all took a few steps back, and slowly lowered the sleeves that had just been rolled up. The entrance to the building not far away. Du Changfeng trembled. Looking at Feng Yu, who had already walked up to Feng Xia, she couldn't help but think of the scene in the woods behind the dormitory earlier. My assessment of Feng Yu can be summed up in 4 words. A terrifying madman. He couldn't understand why Feng Yu had suddenly changed so much. However, the thought that Feng Yu might have been playing dumb all along such terrifying strength, yet he had endured so much torment, humiliation, and verbal abuse from his group all year. People like that are terrifying. Brother, Feng Yu, you. At this moment, Feng Xia looked at Feng Yu, who had already walked up to her. She quickly tried to control her expression and speak as calmly as possible. She was trying to awaken some familial affection in her adopted brother. Just as Feng Xia raised her head and was about to speak, Feng Yu had already raised his hand and slapped Feng Xia hard across the face. The sound of the snap was exceptionally loud. After Lu Kuei's example, the students who were initially full of enthusiasm cooled down instantly. When Feng Yu didn't waste any words and slapped Feng Xia across the face, everyone took a few steps back, clearing a large open space in the corridor. Feng Xia's words were not only silenced by the slap, but her head also slammed heavily against the cold ground. Ah! Wa'ada! However, Feng Yu had no intention of showing any mercy to Feng Xia at this moment. He grabbed Feng Xia's hair directly. Feng Yu grabbed Feng Xia's hair, which cascaded like a black waterfall, and lifted her up with a single pull. Ah! Feng Yu, let me go. Let me go right now. Let me go. You bastard, I'm your sister. How could you hit me? How dare you, you, ah! Snap. Fang Xia is no longer someone Fang Yu can resist. Fang Yu didn't bother to listen to what Fang Xia had to say and slapped her across the face. When Fang Yu slapped himself, he did not use fire-based power. Fang Yu didn't want Fang Xia, who pretended to be innocent, was a manipulative woman, and had a twisted mentality, to be so easily slapped to death by him. After all, Fang Yu still vividly remembered the humiliation and beatings his predecessor had suffered, the bloody wounds all over his body, and the near-death experiences. Fang Yu, please stop hitting him, please stop hitting him. As Fang Yu's mind raced through the scenes, his hands never stopped moving. Everyone watching was completely dumbfounded. Those who were initially tempted to act impulsively are now all keeping their distance. My face was filled with a sharp pain. Each of them closed their eyes for a moment after Fang Yu slapped them. In front of Fang Yu, the entire corridor was almost half cleared out, with everyone standing far away. The entire corridor was completely silent, except for the sounds of slapping and indistinct insults and pleas for mercy. Fang Yu slapped him again. Fang Xia was sent flying. The long black hair he was holding had been forcibly torn off. Ah! Sizzle! Fang Xia lay face down on the ground. At this moment, she was filled with fear. The sharp pain in her head, combined with the burning pain on her face, made everything she saw blurry when she looked up. To her delight, she spotted Du Changfeng and the others standing solemnly at the entrance of the building. Brother Feng, save Xia, Xia is in so much pain. As she spoke, Fang Xia crawled forcefully across the ground toward Du Changfeng and the others at the entrance of the stairwell. At this moment, Du Changfeng, who was standing at the entrance of the building and was about to turn away while thinking, was completely stunned by Fang Xia's indistinct voice. Because at this moment, he saw that not only were the eyes of those around him looking at him, but even Fang Yu, who was standing not far away blowing a large handful of hair onto the ground, was looking at him. That icy gaze made Du Changfeng curse Fang Xia, who was crawling towards him, countless times in his mind. Damn it, isn't this just pushing myself into a fire pit? Chapter 28. If you've got the guts, then kill me. You're a bastard. It's Du Changfeng. Sure enough, I knew it was impossible for Fang Da's school beauty suitors not to come. This is going to be interesting. I'm really curious to see how Brother Feng is going to deal with Fang Yu. Although Fang Yu suddenly became powerful for some reason, Brother Feng is a true genius and one of the top 10 in our Sangqing High School's graduating class. Exactly. Fang Yu is too arrogant. He actually beat up our school beauty Fang like that. Her face was all swollen like a pig's head. I wonder if she can ever recover. If you're so distressed, why didn't you rush out just now? With Du Changfeng's appearance, the once quiet corridor suddenly began to murmur again. Wu Yunlu, who had fed Zhang Lin a pill not far away and then carried her to the bed in room 526, saw Du Changfeng standing not far away as soon as he came out. Brother Yunlu, Ayu is in trouble now. He was too impulsive. Du Changfeng is not someone to be trifled with. If a fight breaks out later, please rush down and tell Teacher Lu that Ayu and I together should be able to hold him off for a while. Yan Dazhuan grabbed Wu Yunlu and spoke with a solemn expression. Although Yan Dazhuan was also shocked that Fang Yu had directly beaten Fang Xia in public, he was still a little taken aback. But he knew in his heart that Fang Yu must have been holding back for a long time and was just venting. But he also knew that Fang Yu's actions had already caused trouble. Now that Du Changfeng has reappeared, this matter is definitely not going to end well. Once they start fighting, Du Changfeng is much stronger than Zhang Lin. He has to stand with Fang Yu through this. Wu Yunlu, who was being held back, heard Yan Dazhuan say these words with a solemn expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Brother, you should be worried about Du Changfeng. If he gets beaten up again and then pays a few million in compensation, that's fine. But if the boss is in a fit of rage and can't stop himself, and punches Du Changfeng to death, then that would be a really big deal. Of course, this was only what Wu Yunlu thought to himself. He sighed and said, Brother Dazhuang, let's try to persuade our leader not to take any more action. After all, tomorrow is the mock exam, and if something happens at this critical juncture, it won't be good for anyone. Yan Dazhuan nodded. Well, it would be best if everyone could refrain from fighting. But if Du Changfeng really insists on making a move, then you should listen to me, okay? Wu Yunlu looked helplessly at Du Changfeng, whose face was extremely ugly, at the entrance of the corridor not far away. Good. But in his heart he thought, Du Changfeng is probably thinking about how to get out of here as soon as possible. He nodded only after hearing Wu Yunlu's agreement. Then, Wu Yunlu and he walked directly to Feng Yu's side in a few steps. Yan Dazhuang immediately stepped in front of Feng Yu to block his path. Du Changfeng, let me tell you, Shendong is already on his way back. If you dare to make a move, Donzi will definitely come after you. Qiandong. That is, Donzi, as Yan Dazhuang mentioned. A member of dormitory 526. At the same time, Qiandong is also a genius student at Sunqing Middle School. He had already successfully become a certified martial artist more than a year ago. Now, the tempering of the limb bones is almost complete. He was also among the top 10 at Sunqing Middle School, just like Qin Xiao, Du Changfeng, and others. Moreover, after becoming a martial artist, Qiandong actually took on missions and gained experience in the Martial Arts Association. He was very skilled in actual combat and ranked among the top 5 in the last major exam among the senior students of Sunqing Middle School. Sure enough, after hearing Qiandong's name, everyone around turned their attention to Du Changfeng, who was standing there. The two had a previous disagreement because of Feng Yu. On that occasion, Qiandong almost publicly challenged Du Changfeng and beat him to the ground. Seeing Du Changfeng's incredibly complicated expression, everyone assumed that Du Changfeng was afraid of Qiandong. What they didn't know was that they weren't afraid of Qiandong at all. Instead, it was Feng Yu standing there, looking at him with a cold smile. At this moment, not only him, but also the people standing next to him were trembling with fear and dared not look at Feng Yu and the others. They witnessed it with their own eyes. Feng Yu, the so-called good-for-nothing who was being ridiculed and talked about by everyone, grabbed Du Changfeng by the neck. If it weren't for the upcoming big exam, Du Changfeng and the rest of them might have been reduced to ashes by now. Brother Feng, how about we? Du Changfeng, I advise you to leave. The big exam is coming up soon. If you want to cause trouble, you can do it after the exam. After all, I don't think you want to get hurt, right? Wu Yunlu emphasized the word injured. Upon hearing this, Du Changfeng immediately took a deep breath and then said with a stern expression. Fine. I won't punish you today, but after the big exam tomorrow, I, Du Changfeng, will make you pay a heavy price. Let's go. With that, Du Changfeng turned around decisively. When he turned around, sweat was already beading on his forehead. The people around him also hurriedly followed Du Changfeng downstairs. What? Those who were watching, hoping to see Du Changfeng teach Feng Yu a lesson and then save Feng Xia, were still somewhat taken aback when Du Changfeng had already completely disappeared from the entrance of the building. Feng Xia was the most confused person at this moment. Brother Feng, you can't leave me behind, Before she could reach out and grab Du Changfeng, who was quickly leaving. He could feel his ankle being grabbed. With another scream, Feng Xia was dragged directly towards the spacious area where she had just been hit. The students watching were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The person who usually protected Feng Xia so much at school actually abandoned her, who was being beaten up in public, and left. Just 2 sentences and he left? This is tantamount to publicly slapping Du Changfeng in the face. Before everyone could react, another scream rang out. Even Du Changfeng turned and left. Who would step forward now? After slapping Feng Yu a few more times, Feng Yu stomped down on Feng Xia's long legs. With a crack sound of bones breaking. In the deathly silent 5th-floor corridor, the only sounds besides curses and pleas for mercy, along with various indistinct words, were the solid sounds of fists and kicks landing on bodies. With a bang, Feng Yu kicked Feng Xia in the lower abdomen. Compared to before, Feng Yu's control over his power is now excellent, which is why Feng Xia hasn't fainted at all. But the excruciating pain throughout his body, and the humiliation of being brutally beaten by Feng Yu in public, only drove him even more insane. Begging won't work, playing the victim won't work, cursing won't work. This caused Feng Xia, whose spirit had already collapsed from Feng Yu's beating, to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he laughed. Ha ha. Feng Yu, you bastard, if you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will never let you go. When Mom and Dad come, I'll have them arrest you, lock you up, and torture you to death every day. Feng Xia had completely lost her mind at this point. I will no longer hide myself. Her once delicate face was now swollen and red, and her beautiful, clean, and expensive martial arts attire was now covered in dust and blood from her mouth and nose. Her hair was disheveled, and her once jet black hair was now a mess, with a large clump of hair in the very center pulled out. At this moment, watching Fang Yu walk towards him step by step. She even wanted to stand up shakily. Those once beautiful eyes could only peek out as they looked at Fang Yu, their gaze filled with hatred and anger. Fang Yu, if you have the guts, kill me today. You're a fucking bastard, ha! Fang Yu naturally wouldn't be polite in the face of Fang Xia's request. He stepped forward and slapped Fang Xia, who was trembling and trying to stand up, across the face that looked like a pig's head. Ah! Chapter 29. You want to influence my Dao heart? If you can't kill me, then cripple me. Fang Xia's laughter, which had been somewhat driven to madness by the beating, came to an abrupt halt. But just as Fang Xia's head hit the ground again, the intense pain brought him back to his senses. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yu lifted his foot and stepped on the ankle that he had already crushed. Fang Yu, if you have the guts, then kill me. You bastard, let me tell you, you're not a member of the Fang family. You're a bastard, you're nothing but a bastard. Ah. As Fang Xia screamed and yelled wildly, Fang Yu stomped on the ankle until it was deformed and shattered. Bastard? Not a member of the Fang family? When Fang Yu heard this, his movements paused slightly. It was quite obvious that Fang Yu had always thought that he might not be that close to the Fang family. After all, there were some issues with how her family treated her. Fang Guotao, who had picked her up, was fairly attentive to her, but he was too busy to take care of her at all. As the principal of Sangqing Middle School, Fang Guotao has various affairs to handle every day and has no time to spare. However, Fang Yu, who had merged with the memories, knew that given Fang Yu's situation in the Fang family, even the extremely busy Fang Guotao couldn't possibly be unaware of it. There is only one reason: Fang Guotao neither wanted to get involved nor was he able to. From another perspective, the attitudes of his mother Zhao Fanglan and his two older sisters who were at home towards him were more like those of enemies. Right. This was Fang Yu's first feeling after arriving in this world and merging with the memories of his predecessor. Upon arriving in this world of Blue Star, Fang Yu immediately grasped the key point. As a transmigrator, he didn't want to delve into the dramatic affairs of the Fang family. He originally planned to gradually become stronger after the mock exams, and then completely break away from the Fang family after the college entrance exam. As for the Fang family members, as long as they don't provoke him, he will cut ties with them and begin another chapter in his martial arts cultivation journey. After all, as a transmigrator, Fang Yu had a system by his side and had awakened dual-element SSS talents, so naturally, in Fang Yu's view, these messy things would only affect his cultivation. No. At this moment, upon hearing Fang Xia's almost manic cursing, he suddenly stopped for a moment. It was as if a deep-seated, unwilling obsession was constantly urging him on. It was an incredibly complex feeling. Why? Fang Yu sighed softly, then looked at Fang Xia in front of him, his eyes filled with complexity and indifference. Ding, a choice has been detected for the host. Option 1, kill the Fang sisters, Fang Xia and Fang Shixian, in the fastest and most direct way, severing all ties with the Fang family, settling your obsession, and solidifying your martial arts resolve. Reward, 1 set of martial arts techniques and 30 C-grade attribute potions. Option 2, instead of directly killing the Fang sisters, Xia and Shixian, cripple them in the most painful way, letting them die slowly in agony. Reward, 1 drop of ancient god's blood, 1 talent pill, 1 set of martial arts techniques, 30 C-grade attribute potions, and 30 spirit crystals. Fang Xia, who had just recovered from her shock, saw the person standing in front of her who seemed astonished by her words. She immediately endured the excruciating pain and slowly stood up, leaning against the wall. Ha! Fang Yu, you're just a bastard. Do you know why your father brought you back? As Fang Xia spoke, she saw the complex emotions in Fang Yu's eyes and immediately became smug again. At this moment, she felt as if the timid Fang Yu who had let them bully him at will had returned. When the students who were watching heard Fang Xia reveal this news, they all looked at Fang Yu, who was standing there, and Fang Xia, who had been beaten beyond recognition, with gossipy expressions. Boss. You. When Wu Yunlu and Yan Dezhuang heard Fang Xia say those words, they both frowned. Yan Dezhuang, in particular, knew how much Fang Yu longed for the warmth and care of a family. After all, Fang Yu's past experiences deeply affected the other 3 in their dormitory. So even though Fang Xia, Fang Shixian, and others bullied Fang Yu at school, they listened to Fang Yu and did not expose these things. Because they knew that Fang Yu cared a lot about this family, even if he was wronged in this family, even if his 2 older sisters often bullied him. He endured it all along. Many onlookers had already begun to whisper among themselves. After all, because of the incident where Fang Yu beat Fang Xie, many of Fang Yu's past experiences were exposed, and naturally many people speculated about the reasons behind it. Some people said that Fang Yu did not have a good life after returning to the Fang family, and was bullied in various ways, since many students at the school had witnessed these things. After the first episode aired on the forum, various speculations and rumors naturally began to circulate. Naturally, this includes various speculations about Fang Yu's background. However, while everyone thought that Fang Yu was stunned by the sudden revelation that Fang Xie was a bastard and not a member of the Fang family, they were all speechless. Fang Yu, however, looked at the two options before him, the god-level martial arts. Fang Yu originally wanted to just kill the two of them to avoid future trouble. However, Fang Yu also knew that this was a school, and if he directly committed murder, he might not be able to get through the school selection process. He might even be labeled a murderer by the Fang family and have a bounty placed on his head by the Martial Arts Association. Then you'll have narrowed your own path. It is obvious that if he does not deal with them severely and make the Fang family pay a heavy price, it will inevitably affect his martial arts heart. The original owner had only that one obsession in his heart. Moreover, even if the two are killed outright, this trouble will continue indefinitely. More importantly, the rewards offered by these two choices left Fang Yu with almost no time to think. So, I choose option 2. Fang Yu quickly made his choice. If he was going to make the Fang family pay a heavy price, then he couldn't let them die easily. I am not strong enough to completely confront the Fang family members, especially my adoptive father, Fang Guotao. Moreover, Fang Yu was also very curious about what kind of secret Fang Yu possessed. Looking at Fang Xie, whose expression was no longer discernible, he saw her leaning shakily against the wall, staring at him. Fang Yu spoke calmly. So, you knew? Yes, I know, Fang Yu. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me right now, I'll tell you what to do, okay? Seeing Fang Yu's calm demeanor as he spoke, Fang Xie knew in her heart that this was definitely an act on Fang Yu's part, and that he was actually on the verge of a breakdown. At this moment, Fang Xie felt that the Fang Yu she had known for the past year had returned. Just as Fang Xie was trembling and trying to stand up straight, waiting for Fang Yu to kneel down and apologize. Not very good. As Fang Yu's cold voice rang in her ears, Fang Xie felt a gust of wind rush towards her thigh, which she was trying to stand up against the wall because of the sharp pain in her ankle. Ah! Hiss! The onlookers, upon witnessing this scene, almost instinctively clamped their legs together. In her mind, there was only one impression of Fang Yu. Ruthless and violent maniac. It's even become somewhat pathological. Isn't that right? Fang Xie, the school beauty of Songqing Middle School, was once the object of countless people's admiration and fantasies. Who would have thought that he would be completely and utterly beaten by Fang Yu? The short girl who had just regained consciousness and had come with Fang Xie saw the scene from not far away. He felt a shiver run through his legs, and then his vision blurred and he fainted again. At that moment, Fang Xie felt a sharp pain spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble. A warm current surged out uncontrollably. Fang Xie collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a strong smell of urine filled the air. The onlookers were immediately stunned. The school's usually sweet and charming school beauty was completely shocked. He actually peed himself from being beaten. Chapter 30, they delivered themselves right to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of staking out the place. Holy crap! Fang, the school beauty, peed. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, the onlookers turned towards Fang Xie, who was curled up against the wall. Sure enough, it was a puddle. Fang Yu couldn't help but frown. Damn it, what a nuisance, get out of here. He raised his foot and kicked Fang Xie directly in the lower abdomen. With a bang, Fang Xie flew directly towards the crowd of onlookers. He knocked several people down before landing directly on the ground. This location was right at the entrance of the stairwell, not far from where Du Changfeng had been standing earlier. Immediately afterwards, a stench, carried by a strong gust of wind, assaulted the faces of the onlookers. Holy crap, she pooped again. It stinks. Amidst gasps of surprise, the crowd quickly scattered. Everyone stared in astonishment at Fang Xie, who was curled up on the ground at the entrance of the stairwell, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with despair and tears, but without uttering a single scream. Incredible! None of the onlookers could believe it. Fang, the usually sweet and aloof campus belle, was beaten and lost control of her bladder and bowels in front of them? At the same time, they looked at Fang Yu, who was standing not far away, their faces filled with terror. There was only one thought in my mind. That means no matter how the school punishes Fang Yu this time, from now on, they should stay far away from Fang Yu, this ruthless and violent maniac. Those hot-blooded sycophants who were previously willing to stand up for Fang Xia have now completely given up. Even a dog would dislike someone like Fang Xia. And Fang Xia at this moment, she desperately wanted to faint, but the excruciating physical pain and the endless humiliation and blows to her mind filled her sickly eyes with hatred and madness, and her taut nerves made it impossible for her to pass out on the spot. She clenched her teeth, which had been knocked out and were loose, until she finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia. Just as Fang Xia felt she could finally not hold on any longer and was about to faint, so she would no longer remember facing this desperate scene. Suddenly, someone helped her up. Through her blurry vision, she saw the person who had helped her up. Third sister, I. In the end, Fang Xia's body reached its limit. The physical pain and the endless mental humiliation she suffered caused her taut nerve to snap, and she immediately fainted. Xia, it's you. Fang Yu, you bastard, how dare you hit Xia? Fang Xia had fainted. Fang Shixian seemed to only then notice the foul stench of urine emanating from her younger sister. Her expression immediately changed completely. Suddenly she stood up. His already imposing physique, combined with his murderous face and eyes that seemed to radiate a murderous aura, made him even more formidable. Fang Yu. Do you really want to die? Fang Shixian said this almost through gritted teeth. After all, in Fang Zhishuan's eyes, Fang Yu was just a pitiful wretch that she and her sisters could bully at will. If the reason why his younger sister Xia was beaten last time was because Fang Yu had just been disciplined and Xia was home alone at night, he developed a rebellious and vengeful mindset. So this time, in front of so many classmates, Fang Yu actually attacked Xia so violently she simply couldn't tolerate it. She had originally practiced martial arts in the school's training room. After all, Fang Shixian was not like Fang Xia. Fang Shixian has awakened an S-level Earth-type talent, and coupled with her original temperamental cultivation fanaticism, her strength is still quite formidable. She rushed over almost as soon as she saw the message from her younger sister, Fang Xia, saying that Fang Yu had arrived. After all, for Fang Shixian, she had been holding her breath for the past few days. Fang Xia had actually been beaten into the hospital by that good-for-nothing Fang Yu, so naturally she wanted to avenge her sister. Moreover, she was also eager to know who gave Fang Yu the courage to lay a hand on Xia. Fang Xia was beaten so badly, something she never expected. Fang Zhishuan's appearance caused the surrounding students to whisper among themselves again. Now they are no longer one-sidedly saying that Fang Yu is going to be beaten, but want to see how Fang Yu will handle the current situation. Should he admit his mistake and give in, or continue to beat Fang Shixian up as well? Unlike Fang Xia, no one would want to stand up for Fang Shixian. Moreover, after Fang Yu's ruthless and merciless attack, they would not only not stand up, but would also stay far away. Let's just watch the show and enjoy the drama. Court death? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu looked up at Fang Shixian, whose face was filled with murderous intent as she stared at him. He was still thinking about it. After crippling Fang Xia in front of so many people, his hypocritical mother, Zhao Fanglan, would surely arrive. Although Fang Yu knew he might not be a match for Zhao Fanglan right now, he could use his movement skills to quickly leave his hiding place. As for the route to leave, Fang Yu had already planned it out. Fang Yu's plan to complete the system task and receive generous rewards was simple. He would find an opportunity tonight to ambush Fang Shixian at the martial arts hospital and cripple her. Unexpectedly, Fang Shixian showed up on her own. At this moment, Fang Yu released his spiritual power, sensing that Zhao Fanglan's presence had not yet appeared in the corridor. Since that's the case, let's finish this quickly and leave. We can wait until tomorrow's mock exam to see it. By then, everything could be reversed. Fang Yu, you bastard, how dare you lay such a heavy hand on Xia? Today I'm going to cripple you in front of our classmates. As she spoke, Fang Xia's originally earth-yellow martial arts uniform suddenly burst forth with a powerful light. At this moment, as she walked step by step toward Fang Yu, the earth elemental power quickly wrapped around Fang Zhishuan's thick arms. Fang Shixian, how dare you? As Yan Dazhuang took a step forward, his body, which was much taller and more robust than Fang Zhishuan's, was suddenly surrounded by a dense earth elemental power. Get out of my way! Fang Shixian shouted. A violent surge of earth elemental power erupted, heading directly towards Yan Dazhuang. At that moment, Wu Yunlu took a step forward and threw a punch. With a buzzing sound, Fang Shixian took 2 steps back and looked at Wu Yunlu standing in front of her, her face full of surprise. But soon she looked at Fang Yu, who was standing not far away, with a frosty expression. So that's why you're so arrogant, you bastard. You dared to hit Xia in public. So you had accomplices. Wu Yunlu, don't think I'm afraid of you. I advise you to get out of my way, or I can't guarantee your safety today. Fang Shixian naturally knew Wu Yunlu as well. We were just acquaintances. On the one hand, Wu Yunlu had kept a low profile and had not shown his strength. On the one hand, Wu Yunlu devoted almost all his time to cultivation, and he was not in the same circle as Fang Shixian and others. This is interesting. Fang Shixian, am I, Wu Yunlu, going to refuse to let you pass today? Are you going to fight me? Wu Yunlu sneered. He then continued. With your pathetic skills, you think you can fight the boss? I can beat you to a pulp. What did you say? Upon hearing Wu Yunlu's words, Fang Shixian immediately became furious. He took a step forward and suddenly threw a punch at Wu Yunlu's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, with earth elemental energy wrapped around it, and the wind from the punch even carried a sound of air being torn apart. Yunlu, get out of my way. Just as Wu Yunlu was about to make a move, Fang Yu had already stepped in front of him. He reached out and grabbed it. With a whoosh, Fang Shishuan's powerful punch, which contained a huge amount of earth element power, was directly caught by Fang Yu. Chapter 31. 2 gusts of wind pierced his ears, his dantian sank, and all his meridians were severed. What? Fang Shixian was startled to find that Fang Yu had caught her punch perfectly. Immediately, a look of surprise flashed in those angry eyes. But soon Fang Shishuan's face turned cold again. As the earth element battle patterns surged in her dantian, the violent earth element power rushed out from the punch she had thrown earlier. Fang Shixian was shocked that Fang Yu was able to withstand her punch. It seems that the reason Fang Yu was able to beat Fang Xia so badly in public must be because he awakened his talent during the few days he was away from home. But even so, what can be done? Fang Shixian has now completely tempered her right arm and has even mastered a Xian-level earth-based fist technique. In addition, Fang Shixian has been taking a lot of pills in the past few days to temper her body and condense earth-type battle patterns, all in order to improve her ranking in the whole school in tomorrow's 100-day countdown mock exam. This improvement in strength has made Fang Shixian want to find someone to test her abilities. Since you're looking for death, then today I'll... However, before Fang Shixian could utter any harsh words, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all, and gripped Fang Shishuan's fist tightly with his 5 fingers. Crash! The sound of bones cracking and the screams of agony rang out almost one after the other. This all happened way too fast. It was almost exactly a matter of seconds between Fang Shixian and Wu Yunlu exchanging harsh words and throwing a punch. The onlookers hadn't even had time to react. They could already see Fang Yu had directly crushed Fang Shishuan's fully tempered right fist into a pretzel. You, how could this be? You. As Fang Yu released his grip, Fang Shixian immediately took several steps back. She then quickly grabbed her right arm tightly with her left hand. He looked at his right hand, which had been fully tempered, now completely crushed into a ball. Fang Shixian was completely shocked at this moment. For a moment, she almost forgot the pain, and as she stepped back, her astonished eyes stared intently at Fang Yu. What? This, how? The students watching from the sidelines were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. But it was clear that Fang Yu didn't want to waste any more time here at this moment. He knew that Zhao Fanglan and Fang Guotao were definitely on their way. Therefore, Fang Yu didn't give Fang Shixian any time to be shocked. Almost as soon as Fang Shixian stepped back in astonishment and spoke, Fang Yu had already taken a step forward. As he raised his hands, scorching vortexes of air suddenly appeared on his palms. Bang! A loud bang. Fang Yu slammed both palms down heavily in the direction of Fang Shishuan's ears. Since Fang Shixian came out and threatened to cripple her. That just so happens that Fang Yu also needs to cripple Fang Shixian. Moreover, Fang Yu feels no burden in his heart whether he kills the 2 sisters directly or cripples them in a cruel way. After all, Fang Yu had been beaten by Fang Shixian countless times in the past year. If Fang Yu hadn't developed a copper skin and iron bones from his struggles to survive since childhood, he would have been beaten to death by this hot-tempered third sister Fang Shixian long ago. Almost before Fang Shixian could finish speaking, a muffled buzz was heard. Suddenly, Fang Shishuan's retreating body trembled violently. The earth elemental power that had been surrounding Fang Shixian collapsed under this attack. As for Fang Shixian, Suddenly, it felt as if two terrifying vortexes of wind and fire rushed into a sea of consciousness through his ears, spreading and burning his entire body's meridians. Her vision went black immediately. I felt all my strength rapidly dissipate. After delivering a double blast to the ears, Fang Yu looked at Fang Shixian, whose eyes had momentarily gone blank and started to turn blood red, and without any hesitation, he suddenly raised his foot. With a bang, a kick infused with powerful wind and fire energy landed firmly on Fang Shixian's lower abdomen. Suddenly plunged into darkness, Fang Shixian felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen and her body flew backward uncontrollably. His back slammed heavily against the wall. The earth elemental battle pattern in his dantian shattered with a hum the next moment. Ah, no! She immediately realized what was going on, but at that moment, he could hardly even scream. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed to the ground. This. So strong. Is Fang Shixian dead? The onlookers were completely stunned by Fang Yu's lightning-fast and decisive move. Even Wu Yunlu and Yan Dezhuang, who were standing not far away, were filled with astonishment and blank stares. When Yan Dezhuang looked at Fang Shixian, whose entire abdomen had completely collapsed and who lay on the ground in a state of life and death uncertainty, he looked up at Fang Yu, who was standing there with his body tense. Suddenly, Yan Dezhuang felt that Fang Yu, who had lived with him for a year, had become someone he didn't recognize. As for Fang Shixian, he knew that her strength was above his. But in front of Fang Yu, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Boss. In a flash, Wu Yunlu arrived directly in front of Fang Shixian, who was lying on the ground. He quickly reached out and checked Fang Shixian's breath. When they sensed that there was still a faint trace of life left, Wu Yunlu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. His facial expression also relaxed a bit. Fang Yu's sudden attack had made his heart leap into his throat. After all, he knew his boss's strength. Even 10 Fang Shixians combined wouldn't be a match for him. He knew that his boss and the Fang family seemed to have a deep-seated hatred for each other. He was genuinely afraid that his boss might decide to kill him right there on the spot. After all, this is a school. If Fang Shixian were actually killed in the dormitory, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Fortunately, my boss stopped himself in the end. But he only glanced at her up close, but he knew that Fang Shixian would not only be able to participate in the mock exam tomorrow, but she probably wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. She raised her head slightly and looked at Fang Yu, who was standing not far away, his whole body tense. Wu Yunlu had not yet spoken. Suddenly, I sensed several figures behind me. One of them even pushed him away. Shixian, how are you? Shixian. Ah. Who is it? The person who arrived was none other than Zhao Fanglan, who had rushed over immediately upon receiving the news. When she saw her daughter's appearance, she reached out and grabbed Fang Shixian's wrist. Look up. Fang Yu, it was you who hurt Shixian. At this moment, several more figures appeared at the entrance of the corridor. They appeared to be school teachers, along with some students who had come to see what was going on. Zhao Fanlan didn't wait for Fang Yu to return. She glanced sideways and saw Fang Xia, who was also unconscious on the ground beside her. Xia. Zhao Fanlan stepped in front of Fang Xia. She sensed something was wrong as soon as she held him in her arms. The stench instantly filled Zhao Fanlan's face with an uncontrollable, icy killing intent. Suddenly, terrifying rings of water-based power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The students around her all backed away, not daring to approach. You little beast, I'll kill you. At that moment, Zhao Fanlan roared, stood up, and raised her hand to grab Fang Yu's head from mid-air. Chapter 32. Zhao Fanlan, you have such a murderous intent. Boom. Almost the instant Zhao Fanlan stood up, an extremely terrifying water-based power surged and converged around her, suddenly forming a vortex of power. Standing not far away, Fang Yu, who had been gathering his strength and keeping his body tense, couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked. He originally thought that he had awakened dual-element SSS-level talents, and that he had completed 94 pieces of fire-element battle pattern bone tempering. In addition, he was a first-level mentalist, so he might be able to withstand Zhao Fanglan's attack. But just as he quickly crippled Fang Shixian, he sensed Zhao Fanglan rushing upstairs. By the time he kicked Fang Shixian away, Zhao Fanglan had already reached the 4th floor, and even if he turned around and left, he would have almost no chance. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his state and accumulated his strength to its best. But when he sensed the power that Zhao Fanglan suddenly unleashed, Fang Yu's expression became somewhat serious. Although he knew that his body had been modified by 2 drops of ancient god blood and that with his strong mental power, he might be able to dodge and withstand an attack, it was clear that Zhao Fanlan wanted to kill him directly. This move clearly showed that Fang Yu knew Zhao Fanlan was stronger than he had expected. He's probably close to the middle stage of the 3rd realm of body refinement. But right now, Fang Yu has no chance of backing down. He gritted his teeth, and a hurricane suddenly roared around him, followed by flames engulfing his fists. In an instant, Fang Yu had already pushed all his power to its limit. Faced with Zhao Fanlan, who was determined to kill him, he had no choice but to go all out and fight back without holding back. Just then, under the stimulation of an instantaneous and immense crisis, as Fang Yu clenched his fists, preparing to unleash a violent punch, he seemed to grasp a sliver of the feeling of the second punch of the blazing sun holy fist. The teachers who came with Zhao Fanlan at that moment never expected that Zhao Fanlan would take action directly. Therefore, almost as soon as a female teacher stepped forward, before she could even speak, Zhao Fanlan's hand, shimmering with a dark, eerie light and brimming with water-based power, was already in front of Fang Yu. He immediately spread his 5 fingers and grabbed directly at Fang Yu's head. His eyes were filled with furious murderous intent. Fang Yu, who had been keeping a close eye on Zhao Fanlan's attack with his mental energy, did not hesitate at all. He took a step back, and at the same time, a vortex of flames raged wildly on his right fist. He threw a punch directly at the hand that was reaching out to grab him. Buzz! With a muffled thud, Fang Yu suddenly felt as if his punch had struck a raging torrent. Almost the instant his punch landed on the hand reaching for him, Fang Yu was sent flying several meters away, his body slamming heavily against the thick wall behind him. A sharp pain immediately shot through Fang Yu's hand, but he was surprised to find that apart from a slight turmoil in his blood and qi, he was not injured. On the other side, faced with the terrifying power of Fang Yu's punch, Zhao Fanlan also retreated several steps, even backing up to the entrance of the stairwell. It was only after a teacher stepped forward to help her that Zhao Fanlan was able to steady herself. More importantly, Fang Yu's punch contained terrifying wind and fire elemental power. Furthermore, at the moment Fang Yu threw the punch, he also incorporated his mental power, which affected Zhao Fanlan for a moment. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Fanlan's palms were scalded, and more importantly, she felt a burning pain throughout her hand bones. Shock. At this moment, the students and teachers watching were all looking at Fang Yu with disbelief as he slowly stepped forward and moved his right hand. They couldn't believe that Fang Yu had actually blocked Zhao Fanlan's attack. The teachers who shared an office with Zhao Fanlan and came to see what was going on were also astonished by what they saw. After all, they knew about Fang Yu, this student. Although Fang Yu was not qualified to enter the senior year when he transferred to Tsangqing Middle School, everyone didn't care because he was Principal Fang's son. After all, there are many such cases in Tsangqing Middle School every year, and if one does not awaken talent, lacks martial arts strength, or fails to be certified as a martial artist before the college entrance examination, in reality, the only option left is to become an ordinary person. Fang Yu's special identity, coupled with his consistently lagging martial arts training and frequent bullying at school, made him known to many teachers at Tsangqing Middle School. Everyone knows these martial arts teachers in the senior year of high school. However, it was unclear what Fang Yu's strength was before. There was even a weapons teacher who specifically taught Fang Yu's class. They knew that in the assessment test a month ago, Fang Yu was at the bottom of the class. Not to mention awakening his talent, even his body tempering was the worst. But at this moment, whether Fang Xiet and Fang Shixian were beaten like this by Fang Yu, they did not know. But right now, right before their eyes, Fang Yu actually withstood Zhao Fanlan's attack. Almost everyone present was a Xian-level martial artist, so they naturally knew that Zhao Fanlan's attack was definitely not something an ordinary student could withstand. Even the top 10 students in the school might not be able to block it. But Fang Yu blocked it with a single punch. This left the teachers utterly shocked. "Ayu, are you alright? Boss, are you alright?" Upon seeing this, Wu Yunlu and Yan Dezhuang, who were standing to the side, quickly came to Fang Yu's side. "Boss, how are you? Quickly take this healing pill." Wu Yunlu looked at Fang Yu with a worried expression, then quickly took out a pill and handed it to Fang Yu. Fang Yu did not refuse and immediately took the pill from Fang Yu and put it into his mouth. Then he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." Zhao Fanlan, who was standing not far away, was greatly shocked, but then she became even angrier. In her view, although Fang Yu was able to block one of her attacks, so what? She hadn't even used her full strength. This also made Zhao Fanlan realize that Fang Yu in front of her was likely to have recently awakened his talent, and the level of the talent he awakened must be quite high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to withstand his own attack. More importantly, the thought that Feng Yu had awakened his talent and had such strength in just a few days made Zhao Fenglan feel even more strongly that Feng Yu absolutely could not be allowed to live. As for Feng Yu, he had already awakened his power before, but had been hiding it all along. Zhao Fenglan naturally knew that this was absolutely impossible, because from the moment she learned of Feng Yu's existence, she had been closely monitoring Feng Yu's awakening of his talent. After all, she knew that damned bitch had a terrifying talent. Originally, she planned that as long as Feng Yu didn't awaken his talent, she would let him stay in the Feng family for the rest of his life and live as an ordinary person. However, a few days ago, Feng Yu actually beat his daughter Feng Xia so badly that she ended up in the hospital. She had already decided in her heart that she would either completely cripple Feng Yu and drive him out of the Feng family, or find an opportunity to make him disappear completely. After all, Feng Yu's existence was a thorn in her side. And now, Feng Yu has actually awakened his talent. So, with her here, Feng Yu only has one path left. That is death. Fine, very well. You little beast, you're a little beast indeed. Not only are you ruthless and merciless, but you're also incredibly cunning. However, no matter what other tricks you have up your sleeve, I'm going to make you pay the price. Die. As she spoke, the water elemental power around Zhao Fenglan suddenly transformed into a violent vortex of water elemental power. At this moment, Zhao Fenglan no longer held back. He hadn't used his full strength in that grab, but now, she knew that once Feng Guotao arrived, he would definitely stop him from making a move. Therefore, he must finish this quickly. Even if she were punished and forced to leave Sangqing Middle School, or even go to the martial arts prison, she would not care as long as she could eliminate Feng Yu, this hidden danger in her heart. Zhao Fenglan, how could you be so murderous? Just as Zhao Fenglan's enormous hand, gleaming with a dark light, was about to strike directly at Feng Yu's head, a cold voice came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Feng Yu. Chapter 33. I'm really curious to know how you're going to treat me so rudely today. Buzz. With a flash of golden light, Zhao Fenglan's terrifying attack instantly crumbled. The shockwave caused the students watching to retreat, and the students in the nearby stairwell almost all went down the stairs to the 4th floor. Of course, some people went up to the 6th floor and leaned on the railing to continue watching this scene. There was nothing they could do. They simply couldn't imagine that someone who was usually at the bottom of the class and grade could suddenly possess terrifying strength, even having the power to challenge the school's martial arts instructors. This completely overturned many of their ideas. More importantly, there's an even bigger story behind what's unfolding before our eyes. The Feng sisters, Feng, the school beauty, was beaten so badly in front of many classmates that she lost control of her bladder and bowels. Her older sister, Feng Shixian, was also a student with some reputation in the school, but she was crippled on the spot. And the one who did all of this was their younger brother, Feng Yu. The one who made the move at this moment, threatening to kill Feng Yu, was his mother, Zhao Fenglan. They were all waiting to see how things would end when Principal Feng of Sangqing Middle School arrived. After all, it was Principal Feng's son who did the dirty work, and it was his daughter who was seriously injured and crippled. But what they want to know most right now is, how could Feng Yu, who was previously just a student at the bottom of his class and grade, suddenly become so terrifyingly powerful? It was obvious that, as senior students of Sangqing Middle School, they could tell from Feng Yu's actions that he had awakened his dual wind and fire elemental talents. Chen Yulan, what are you doing here? Zhao Fenglan's gaze sharpened. The coldness fell on Chen Yulan, who was standing in front of Feng Yu. Mom, you finally arrived. At this moment, Wu Yunlu hurriedly stepped forward, his eyes still warily watching Zhao Fenglan, who was surrounded by water-based power. When Chen Yulan saw her son come to her side, she made sure he was alright, and then turned her gaze back to Zhao Fenglan, who had a fierce look on her face. What a joke! Why can't I be here? Zhao Fenglan, putting everything else aside, as a parent of a student, all I saw was you, a martial arts teacher at Sangqing Middle School, actually attacking your own student. And judging from your actions, it's clear you're planning to kill Feng Yu? As a martial arts instructor at Sangqing Middle School, you've truly broadened my horizons. As she spoke, Zhao Fenglan also glanced at the other martial arts instructors standing not far away in the corridor. In an instant, these martial arts instructors all frowned slightly. Yes. For them, the presence of Chen Yulan here made all the difference. Although Chen Yulan was referring to the students' parents. But they all knew that Chen Yulan had another identity, one of the leaders of the Martial Arts Association. The director of the Tsunching Martial Arts Association office wields far more power than they do. Director Chen, what are you talking about? Don't you know that Fang Yu is my son? I'm just disciplining my good-for-nothing son. Are you going to get involved in Director Chen's matter too? I didn't lay a hand on Wu Yunlu. As she spoke, Zhao Fanlan glanced at Fang Yu, who was standing behind Chen Yulan, and her anger grew even stronger. At the same time, she also realized that she had really underestimated Fang Yu before. Disciplining your own son? Ha! Teacher Zhao, this is a school. I don't understand why you would use such a heavy hand in front of so many people. You say you are Fang Yu's mother, but I've never heard Fang Yu mention you? Upon receiving a call from her son saying that Zhang Lin had provoked Fang Yu and been seriously injured, Chen Yulan rushed to the school almost immediately. Not only that, she also notified Wu Taizhan. After all, Chen Yulan had been investigating everything about Fang Yu these past few days, so she naturally had a good understanding of Fang Yu's living environment and experiences over the years. Moreover, many of Fang Yu's activities at Sunqing Middle School were not secrets one could find out about them with a little effort. That's why Chen Yulan knew that Fang Yu's return to school would inevitably cause him a lot of trouble. What Chen Yulan didn't expect was that trouble would come so quickly, and when Zhang Lin got involved. Chen Yulan had frequent dealings with Zhang Lin's parents, and the Zhang family members were known for their fiery tempers, so she rushed to the school almost immediately without notifying Zhang Lin's mother. But as soon as she arrived at the dormitory, she encountered the scene she had just witnessed. She only noticed the two people lying on the ground after she intervened to stop Zhao Fanglan from attacking. What, Director Chen, are you going to interfere in the Fang family's affairs? Today, Fang Yu beat my two daughters so badly that they are unconscious. I have to teach this unfilial son a lesson. If you insist on interfering, Director Chen, I will not be polite. At this moment, Zhao Fanglan's chest was already filled with rage. Although she knew there was a gap between her and Chen Yulan, she wasn't afraid at all. One reason is that this is a school. Secondly, her family background might not necessarily be lower than that of Chen Yulan in front of her. Regardless of the Zhao family's status in Sichuan, even if the Fang family were in Sancheng, she could still rival Chen Yulan. Moreover, Zhao Fanglan did not believe that Chen Yulan would completely turn against her for Fang Yu. Even if he were to take drastic measures, Chen Yulan would only feel uncomfortable and hold a grudge against him. But so what? What she needs now is to get rid of Fang Yu, this potential threat to her, immediately. To avenge his daughter and vent his anger. After all, every time Zhao Fanglan saw Fang Yu, she felt utterly disgusted, as if she were seeing a woman with a stunningly beautiful face that completely outshone her. Upon hearing Zhao Fanglan's words, Chen Yulan. It was also because of a fit of temper. His gaze toward Zhao Fanglan suddenly turned icy. You're not being polite to me? Very well, Ms. Zhao Fanglan. Now I'd really like to know how you're going to treat me so rudely. As she spoke, Chen Yulan released a powerful aura. Originally, after learning about Fang Yu's situation, she had been unhappy with Zhao Fanglan, his mother. The Fang family's attitude towards Fang Yu, this super genius, is utterly disheartening. Of course, Chen Yulan knew that the Fang family probably didn't know that Fang Yu had awakened a terrifying talent, and that it had been confirmed to be a dual wind and fire element. Whether she was one of the leaders of the Tsunching Martial Arts Association or a mother, protecting Fang Yu was something she had to do. Perhaps others in Sunqing would have some reservations about fighting Zhao Fanglan, but Chen Yulan would not. Moreover, in Chen Yulan's eyes, Zhao Fanglan was no match for her at all. She had no idea where Zhao Fanglan got the courage to be so rude to her. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire corridor reached freezing point. Everyone's eyes were now on the two people standing in the corridor. They knew that neither Chen Yulan nor Zhao Fanglan were people to be trifled with. Chen Yulan, are you really going to stop me from dealing with this little beast? Zhao Fanglan's eyes were icy cold, and the water elemental power around her had reached its peak. It seems that as long as Chen Yulan says yes, she will take action without hesitation. Just as Chen Yulan snorted and was about to speak, she was suddenly interrupted by an extremely calm voice. Chapter 34 Comprehending the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, the Power of the Second Fist. Sister Chen, let me do it. Just as the metal elemental power suddenly enveloped Chen Yulan's entire body, and a sharp glint flashed in her cold eyes. Fang Yu's voice rang out. And just as Fang Yu opened his mouth, he flashed forward and stood in front of Chen Yulan. Xiao Yu. At this moment, Chen Yulan frowned slightly, wanting to take a step forward to protect Fang Yu behind her again. Although Zhao Fanglan might not be anything in her eyes, she definitely couldn't face Fang Yu, who had just been certified as a yellow rank martial artist. After all, Zhao Fanglan is a Xian rank martial artist. But before Chen Yulan could speak, Fang Yu turned to look at her, his expression calm. Sister Chen, I don't want to involve you in this matter. I don't even care about Zhao Fanglan, so you don't need to get involved. But I've had some insights lately, so don't worry. Besides, I don't believe my dear mother would kill me in front of so many people. As he spoke, Fang Yu took a step forward. Looking at Zhao Fanglan, whose face was filled with extreme anger and coldness. Chen Yulan was about to say something when Wu Yunlu pulled her back and whispered. Mom, I think we should trust our eldest son. Maybe Zhao Fanglan really isn't a match for him. Upon hearing her son's words, Chen Yulan couldn't help but glance at her son, Wu Yunlu. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. Even if Fang Yu is a terrifying genius, and even surpassed his son in a short time after awakening his talent, Zhao Fanglan is no ordinary martial artist. As a teacher at Sanqing Middle School, although he was no match for her, she knew in her heart that Fang Yu was definitely not someone she could handle. But now that Fang Yu had spoken, she couldn't forcefully stop him anymore. However, Chen Yulan did not relax her terrifying metal-based power at this moment. It's a good thing that Fang Yu has a martial arts heart that is not afraid of the powerful, but she also knows that such a genius must be made to realize the insurmountable gap in strength between himself and other martial artists. But she couldn't let anything happen to Fang Yu, since news of Fang Yu's situation had already reached the ears of the higher-ups. If something really happened to Fang Yu in Sanqing, neither she nor Wu Taizhan will have an easy time. Therefore, she didn't pay attention to what her son would say next, but focused all her attention on Fang Yu and Zhao Fanglan in front of her. She will be the first to save Fang Yu if he is in any danger. Fang Yu, you really are a fearless newborn calf. But since you dare to step forward, then today I. Stop talking nonsense, Zhao Fanglan. If you want to kill me, just do it. Stop pretending, okay? Before Zhao Fanglan could finish speaking, Fang Yu shouted. The terrifying power of the fusion of wind and fire elements, which had been brewing for a long time, was instantly unleashed to its extreme by Fang Yu at this moment. While shouting loudly, he suddenly threw a punch at Zhao Fanglan. With this punch, Fang Yu did not unleash the full potential of the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist. With a single movement from Fang Yu, suddenly, a hurricane howled around him, flames crackled, and Fang Yu was completely enveloped. The moment the sound faded, Fang Yu was already in front of Zhao Fanglan, and his punch was aimed directly at Zhao Fanglan's face. You little beast, you have no respect for your elders. I'll teach you a lesson today. At this moment, Zhao Fanglan saw Fang Yu attacking her and roared. On the surface, she was extremely angry, but in reality, she was overjoyed. Originally, with Chen Yulan stopping her, she was still thinking about how to kill Fang Yu. Unexpectedly, Fang Yu actually jumped out on his own. Then she naturally wouldn't hold back, and when she made her move, she would stand on the moral high ground and completely seal Fang Yu's fate. That way, even if he kills Fang Yu, she'll have an excuse. But Fang Yu wasn't thinking about that at the moment. With Zhao Fanglan, with whom he had already broken off all pretense of civility, Fang Yu only had one thought, if possible. Kill them outright. Buzz. Faced with Fang Yu's terrifying punch, Zhao Fanglan also threw a punch. The moment the two fists collided, powerful water energy transformed into rings of black vortexes that directly engulfed and shattered Fang Yu's terrifying fiery fist. As Zhao Fanglan took a step forward, a violent surge of water energy emanated from the step she took. Fang Yu felt as if a terrifying, surging torrent of darkness had appeared before him, and he was blasted away. At the same time, Zhao Fanglan did not hesitate at all. The moment she used her violent power to blast Fang Yu away, she transformed into a shadow. With a wave of her hand, her huge black hand, which was rippled with invisible waves, slammed down on Fang Yu. This palm strike was different from the previous ones. Even Chen Yulan, who was standing not far away, felt a sense of threat from the power contained in that palm strike. If it weren't for Chen Yulan protecting them, Wu Junlu and the others would probably have been forced to their knees by the terrifying pressure of that palm strike. The senior martial arts teachers standing at the entrance of the building all had solemn expressions on their faces. They wanted to take action, but were held back by their pride. More importantly, they had realized that Zhao Fanglan was clearly intent on killing them. Although they all had their own guesses, they still didn't want to get involved in the gossip surrounding Principal Fang's family. Judging from this situation, they probably know why the two sides have such a deep-seated hatred. In their view, it would be extremely unwise to offend Zhao Fanglan for the sake of a student. Just as the group was quickly thinking, Fang Yu, who had been blasted away, unleashed his power once again. With each breath, the power of wind and fire around his body frantically converged and merged, and the hurricane flames completely gathered on his right arm. The surrounding ground began to show slight cracks. "You're not qualified to kill me." At this moment, Fang Yu felt more and more clearly that he had grasped the feeling of the second punch, and as the power of wind and fire elements in his body frantically gathered into a violent force and repeatedly filled his right fist. In his mind, he practiced the first punch over and over again with lightning speed, faster and faster, until it completely merged into a phantom image. With a roar, he faced the terrifying black palm containing terrifying water-based power that pressed down upon him. Fang Yu threw a punch. In the instant he threw that punch, his figure suddenly moved like a hurricane, frantically closing in on Zhao Fanglan. "Xiao Yu." At this moment, Chen Yulan's eyes were filled with worry. As she took a step forward, a huge golden hand reached out to grab Fang Yu. The surrounding wind, fire, and water ripples were directly broken through. Chen Yulan made no attempt to hold back this attack, was determined to protect Fang Yu. Boom! Thud! Chapter 35. Are you really my biological mother? But almost at this moment, Chen Yulan's terrifying golden palm had not yet reached the point where the two were fighting. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying, even smashing a large hole in the wall of the 5th floor. A violent wave of force suddenly spread out like ripples, and in an instant, bricks and stone chips flew wildly. "Ah, retreat quickly." Almost immediately after a series of screams and cries, the students who were nearby and watching all retreated to a great distance. Even the students watching from upstairs and downstairs, peering over the railings, were horrified. But they immediately turned their attention to the dormitory room near the corridor in the broken wall of the building, wanting to know who had the upper hand between Fang Yu and teacher Zhao Fanglan. Ah! Almost as soon as everyone was looking toward the dormitory where a large pile of bricks and tiles had been smashed, a scream rang out. "You little beast, how dare you!" Ah! Just as Zhao Fanglan's angry roar rang out, a violent tremor immediately followed by a scream. "Teacher Zhao Fanglan, has she lost? How is this possible?" Upon hearing that scream, no one could believe it. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the large hole that had been smashed open by the body, where the dust from the bricks and stones had not yet settled. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu was seen leading a disheveled woman out from among the rubble. It was none other than Fang Yu and Zhao Fanglan. However, Zhao Fanglan, who had previously been filled with cold killing intent, was now astonished, her eyes filled with disbelief. She certainly couldn't imagine it. He, a martial arts teacher at Sungqing Middle School and a Xin-rank martial artist, was actually defeated by a good-for-nothing and a bastard he had never even given a second glance. And he even defeated them in front of countless students and colleagues? That punch just now actually pierced through his right palm, shattering most of the finger bones. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. You let me go, you little beast, how dare you!" Ah! Just as Zhao Fanglan was about to roar, thinking that none of this was real, she suddenly felt a piercing pain in her right hand. Her entire left arm was completely unable to be raised, and just as she landed, Fang Yu delivered another full-force punch to Zhao Fanglan's left shoulder. The bone above her left shoulder was shattered instantly, almost completely robbing her of her fighting ability. Before she could finish speaking, not only did she experience excruciating pain, but she was also overwhelmed by a feeling of suffocation and death. Because Fang Yu not only grabbed her right hand, which was beaten bloody and mangled, with one hand, but also forcefully squeezed her neck with the other. A terrifying fire elemental force enveloped her neck. With a slight exertion from Fang Yu, she immediately felt her neck being burned by terrifying flames, and it seemed as if the flames instantly penetrated into her throat, burning wildly. As Fang Yu exerted himself frantically, a sudden, intense feeling of death became incredibly real to her. "You." At this moment, Zhao Fanglan looked at Fang Yu, who was coldly staring at her. She suddenly felt that Fang Yu in front of her was such a stranger. He's not the same useless person he used to be. Who are you? You're definitely not Fang Yu." Fang Yu sneered and then tightened his grip on her neck slightly. He sneered and said, He, my dear mother, then if I'm not Fang Yu, then who am I?" Fang Yu's voice was tinged with laughter. But hearing it from Zhao Fanglan was a chilling experience for the first time. "Fang Yu, Fang Yu, you should let go of teacher Zhao right now. She's your mother." "That's right, Fang Yu, let go of teacher Zhao right now." Everyone watching was completely shocked by what they saw. The first to react were several martial arts instructors from the school who had been standing to the side. They were utterly shocked by what they saw, but they also knew what to do next. Two teachers immediately stepped forward and spoke anxiously. Chen Yulan stood there, but the metal elemental power that had been accumulating around her had completely dissipated. What just happened so fast that she didn't even have time to react. Boss, that's awesome. At this moment, Wu Yunlu, standing to the side, had eyes that were filled with astonishment, but also gleaming with light. At this moment, he felt boundless admiration for Fang Yu. Fang Yu, let go of Teacher Zhao right now. Do you know you've made a huge mistake? According to school rules? Shut up. Just as the teachers were about to step forward and speak, Fang Yu immediately gave a cold shout. He then glanced at the people in front of him, before fixing his gaze on Zhao Fanlan, whose neck he was gripping. Now, you can tell me. Zhao Fanlan was in extreme pain. Although Fang Yu had released her bloodied and mangled right hand, she dared not move at all. Her left hand hung down naturally. Apart from the excruciating pain, her mind was filled with shock and disbelief. How did Fang Yu, the good-for-nothing I used to beat and scold at will, suddenly become so powerful? I'm no match for him? Say what? Zhao Fanlan felt as if the skin on her neck was being burned by the flames, and it was difficult for her to struggle at this moment. The excruciating pain swept through her entire body, making it impossible for her to resist. My origins. Or rather, are you really my biological mother? As Fang Yu spoke, his eyes were filled with coldness. Although he, as a transmigrator, had already guessed the answer, he was still troubled by the tragic lingering regret within his body. Fang Yu knew that he desperately wanted to know who his parents were and why he had been hoped for countless times and then abandoned countless times since childhood. Little by little, he was driven to despair by the Fang family until he died. Now that Fang Yu has karmic ties, he naturally wants to settle everything. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Standing not far away, Chen Yulan looked at Fang Yu, who had his back to her at this moment. She didn't know why, but when Fang Yu grabbed the neck of Zhao Fanlan, the mother who wanted to kill him, and asked this question, she felt a pang of sympathy for Fang Yu. Ha! Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhao Fanlan's eyes immediately filled with mockery, and she wanted to laugh even more. Before she could utter a sound, Fang Yu squeezed her hard, then looked at Zhao Fanlan with a murderous gaze and said, "Explain." Immediately afterward, Fang Yu applied even more force to the hand gripping Zhao Fanlan's neck. Ah! Zhao Fanlan trembled almost visibly, her previously malicious and mocking eyes suddenly filled with terror. Zhao Fanlan sensed a hidden killing intent emanating from Fang Yu, which made her tremble. She felt that Fang Yu had completely transformed into a cold-blooded and ruthless killer. If he didn't answer his question, he really dared to kill him on the spot. Although Zhao Fanlan felt resentful, angry, and incredulous, her emotions were extremely complex and intertwined. But she forcibly suppressed them all. As far as Zhao Fanlan was concerned, as long as she didn't die, she would have plenty of ways and opportunities to kill Fang Yu in the future. Okay, cough cough. I'll say it. Fang Yu, you. Chapter 36. Fang Yu, you really are disobedient and want to make a fool of yourself here. What did you say? Shut up. Almost at that moment, just as Zhao Fanlan was about to speak, she finally agreed. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure enveloped the entire fourth floor. Fang Yu could have discovered it, but his mental energy was greatly depleted during his fight with Zhao Fanlan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue Zhao Fanlan so swiftly. But he heard that sound. I knew it was someone. Fang Guotao, the adoptive father who brought him back to Changqing a year ago. At the entrance of the building, Fang Guotao stepped out, followed by several school leaders, including a middle-aged man who looked anxious. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded when he saw what was happening in front of him. He quickly stepped forward and arrived at a spot not far from Fang Yu. Seeing this, Yan Dazhuan quickly walked over to the middle-aged man and began whispering in the teacher's ear. It was obvious that Fang Guotao was also shocked by what he saw. Especially when he saw his two daughters lying unconscious on the ground. He immediately signaled to the people behind him to take his two daughters to the martial arts hospital first. Only then did they turn their gaze to Fang Yu and the other person. Guotao, save me. When Zhao Fanlan saw Fang Guotao at this moment, her eyes immediately filled with tears. It wasn't that she was really that kind of person, but that she was truly in pain. Tears really did stream down my face. Fang Yu, let go of your mother right now. Although Fang Guotao was shocked at how Fang Yu had managed to do it, seeing his wife Zhao Fanlan being held like this by his son Fang Yu was incredibly humiliating. As Fang Guotao's voice rang out, a sudden pressure enveloped Fang Yu and his companion. Fang Yu could clearly feel that it was becoming increasingly difficult to exert any force when he was holding Zhao Fanglan's hand. Is this the power of a low-level martial artist? His internal organs and meridians had been tempered, and even when he spoke, he unconsciously used the powerful elemental forces in the space. Mom? Ha! Principal Fang, don't you think that's a ridiculous title for me? Do you think I, Fang Yu, am a fool? Don't you know? This Zhao Fanglan isn't my mother. Don't you know that? But when facing Fang Guotao, who was staring at him with icy eyes, Fang Yu no longer felt the fear and respect he had in his predecessor. All that remained was disappointment and resentment. Fang Yu, do you know what you're saying? I order you to immediately release your mother, then kneel down and apologize to her, or else. However, before Fang Guotao could finish speaking, Fang Yu looked up, his body surging with wind and fire. He showed no intention of loosening his grip on Zhao Fanlan's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip even more. Otherwise, what will you do? Will you just suppress and beat me to death, this unfilial son, or will you cripple me and expel me from Sengqing Middle School? Principal Fang, you don't actually think I, Fang Yu, am afraid, do you? Let me tell you, from that night when you recklessly let Zhao Fanglan, Fang Xia, and Fang Shixian beat me to death, the Fang Yu of the past was already dead. The Fang Yu standing before you now is a brand new soul. Your obedient, cowardly, and bullied child, who still harbored all sorts of beautiful fantasies about all of you and wanted to exchange sincerity and humility for a little bit of laughable affection, is dead, completely dead. All of this is your fault, Fang Guotao. Fang Yu's voice resounded like thunder throughout the entire fourth-floor corridor. Every word was so heartbreaking. Especially Chen Yulan, who was standing to the side. Although she didn't know what happened that night that Fang Yu mentioned, she had already decided that no matter what, she would take action if Fang Guotao made a move later. She would risk her life to protect this child with such a tragic fate. Many of the students watching wondered if Fang Yu was really living such a miserable life in the Fang family. Some of Fang Yu's classmates couldn't help but recall the past at this moment. But most people thought Fang Yu had gone mad at that moment. He went completely insane, not only beating his two older sisters, but also killing his own mother. Now even his father, who is the principal, has been alarmed, yet he still speaks arrogantly, acting as if he's ready to fight to the death. Fang Yu simply didn't care about any of these people's thoughts. He never intended to have any future dealings with these people, and he knew that once prejudice was formed, it was very difficult to change. That's why he said those things to Fang Guotao. It was entirely because he had merged with the body's memories and truly empathized with it. That stubborn lingering resentment, even until his death, he couldn't understand why his parents would treat him this way. And everything he said was true. Starting that night, he possessed this scarred body, and the once humble, weak, cowardly fool who longed for a trace of family affection and whose fate was extremely tragic had completely disappeared from the Blue Star. What Fang Yu can do for him is to make those who hurt him pay a heavy price. No matter who it is. After all, there are no family ties binding him. What did you say? Ayu, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever neglected you? Your mother and two older sisters are just disciplining you, teaching you how to conduct yourself and how to cultivate yourself. How can you think like this? Let your mother go first. We can talk about this at home, not here. When Fang Guotao heard Fang Yu say these words, he felt an immense headache coming on. He naturally knew what kind of life Fang Yu lived in the Fang family. But he never imagined it would turn out like this. However, Fang Guotao doesn't want to make a big deal out of this right now. He doesn't want his scandal to be exposed in public, especially at school. In that case, he would lose face as the principal. He was beginning to suppress his anger. Although he knew that Fang Yu might not have had a good time and might have suffered some mistreatment after he took him back to the Fang family. But in Fang Guotao's view, shouldn't Fang Yu feel fortunate to be able to return to his family from the orphanage? So what if I suffer a little injustice? After all, I haven't lived in the Fang family for over a decade, and it takes time to adjust. What could be better than a family being together? Don't do it here? To embarrass you? Are you trying to say don't let me embarrass you here? Ha! That's true. You're the principal of Sengqing Middle School, a respected person there. Do you think I, a bloodline who has been separated from my family since childhood, have embarrassed you? If that's the case, why did you bring me back a year ago? Fang Yu looked at Fang Guotao, whose face was extremely gloomy, but showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was eager to see how his blood father would deal with this matter. Fang Yu, you really won't listen to your father and insist on making a scene here? At this moment, Fang Guotao could feel countless eyes on him. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't let Fang Yu continue his nonsense. Right now, we must get Fang Yu out of here as soon as possible. Moreover, tomorrow is the mock exam, and the Sichuan Provincial Examination Inspection Team will arrive at the school shortly afterward. He doesn't have time to fool around with Fang Yu here. Therefore, Fang Guotao's face also showed a hint of coldness and anger as he spoke. Nonsense? Since Principal Fang doesn't bother to find out the truth and immediately assumes that I, Fang Yu, am making a fuss, then so be it. Chapter 37. Since we're going to die anyway, let's take someone down with us. Fang Yu's voice was cold and aloof. It also carried a hint of coldness and despair. He didn't want to explain anymore. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless to face Fang Guotao, who had already subconsciously labeled him with prejudice. This will only make Fang Guotao, the father, feel that he is making a fool of himself. But Fang Yu's words inexplicably stirred a faint sense of sorrow in the hearts of many onlookers. There were still many students present who had been paying attention to this matter from the beginning, and many of them had begun to whisper among themselves. Hey, to be honest, Fang Yu hasn't done anything wrong at all. In fact, he hasn't been back to school these past few days to avoid Fang Xie and conflict. But as soon as he returned to school, Fang Xie came up with her people to cause trouble. Yes, the forum says that Fang Yu beat up the campus bell, and then Fang Yu went into hiding. But now it seems like this matter is not that simple. Fang Yu is actually often bullied at school. It's quite miserable. That's right. It seems that he was always tolerant of those who bullied him because he was insecure and cowardly and afraid of upsetting Principal Fang and his two older sisters. TCH, Fang Yu is a ruthless person. He has such great strength, but he has been tolerating it all this time. Then he takes the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. People like that are really terrifying. This is ruthless? If I had Fang Yu's strength, why would I hide? If anyone dared to bully me at school, I'd blow their head off. It's only because he was an orphan since childhood, and finally found parents and a family, that he had no principles or bottom line to humbly beg for affection. Sigh. It seems that Fang Yu really might not be their biological son. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense, or Principal Fang might hear you. Various opinions arose immediately. Fang Guotao stood there, his face as black as hell. Let go of your mother right now and come home with me. Why should I listen to you? Because I'm your dad. Fang Yu, don't force me to beat you up in front of the teachers and classmates. At this moment, Fang Guotao was on the verge of exploding in rage. As he spoke, his eyes, which were fixed on Fang Yu, flashed with coldness and barely suppressed anger. Dad? Ha! I'm sorry, you're not worthy of being called a father. At this moment, Fang Yu naturally felt the terrifying aura of pressure emanating from Fang Guotao pressing down on him. But he is not the Fang Yu of before. Facing the blood father who had brought him back to Tsuncheng, Fang Yu's voice was full of self-mockery. What did you say? You unfilial son. I order you to release your mother immediately and get home. At this point, Fang Yu didn't want to get entangled anymore. He was completely heartbroken. The force gripping Zhao Fanlan's hand suddenly increased, and a violent flame erupted instantly. Sizzle. Hiss. Ah. Guotao, help me. Faced with Fang Guotao's roar, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all and gripped Zhao Fanlan's hand even tighter. Although Zhao Fanlan was frantically channeling her water elemental power to try and stop Fang Yu's ever-shrinking hand. But she was helpless against Fang Yu's scorching fire-type power spontaneously combusting. Almost instantly, the flames burned off most of her hair, and half of her face was eroded by the flames, resulting in large burns. At this moment, Zhao Fanlan was in so much pain that she grimaced and tears streamed down her face. You beast, you really are just like your mother said, with too many bad habits and incorrigible. Now you're even so cruel to your own sister and mother, why don't you let go? As he spoke, Fang Guotao took a step forward. The sudden surge of immense power put pressure on almost everyone present. Fang Yu could no longer suppress the surging blood and chi in his chest that he had been holding back. A mouthful of blood spurted out with a pft. And this mouthful of blood, without missing a beat, landed squarely on Zhao Fanlan's face. Well said. If I'm a beast, then what are you? Fang Guotao, unless you kill me today, you're not going to get me to release her. You're insane. I think you've gone completely mad. At this moment, Fang Guotao felt the terrifying wind and fire dual elemental power emanating from Fang Yu, and he was shocked. But he knew he had to deal with the immediate problem. Because the Sichuan examination inspection team will be arriving soon, and I must go to greet them. He doesn't have much time to waste here. Without any hesitation, Fang Guotao took a step forward, and suddenly an extremely violent pressure crashed down on Fang Yu. He planned to use his power to immobilize Fang Yu, then seal his dantian, control him, and take him back. Ha ha ha. Come on, Fang Guotao, the worst that can happen is death. Even if I die, I'll drag Zhao Fanglan down with me today. Fang Yu suddenly burst into laughter, then reached out with his other hand and grabbed Zhao Fanglan's neck with both hands. He didn't take Fang Guotao's terrifying pressure to heart at all. Despite being in the center of that terrifying pressure, Fang Yu was still able to move his hands slowly because of his terrifying mental strength. Ah! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Fang Guotao, you better kill this bastard right now, otherwise if I die, our Zhao family will never let you off the hook. Ah! At this moment, Zhao Fanglan unleashed a torrent of violent water-based power, but it was suppressed by Fang Guotao's almost indiscriminate and terrifying pressure. She didn't have Fang Yu's powerful mental strength, so Zhao Fanglan was in the most pain at this moment. Fang Yu, stop now. Do you really want to die? Although Fang Guotao didn't know how Fang Yu had done it, he knew this was definitely not what he wanted to see. After all, he never intended to seriously injure Fang Yu. But he didn't want anything to happen to his wife. Putting aside the immense power of the Zhao family in Sichuan, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Zhao Fanglan, even considering his feelings for her. What's more, this person is his own son. But at this moment, he realized that Fang Yu was determined not to let go and wanted to kill Zhao Fanglan. This infuriated Fang Guotao, and his mind was filled with all sorts of things his wife and daughters had said to him about their son. Could it be that I've always been indulging Fang Yu's behavior because I feel guilty towards him? These 17 years have instilled bad habits in him to the core. Is it really that cold and cruel? To achieve their goals, they will stop at nothing and do anything without considering the consequences. It seems that Fang Yu fits all of this perfectly. You want to die? Ha, so what if I die? Fang Guotao, go ahead and do it. Let's see who dies first, me or her. Now that we've torn off all pretenses, there's no need to hold back anymore. As Fang Yu spoke, the wind and fire elemental battle patterns in his dantian swirled wildly, and under that terrifying pressure, they instantly and perfectly merged together. At the same time, wind and fire battle patterns continuously appeared on Fang Yu's arms, and the rampant hurricane, carrying wildly growing flames, went directly towards Zhao Fanglan, whose neck was being tightly gripped by Fang Yu's hands. Since we're going to die anyway, we should at least have a clear understanding of what's going on. At the very least, I must kill that hypocritical Zhao Fanglan who has bullied me for the past year. Chapter 38. At this moment, the thirst for power is magnified infinitely. At this moment, everyone watching was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine what had happened to Fang Yu. But none of them uttered a sound. They all stared wide-eyed and held their breath as they watched Fang Yu, who was completely insane and whose hands were frantically choking Zhao Fanglan's neck, his body completely enveloped by the power of wind and fire. Fine, fine. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Seeing this scene, Fang Guotao was completely enraged. As a peak Earth rank expert, Fang Guotao was shocked that Fang Yu had suddenly acquired such terrifying talent and power. But this is not the time for him to think about these things. What he needs to do now is to stop all of this, not only to completely subdue his son Fang Yu, but also to save his wife Zhao Fanglan. As he spoke, Fang Guotao's aura suddenly surged, and an extremely powerful and terrifying force instantly permeated the entire space. Countless people felt that the oppressive force made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Seeing that Fang Guotao was actually taking this seriously, Chen Yulan, who was not far away, gritted her teeth and transformed into a golden light to block Fang Yu's path. However, the golden energy shield surrounding her was completely shattered when Fang Guotao reached out and grabbed her. She was even blasted away. Principal Fang, please go easy on him. Just as Chen Yulan was blasted away, another anxious voice came. The middle-aged male teacher who had just been listening to Yen Dazhuang recount the matter in detail now unleashed his earth elemental power, and an earth-yellow phantom barrier immediately protected Fang Yu. Fang Guotao, who had just made his move, was not going to stop. He was only focused on getting the two of them away as soon as possible, otherwise he would lose all face if things continued like this. Therefore, at this moment, the middle-aged male teacher's earth elemental barrier was almost immediately pierced by terrifying cyanwood elemental forces as soon as it surrounded Fang Yu. With a buzz, it instantly disintegrated. The middle-aged male teacher was also thrown back by the shockwave, his body slamming heavily against the wall. Instantly, spider web-like cracks appeared on the wall behind him and spread rapidly. Teacher Lu. Yan Dazhuang, who was standing nearby, quickly ran to the middle-aged male teacher. Fang Yu didn't even have time to check on Chen Yulan and Teacher Lu's condition before he felt as if a phantom vine of cyanwood elemental power had appeared around him, frantically wrapping around his arms. In an instant, Fang Yu felt as if the power of wind and fire in his hands had been suddenly severed and disappeared. Not only that, he was surprised to find that he seemed to have lost control of his hands. The next moment, the cyan phantom vines extended infinitely, forked, one vine quickly wrapped around the whole body, and another vine wrapped around Zhao Fanglan, who had already fainted from being frantically squeezed by his neck. As the blue vines continued to flash with a blue light, the half of the face and hair that had been destroyed began to recover, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost completely restored. The next moment, with a sudden deep breath, Zhao Fanglan slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Fang Yu felt extremely frustrated. More importantly, at this moment he could almost clearly feel his entire body's power being continuously absorbed. The illusory vines formed by the gathering wood elemental power that wrapped around him tightened continuously, making Fang Yu feel increasingly dizzy. Guotao, this little beast actually dared to try to kill me. I think he really wanted to kill me just now. Why don't you kill him quickly? It's too dangerous to keep someone like him around. Having just regained consciousness, Zhao Fanglan was currently unable to move due to the illusory vines formed by the power of wood, but she glared angrily at Fang Yu in front of her and roared through gritted teeth. Ha ha! Come on, kill me, so you'll never have to worry about me again. Although Fang Yu felt increasingly exhausted, he forced himself to look coldly at Fang Guotao, who stood there with an extremely solemn expression. You little beast, how dare you talk back? Zhao Fanglan immediately tried to break free from the illusory vines formed by the wood elemental power emanating from her body, and was about to slap Fang Yu. Enough! Just as Zhao Fanglan broke free from the illusory vines formed by the wood elemental power and slapped Fang Yu in front of her, Fang Guotao, who was standing there, immediately roared. At this moment, Fang Guotao was in a state of utter confusion. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, and he didn't even know how to explain what was happening. He immediately reached out and grabbed at Fang Yu. He must get Fang Yu away from here first. As for the aftermath, he wants to deal with it after the mock exam. But what Fang Guotao didn't expect was that with this shout, the entire space trembled violently. The floorboards and walls on both sides, which were already cracked from the previous fight, suddenly began to break apart. Ah! The building is going to collapse. Before he could even grab Fang Yu, the ground beneath his feet shattered and cracked. The already broken wall in front of him cracked even more, and a large section of the 6th floor slab crashed down. In an instant, one after another, figures quickly headed towards the floor not far away. Naturally, some students who were close by didn't have time to dodge. After all, there were too many students watching the commotion, and with the sudden collapse of the stairwell, they simply couldn't get out of the way completely in time. However, the teachers and gifted students who had followed quickly took action, thus preventing large-scale student casualties. Fang Guotao, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage. Not far away, Fang Yu was being supported by Wu Yunlu and Yan Dezhuang, and Wu Yunlu quickly fed Fang Yu several pills. Chen Yulan, who had recovered slightly, stood in front of Fang Yu. Principal Fang, are you planning to take action? Are you going to disregard the students' safety? Although Chen Yulan was still injured at this time, but her eyes were icy cold, and when she looked at Fang Guotao in front of her, she was filled with immense anger. He couldn't imagine what kind of feelings a father or mother had to drive their son to such a state, even to the point of wanting to die together with him. Chen Yulan, this is a school, not your martial arts association. Fang Yu is my son, Fang Guotao's son. I am disciplining my son. Do you intend to interfere? Fang Guotao's tone was icy, clearly suppressing his anger. Today's incident has made him lose face completely, and he must take Fang Yu back and teach him a lesson. Previously, he had beaten his older sister, Fang Xia, so badly that she was hospitalized at the martial arts hospital and it took her a day to recover. Now, not only did he severely injure his 2 older sisters in front of countless classmates and teachers, but he even tried to strangle his mother. Although Fang Guotao loved his son very much, Fang Yu's actions had already made him very disappointed in Fang Yu. Further words are useless. Yunlu, you should take Xiao Yu and leave here immediately. At this moment, Chen Yulan looked at Zhao Fanglan, who was furious and looked like she wanted to devour Fang Yu, and Fang Guotao, who was also furious and clearly wouldn't let Fang Yu go either. She knew that if she wanted to protect Fang Yu, she had to take a gamble. You want to take my son away? Fang Guotao's voice suddenly turned icy cold, and he took a step forward, reaching out to grab something. Suddenly, a terrifying metal elemental power erupted from his body and was instantly shattered. A large, cyan phantom hand reached out to grab Fang Yu. Wu Yunlu felt completely paralyzed. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with icy coldness at this moment, his thirst for power was magnified infinitely. Chapter 39 Mu Yubing, currently ranked first in Sengqing Middle School. Fang Guotao, do you know what you're doing? At this moment, Chen Yulan, whose body was under control, was filled with anxiety in her eyes and roared angrily. She knew that Fang Yu was completely exhausted after the fierce battle just now. Moreover, even Fang Guotao was powerless against a peak Earth rank martial artist, let alone a student who had only awakened his talent a few days ago. However, faced with Chen Yulan's angry roar. At this moment, Fang Guotao did not respond at all, and the cyan phantom hand had already arrived above Fang Yu's head. Standing next to Fang Guotao, Zhao Fanglan looked at Fang Yu, whose eyes were cold as he stared at her. With a cold laugh, Zhao Fanglan stared at Fang Yu. At that moment, she had already decided in her heart how to deal with him once she caught him and brought him back. Thinking of her two daughters, a fierce killing intent surged in Zhao Fanglan's eyes. She decided that as soon as she captured Fang Yu, she would cripple him completely. Then they locked him up, tortured him every day, and starved him to death. Only in this way can she offset the insults she suffered today. Principal Fang, you can't do this. Fang Yu, he. Snort. At this moment, after recovering slightly, Teacher Lu, who was being supported by Yan Dazhuan, had not yet finished speaking when she was immediately separated by the huge cyan phantom hand. Fang Yu was standing there. At this moment, although he wanted to fight back desperately, he was powerless to do so. Faced with the enormous cyan phantom hand reaching out to grab him, Fang Yu might not have been able to maintain his balance if it weren't for his powerful mental strength. Fang Yu looked at the two people standing not far away. Fang Yu took in the serious expression of Fang Guotao and the gloomy, cold face of Zhao Fanglan. He used all his strength, pushing the power of both wind and fire to its limit. However, during the earlier process of being entangled and absorbed by the terrifying blue phantom vines, he felt that his body had reached its limit. Even so, Fang Yu had no intention of giving up at this moment. Come on. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with a blood-red light, and at this moment, Fang Yu could feel that the entire building seemed to be trembling slightly. At the same time, the powerful wood elemental energy contained in that terrifying cyan hand seemed like an extremely terrifying monster about to completely engulf him. You're so arrogant and ignorant. Seeing that Fang Yu was still trying to fight back desperately despite his attack, Fang Guotao was immediately furious. Especially when Zhao Fanglan saw Fang Yu's bloodthirsty and cold eyes, she felt a strange sense of fear. He immediately urged Fang Guotao to hurry up and catch that little beast Fang Yu. This also made Fang Guotao extremely irritable. Immediately, the terrifying cyan palm crashed down on Fang Yu without any hesitation. Boom! Buzz! But almost the instant the giant blue palm fell, a dazzling white light suddenly descended from the void. Suddenly, a chilling aura instantly filled the entire corridor space. Not only that, the moment the cyan phantom hand grabbed down, the entire fifth floor collapsed with a deafening roar. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave spread throughout the entire floor. The next moment, the entire half of the building began to shake violently, and cracks spread to the floors above and below, tearing it apart by the terrifying force of the shockwave. Oh no! Evacuate the students from the dormitory building immediately. Chen Yulan and Teacher Lu, who was standing next to her, gritted their teeth and immediately flashed away, each using their own methods to frantically pour into the walls of the building. Several teachers who were standing in the corridor also stepped in to prevent the entire dormitory corridor from collapsing. In particular, the martial arts teacher with the talent for earth elemental magic poured a massive amount of earth elemental power into the wall almost immediately. At that moment, Fang Guotao, in a fit of rage, took a step back, and a blue vine spread out from his feet, quickly extending upwards to control the cracked wall. Not far away. The place where Fang Yu is. The area where the large blue hand grabbed was immediately frozen solid. A silver-white ice ball, shimmering with an icy aura, enveloped Fang Yu completely. This is. The moment the silver-white ice ball appeared, Fang Guotao immediately looked at a white figure not far away, who had already flashed and stood next to Fang Yu. The person who came was a girl about the same age as Fang Yu, wearing a white dress. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, adorned with silver white hair clips that shimmered like starlight. Beneath the white dress, a pair of long, lotus root-like legs were revealed, and on her jade-like feet, a pair of off-white sandals accentuated the girl's ethereal beauty. Yubing, classmate. It's Goddess Mu Yubing. She's the top student at our Songqing High School. Wasn't she supposed to have already been accepted into the military special recruitment program? Why is she back at school? Are you stupid? You've only entered the military special recruitment channel ahead of time. You haven't officially signed a contract yet. Besides, the military special recruitment also considers the results of the 100-day mock exam. That's true, but why would Goddess Mu Yubing save Fang Yu? Didn't she know that it was the principal who intervened against Fang Yu? Shoo. We don't need to doubt what Goddess Mu Yubing does. She's a true genius. Even many of the school's teachers are no match for her. Since she saved Fang Yu, she must have her reasons. Perhaps, Goddess Mu Yubing simply saved Fang Yu on a whim. Don't overthink it. Wow, it's been months since I've seen Goddess Mu Yubing. She looks even more beautiful now. If she could just glance at me, I'd be willing to die right now. You must be dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. As the shaking in the corridor subsided, many students who had run to the other side of the dormitory and witnessed the scene from afar began to discuss it. It was obvious that Mu Yobing's appearance at this moment caught many people off guard. Even Fang Guotao hadn't expected this. However, the moment he saw Mu Yubing appear, a bad thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the examiners from Sichuan have already arrived in Songcheng? After all, Mu Yubing had been secretly cultivating in the Western Theater Command for the past few months. Now I'm here. Yubing, what brings you back? Mu Yubing kept looking at the classmate named Fang Yu, who was enveloped by the weapon she had used, before turning her gaze to Fang Guotao, whose face was solemn. Principal Fang, isn't tomorrow the mock exam? I came back specifically to take it. After saying that, Mu Yubing immediately reached out and grabbed. The ice-type light sphere that was being held down by the Cyan Phantom Hand suddenly broke free of the Cyan Phantom Hand and flew towards her. It was at this moment that Fang Guotao's Cyan Phantom Hand suddenly exploded. A violent wave of power suddenly spread out, and the wall that had been stabilized with great difficulty cracked open again with a hum. Everyone's gaze sharpened. But at that very moment, a force that surpassed everyone else suddenly surged upwards from the first floor. A powerful and vast earth elemental force quickly enveloped half of the dormitory building. The originally shattered wall was quickly covered with a layer of yellowish-brown phantom, and was completely stabilized. I felt that extremely powerful force, which instantly spread throughout the entire dormitory building. Standing on the broken stairwell on the 5th floor, Fang Guotao's gaze sharpened, and he immediately felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him. Fang Guotao, is this how you managed Songqing Middle School as the principal? I think you don't want to be the principal anymore. Chapter 40. I will definitely do my best in tomorrow's martial arts exam. Buzz. With a muffled thud, Fang Yu felt himself being pulled away by an invisible force and thrown to the side. By the time he could clearly see what was happening in front of him, he immediately saw a cold and aloof woman standing next to him. He recognized the woman at a glance. The true genius of Songqing Middle School, a legendary figure of Songqing Middle School. Mu Yubing is hailed as the first truly naturally awakened spiritual master in Songqing Middle School's hundreds of years. More importantly, Mu Yubing has always been the top student at Songqing High School. In her 2nd year of high school, she took the college entrance examination through special channels and achieved the top score in Songqing. She was then directly recruited into the special recruitment channel by the military for specialized training. In Fang Yu's memory, Mu Yubing was an absolute figure that everyone looked up to at Songqing Middle School. Even the school's martial arts instructors respected her greatly. After all, Mu Yubing's true strength might be above theirs. But what does it mean that Mu Yubing appeared and saved me at this moment? It seems that there is absolutely no connection between me and her. At this moment, as Mu Yubing raised her hand, the white light covering Fang Yu quickly flew to Mu Yubing's palm, and condensed into a silver-white, spherical alloy weapon as it spun. Just as Fang Yu was about to speak, suddenly, a powerful force surged from beneath their feet. Looking up, he saw that the wall that had been cracking and about to collapse was being rapidly repaired by powerful earth elemental energy. This kind of method shocked Fang Yu. Then a familiar voice slowly rang out. That sound. Old Man Wu? As expected, Fang Yu looked towards the entrance of the corridor and saw Wu Taizhan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with his hands behind his back and a hint of displeasure on his face, standing in front of Fang Guotao in one step. Those eyes relaxed slightly when they saw themselves. Minister Wu, this. Fang Guotao never expected things to develop to this point. He looked at Fang Yu, who was standing not far away and whose expression had returned to calm, and felt more and more that this matter was more serious than he had imagined. Did I miss something? He couldn't understand why Chen Yulan would protect Fang Yu, given how desperately she had always tried to protect him. When he appeared, he thought Chen Yulan had a conflict with his wife because of Wu Yunlu. In his mind, he assumed that all of this was instigated by Fang Yu. But at this moment, upon seeing Mu Yobing's appearance, Wu Taizhan then appeared. He looked at Fang Yu standing next to Mu Yubing, and suddenly he recalled his fight with Fang Yu just now. Fang Yu was actually able to resist under his powerful pressure and attacks. Moreover, he had almost completely controlled Zhao Fanglan before, and even had the means and ability to kill her. When did Fang Yu acquire such strength? Although Fang Guotao didn't pay much attention to Fang Yu's life, he did know something about cultivation. Before Fang Yu attacked Fang Xie and left home, he was just a poor student at the first level of body refinement and hadn't even awakened his talent. It's only been a few days. Fang Guotao, you'd better give me a reasonable and satisfactory answer and explanation for this matter, otherwise, you can temporarily resign as the principal of Tsangqing Middle School. In addition, several members of the inspection team will be arriving soon. Among the inspection team coming to Tsangqing Middle School this time is Li Ran, the god of war from the Western Theater Command. So, we'll leave this matter for now. You drop everything and come with me to await the upcoming exam. I'll settle things with you after this mock exam. Also, I don't want any surprises in the next mock exam. If anyone dares to pull any tricks again, I won't hesitate to eliminate them. As he spoke, Wu Tieshan's cold gaze swept over the solemn-faced martial arts teachers before him, finally settling on Zhao Fanlan. With a thump, Zhao Fanlan was unable to withstand Wu Tieshan's pressure and immediately knelt on the ground. At that moment, Fang Guotao naturally understood the meaning behind Wu Tieshan's words. Although Fang Guotao had countless doubts and questions in his heart at this moment. But in the end, he was reduced to a single word. Yes. Wu Taizhan then turned around and came to Chen Yulan. Take Xiao Yu back to the Martial Arts Association to recover from his injuries first. We'll talk about everything after the big exam tomorrow. Chen Yulan nodded quickly. Then Wu Taizhan came up to Fang Yu, gently patted Fang Yu's shoulder, and said, Make sure you recover well tonight. I'm looking forward to your big exam tomorrow. Then, glancing at Su Yubing, he said, Yubing, are you going with Grandpa Wu, or going home? Grandpa Wu will definitely be very busy. Yubing hasn't been home for a long time, so she's planning to go home for a visit. Wu Taizhan nodded slowly. Then he turned and walked towards the stairwell. Fang Guotao whispered something in Zhao Fanlan's ear, then quickly got up and left with Wu Taizhan. The group of martial arts instructors also left. Zhao Fanlan stood up at that moment. A pair of incredibly cold eyes looked at Fang Yu, who was standing there. At this moment, no matter how much anger and murderous intent she felt, she had to put it aside for the time being. Because she knew. The Sichuan inspection team has arrived, and this time, a war god from the Western Theater Command has also come. If something were to happen at this critical juncture, not only would Fang Guotao lose his position as principal, but the entire Fang family would likely suffer. Moreover, her 2 daughters are still in the hospital, and she must rush there immediately. Tomorrow is the big exam. This mock exam, which is part of the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam, is crucial for every senior high school student. It can be said that after this exam, the real streams will begin to emerge. The reason for the inspection team's arrival was to select geniuses, and they also brought a large number of assessment rewards. Zhao Fanlan glared at Fang Yu, snorted coldly, and turned to leave quickly. Thank you so much, Mu Yubing, for saving my life. After Zhao Fanlan left, Fang Yu finally suppressed the intense killing intent in his eyes and turned to thank Mu Yubing. Mu Yubing smiled calmly. Fang Yu, I know a little about your situation, but I'm only interested in your talent. You're very capable. Grandpa Wu said that if you were given a month, you might be able to surpass me. That's why I came to participate in this martial arts exam. I hope you won't disappoint me in tomorrow's exam. As Mu Yubing spoke, she looked at Fang Yu in front of her, and felt that Fang Yu seemed even more mysterious than the information that Grandpa Wu had told her before. Okay, Mu Yubing, I will definitely do my best in the martial arts exam tomorrow. Mu Yubing nodded. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Boss, let's go. Are you still looking? Sister Yubing has already gone far away. Just as Fang Yu was speculating about Mu Yobing's strength, he immediately heard Wu Yunlu's wicked and meaningful voice. Let's go. Chapter 41. If you're going to compete, compete for first place. As Mu Yubing disappeared from the dormitory building, the many students who had come to watch quickly dispersed. After exchanging a few words with Yan Dazhuang and teacher Lu, Fang Yu followed Chen Yulan and Wu Yunlu and their son downstairs, got into the car, and headed straight for the Martial Arts Association. Just after Fang Yu and the others left, teachers from Sangcheng Middle School then came to organize people to quickly repair the damaged wall. On the bus. Xiaoyu, to avoid unnecessary trouble, you will stay at the Martial Arts Association from now until the start of the big exam tomorrow morning. I will personally take you here to participate in the big exam tomorrow morning, Chen Yulan said as she drove. Fang Yu nodded. He didn't speak, knowing that he was indeed in a bad situation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was most important to stay in the Martial Arts Association and cultivate. At this moment, Fang Yu had no other thoughts. All he wanted to do was cultivate like crazy. Today, if you have enough strength, even if we kill Zhao Fanglan, or even directly suppress Fang Guotao, what difference would it make? If I had the strength of Wu Taizhan, who would dare to point fingers at me? Fang Guotao and Zhao Fanglan still dare to boss him around? To arbitrarily suppress me? It's all because I'm not strong enough. Boss, all you need to do right now is recover from your injuries. Don't think about anything else. Fang Yu nodded. After a brief chat, the group arrived at the Martial Arts Association. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Association, Fang Yu did not linger or rest, but went straight into the martial arts training room. He then made a list and handed it to Chen Yulan without any ceremony. He now has 5 million. For Fang Yu, keeping this money was useless. He had to immediately convert it into his own power. He sat cross-legged, practicing martial arts. Fang Yu took out a bottle of healing pills that Wu Yunlu had just handed him without any hesitation. Pour it all into your mouth. As the ancient god technique was activated, the healing pills instantly transformed into incredibly pure power, rapidly spreading throughout the body, just like a warm, gentle hand caressing the wounds. Tomorrow is the 100-day mock exam for Sangcheng Middle School. This major test is especially important for Fang Yu. Ding, a choice has been detected for the host. Option 1, winner of the first place in the Sangcheng Middle School 100-day countdown mock exam will be awarded 1 talent pill, 1 set of related attribute cultivation techniques, and 30 C-grade attribute potions. Option 2, reach the top 10 in this 100-day countdown mock exam in Sangcheng and receive 50 C-grade attribute potions. As expected, the God-level martial arts 2-choice system is incredibly mysterious. Just now, when I was thinking that I must get into the top 10, or even higher, this time, the system then presented a reward option. However, without the choice reward from the God-level martial arts 2-choice system, Fang Yu might be able to easily make it into the top 10, or even the top 5. After all, on the way back to the Martial Arts Association from the school, Chen Yulan had already introduced Fang Yu to some of the truly formidable students at Sangcheng Middle School. Some of these students don't even cultivate at Sangcheng Middle School. Instead, once they entered their senior year of high school, they were sent by their families or through connections to some powerful martial arts schools or training camps for specialized training. As for the top 10 students at Sangcheng Middle School who are currently ranked, they will all have to step aside when they return tomorrow. In addition, the 100-day countdown to the final exam for senior high school students has always been a very important part of the selection mechanism for talented martial artists in China. It is also known as the mini college entrance examination. After all, for martial artists, the period between the ages of 16 and 20 is the stage where their strength and cultivation increase the fastest. Especially around the age of 18, this is a period of rapid growth in martial arts cultivation and strength. Those talented martial artists at this age can change their appearance in just a few days. Therefore, the 100-day mock exam is designed to select talented martial artists in advance, thereby conducting the first real streamlining of a large number of senior high school students. Countless high schools, large and small, in the Dragon Kingdom will also divide students into elite martial arts classes and regular classes based on the results of this assessment. Don't underestimate this diversion of traffic. It should be noted that in China, there is almost only one high school per city. The number of senior high school students is quite large even in a small city like Sangcheng Middle School. There are more than 40,000 senior high school students. Not to mention other major cities in the Dragon Kingdom, some of which have tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of senior high school students. That is why, given the limited cultivation resources, the resources gained by entering the elite class are far superior to those of the ordinary class. Students who are assigned to regular classes to accommodate students in elite classes often rely more on their own efforts and those of their families. If you don't have a strong family background and can't get into the elite class, then your path to advancement in martial arts has been almost completely cut off. After all, in martial arts training, talent and resources are the key factors. If you lack talent and resources, then the only option is to find a way to be an ordinary person as soon as possible. More importantly, the resources allocated to each middle school in the Dragon Kingdom are limited. Therefore, there are geographical restrictions. For example, if you are a senior high school student in Sangcheng and want to compete for this spot in other high schools in Sichuan, it is almost impossible. So no matter where you cultivate, or how talented you are, even if you've already entered the military's special recruitment channel, you still have to return to school and participate in this mock exam. Because when the 4 top holy academies of the Dragon Kingdom truly open their special admission channels ahead of schedule, they will also need the results of this mock exam as an important reference. For this reason, almost from the very beginning, schools have had agreements to protect gifted students. Resources are limited, so they are naturally reserved for geniuses. These talented martial artists are all cultivated at great cost, which is why countless students had mediocre grades before the 100-day mock exam. But there are examples of those who made a name for themselves in the 100-day simulation. And this kind of situation occurs in many places every year, so it's not surprising. Firstly, as mentioned before, once someone at this age awakens their talent, especially at talent exceeding S level, their growth rate will inevitably be terrifying under the combination of scientific training and unlimited resources. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of people exceeded tens of thousands in just 1 or 2 months. Secondly, many families with the means send their children to martial arts schools, training camps, and so on, run by strong individuals as soon as they enter their senior year of high school. After a long period of more professional, targeted, and rigorous one-on-one training, these students naturally far surpass other students when they return to school to take the mock exams. That is precisely why this mock exam is the first real opportunity for many students to leap over the Dragon Gate. The second time, of course, is the college entrance exam. But for Fang Yu at this moment, he faces more than just the pressure of competing for the elite class. He must shine as soon as possible. Only in this way can we truly become stronger faster and find a greater backer. In this way, the Fang family will not become a stumbling block on his path of cultivation. So, 10th place is far from enough. We must strive to be number 1. Chapter 42. The third drop of ancient god blood, spiritual power grows stronger once again. I choose 1. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Host has successfully made their choice. Please cultivate diligently, achieve your chosen goal as soon as possible to obtain rewards, and improve yourself faster. Fang Yu looked at the system notification that appeared in front of him. I couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in my heart. It seems that the God-level martial artist selection system I obtained is not just a simple mechanical program design. However, Fang Yu currently has no time to study the mysterious system he has awakened. I glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. We must seize the time to start cultivating. After all, according to Sister Chen, these were the hidden geniuses of Sangcheng Middle School, and Mu Yubing had just used that mysterious method to save her. These people are all quite strong, and some may even be stronger than the school's martial arts instructors. Not only do I need to complete the tempering of my limbs as soon as possible, but I also need to further enhance my combat power. Fang Yu immediately opened the system space. The system's reward arrived almost as soon as Fang Shixian was crippled by the violent power of wind and fire. Fang Yu simply didn't have time to check. Looking at the rewards in the system space, Fang Yu couldn't help but scan them one by one. 1 drop of ancient god's blood, 1 talent pill, 1 set of martial arts techniques, 30 C-grade attribute potions, and 30 spirit crystals. This is enough to further enhance his strength. Especially the blood of ancient gods and the talent pill. Fang Yu was almost impatient. He immediately used his divine sense to send a drop of ancient god's blood, which exuded ancient and mysterious power, flying to his eyes. This is the 3rd drop of ancient god's blood. With a simple gesture, Fang Yu unleashed a surge of energy that created a small opening in his heart. Then, a flash of crimson light appeared in his eyes, and his spiritual power enveloped the drop of ancient god's blood, which then seeped into his heart. Buzz. Thump thump, thump thump. Instantly, Fang Yu felt his blood surge throughout his body, as that drop of ancient god blood quickly spread to his limbs and bones. At the same time, his sea of consciousness became increasingly clear, and a blood-red bolt of psychic energy suddenly shot out from the sea of consciousness space that was filled with all kinds of mist and miasma. With a hiss, it swiftly broke through layers of mist and fog, stirring up a hazy cloud of smoke and dust. Amidst the rising mist and dust, Fang Yu could clearly sense a gigantic figure, seemingly emerging from an endless sea of consciousness, slowly gathering together. A bolt of blood-red spiritual energy, as sharp as lightning, suddenly entered the body of the enormous phantom before him, and the enlarged version of himself began to slowly fill in. Finally, with a loud boom, he suddenly opened his eyes. And just as the enormous phantom version of himself deep within his sea of consciousness opened his eyes, Fang Yu immediately sensed that the space around him began to appear more clearly and three-dimensionally in front of him than before. Not only that, but at this moment, he only needed a single thought to perceive the enormous phantom that was constantly condensing in his sea of consciousness. This is one's own spiritual illusion. Mentalist, Tier 1 Mental Phantom Condensation Progress 10%. Before long, the process of constantly vibrating and condensing within the sea of consciousness gradually returned to calm. Sitting cross-legged in a serene stillness, like a miniature version of the surface of water, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Similarly, Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the martial arts training room, also opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the system notification that appeared in front of him. For the spiritual practice of a spiritualist. Fang Yu hasn't had time to search for and comprehend it yet. Although he has already reached the first level, and even his spiritual phantom has condensed to 10%. But all of this is because of the blood of that ancient god. However, for Fang Yu, he doesn't have the time or energy to study the cultivation methods of mental power for the time being. The most pressing issue is tomorrow's mock exam. Fang Yu now only wants to finish tempering his limbs as soon as possible. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the training room. With a slight sense, Fang Yu clearly saw the person standing at the door holding a container filled with attribute potions, bone tempering pills, and other cultivation supplies. These are what Fang Yu purchased for 5 million. Most of them are C-grade fire attribute potions and bone tempering pills, but there are also C-grade wind attribute potions. After getting up and accepting the cultivation resources, Fang Yu did not rush to swallow the talent pill that shimmered with an earthy yellow color. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to tempering his lower limb bones. From his encounters with Zhao Fanglan and Fang Guotao today, Fang Yu learned a lesson: even a small difference in skill level can be overcome by talent, powerful martial arts techniques, and ruthless and decisive countermeasures. For example, when facing Zhao Fanglan, Fang Yu then used his mental power to lock onto the target completely, taking countermeasures in advance. This is why, the moment Zhao Fanglan attacked Fang Yu also directly retaliated with an even more ruthless and terrifying method. Without giving Zhao Fanglan any chance to fight back, they directly subdued and controlled her completely. There was even a possibility of killing Zhao Fanglan. Even when Fang Yu exerted his mental power to its limit, he was able to withstand the terrifying pressure from Fang Guotao, who was 2 realms above him. But when faced with Fang Guotao's attack, he had no chance to fight back at all. In fact, it could be said that Fang Guotao's attack on him was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Similarly, Wu Taizhan appeared later. Fang Guotao's methods were equally overwhelming. This is the direct and overwhelming method of domination resulting from the difference in skill level. Moreover, the terrifying aura that Wu Taizhan exuded when he appeared shocked Fang Yu to no end. For a moment, Fang Yu even felt as if he were trapped in some kind of domain. Fang Yu now knows that as long as he takes another step forward and reaches the Xian-level martial artist, even if he only reaches the 3rd stage of body refinement in the fire element, he will be able to combine the second punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist that he has now comprehended. It could almost instantly suppress Zhao Fanglan. Sit cross-legged. Looking at the nearly 100 C-grade fire attribute potions in front of him, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all and simply waved his hand. A massive amount of mental energy flashed by. One after another, C-grade fire attribute potions began to flow towards Fang Yu, being poured directly into his open mouth. In an instant, fire energy surged wildly around Fang Yu, accompanied by gusts of wind. In an instant, a considerable vortex of wind and fire had formed in this martial arts training room. With the help of Fang Yu's mental power, the remaining femur of his right leg began to show fire-type battle patterns. Chapter 43 Qin Xiao, Guzi, grab the tools, let's go fix the door. Just as Fang Yu was frantically absorbing attribute potions and pills in the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association to temper his left leg. Inside the Songcheng Martial Arts Hospital, Zhao Fanglan's eyes were blazing with a terrifying killing intent. Just now, she learned about the injuries her 2 daughters had sustained. Fang Shishuan's dantian was completely shattered, and her meridians were completely destroyed by the terrifying power of wind and fire. More importantly, Fang Shixian may never wake up, because her brain is severely damaged, and her sea of consciousness seems to have been swept and destroyed by a terrifying hurricane in flames. Even if a miracle occurs and he regains consciousness, he may end up in a vegetative state. Unless she receives an intelligent mechanical brain transplant. Even if one were to awaken after receiving a mechanical brain transplant, it would be virtually impossible to continue as a martial artist, given that all of one's meridians would be destroyed and one's dantian would be shattered. For a yellow rank martial artist who is only at the second stage of body refinement, this is almost equivalent to being completely useless. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fanglan was struck dumb and almost lost her balance. And then. Meanwhile, news also came from the other ward about the fourth daughter, Fang Xia. Fang Xia's condition is slightly better than Fang Shishuan's, but only in the sense that Fang Xia might wake up soon. However, Fang Xia has also become almost a useless person who cannot cultivate. The body's meridians are also severely damaged, especially the meridians in the lower limbs, which are almost completely destroyed. Moreover, because Fang Xia suffered severe mental trauma, she could no longer live like a normal person after waking up. Furthermore, the basic functions of the entire lower body are severely damaged, and in order to maintain normal daily life in the future, it is necessary to replace the body with a smart device. After repeated inquiries, Zhao Fanglan was ultimately told that the damage was too severe to be repaired with medication and that replacement was the only option. This left Zhao Fanglan completely dumbfounded. Although she constantly threatened to kill Fang Yu, she didn't care at all. But what about his two daughters? She treasures it very much. She almost died at the martial arts hospital while giving birth to her twin daughters. Back then, just as she gave birth to her twin daughters, she also received news from her brother that the woman who had been having an affair with her husband, Fang Guotao, was also about to give birth. When she finished her postpartum confinement, she received news that the woman had given birth to a son. However, a beast tide occurred not long afterward. Although this incident became a thorn in Zhao Fanglan's side at the time, she assumed that Fang Yu had completely perished in that beast tide, so she did not delve into it further. However, to her utter surprise, 17 years later, the baby boy she had thought had died in the beast tide was brought to her by Fang Guotao. He also told her to treat Fang Yu well. Isn't this like stabbing her in the heart? So almost from the very beginning, Zhao Fanglan regarded Fang Yu as an enemy. What she never expected was, the seemingly useless and timid Fang Yu has actually been hiding such terrifying strength. Now, he has directly crippled both of his daughters. The thought that his third daughter, Fang Shixian, might never wake up, and his fourth daughter, Fang Xia, might have to sit in a wheelchair forever, or even need to be fitted with a smart machine to live a normal life, made him very sad. Zhao Fanglan could no longer hold back and immediately picked up her phone to call Fang Guotao. At that moment, Fang Guotao was receiving the inspection team and did not reply, which made Zhao Fanglan smash her phone and then yell at the doctor in front of her in a fit of rage. She has completely transformed into a crazed shrew. In the evening, Xin Xiao, who had just come out of the martial arts training room at Sunqing Middle School, heard some news that almost shocked him. In the afternoon, Fang Yu not only crippled Fang Shixian and Fang Xia, but also defeated teacher Zhao Fanglan. If Principal Fang Guotao hadn't appeared later, Zhao Fanglan might have been killed by Fang Yu. Finally, the appearance of Mu Yubing and Minister Wu Taizhan quickly quelled the matter. However, because of this incident, Fang Yu is now a celebrity at Sunqing Middle School. Even on the campus forums, many people have speculated that Fang Yu had been hiding his true strength all along. Countless people lamented and wailed on the forum. Because many of these people had attacked Fang Yu on the forum before, and even mocked him in real life. After all, someone recorded a video during the day, and it's now ranked number 1 on the school's forum. It's even more popular than the poll for predicting the top 10 in tomorrow's mock exam. Xin Xiao was completely shocked when she learned of this news. Although he was very worried about Fang Xia's situation. But Xin Xiao also knew that he was a complete idiot to go and cause trouble for Fang Yu again. Just thinking about how embarrassing he had been when he went to find Fang Yu that afternoon made Xin Xiao feel terrible. However, Xin Xiao saw the video that was pinned to the top of the campus forum. Xin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. What did he see? Seeing Fang Xia being beaten until she defecated and urinated, Xin Xiao felt an inexplicable bad feeling towards Fang Xia. I saw Fang Shixian being beaten to the ground and unable to get up. I saw Fang Xia grabbing Zhao Fanglan's neck. They even managed to launch a counterattack against Principal Fang Guotao's attacks. Just how strong is Fang Yu? You should know that just after Qin Zhao's frantic cultivation, he even simulated Fang Yu as his opponent in virtual space and then defeated him several times. He had originally planned to take revenge tonight. As the saying goes, revenge should not be delayed overnight, and one should only seek to achieve one's goals. After all, Qin Zhao had always had a smooth life at school and was a celebrity there. He naturally couldn't swallow this insult. That's why he almost always went to the school clinic in secret, and after recovering, he would immediately immerse himself in the martial arts training room. He even blocked Fang Shixian when she sent him messages. The goal was to find a way to defeat Fang Yu in the shortest possible time. He finally found it. Thus, Qin Zhao walked out of the martial arts training room filled with the flames of revenge. But after he saw the video, he then realized that Fang Yu's strength had completely surpassed his own. There was no way he could defeat Fang Yu and regain his face. If we just recklessly charge in like that, we might end up having our dignity trampled on. Just thinking about how he stormed off in the afternoon. As a result, not only did they lose 2 million, they also had to run away carrying a broken wooden door panel. Qin Zhao immediately made a phone call. Dog, take a few men, find a door, grab some tools, we're going to fix the door. Chapter 44 Yama's Golden Body Technique, Netherworld Devouring Insects. With a loud humming sound. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying burst of flame light erupted from the entire martial arts training room. At this moment, the power of fire surged and gathered from Fang Yu's dantian like boiling water. Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged there, had already taken off his martial arts uniform. His entire body was completely enveloped in flames. The fire elemental battle patterns on his limbs, shimmering with dazzling red flames, swirled rapidly, instantly becoming one and converging once more into his dantian. At this moment, the fire-type battle runes around Fang Yu's body were running all over him, and even left flame marks on his skin. Whoosh! Fang Yu let out a long breath. He opened his eyes filled with excitement. Having just consumed a full 40 or 50 bone tempering pills and 70 or 80 C-grade fire attribute potions, I have finally completed the tempering of my limbs. Fang Yu immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Fang Yu. Fire-type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso and spine tempering progress 080. Wind-type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb and bone tempering progress 0126. Mentalist, Tier 1 mental phantom condensation progress 10%. Combat power, 17,800. Fang Yu was very satisfied with the speed at which his combat power increased. However, Fang Yu knew that his basic combat power of 17,800 was not enough. Although he could unleash the second punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist and break through to 30,000 combat power, with the assistance of wind power and the addition of mental power, his combat power might break through 40,000. But that's not enough. Putting aside others, just looking at Mu Yubing, whom Fang Yu had met, he felt that her combat power, when fully unleashed, might not be inferior to his own. Therefore, I must find other ways to increase my basic combat strength or increase my burst combat strength. It's a pity that it's impossible to comprehend and unleash the third punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist in a short period of time. If I could unleash the third punch, I would definitely be the first in that Songqing Middle School mock exam. Now, though, Fang Yu immediately thought of the talent pill in the system space. Since I can't master the third punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist in a short time, I'll master another elemental talent, and then use the wind elemental battle runes to temper my right arm, thus accumulating combat power from various auxiliary directions. While pondering, Fang Yu directly activated his divine sense. The earthy yellow talent pill, radiating a powerful earthy aura, flew into Fang Yu's mouth. Then the ancient god technique was activated. The talent pill instantly disappeared into Fang Yu's dantian. With a hum as it spun rapidly, a yellowish-brown light filled his dantian and then spread throughout his limbs and bones. It was at this moment that Fang Yu clearly sensed that he was suddenly placed on an endless expanse of yellow earth. The incredibly dense earth elemental power all around him was converging into his body. Host has successfully awakened Earth Element Talent, Awakening Level SSS. His talent page immediately appeared in front of Fang Yu. It's immediately noticeable that something has been added to the talent page. Earth-type talent SSS rank. As expected of products from the system, they are always of high quality. Sitting cross-legged, he carefully sensed the Earth elemental power throughout the martial arts training room. As the surrounding Earth elemental power continued to converge into his body, Fang Yu could clearly sense that the Earth elemental power within his body was constantly gathering together, quickly condensing into a battle rune phantom. Of course, Fang Yu knew that although he had already had 2 experiences of condensing battle runes, and in addition, he had awakened an SSS talent, as long as the earth element power gathered in his Dantian was sufficient, he would almost never fail when condensing earth element battle runes. However, at present, to condense earth-type battle runes, one still needs to absorb attribute potions or earth-type spirit crystals. At that moment, Fang Yu looked at the C-grade attribute potions and spirit crystals in the system space and realized that the rewards this time were all earth attribute. 30 C-grade attribute potions and 31st and 2nd tier earth-type spirit crystals. If that's the case, then that martial arts technique must also be of the earth element. Based on the previous reward mechanism of talent pill plus martial arts technique, this martial arts technique must also be an earth-type technique. Without hesitation, Fang Yu reached out and grabbed the ball of energy. Suddenly, an ancient, earth-yellow scroll, faintly emitting a golden light, appeared before Fang Yu. This is? It's clear that the system's reward method is different this time compared to before. Previously, a ball of light would be directly absorbed and then enter the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the ancient, earthy yellow scroll, which looked rustic, was still tinged with golden light. While pondering, Fang Yu quickly used his spiritual power to envelop the earthen yellow ancient scroll. Fang Yu was immediately astonished to discover that this was also a saint-level earth-type cultivation technique. Named Yenluo Golden Body Technique, it is an extremely powerful earth-based defensive technique. Once successfully cultivated, one's entire body will transform into a golden armor, rendering it completely impervious to ordinary forces. However, the reason it is called the Yama's Golden Body is because of these specks of golden light. Upon closer inspection, Fang Yu discovered that there were 9 golden dots on the ancient scroll. At this moment, these 9 golden dots began to slowly float under the influence of Fang Yu's spiritual power. As the light began to dim, Fang Yu suddenly felt as if his entire body's energy and spirit had been absorbed. Even in the brief moment when Fang Yu was distracted, the first point of light that dimmed flew directly towards him. Ah! Fang Yu felt as if he had been pricked by a sharp needle on the back of his hand, and the next moment he clearly felt a large mouthful of his blood being sucked. Now look at the back of the hand. The previously dim golden light had transformed into a completely black and transparent worm, about the size of a little finger. This is. Congratulations, host, on unlocking and awakening your first netherworld devouring insect. This insect originates from the Earth's core and can absorb all energy from heaven and earth, transforming it for your use. Its exact origin is unknown. The underworld swallows spiritual insects? Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. The system's explanation clearly shocked Fang Yu. This netherworld devouring worm was obviously no ordinary species. Being able to absorb all the energy of heaven and earth and transform it for the controller's use, isn't that equivalent to having an energy bar that is constantly being replenished? It's quite obvious that one netherworld devouring insect is not enough. As for the Earth's core secret realm mentioned by the system, Fang Yu has naturally not yet come into contact with a real secret realm. However, he learned in high school that in addition to the void rifts on Blue Star, there is another very mysterious existence, namely the secret realms of various sizes discovered by some big shots on Blue Star. However, Fang Yu is not thinking about these things for the time being. Because his gaze fell upon the floating, earthen yellow ancient scroll before him, its light emanating from the other 8 golden specks that were slowly dimming. Chapter 45: The Beginning of Sanqing's Fame. It's obvious. The 8 golden dots of light in front of him, enveloped in ancient scrolls, were just like the netherworld devouring worm on the back of his hand, which had just finished sucking his blood and was now quietly resting there. Having learned from the experience of the first one, Fang Yu immediately reached out and released an extremely pure fire elemental power from the back of his hand. Almost the instant Fang Yu extended his hand, the 8 points of light dimmed rapidly and then adhered to the back of Fang Yu's hand. As Fang Yu clearly sensed the fire elemental power on the back of his hand dimming, he then saw 8 dark, transparent insects resting on it. These insects seemed to have a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings. However, Fang Yu could clearly sense through his mental power that the 9 netherworld devouring insects seemed to have entered a dormant state after sucking his blood. Fortunately, the 9 dormant insects on his arm would have been completely unnoticeable if he hadn't been able to sense them. Because it is dark and transparent, it only gives the impression of having faint, light black spots on the back of the hand. Fang Yu then focused his attention on the earthen yellow ancient scroll in front of him. After Fang Yu finished reading the ancient scroll, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The reason why the so-called Yenluo Golden Body Technique is a very powerful defensive Earth-type technique is that its core is to continuously strengthen the Earth-type power to forge a powerful physique. This way, more netherworld devouring insects can be cultivated. To put it bluntly, this cultivation technique seems to have been created specifically to cultivate the netherworld devouring insects. When one cultivates to the peak, a set of golden armor is formed all over the body, which is almost impossible for even a strong person of the same level to break through. This armor is the protective armor that the netherworld devouring insects condensed by absorbing various energies of heaven and earth, attaching themselves to their entire bodies. After reading the ancient scroll. While there are some advanced techniques for strengthening the physical body, the main focus is on how to cultivate the netherworld devouring insects. The two most important points are that the method of cultivating the netherworld devouring insects is to feed them with fresh blood. Their growth method is somewhat similar to that of goo, but they reproduce much faster than goo. Secondly, if you want to grow quickly, you need to feed it with more energy from heaven and earth. Because the netherworld devouring worm doesn't grow very large and is extremely small, it can be controlled to attach itself to any object. In battle, the netherworld devouring insect can become a powerful secret weapon. Thinking of this, Fang Yu began to continuously circulate and absorb the C-grade earth attribute potion, following the method of strengthening the body and perfecting the flesh recorded in the Yanluo golden body technique. With the help of the ancient god technique, Fang Yu quickly began to gather and condense earth-type battle patterns in his dantian. As the earth-type battle patterns condensed, Fang Yu did not hesitate to take advantage of the momentum and began to temper his right finger bones. An hour passed. Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The 30 C-grade earth attribute potions in front of him were completely absorbed, and fortunately, the finger bones of Fang Yu's entire right hand were completely tempered. The reason Fang Yu stopped tempering was that he discovered that while he was tempering his finger bones, the energy of the C-grade attribute potion was being frantically absorbed by the 9 netherworld devouring insects attached to the back of his hand. Fang Yu could clearly sense that the body of the netherworld devouring insect, which was only the size of a little finger, began to slowly appear, and the first one had even stretched out a pair of phantom wings. At the same time, Fang Yu was also able to sense some of the little guy's simple thoughts. It roughly means hunger. Fang Yu immediately took out 31st and 2nd tier earth-type spirit crystals from his system space. It was just a thought that was conveyed. Immediately, the 9 netherworld devouring insects attached themselves directly to a spirit crystal. But in the blink of an eye, a 1st tier earth elemental spirit crystal was instantly absorbed, leaving only a handful of dust. Seeing this, Fang Yu was shocked. This terrifying ability to devour and absorb was evident as Fang Yu focused his mental energy to sense the 9 netherworld devouring insects attaching themselves to pieces of earth elemental spirit crystals and absorbing the pure earth elemental power within. After collecting 10 earth elemental spirit crystals, Fang Yu finally saw the true form of the netherworld devouring spirit worm that he had seen at the beginning. It resembles a small, round flying insect, covered in a very hard shell, as if every part of its body could be turned into a sharp weapon at any time. The mouth seemed to have countless tiny tentacles, which attracted the spirit crystal. Immediately, cracks appeared in the spirit crystal, which then quickly shattered into dust. Fang Yu then reached out and made a summons. Immediately, 9 netherworld devouring insects flew onto the back of Fang Yu's hand. Feeling the joy and pleasure conveyed by the 9 little insects, Fang Yu couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Suddenly, Fang Yu sensed that the 9 tiny insects on his middle finger had coalesced into a thick protective layer. Its sharp outer shell is even more prominent. However, because there are only 9 of them, the area they cover is very small, barely covering the entire fingertip. If it can grow rapidly and reproduce more netherworld devouring insects, it will cover the entire fist. Then the power of my blazing sun holy fist will be enhanced once again. With this in mind, Fang Yu released 9 small insects without hesitation, allowing them to continue absorbing the remaining 20 earth elemental spirit crystals. Fang Yu sat cross-legged and began absorbing the C-grade wind attribute potion he had just purchased, using the power of wind to temper his right arm in conjunction with the bone tempering pill. At this time, Fang Yu needs to seize every opportunity to strengthen his abilities. In particular, his fiery sun fist unleashed a powerful burst of combat strength. After all, this mock exam mainly tests combat strength. Both basic combat strength and burst combat strength are very important. Therefore, actual combat training is not so urgent at the moment. What is urgent is to improve basic combat strength and explosive combat strength. The next day, just as dawn broke. Then, senior high school students from Sangqing Middle School, who had been returning from various missions, began to enter the school. Naturally, countless students in grades 10 and 11, and even many students in junior high and elementary school, are paying close attention to such mock exams well in advance. The school forum was already buzzing with excitement. Although the post about Fong Yu's video last night has been covered by other posts, Fong Yu's name still appeared at the top of the list of dark horses in this mock exam. A luxurious martial arts van pulled up in front of Sunching Middle School. A handsome young man stepped out of the car. He was dressed in a magnificent, custom-made martial arts outfit, unlike the ordinary, cheap martial arts outfit Fong Yu wore. It is not a warrior's uniform, but a martial arts outfit specifically designed for combat against enemies, which can enhance a warrior's relative combat power. I heard Yu Bing came back yesterday. I wonder if she got to school yet. The man spoke calmly, while an elderly man standing beside him bowed silently and respectfully followed the young man into Sunching Middle School. By the way, I heard that Yu Bing almost got into a conflict with Principal Fong yesterday when she returned to school. What exactly happened? A middle-aged woman standing nearby quickly began to recount the events of the previous day in detail.
Fong Yu? Fong Shia's younger brother, Principal Fong's long-lost son? I've never heard of him before, and Yu Bing actually saved him? It seems Fong Yu might actually be a genius. In that case, this mock exam is going to be quite interesting.
Muttering to himself, the young man in his magnificent martial arts attire strode into Sunching Middle School.
Chapter 46, 100-Day Countdown Rally Mock Exam and 10 spots in the 100 School Joint Exam. Amidst the endless yellow sand of the ancient city. On the huge, shattered plaza, two figures collided violently. A violent fire hurricane suddenly erupted from Fong Yu's right fist. A loud boom resounded.
Suddenly, this punch shattered half of the figure in front of him.
The powerful and rampant hurricane flames swept several meters away, leaving the huge plaza in ruins.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After throwing that punch, Fong Yu suddenly knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Finally, I have been able to perfectly control the second punch of the fiery Sun Holy Fist. Seeing the self he had created in front of him with half of its body smashed by a single punch, Fong Yu's face showed an excited expression. Fong Yu hadn't noticed it before, but after the third drop of ancient god's blood fully fused with it, he felt that his comprehension of cultivation seemed to have improved even further. However, after cultivating in the virtual space for 2 or 3 hours, Fong Yu felt that it was equivalent to the enlightenment he gained from cultivating in the virtual space for a whole day.
He let out a long breath. Fong Yu stood up and then exited the virtual space.
Opening his eyes, he immediately saw 9 netherworld-devouring insects flying rapidly toward him. These insects had already completely absorbed the Earth-type spirit crystal and then thoroughly absorbed the remaining attribute potions and bone-tempering pills on the ground. As soon as the 9 small insects landed on the back of Fong Yu's hand, he immediately felt a sharp, pricking pain.
Upon closer inspection,
only then did he realize that the 9 tiny insects were frantically absorbing his blood. What shocked Fong Yu even more was the original 9 netherworld-devouring insects were frantically absorbing their own blood, and their bodies began to split apart.
Moreover, one netherworld-devouring worm split into at least 9.
Almost within a few breaths, Fong Yu felt a wave of dizziness. But Fong Yu was filled with excitement and surprise, because at this moment he saw that the back of his hand was covered with countless netherworld-devouring insects. In the blink of an eye, the number of them had increased from 9 to 81. However, Fong Yu didn't have time to examine it closely at the moment, because he had already seen his phone vibrate again not far away. I glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. Today is the day of the mock exam at Sunching Middle School, and he barely hesitated before concealing his aura. Under his divine sense, the 81 netherworld-devouring insects were almost completely hidden inside Fong Yu's right hand, making them undetectable to outsiders.
Looking at my current combat power stats on the system panel. Name, Fong Yu. Fire-type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso and spine tempering progress 080. Wind-type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb bone tempering progress 19126. Earth elemental cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb and bone tempering progress 19126. Mentalist, tier 1 mental phantom condensation progress 10%. Combat power, 22,800. The basic combat strength has already exceeded 20,000. Fong Yu clenched his fist and immediately felt the powerful force emanating from his right fist. After continuous and intense training, coupled with sparring with his own peak state blazing sun fist in a virtual space, Fong Yu was extremely confident in his own strength. As soon as the martial arts training room door opened, a somewhat anxious voice could be heard. "Boss, get in the car quickly, this is the breakfast I bought for you." Before Fong Yu could speak, he was pulled into the car and given a breakfast that had been bought in advance. Xiaoyu, we need to get to school quickly. The pep rally has already started, and the mock exam will begin as soon as the pep rally ends. As Chen Yulan spoke, she started driving. Although she didn't inquire about Feng Yu's cultivation progress, she could clearly sense that Feng Yu's aura seemed more complete and balanced than yesterday. As for the information she received about the Feng sisters, Feng Shixian and Feng Xia, who were seriously injured by Feng Yu and were in the martial arts hospital, she did not plan to tell Feng Yu for the time being. I'm afraid it will affect his performance today. By the way, boss, check your phone. Did your homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu Zhong, send you your exam number and exam location? Wu Yunlu looked at his phone and then asked Feng Yu, who was eating. Feng Yu nodded. He had just seen the message from his homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu, which reminded him to be on time. That's good, boss. The rewards for this mock exam are better than in previous years. As long as you make it into the top 10, you'll be eligible to participate in the upcoming 100-school joint exam. A joint entrance exam for 100 schools? Feng Yu had not previously inquired about this news. At this moment, Chen Yulan, who was driving, slowly spoke. Xiaoyu, this joint entrance exam for 100 schools is actually held every year, but in the past, each school recommended a number of places, and the allocation of places was based on some of the school's hard criteria. Previously, Sanqing Middle School only had 3 to 5 spots available. This year, the military sent a special person to oversee the joint examination of 100 schools in Sichuan province. Each school was allocated a fixed 10 slots, and these 10 slots were used to select the top 10 students in this mock exam commemorating the 100-day countdown to the National College Entrance Examination. Yeah, boss, I'm determined to break into the top 10 this time. Let me tell you, I trained all night last night, and now my upper body bones are fully tempered, and my spear technique has improved a lot. Hearing Wu Yunlu's words, Feng Yu looked at Wu Yunlu in disbelief. He was clearly shocked, considering that Wu Yunlu had only tempered 70 or 80 bones before. Overnight, the entire upper limb bone was tempered? Boss, don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth, and I even have a secret weapon, huh? Upon hearing Wu Yunlu's words, Chen Yulan, sitting in the driver's seat, said, Xiaoyu, don't listen to Wu Yunlu's boasting. I just hope he can get 10th place, and I'll be thankful. Feng Yu didn't say anything. He knew that as the director of the Sanqing Martial Arts Association, he must possess some powerful methods. Wu Yunlu must possess something valuable, something that could instantly boost his combat power. However, Feng Yu didn't dwell on these things too much. He was quite interested in the upcoming joint entrance examination for 100 schools. It is obvious that this joint entrance examination for 100 schools is directly organized by the military, so there must be direct access channels and quotas. But Feng Yu quickly suppressed these thoughts, because they had already arrived at the school gate. Because today is a very important day for Sanqing Middle School, no vehicles are allowed to enter. The three of them got out of the car and quickly headed towards the huge assembly square in the center of Sanqing Middle School. It's almost here. Feng Yu was already able to hear the student representative's powerful and impassioned speech. Feng Yu glanced at the people on the platform and naturally spotted his adoptive father, Feng Guotao. But at this moment, Feng Yu focused more of his attention on the handsome man speaking on the podium. This person is? Chapter 47. The focus, even infamy is still fame. Feng Mubai, one of the true geniuses of Sanqing High School, was noticed by the Western Theater Command when he participated in a summer camp organized by the Western Theater Command during his second year of high school. As soon as he entered his third year of high school, his family spent a huge amount of money to send him to the Western Theater Command for special training. I heard that he broke through to become a Xian-level martial artist 2 months ago. Wu Yunlu immediately stood next to Feng Yu and introduced him to him. Feng Mubai. Feng Yu memorized the name. Ayu, over here, over here. At this moment, Yan Dezhuang, who had been standing not far away and looking towards the entrance of the assembly square, saw Feng Yu and immediately ran towards him, shouting excitedly. Upon seeing Yan Dezhuang, Feng Yu immediately greeted Wu Yunlu and Chen Yulan before quickly heading towards Yan Dezhuang. Watching Feng Yu's departing figure, Wu Yunlu, carrying an exquisitely crafted gun case, spoke. Mom, do you think Feng Yu can make it into the top 5 this time? Chen Yulan's eyes were also full of anticipation. I don't know the specifics, but if you want to participate in the 100 schools joint examination with Feng Yu, you have to break into the top 10. This time, to be in the top 10, I estimate your combat power score needs to be at least 40,000. 40,000? Upon hearing Chen Yulan's words, Wu Yunlu's expression changed drastically.
If you unleash your full power, you still have a chance.
And if all else fails, there's always the dragon flame spear, isn't there? Feeling the weight on his back, Wu Yunlu nodded heavily. Teacher Lu.
Fang Yu saw Teacher Lu standing at the back of the class line, looking at him from afar. Lu Zhong originally had a lot to say and a bellyful of questions, but when he saw Fang Yu, he didn't say a word. He simply reached out and gently patted Fang Yu's shoulder, then said with a serious expression, "I look forward to your performance. This is a battle power pill, which can stabilize your physique and allow you to unleash your maximum combat power when you have a burst of strength.
You can use it during the exam." "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Fang Yu took the pill. "Get in line. The big exam is about to begin. Don't think about anything else. Focus on this exam." Fang Yu nodded. Without saying a word, he followed Yan Dazhuang to the back of the line. You've got guts. Don't feel guilty. We're here for you."
The other two roommates from the dormitory, who had been waiting there for a while, spoke up.
Fang Yu looked at his two roommates and nodded emphatically.
But my heart felt warm. To be honest, Fang Yu is not a sentimental person, but after these days since he transmigrated, he naturally knows who is truly good to him. Fang Yu felt a warm glow in his heart when he saw his roommates, not only because he had unconditional trust in them from his memories, but also because he had a deep sense of trust in them. This is what brotherhood feels like.
Fang Yu's appearance quickly drew the attention of everyone else in the class.
Qin Xiao was standing at the front of the class at this moment.
He also looked back, but he didn't say anything.
However, a girl next to Qin Xiao, seeing his serious expression, immediately chimed in.
"Brother Qin, I heard that Fang Yu was the talk of the town yesterday, and even alarmed Minister Wu.
I also heard that Shirya was seriously injured and hasn't woken up yet." But the girl hadn't finished speaking. But she was met with Qin Xiao's murderous gaze.
Brother Qin, I was just saying. I know you will definitely take revenge on Xia."
Qin Xiao was speechless.
He's not stupid. Moreover, ever since he saw the video of Fang Xia losing control of her bladder and bowels after being beaten by Fang Yu, he no longer had the same strong desire as before. Even whenever he thinks of Fang Xia, he automatically associates it with the moment when he fought with Fang Yu. He knew that Fang Yu was someone he absolutely couldn't mess with. As for Fang Xia, how could a woman be more important than cultivation? Although Qin Xiao was Fang Xia's follower before, and the kind who blindly followed her. But he is also someone who admires strength to the core. However, Fang Yu has become quite famous recently. Even now, his name is among the top 10 guesses for this year's big exam on the forum. As the girl began to speak, the people around them started chattering. Many people were actually quite nervous about the 100-day countdown rally, because they knew that today's mock exam was related to their future. If you are assigned to a regular class, it will be very difficult to get into a good university like Wuhan University in the future. At this moment, Fang Yu's topic gave them something to talk about and helped them relax. Fang Yu is indeed very popular. Even because someone took a picture of Fang Yu and Mu Yubing standing together, countless people in the school suddenly focused their attention on Fang Yu. Fang Yu has become incredibly popular on the forum, and has become a focus of attention. It just doesn't have a very good reputation. After all, the scene of Fang Yu brutally beating Fang Xia and severely injuring Fang Shixian in an almost cruel way left a psychological scar on many people. Especially some girls. After Fang Yu's photos and background were revealed, many girls from various schools felt very sympathetic towards Fang Yu, and even began to actively change public opinion for him. However, after the video of Fang Yu brutally beating Fang Xia and seriously injuring Fang Shixian was released, Fang Yu was completely labeled with various tags such as perverted violent maniac, womanizer, morally corrupt, jealous, and disrespectful to teachers and elders. There are all sorts of opinions. As for Fang Yu being directly pushed into the top 10 most popular figures in the school this time, that was entirely due to someone deliberately making enemies for Fang Yu. After all, students of this age are all passionate young people, and who would want someone without real ability to be ranked ahead of them? As for the part in the video where Fang Yu defeats Xiao Fanglan, it has been analyzed that this is because Xiao Fanglan is Fang Yu's mother, and how could a mother possibly harm her own child? Fang Guotao's subsequent moves were analyzed in the same way. Even if he defeats Fang Shixian and Fang Xia, no one will think Fang Yu is very strong. Subsequently, it was thanks to the appearance of Mu Yubing and Minister Wu that Fang Yu was able to extricate himself from the situation. Otherwise, he would have faced a very difficult situation. Naturally, many people wouldn't believe that Fang Yu was very strong. After all, Fang Yu had already been thoroughly exposed on the school forum long ago. Imagine how powerful a student who was previously a complete failure and hadn't awakened any talent would be if they suddenly did. The mobilization meeting was completed quickly. Next comes the most important mock exam, which will determine the future of every senior high school student present at the gathering. After Fang Guotao finished speaking, he waved his hand and announced the start of this year's mock exam. Chapter 48: The Virtual Examination Room. The written exam begins. Amidst the murmurs, Fang Yu and his group followed their homeroom teacher, Lu Zhong, toward their assigned examination area. After hundreds of years of development since the appearance of the Void Rift, Blue Star has become a planet. Today's mock exams have long since deviated from the original exam format. Nowadays, major exams are conducted in virtual examination rooms with specific designs. The group quickly found their location. Each student has a device in front of them to enter the virtual examination room. It's very simple, it's just a round sensor sticker with the corresponding exam number and student's name on it. Students simply need to sit cross-legged in their designated exam area and affix a sensor sticker. You can then directly enter the virtual examination room. Almost all the candidates sat cross-legged and entered the virtual examination room after receiving the smart sensor stickers upon entering the examination area. Check your equipment, verify your personal information, familiarize yourself with the virtual testing environment, and wait for the exam to begin. As Fang Yu checked and verified the relevant information and clicked confirm, he immediately felt a dazzling light flash before his eyes. Just like entering a virtual space, once Fang Yu's vision returned, he was already standing on a huge square. This huge square is the main venue for this mock exam. The mock exam room was filled with breathtaking scenery, as if one were in a magnificent and beautiful natural landscape. The entire huge square seemed to be paved with beautiful jade of various shades and patterns, and people standing on it couldn't help but feel refreshed and relaxed. Just as Fang Yu appeared on this huge plaza, figures quickly appeared all around him. Fang Yu originally wanted to look for his 3 roommates, but he suddenly realized that he could only move around in a small area and could not speak. Of course, Fang Yu knew that this was a sign that the mock exam was about to begin. Sure enough, just as Fang Yu looked up at what was in front of him, the huge square in front of us was already packed with students. At a glance, Fang Yu spotted Wu Chuan and Shandong, his roommates. As for Yan Dazhuang, he hasn't seen him yet. After all, once the candidate's information is confirmed, their seats are randomly assigned when they enter the mock exam room. Wu Chuan and Shandong also saw Fang Yu. Although they couldn't speak or move, they could nod in acknowledgement. That was when Fang Yu checked his surroundings to see if there were any familiar faces. But then he saw that there was someone he knew right next to him, but this familiar figure had been deliberately turning his back to him and he hadn't recognized him. Qin Xiao. When Qin Xiao saw Fang Yu looking at her, she gave a slightly embarrassed smile. He was speechless. To Fang Yu's surprise, not far from him was Feng Mubai, the very student who had spoken on behalf of the senior students on the podium earlier, the genius that Wu Yunlu had described as extremely talented. Soon a figure appeared in the void above their heads. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he stood tall and imposing, his eyes sharp and piercing. With a single glance, he swept over the crowd, and everyone in the huge square felt a chill run down their spines. I am Wu Taizhan, the chief examiner for your mock exam. This mock exam consists of 2 parts, a written exam and a physical exam, which I believe are familiar to you. I want to clarify that the written exam score only accounts for 10% of the total score, while the martial arts exam score accounts for 90%. Furthermore, the school's martial arts association and the military have increased the rewards for the top 100 students. In particular, the top 10 students will directly receive a spot in the joint entrance exam for 100 schools held by the military 10 days later. Alright, I believe everyone now understands the importance and various benefits of this mock exam. I don't want anyone to break the rules or use any unconventional methods to cheat in the upcoming exams. Countless eyes are watching your performance. This mock exam is a rare opportunity for each and every one of you. As he spoke, Wu Taizhan glanced at everyone, and seeing that they all looked serious, he waved his hand and said, Now, the written exam begins. You have 2 hours to answer the questions. As soon as the sound ended, the space vibrated with a hum. The next moment, Fang Yu saw an answer board appear in front of him, which was covered with multiple choice questions. At that moment, a huge countdown appeared in the void not far above, with a time limit of 2 hours.
Without hesitation, Fang Yu reached out and touched the answer board in front of him. He immediately entered a small space filled with densely packed test questions. To be honest, although Fang Yu, as a transmigrator, had already integrated his memories of this kind of written examination, he still felt incredibly novel when he actually entered into this kind of exam. But it was only a brief moment of reflection before I began to carefully read the answers. The original owner had a good grasp of the information about the written exam, but Fang Yu hadn't paid attention to it. So when answering the questions, he frowned and pondered, constantly trying to retrieve the knowledge and memories from his past. At this moment, Wu Taizhan, who was standing in the void, looked at the students in front of him who were engrossed in answering the questions, and he nodded in satisfaction. Now, inside the huge intelligent conference room of Sunqing Middle School, the group was already seated, looking at the huge screen in front of them. Of course, some outstanding students who had been highlighted had already been moved aside by the smaller screen displaying the scene. Also on the side was a huge blank screen, which currently displayed the words Data Statistics in Progress. A middle-aged man in military uniform, looking dashing and upright, was carefully reading a stack of selected student files. Fang Guotao sat to the side, his face seemingly calm, but in reality he was very worried, his mind no longer on the exam screen in front of him. Just now, he received another message from the martial arts hospital. Fang Shixian had been diagnosed and could not possibly wake up naturally, but she was not dead. If she were to wake up, she would have to undergo surgery to have an intelligent mechanical brain as soon as possible. The other daughter, Fang Xia, although she has just woken up, is almost a cripple and needs mechanical organs to maintain a basic life. All of this is because of Fang Yu. My own son. Originally, Fang Guotao had always felt guilty for not being by Fang Yu's side for 16 years. Therefore, when he brought Fang Yu back, he always felt indebted to Fang Yu, so he would almost always agree to whatever Fang Yu asked him for. Fang Yu hasn't asked him for anything in the past year. His wife and 2 daughters often said that Fang Yu was dishonest, had a lot of bad habits, and had an eccentric personality. Fang Guotao previously thought that Fang Yu was just wary of his family because he had been wandering outside for 17 years. However, after these events, Fang Guotao realized that Fang Yu was nothing like him at all. He was not only ruthless but also deeply scheming. Now he has even ruined his 2 daughters. This time, Fang Guotao knows that even if he wanted to protect his son, it would be impossible. After all, he knew his wife Zhao Fanlan's personality, not to mention the Zhao family of Rongqing behind her. Of course, Fang Guotao was also very angry about this. The slight sense of guilt that Fang Yu had felt completely disappeared. Once this major exam is over, he will definitely bring Fang Yu back and punish him according to family rules. Chapter 49. There's a little guy named Fang Yu, bring him out for me. Lu Zhong sat to the side, looking at the huge screen in front of him displaying the written exam. As Fang Yu's homeroom teacher, Lu Zhong naturally knew Fang Yu's usual grades, and in fact, he was still a little dazed. Yesterday, when he heard that Fang Yu had seriously injured Fang Shixian and Fang Xia, and even fought with teacher Zhao Fanlan, he didn't actually believe it. But when he saw that Fang Yu had actually taken control of Zhao Fanlan and was even able to withstand the pressure from Principal Fang Guotao, he was completely bewildered. Even when Yan Dazhuang told him that Fang Yu had defeated Qin Shou in one move and injured Zhang Lin with one punch, he simply didn't believe it. But last night, he went to the martial arts hospital to check on the situation. They also ran into Zhang Lin, who had just been discharged from the hospital. However, Zhang Lin didn't say much about the incident, only that she felt a little embarrassed. Even the Zhang family didn't pursue the matter, which puzzled Lu Zhong, as he knew that Zhang Lin's mother was definitely a vengeful person. This time, even though his own daughter was beaten so badly that she ended up in a martial arts hospital, he didn't pursue the matter at all. Of course, all of this made Lu Zhong realize that Fang Yu, whom he hadn't seen for only a few days, had become completely different. After all, even under the pressure of Principal Fang Guotao, he was unable to move. Although he considered himself stronger than Zhao Fanlan, he believed that Zhao Fanlan's life and death were not something he could easily control. Therefore, all things considered, Fang Yu is definitely not as simple as he imagined. He had also heard about Fang Yu's situation. I was also puzzled as to why Fang Yu hadn't awakened his talent. Now that I think about it, the sudden burst of such terrifying and powerful strength suggests that Fang Yu might have been deliberately hiding his strength and talent before. But why did he do that? Was it all for this mock exam, to expose his true colors and make a name for himself? While this might be a reason, it's somewhat far-fetched. As for Fang Yu's awakening of his talent in a short period of time and his cultivation to such terrifying strength, Lu Zhong never even considered that possibility. Or rather, he simply erased the thought as soon as it arose.
In Lu Zhong's view, there simply is no one who could rise from the early to mid stage of body refinement realm to a level comparable to a profound rank martial artist in just a few days. Or rather, even if it existed, it couldn't be in a small place like Sangcheng. Just as Lu Zhong was deep in thought, he then heard a female teacher next to him push him. "Teacher Lu, they're calling you." Lu Zhong was immediately jolted out of his jumbled thoughts, and then looked in the direction his colleague was pointing. He saw Principal Fong Guotao looking at him with some displeasure. Lu Zhong immediately stood up. "Principal Fong, there is. Come here quickly, War Godly has something to ask you." Before Lu Zhong could speak, Fong Guotao's somewhat suppressed voice rang out. Because he knew what it meant for Li Ran, the god of war, to call Lu Zhong at this time. Chen Yulan, who was sitting to the side, immediately said, "Li Zhanshan, I am not aware of Fong Yu's previous situation. Our Martial Arts Association only has some specific information about Fong Yu in the last 10 days or so." Li Ran nodded. Looking up, he saw a burly middle-aged man standing in front of him. "You're Fong Yu's homeroom teacher?" Lu Zhong immediately nodded, and then said, "Li Zhanshan, my name is Lu Zhong, and I am Fong Yu's homeroom teacher." Many of the teachers present looked at Lu Zhong. After hearing Li Ran's words, each of them had a very complicated expression. The reason is that Fong Yu has indeed been a hot topic at Sangcheng Middle School recently. And then there was the scene Fong Yu caused in the dormitory building yesterday afternoon. It can be said that almost all of the martial arts teachers present had heard of it, and more than a dozen of them had witnessed it firsthand. They knew that Fong Yu was definitely the dark horse of this year's mock exam. At this time, Li Zhanshan of the Western Theater Command personally asked Fong Yu about it, which clearly indicated that there was more to it than met the eye. "Li Zhanshan, I have already written Fong Yu's specific situation into the file for recommending outstanding students." Upon hearing this, Li Ran frowned slightly, then picked up the page in his hand and said, "That's it?" It was obvious that Li Ran was somewhat skeptical. You should know that he saw the confidential document that Wu Taizhan sent him, which is why he turned down the inspection tour of Rongqing Middle School and came to Sangcheng. It's safe to say that in a small city like Sangcheng with only 30,000 to 40,000 examinees, the imperial examination inspectors would not usually be able to attract someone of his status and position. The main reason for coming to Sangcheng Middle School this time is that I learned that Sangcheng Middle School has produced a student who has awakened an SSS-level fire-type god-level talent. It was for this reason that Li Ran came to Sangcheng Middle School. At this moment, facing Li Ran's gaze, Lu Zhong immediately felt a tremor run through his body. Fong Yu only transferred to our class at the beginning of his senior year. His test scores were always at the bottom, so there was absolutely no cheating involved. Seeing Lu Zhong's anxious explanation, Chen Yulan immediately spoke in a low voice. "War Godly, I have here a detailed record of Fong Yu's cultivation schedule and events over the past few days, as well as his previous experiences and test data. Please take a look." As she spoke, Chen Yulan, who was sitting to the side, quickly handedly ran the information about Fong Yu that she had previously compiled. The reason these materials weren't given to Li Ran before was twofold. Firstly, Li Ran had many matters to attend to upon arriving in Sangcheng, and secondly, Fong Yu's growth was simply too rapid, even shocking Chen Yulan. However, both Chen Yulan and Wu Taizhan were certain of one thing. That is, the reason why Fong Yu was able to grow into someone who could contend with a Shen-level martial artist in just a few days was because he awakened a god-level talent. This is the only explanation at the moment. Really? After Li Ran saw the records Chen Yulan handed him regarding Fong Yu's training and purchase of training resources at the Martial Arts Association these past few days, his eyes became increasingly filled with surprise, shock, and confusion. Chen Yulan provided very detailed information about Fong Yu, including the events of yesterday afternoon and the time she spent cultivating last night. No way. This was one of the most important tasks Wu Taizhan had given her, to record as completely as possible all the events Fong Yu experienced in the Martial Arts Association or other places. This way, it can serve as a reference for future cultivation. After all, this is the first SSS-level god-level talent martial artist to awaken in the Sangcheng Martial Arts Association, even in the entire Sichuan region, and even in the entire Western Theater Command. All his experiences and cultivation levels had to be compiled into an archive to be provided to the military department specifically responsible for innate genes for repeated research. After Li Ran finished reading the document, he couldn't help but look at Fong Guotao sitting to the side with a strange expression, but then he completely suppressed his displeasure. He then turned to the staff member from the martial arts department standing nearby and said, "Pull up the assessment footage of this person named Fong Yu." Chapter 50 ranks among the top, a novel experience. Naturally, this is done under the operation of the staff. Soon, on the central screen next to him, a picture of Fong Yu answering the questions seriously appeared. Inside the smart conference hall. The huge screen in front of us can be divided into countless small, medium, and large screen images. Previously, what appeared was a huge, unified screen simulating an exam room. Next to it are dozens of small screens that appear randomly, and there is also a blank screen with a data statistics screen showing rankings. At this time, Li Ran, as the proctor, was naturally free to check the examination status of any candidate. Furthermore, no matter who appears on the huge mock exam screen at this moment, it has absolutely no impact on the examinee. After all, if you randomly check any candidate here, the candidates in the mock exam room would have no idea. But at this moment, as Fong Yu's exam footage was displayed, Fong Guotao, who was sitting to the side, looked somewhat uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, Li Ran looked at Fong Yu, who was answering seriously, with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes. Although Li Ran had just seen Fong Yu's photo, even though he was a war god with extensive knowledge, he couldn't judge a person's talent and cultivation strength based on just one photo. This was the first time Li Ran met Fong Yu. Looking at Fong Yu, who was answering the questions seriously, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Based on all the information he has seen so far, he has already determined that Fong Yu is a super genius who is extremely opinionated, very calm, and whose mindset surpasses that of his peers. After all, the awakening data of the SSS level fire type god level talent is absolutely real, a fact he had already verified on his way to Tsangcheng. However, Fong Yu, a wild genius, was only at the early stage of body refinement realm in the assessment of Tsangcheng Middle School a month ago. And in just 1 month. Not only did he awaken a divine level fire type talent, but after being certified as a martial artist by the Martial Arts Association, he could achieve strength comparable to a Xian level martial artist after just a few days of frantic training. This somewhat overturned his understanding of talent and cultivation as a war god of the Western Theater Command. Certainly. Li Ran also knew in his heart that among the super geniuses he had seen and heard of in the Dragon Kingdom, and even in the entire Blue Star, there were many more. The most powerful ones are only those with 3 elemental talents plus mental magic. Furthermore, all 3 of his talents are terrifyingly SS level, but even such a genius seems unable to cultivate at a speed that allows him to go from being almost an ordinary person to reaching a level comparable to a Xian rank martial artist in just 1 month. Currently, based on all the information he currently possesses and the detailed investigation and training records submitted by the Martial Arts Association, it is clear that Fong Yu, this genius boy who is not yet 18 years old, is indeed like this. At this moment, Li Ran didn't look at anyone else at all, focusing all his attention on Fong Yu, who was answering the questions seriously. They seemed eager to see as soon as possible whether the super genius who had awakened the SSS level divine talent was truly as they currently understood him to be. Li Zhanshan, Fong Yu's academic performance has always been quite good. Although he may not be as outstanding as the top geniuses, he will definitely be among the best. At this moment, Lu Shong, who had just realized what was happening, quickly spoke up. Li Ran did not speak. In his view, he didn't care about the written exam scores. As the war god of the Western Theater Command, his purpose in coming here was to verify Fong Yu's authenticity. Of course, there was another reason: if Fong Yu was really as Wu Taizhan reported. He really hit the jackpot. Needless to say, Li Ran is determined to snatch up such a super genius who is almost unique in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Western Theater Command will spare no effort in testing and cultivating him. At least for now, all the information Li Ran has seen about Fong Yu has made him value Fong Yu highly, and he feels more sympathy and emotion towards him. Of course, Li Ran knew this too. He can't tell anything from the written test, but he'll be able to see the tricks of the trade in the 2 combat tests later. Fong Yu, who was in the mock exam room at the moment, was naturally unaware that his exam screen had been magnified and displayed in the smart conference room. Fong Yu stood there at that moment. A dense array of test questions appeared around his body. Since the appearance of the Void Rift on Earth, ferocious beasts have rushed out of the Void Rift and attacked countless cities. For the next 300 years, Earth was constantly defending and counterattacking. At the same time, various systems were created on Earth to cultivate martial artists. The written exam, on the other hand, is about the history and various information of Blue Star that almost everyone must learn and understand during their student years. It includes not only the geographical changes of Earth and the development of martial arts history, but also more theoretical knowledge about practical combat and dealing with beast tides, such as void rifts and ferocious beast atlases. Fong Yu looked at the dense array of test questions in front of him.
Although they were all multiple-choice questions, the intensity was such that most people would not be able to handle it. I looked up and saw the countdown in the void. More than half of the written exam period has already passed.
Fan Yu has already scored over 3,900 points.
In front of him, besides the endless stream of questions, was his current score. It can be said that the scoring is done in real time. Fan Yu had already looked at it from the beginning. There were a total of 10,000 questions. Moreover, under such intensity, all kinds of pressure will come, so if one's physical strength and mental strength are not strong enough, it will be difficult to complete the task within 2 hours. In other words, it is very difficult to answer questions continuously for 4 hours. To actually complete 10,000 questions is not impossible, but it is extremely difficult. The college entrance examination follows the same format, starting with written exam questions. The quantity is the same, 10,000 questions.
Buzz. Bang. Almost as Fan Yu was answering questions and pondering, some dull sounds came from not far away. Because during the written exam, this virtual exam room was set up so that all candidates were not allowed to make any noise. However, some candidates who fell directly to the ground or fainted due to exhaustion still made noise.
It can also be seen. This naturally added to the tense atmosphere of the written exam. But Fan Yu was unaffected at this moment. He looked at the questions in front of him and, as a mentalist, quickly became immersed in answering them. He became increasingly engrossed, and Fan Yu didn't even pay attention to the score in front of him. Given his already good grasp of this knowledge, and with the questions unfolding in his memory perfectly matching up, Fan Yu felt as if he had instantly transformed into a top student.
Buzz. A melodious ancient sound echoed from the void.
Then, the test questions that kept popping up suddenly disappeared.
Fan Yu then came to his senses. Suddenly, Wu Taizhan appeared in the void. Once the written exam is over, your rankings will be displayed immediately. You can find your corresponding rank yourself.
As he spoke, countless streams of data suddenly appeared in the vast void behind Wu Taizhan. The next moment, countless densely packed serial numbers and names began to appear.
Chapter 51. Feng Wubai's purpose for this trip is to aim for first place.
Fan Yu looked at the score in front of him.
9,351.
With a total score of 10,000, this score is not bad. In his memory, Fan Yu had only scored around 8,000 points in previous exams. This time, thanks to the boost from his mental strength, he got into the zone in the second half and fought harder and harder, finally breaking the 9,000 mark. It was when Fan Yu looked up at the huge screen in front of him, which was filled with flashing data and densely packed rankings, names, and corresponding scores that the rankings were displayed. He suddenly felt as if he could speak. The sounds of conversation from all around began to fill my ears.
Oh no, I bombed the exam. I was too nervous this time and only got a little over 5,000 points.
Me too, I only have a little over 6,000 points, looks like I have no chance of getting into the elite class. The written exam is not important. What truly determines whether you can enter the elite class is your combat strength score in the upcoming martial arts exam. That's true, but I've heard that quite a few geniuses who have been training outside have returned to participate in this mock exam. There are less than 1,000 spots in the elite class, so if we want to be in the elite class, our combat power score must be high. Look, the first place is
Feng Wubai.
As expected of a genius, I think he's very likely to be first in this mock exam.
That's not necessarily true.
Goddess Mu Yubing is second only to Goddess Mu, and she's a mentalist and an ice-type genius, so her combat strength is definitely not low.
Fan Yu was standing there at that moment.
At this moment, he naturally focused all his attention on the huge empty screen in front of him. The scores and names were densely packed together.
The 43,021st, Zhang Lina, 381.
In other words, a total of more than 43,000 students from Tsengqing Middle School participated in this 100-day countdown mock exam.
Keep going. Because Fan Yu's mental strength was extremely powerful, he naturally spotted his roommates very quickly. 859th, Yan Dazhuang, 7934. 532nd place, Wu Chuan, 8578. 11th place, Qian Dong, 9311. Continue upwards.
As Fan Yu focused his attention on the huge list in front of him, the names he saw immediately magnified in his eyes.
I finally found my name. 5th place, Fan Yu, 9351.
In fact, the score difference between the top 20 is very small, almost all of them are only a few points, or even just 1 point.
For example, the top 4 ahead of Fan Yu. They are Feng Mubai, who ranked first, with 9,400 points. Second place, Mu Yubing, 9,399 points. The third student was a female student named Wang Xiu, who scored 9,370 points. Fourth, surprisingly, it was Wu Yunlu. He scored exactly 1 point higher than Fang Yu, 9352. Fang Yu, only 5th place? At this moment, Qin Xiao, who was next to Fang Yu, couldn't help but be surprised. Although he was ranked 13th, he knew that the written test actually had very little impact on the overall score of this major exam. But Qin Xiao knew that in the previous assessments, Fang Yu's name would never have made it into the top 500, or even the top 1,000. Looking at the huge list of written exam results in front of him, Feng Mubai felt almost no surprise at having come in first place. However, when he saw Fang Yu's name appear in the top 10, he frowned slightly. After all, he had heard the name Fang Yu more than once since returning to Sunqing Middle School. Moreover, Fang Yu's deeds can be easily found on the campus forum. Furthermore, the fact that Fang Yu's name was linked to Mu Yubing, the woman he had chosen in his heart, made it impossible for him not to pay attention to him. Fifth. That's interesting, but the written exam is just for fun, it's practically negligible. For them, the final ranking is entirely determined by their combat strength scores in the upcoming martial arts exam. After all, for geniuses like them, written exams are far too easy. Naturally, Feng Mubai returned to participate in the mock exam of Sunqing Middle School this time, aiming for first place. Only by winning first place can he successfully enter the Western Azure Dragon Holy Academy. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are some well-known martial arts universities that have cultivated many geniuses and masters. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, the true training grounds for martial arts masters, military war gods, and high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom are the 4 sacred academies established by the military. The Ice-Walking Holy Temple in the Northern Theater Command. The Eternal Holy Temple of the Southern Theater Command. Azure Dragon Holy Academy of the Western Theater Command. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Eastern Theater Command. Every year, over 100 million high school seniors in China are vying to get into these 4 prestigious academies. Only by entering these 4 sacred academies can one truly unleash their talents to the fullest, obtain more cultivation resources, and enter more secret realms. After all, these resources are controlled by the 4 holy academies. The reason is simple: these 4 holy academies are directly under the military. The reason there are 4 is that all the resources of the 4 major war zones of the Dragon Kingdom are directly supplied to the 4 holy academies. Besides the college entrance examination, the only other way to enter the 4 sacred academies is through early admission. This is something only geniuses can have. Feng Mubai has now gathered all the qualifications. He only needs to get first place in Sunqing in this mock exam, and then he will get the qualification to directly enter the next stage. Leading the top 10 from Sunqing to participate in the Sichuan 100 Schools joint examination would allow him to obtain a better rating in advance, giving him a different starting point when entering the Holy Academy compared to many others. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Mubai clenched his fists. Therefore, he must win the title of number 1 in Sunqing this time. He stared coldly at Mu Yubing, who was ranked second. In his opinion, Mu Yubing was the only one who could pose a threat to him. Not far away, Mu Yubing, dressed in white, looked at the rankings before her, a hint of curiosity flashing between her brows. It seems that Fang Yu might actually have a chance to break into the top 10. Wu Yunlu looked at his ranking. He was immediately filled with excitement. This was a completely unexpected joy for him. While pondering, Wu Yunlu hurriedly began looking around for Fang Yu's figure. Knowing that Fang Yu, the boss, was right behind him, he gave up on the last 2 questions, as he was already on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, Wu Yunlu was far from Fang Yu, and he couldn't find Fang Yu even after turning his head around. The discussions gradually subsided. Because most students, after learning their scores, began to calm down and get back into their stride. After all, the upcoming martial arts exam will be the real test that determines the rankings of this mock exam. The 10% that is taken up by the written exam can be easily made up by the martial arts exam. Just as Fang Yu sat cross-legged on the spot, his mental energy rapidly recovered. An ancient, melodious voice echoed from the void. The next moment, Wu Tieshan's figure slowly appeared. The enormous, shimmering screen behind him gradually disappeared into nothingness. I believe everyone is already clear about their written exam scores, so next we will begin the second item, which is also the most crucial part of this mock exam, the martial arts exam. Let me briefly reiterate the format of the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam is mainly a test of combat strength. The combat strength test is based on a total score,
which is the sum of basic combat strength and burst combat strength, and then ranked accordingly. After the exam begins, a ranking of the students' combat strength for this mock exam of Sunching Middle School will appear behind me. Each person has 3 chances to test their basic combat strength and burst combat strength. Burst combat strength can be enhanced by using any weapon. Alright, now that everyone is clear on the rules, let's begin the combat power test. The power rankings will be locked in 30 minutes. Chapter 52, Overall Combat Strength Score of 50,000? Top 10 secured. As they spoke, the entire massive mock exam room began to tremble slightly. Fan Yu could clearly sense that the void in front of him was beginning to change. The space that had been filled with densely packed test questions had become a relatively spacious space, at least as large as a martial arts training room. When he looked up, he could see a huge, illusory stone tablet slowly appearing in the space where the results had been posted before, behind Wu Taizhan. However, this phantom-like stone tablet is still completely transparent. This is the giant combat power stone tablet used for martial arts assessment tests, which promptly displays rankings. Once you demonstrate your combat power, the combat power data will appear on this huge combat power stone tablet in front of you. This is also a very normal and widely used testing mode on Earth. After all, what martial artists want is to compete. Therefore, almost from the moment you enter school, there is competition everywhere. Especially in high school, when I entered Wuhan University. All cultivation resources, all excellent teachers, and opportunities for competitions and entering secret realms will be tilted towards outstanding students. After all, what the human race on Earth needs are powerful warriors who can shoulder the responsibility of leading the future of humanity. A truly powerful martial artist plays a decisive role when facing an attacking beast tide. With a buzzing sound. After the enormous battle power stone tablet was fully revealed, a floating battle power stone tablet also appeared in front of everyone. This would be impossible to do even in the largest assembly square of Sunching Middle School. But in a virtual exam room, even a large number of people can be accommodated. Looking at the floating battle power stone tablet in front of him, the screen displays the words Basic Combat Strength Test 03. It was obvious to Fan Yu at this moment that this was one of the 2 combat power data that needed to be tested in the combat power test. Basic Combat Strength. As Wu Taizhan had previously stated, the power rankings would be locked after 30 minutes. Essentially, it means the test must be completed within 30 minutes. No. Almost as soon as the floating battle power stone tablet appeared in front of them, someone shouted and punched it. A series of powerful ripples spread outwards from the surrounding area. Fan Yu looked up and saw that beams of battle power began to appear on the huge battle power stone tablet in front of him. Each beam of combat power represents the tester's numerical value. You have 3 chances, you'll take the best one. The same applies to the subsequent burst of combat power. Look, this is. Because combat power tests are not like written exams, there is almost no cheating in combat power tests. Combat power is all real. Even if you are allowed to use weapons to boost your combat power, if you have a powerful weapon that can enhance your combat power, it is still within the allowed range. Therefore, it can make sounds. Naturally, discussions arose one after another. It's Qin Xiao. Just then, someone shouted something. Fan Yu immediately saw Qin Xiao, who was beside him, suddenly slam his fist into the testing stone tablet in front of him. 9,981. I actually managed to generate nearly 10,000 base combat power. This made Qin Xiao very excited. This is higher than any previous time. But just as Qin Xiao looked up at the huge battle power stone tablet in front of him, immediately, a silvery white light shot out wildly. It broke 10,000 almost instantly, and finally settled at 11,000 combat power. Du Changfeng, I never expected this. Buzz. Before Qin Xiao could even sigh, another beam of flame rapidly broke through the 10,000 combat power mark, eventually settling at 13,000. Wu Yunlu, actually. Immediately afterwards, several more terrifying beams of light rapidly broke through 10,000, then 13,000. Soon, Qin Xiao's initial combat strength of over 10,000 was simply not enough to impress anyone. It seems these kids have made great progress recently. At this moment, Li Ran, sitting in the smart conference room, looked at the huge battle power stone tablet in front of him that was constantly flashing with dazzling light. While marveling at the scene, he turned his gaze to the images of those genius students who had demonstrated a basic combat strength of over 13,000. Because Li Ran knew that the basic admission score for the early admission batch this year was about 13,000 basic combat power.
Of course, this score had not been officially released yet. The minimum admission score for the Azure Dragon Holy Academy would be announced after the 100 schools joint examination was completed. Sitting to the side, Fang Guotao was very satisfied to see that at least 100 people in front of him already had a basic combat strength of over 10,000. At this moment, Fang Guotao looked at the names of the top geniuses from several schools that had not yet appeared, and he was filled with anticipation. Of course, for some reason, a name that made him extremely depressed popped into his mind at this moment. Fang Yu. Keep bringing up Fang Yu's image continuously. Li Ran looked at the constantly appearing combat power values, but did not see Fang Yu's. He immediately called the staff next to him to operate it. Upon hearing this, Fang Guotao felt increasingly uneasy. If it was because of what happened yesterday, or Fang Yu's awakening of his talent and becoming a martial artist in a short period of time, and his extremely fast tempering of his limbs and bones, that these things were taken seriously by Li Ran, a war god level figure in the Western Theater Command. He thought it was normal. But it's clear from their performance so far that this level of attention has far surpassed that of the gifted students from Fengmubai, Muyubing, and Shendong. Could it be that Fang Yu has some secret that I don't know about? Oh, right. Just then, Fang Guotao suddenly thought of something. But before Fang Guotao could continue to ponder, he immediately heard the exclamation of the director of the Teaching Affairs Office. Xiandong has made his move. It should be noted that more than 10 minutes have passed by now, and many students have already finished the test. As a result, nearly 20,000 to 30,000 combat power has been densely packed on the huge combat power ranking list. Among them, a girl named Wang Xiu with a comprehensive combat power score of 37,000 is temporarily ranked first. On the list of basic combat power and burst combat power, a golden light suddenly shot into the sky. Instead of falling back, the golden light broke through 30,000 and continued to rise. 40,000, 43,000, 46,000, 47,000. Xiandong's final score was 47,000. Instantly, countless students turned to look in Xiandong's direction. At this moment, Shendong looked at the huge combat power stone tablet in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Shendong is a good martial artist. His combat power stats are definitely in the top 5. Buzz. And that was right after a teacher finished speaking. Suddenly, a terrifying battle force soared into the sky. Fang Yu was also a little surprised at this moment. Although Wu Yunlu's basic combat strength was only around 13,000, at this moment Wu Yunlu patted the gun holster behind him. The two sections of the spear flew out, and as the fire elemental energy intertwined, the spear suddenly connected, unleashing a terrifying burst of flames. As he brandished his spear, Wu Yunlu's eyes were filled with terror. Yes. Only then did he realize the terror of the dragon flame spear. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He suddenly swallowed a pill, then frantically spun the dragon flame spear in his hand, piercing through the floating test stone tablet in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the terrifying pressure generated by the spear light spread out, shaking the small space where Wu Yunlu was located. 40,000, 45,000, 49,000, 50,000. It ultimately settled at 50,000. Upon seeing this combat power data, Wu Yunlu immediately jumped up with joy. He knew he was guaranteed a top 10 finish. Chapter 53. Fang Yu finally threw a punch. Fang Yu was also slightly shocked, and couldn't help but sigh that powerful weapons could indeed further enhance combat power. It seemed that he could also plan in this direction. 50,000. Wu Yunlu actually displayed such terrifying combat power? In the smart conference room, Fang Guotao and Wu Yunlu's homeroom teachers were all looking at Chen Yulan. At this moment, Li Ran nodded slightly and then said, "Indeed, even with the immense assistance of the Dragon Flame Spear, Wu Yunlu's strength is still quite impressive. He's a martial artist with excellent fire-type talent." Several positive comments in a row clearly indicate that Li Ran has a high opinion of Wu Yunlu. Chen Yulan was naturally happy, but she knew that no matter how strong her son's fire-type talent was, it was only S-level. But Fang Yu is an SSS-level fire-type god-level talent martial artist. With the release of Wu Yunlu's data, the crowd present was immediately shocked. After all, Wu Yunlu was usually very low-key during his high school years, but today he suddenly made a strong comeback. Zhang Lin, who had just finished the test and was looking at her results, saw Wu Yunlu's name, who had already surged to first place. His face was full of shock. Although she was injured yesterday, she has fully recovered long ago, and he even used a weapon today. However, they only managed to generate a total combat power of over 40,000. Wu Yunlu actually spent 50,000. She couldn't help but feel increasingly intimidated by Feng Yu, whom even Wu Yunlu called boss, and who had been personally approached by Aunt Chen Yulan to make a trip to the Zhang family for her mother's sake. Just how strong was Feng Yu? Although she was still somewhat depressed, the thought of the crippled Feng Shixian sisters made her quite interested in Feng Yu. It was obvious that she knew everything yesterday was because she had acted too impulsively. But in her heart, she still felt sorry for the Feng Shixian sisters. But when did Wu Yunlu become so powerful? It should be noted that in Zhang Lin's eyes, Wu Yunlu has never been as strong as herself. How could it be so sudden? Just as Zhang Lin was filled with doubt and surprise, the power ranking on the huge Power Stone tablet in front of her changed once again. This time, it was a golden light, dazzling and eye-catching. Almost instantly upon its appearance, it broke through the 40,000 combat power mark and continued upwards. It eventually settled at just over 50,000 at Wuyun Tower. Just when everyone thought it had all stopped, the dazzling golden light suddenly flashed once more. It eventually settled at 57,000. Overall combat strength score, 57,000. This is already a very high score. At this moment, not only the students present, but also the teachers in the smart conference room, such as Feng Guotao, felt that a comprehensive combat power score of 57,000 was likely the highest. After all, in the past few years, it was very difficult to break 50,000. Not to mention 57,000. That's definitely the number one choice. Feng Mubai, you truly deserve to be the representative of this year's genius martial arts students in Songcheng High School. Yes, with a total combat strength score of 57,000, now it depends on whether Mu Yubing can surpass it. That's difficult. Although Mu Yubing is a mentalist and has awakened ice-type talent, she doesn't seem to have been certified as a Xian rank martial artist yet, right? The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Li Ran, however, did not say anything. He knew about Feng Mubai's genius. The Feng family is a prominent family in Chengdu. Songcheng was just a small branch, but this Feng Mubai was very promising. Now, because of Feng Mubai's appearance, this small branch of Songcheng has returned to the Feng family in Rongcheng. Even Feng Mubai was sent to a war zone base for special training at a high price by the Feng family. It seems they came back this time specifically to compete for first place in the Songcheng Middle School mock exam. However, Li Ran didn't care about any of this. He is waiting. Buzz. Soon a silvery white light shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the 50,000 mark. Goddess Mu Yubing has begun the test. I wonder if Goddess Mu Yubing can break Feng Mubai's record. No matter what, they are the first and second place winners this year. I heard that Feng Mubai is pursuing the Goddess Mu Yubing. Is that true? Why are you asking again? Of course it's true. And do you think there's anyone at Songcheng High School more worthy of the Goddess Yubing than Feng Mubai? Isn't it being said on the forum that the Goddess of Ice rushed back yesterday to save Feng Yu? Bullshit, what a coincidence. Feng Yu is just a violent person with a bad reputation. Look at the top of the list this time, is his name there? Maybe others haven't even tested it yet? Is it that they haven't tested it, or that they're afraid to test it? Ha ha. And it was around this time that some discussions about Feng Yu began to arise. A sudden exclamation rang out. It's still very possible that the Ice Goddess will surpass Feng Mubai. 55,000. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the silver-white sphere of light that Mu Yubing had struck on the testing stone. With a buzzing sound, combat strength increased by another 1,000. That's the limit. Mu Yubing looked at the huge combat power ranking in front of her and saw that her name had climbed to second place, while ahead of her was Feng Mubai, who had just obtained a comprehensive combat power score of 57,000. Standing not far away, Feng Mubai saw Mu Yubing's combat power value above his own name. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it quickly went into hiding. But deep down, I felt a little proud and satisfied. As expected, I haven't even used my full strength yet, but I've already achieved the highest overall combat power score. In his eyes, Mu Yubing was the only genius martial artist in the entire Songcheng Middle School who could keep up with him. He didn't care about the others at all. Now, Mu Yubing was also trampled under his feet, and he was naturally very pleased. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he remained calm, perfectly embodying the air of a master showing off. At this moment, Mu Yubing turned around and looked in the direction of Feng Yu not far away. As a mentalist, it would actually be easy for her to find Feng Yu's location. Feng Yu naturally sensed this as well. He glanced at the rankings on the huge battle power stone tablet in front of him. 57,000? Fong Yu took a slow, deep breath. The reason he hasn't started the test yet is that he wants to see just how amazing these hidden geniuses at Sunqing Middle School really are. Feng Mubai is actually a little stronger than Fong Yu had imagined. But I was only slightly surprised. At this very moment, countless students were completing the test while simultaneously expressing various feelings of shock and disbelief. Fong Yu slowly took a step forward. Wind and fire battle patterns swirled around his right fist, and suddenly a huge and terrifying vortex of wind and fire gathered around him. The next moment, as Fong Yu suddenly blasted at the floating battle power stone tablet in front of him, the energy spread outwards from his body like a surging tide. At this moment, Li Ran, who was in the smart conference room, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. Fong Yu finally threw a punch. Chapter 54, a combined combat strength of 57,000 is not my limit. Fong Yu's actions drew everyone's attention to him. Especially Qin Xiao, who was standing right next to him. Just moments ago, Qin Xiao was already shocked by the sudden emergence of geniuses who surpassed him. He felt increasingly depressed. After all, he was once among the top 10 students at Sunqing Middle School. But this time he truly saw himself clearly. Perhaps with my grades, I could directly enter the elite class, and even be among the top students in the elite class. But the top 10, or even the top 30, are all out of my reach. You should know that Qin Xiao was full of confidence because he was a dual-talented martial artist, and he thought he would definitely shine in this mock exam. Now, just as Qin Xiao was feeling endlessly frustrated, he clearly sensed a slight tremor in the space around him. He immediately looked at Fong Yu, who was throwing a punch directly at the floating battle power stone tablet in front of him. I couldn't help but feel very curious. Will Fong Yu eventually surpass Feng Mubai? At this moment, Qin Xiao actually wanted Fong Yu, who was standing next to him, to surpass Feng Mubai, that pretentious jerk. After all, Qin Xiao had also been beaten by Fong Yu, and it was a blow to her self-esteem and face. But compared to Feng Mubai, Qin Xiao felt much more favorably toward Fong Yu. Of course, ever since he fought Fong Yu, he knew that he was no match for Fong Yu at all, so in his heart, he could only keep cultivating to surpass Fong Yu. Previously, Fang Xia had caused him to act impulsively without thinking. Afterwards, Qin Xiao thought that compared to cultivation and personal strength, matters of women were really insignificant. After repeatedly reassuring herself in this way, Qin Xiao's heart was completely opened up. Also looking at Fong Yu's punch at that moment was Feng Mubai, who was standing not far away. When he saw Fong Yu's punch, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen too many geniuses when he was in the Western Theater Command training camp. The entire Western Theater Command is not just Sichuan province. Naturally, those who were sent to the Western Theater Command training camps and advanced through connections and at great expense were all talented martial artists with backgrounds. Although Feng Mubai possessed strength that almost completely overwhelmed all the students in Sunqing Middle School. But in reality, he was only average in the Western Theater Command's genius training camp. It was at this moment, when he saw Fong Yu unleash that terrifying punch, that he immediately sensed that Fong Yu's punch was no ordinary punch. Buzz. While everyone was still discussing how Mu Yubing and Feng Mubai had displayed such terrifying combat power, suddenly, a beam of flame shot into the sky from the base of the enormous void battle monument standing before everyone. The speed was so fast that it broke 40,000 almost in the blink of an eye, and quickly rushed to the position of 50,000 comprehensive combat power. More importantly, even at this point, there was still no sign of it stopping. Who is this? Who else at Sunqing High School possesses such terrifying strength? Countless people were utterly shocked. I almost forgot to speak. But soon someone called out the name of the team whose overall combat strength score was still climbing. Fong Yu, it's Fong Yu. Yes. The moment Fong Yu's name was mentioned, everyone present was shocked. After all, in their eyes, Fong Yu was quite famous on the school forum recently. But none of those were good reputations. In fact, his entire past was thoroughly exposed. He was raised in an orphanage from a young age and was repeatedly adopted and abandoned. He was finally found by his biological father, Fang Guotao, the principal of Sunqing Middle School, when he was 17 years old. However, after being found, he was almost at the bottom of the class because he hadn't awakened his talent. But not long ago, she was even condemned by the entire school for beating her older sister, Fang Xia, who was the school's most beautiful girl. Of course, what happened yesterday can't be hidden. However, because Mu Yubing and later Wu Taizhan intervened yesterday, many students actually downplayed the fact that Fong Yu was incredibly strong.
Furthermore, given the circumstances surrounding Feng Xie and Feng Shixian, very few people actually know about them now.
This further damaged Feng Yu's reputation to its lowest point.
It's fair to say that during the mock exams, the name Feng Yu was something most students in the school would scoff at, using it as a humorous way to relieve the tension of the exam.
But at this moment,
when they saw the ever-increasing flame combat power value, they were all incredulous.
Even countless people gaped open.
He has already surpassed the goddess Mu Yubing, this Feng Yu. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yu's punch had already equaled Feng Mubai's total combat power of 57,000.
It's a tie.
Feng Yu's combat strength is actually on par with Feng Mubai's. It can be said that all the students present were completely shocked at this moment. When Yan Dezhuang and Wu Chuan, Feng Yu's two roommates, saw Feng Yu's grades, they were immediately excited.
Shen Dong turned his head and glanced at Feng Yu, who was standing there looking relaxed. He was shocked.
He knew that Feng Yu had not yet truly unleashed his full fighting power. As Mu Yubing looked at Feng Yu's combat prowess, which had surpassed her own, her eyes were filled with disbelief. But at the same time, she quickly came to terms with it. Because she had the authority to know that Feng Yu had awakened an SSS-level talent, and it was precisely because she knew that Feng Yu had awakened a god-level talent that she took action without hesitation yesterday. After all, this was something she and Wu Taizhan had agreed upon. But now, in her eyes, Feng Yu seems to be much stronger than when she saved him yesterday.
How could Feng Yu have become so much stronger overnight? How exactly did he cultivate? Is this the terror of SSS-level god-tier talent?
Although Mu Yubing was shocked by the combat power demonstrated by Feng Yu's punch, she quickly figured it out. Just like Shen Yulan, who witnessed this scene in the smart conference room, and Wu Taizhan, who stood in mid-air and witnessed this scene in the mock exam room.
After the initial shock, I quickly calmed down. After all, this is a god-level talent.
Such extraordinary combat power is also understandable.
But these people understand.
Many others found it hard to believe. At this moment, Feng Yu's score directly equaled Feng Mubai's previous comprehensive combat strength score of 57,000. Whether it's Feng Guotao sitting there, or the teachers.
Even Li Ran at this time.
After seeing Feng Yu's punch, his eyes gleamed brightly.
It was obvious.
In Li Ran's eyes, what he saw was not the combat power unleashed by this punch, but rather the fusion power of wind and fire elements contained in Feng Yu's punch.
Good. Chapter 55 Num. 3 elemental systems? He's actually a genius with 3 elemental systems? Li Ran exclaimed a delighted good.
All the teachers and staff present seemed to come to their senses at that moment.
Ha, I knew this kid could do it, he's really amazing.
At this moment, Feng Yu's homeroom teacher, Lu Zhong, burst into laughter and clapped his hands in approval.
Because this is the first place in Sangqing this year.
Even if he is tied for first place with Feng Mubai, it is still a highlight in his teaching career. Although he was shocked, he wondered how Feng Yu had made such terrifying progress in such a short period of time. This was completely beyond his imagination, but none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that Feng Yu was his student and had achieved a combined combat power score of 57,000.
Countless people were shocked and excited.
The fact that Feng Yu could achieve such a comprehensive combat power score already indicates that he is at least a Xian-level martial artist. In that case, Sanqing Middle School will have one more spot available for Tsanglong Sacred Academy this year. This was something they had never even considered before. Of course, while some people are excited and happy, others are worried.
For example, Feng Guotao right now.
As the principal of Sanqing Middle School, he should be excited and happy to see such a dark horse genius emerge from among his students. But if this student were his own son, especially one with whom he now harbors endless hatred, then he would never be happy about it. For example, right now, in a mock exam room,
Feng Mubai stood not far from Feng Yu.
When he saw that Feng Yu's punch had already matched his previous record of the strongest overall combat power, he was completely dumbfounded at first.
He simply couldn't imagine it.
Feng Yu, who had not undergone any special training and was considered a useless person just a month ago, has now achieved the same combat strength as himself.
Feng Mubai's first reaction was that Feng Yu had cheated. But he quickly realized that this was a mock exam, with Wu Taizhan supervising the exam and countless other experts watching the test. It's simply impossible to cheat. Moreover, there has been almost no precedent of anyone cheating in this kind of combat capability test. Cheating is also prohibited. But if he wasn't cheating, how could a nobody like Feng Yu possibly achieve a combined combat power score of 57,000? For a moment, Feng Mubai's mentality began to deteriorate, and his eyes turned icy cold when he looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was standing there at that moment. Looking at the huge battle power stone tablet in front of him, he realized that he and Feng Mubai were tied for first place. He couldn't help but smile slightly. A comprehensive combat strength score of 57,000 is not his limit. Although Feng Yu had just unleashed the second punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, he hadn't used his full strength. He hadn't even used his mental power or the netherworld devouring insects to amplify his combat power, and he hadn't used any earth elemental power at all. They had already reached parity with Feng Mubai. Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but at this moment, Feng Yu didn't want to be tied for first place. What he wanted was to be number one by a wide margin. The goal is to prevent these people from even having any ideas of their own. Immediately, an extremely terrifying vortex of wind and fire surged out from Feng Yu's body once again, and this time the power of the vortex was even more terrifying than before. A terrifyingly yellowish-brown light erupted from Feng Yu's body. Li Ran, who had been sitting and waiting for Feng Yu to unleash his fighting power with that punch, suddenly had a tremor in his eyes and stood up abruptly. He looked at the earthy yellow light covering Feng Yu's body, and at the swirling vortex of wind and fire on Feng Yu's outstretched right fist, as a layer of earthy yellow earth elemental power continuously accumulated on the fist. Li Ran could no longer remain calm. Chen Yulan, who witnessed this scene, was also startled. Feng Yu is not only a genius martial artist with dual wind and fire elements, but also with 3 elements? The other martial arts instructors were dumbfounded. Sancheng Middle School has 1 or 2 dual-element genius martial artists, which is already incredibly shocking. They have been the focus of training since they awakened their dual-element abilities, including Du Changfeng, Qin Xiao, and Feng Mubai. But then Feng Yu suddenly appeared. He's actually a genius with 3 different academic systems? This was almost unbelievable to them. They simply couldn't imagine that they hadn't even discovered a martial artist with 3 elemental talents before. In an instant, almost all the teachers turned their attention to Feng Guotao, who was sitting in the front, trembling all over, with an unpredictable expression on his face. The reason is simple: Feng Guotao is the principal of Sancheng Middle School and the strongest among them. As a peak Earth-level martial artist, he failed to detect Feng Yu's presence. More importantly, Feng Yu is Feng Guotao's son. Putting everything else aside, just based on this one connection alone, it's clear that Feng Yu, with such terrifying talent, never received any preferential treatment at school and was previously even called a waste. This left many teachers feeling somewhat puzzled. But at this time, Feng Guotao. He was the one who was most confused and shocked. Even when he saw the 3 elemental powers erupting from Feng Yu's body, his mind seemed to explode. He believed he knew Feng Yu quite well. Putting everything else aside, let's just talk about this past year. Feng Yu was very familiar with his test scores at school, his use of the martial arts training room, and the training resources he received from the school. Feng Yu had never awakened any talent, and his strength in the test was only at the first level of body refinement, or even just the initial level. For this reason, Feng Guotao also investigated Feng Yu's life, cultivation, and studies over the years, and the result was that Feng Yu's talent for cultivation was very poor. Therefore, in Feng Guotao's heart, he had almost given up on Feng Yu, and only regarded him as a son to carry on the family line. Although not becoming a martial artist in this society would mean losing many rights, Feng Guotao had already planned in his heart that once Feng Yu graduated from high school, he would find him a female martial artist of the yellow rank, or use his connections to find a female student from a martial arts university, so they could get married and have children. Since his son wasn't good enough, he decided to raise his grandson. After all, he was already a peak Earth rank martial artist, and his lifespan might be longer than Feng Yu's. However, since the incident of Feng Xie being brutally beaten, and then yesterday's events, Feng Guotao was also surprised that his son's talent had awakened. But more than anything, there was anger. This was something he had already decided when he first saw Feng Yu. After this mock exam, he would definitely not let Feng Yu run away again. He would catch him and take him home to educate him properly. However, Feng Yu's current behavior has completely baffled him. In just a few days, he surpassed countless geniuses from Sancheng Middle School. Buzz. While Feng Guotao was trembling all over, pondering various matters with an extremely complicated expression. The screen space where Feng Yu was standing suddenly trembled violently. That was the second time Feng Yu had thrown a punch at the battle power stone tablet floating in front of him. Chapter 56: First place in martial arts exam, famous throughout Sancheng. He's moved. Feng Yu has thrown a second punch. Look, everyone.
Almost at that moment, in the mock exam room, countless students turned their gaze to the enormous battle power stone tablet directly in front of them. At that moment, a beam of fire suddenly shot up from the battle power stone tablet, breaking through 40,000, 50,000. This time, the overall combat strength score has increased much faster than before. So strong. This time, the speed at which the combined combat power score has broken through 40,000 to 50,000 is much faster than before. Maybe this time it will break Phong Mubai's 57,000. It's not that easy. Do you think combat power can be increased just like that? And do you even know what a total combat power score of 57,000 means? That's right, and didn't you guys notice that Phong Yu didn't use any other weapons at all, he just used his fists. If he were using a weapon, I might be able to break Phong Mubai's record of 57,000, but if he were just using his fists. At that moment, as Phong Yu unleashed his punch, people immediately began to discuss it. After all, Phong Yu had a bad reputation before. Even though he showed terrifying strength with his first punch at this moment, many self-proclaimed unruly geniuses present were not convinced at all. Because many of them are fans of Phong Mubai, and in their hearts, Phong Mubai is the strongest. Phong Yu's ability to hold his own against Phong Mubai with a single punch was already considered extremely impressive by them. They felt it was impossible for him to surpass their idol, the genius Phong Mubai. At the same time, Phong Mubai, who was standing not far away, looked at the huge combat power stone tablet in front of him, where the value of Phong Yu's overall combat power score was still rising continuously. His fists were clenched. He kept praying that no one would surpass him. Only I can be the number one in Sangcheng this year. No one could possibly take away my number one spot, not even Mu Yubing. How could Phong Yu, a good-for-nothing who had no reputation before, possibly surpass me? Impossible. But it was only when he kept comforting himself in this way, kept talking to himself, that he was able to calm his turbulent heart down. Suddenly, a startled cry made him tremble. 57,000, and it's still rising, it's surpassed. Phong Yu is number one. It's still rising. Many students from Sangcheng Middle School in the mock exam room were shocked by what they saw. The dazzling flames erupted once more, suddenly soaring past 60,000. It's broken 60,000. That's incredible. It hasn't stopped yet. Yes, at this moment, not only were many students from Sangcheng Middle School in the mock exam room extremely shocked, but in their eyes, Phong Mubai's previous comprehensive combat strength of 57,000 was already beyond their reach. However, at this moment, the flames representing Phong Yu's overall combat strength continued to rise. Standing not far away, Phong Mubai stared intently at the flames. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The screams in my heart, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. As Phong Yu stood there, watching the rising flames, a thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly a burst of violent spiritual energy surged into his entire right arm. The next moment, the previously dimmed flame hurricane roared violently once again. Buzz! Another muffled thud followed. The numerical values and names formed by the flames that had been rising incredibly slowly now shone brightly once more, surging upwards on the battle power monument towards even higher places. Standing in mid-air, Wu Tieshan's eyes were filled with shock. He could hardly believe it. Just how powerful is Phong Yu's awakened SSS-level divine talent? But in any case, he knew that after this, Phong Yu's name would resound throughout the entire Sangcheng. And Phong Yu will inevitably move to a bigger and bigger stage. Inside the smart conference room, the bright light in Li Ran's eyes grew even more dazzling. He was extremely excited. As expected, this trip to Sangcheng was not in vain. We absolutely must win over a wild super genius like Phong Yu. However, Li Ran also knows that ordinary resources are simply not enough to win over a terrifying super genius like Phong Yu. Furthermore, conventional cultivation methods may not be suitable for such geniuses. Of course, Li Ran would have to wait until after the assessment and when he met Phong Yu to discuss all of this. The others who witnessed this scene were already shocked. Fang Guotao, in particular, gripped the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Phong Yu, when did you become so powerful? No, such a peerless genius must be kept in our own hands. As his own son, Phong Yu's extraordinary talent and strength must be inseparable from his own efforts. Thinking of this, Fang Guotao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As for the two daughters who were crippled by Phong Yu yesterday, they no longer seemed so important to Fang Guotao at this moment. As long as we can win over Phong Yu, nothing else matters. After all, he wasn't stupid.
Seeing Li Ran excitedly standing up and watching Fang Yu, he knew that this was probably why Li Ran, the god of war of the Western Theater Command, whose cultivation had long since reached the Grandmaster level, was able to come to the small Sengqing to inspect the examination. It's all because of Fang Yu. Thinking about it this way, it seems that I have really paid too little attention to my son, who is a hidden, terrifying genius. Buzz. With a muffled thud. Suddenly, the pillar of flame that represented Fang Yu's overall combat strength stopped. At that moment, everyone in the huge mock exam hall stared wide-eyed at the final combat power scores. 75,000. Standing not far away, Qin Xiao, whose initial astonishment had turned into fear and dazedness, slowly uttered the results. He felt a surge of emotion. He had no regrets about losing to Sengqing's #1 genius. Wu Yunlu was also instantly shocked. However, he was immediately filled with surprise and excitement. Holy crap, boss's overall combat power score is 75,000. Boss is awesome. That's terrifying. Fang Yu is actually the most hidden sixth brother of Sengqing Middle School. What do you mean by most hidden? This is a true super genius, okay? I admit I raised my voice a bit before, Fang Yu, I apologize. I shouldn't have insulted you on the forum. That's amazing. As Mu Yubing stood there, looking at the name flashing with flames and the final overall combat strength score, she realized that Mu Yubing's eyes were filled with shock. But a smile quickly appeared on her lips. After all, she knew that Fang Yu had awakened the legendary SSS-level divine talent. It was quite normal for such a super genius to be able to unleash such terrifying combat power. Damn it, how could Fang Yu be so strong? Feng Mubai clenched his fists and turned to look at Fang Yu, who stood there calmly, slowly withdrawing his fists. A burning fighting spirit erupted from his eyes. So what if you have fighting power? In real combat, when facing ferocious beasts in the real void rifts, one must not only have combat power, but also an invincible martial spirit. Feng Yu, Feng Mubai, will definitely surpass you. Chapter 57 The God of War's Summoning, Fang Yu's Shock. After Fang Yu achieved a combined combat power of 75,000, the subsequent tests became uninteresting. Of course, the 30-minute martial arts combat test also ended quickly. As the massive 30-minute countdown in the void reached zero, the enormous battle power monument standing in the void suddenly trembled and then completely locked on. Wu Taizhan took a step forward. With a wave of his hand. Immediately afterwards, names, their corresponding overall combat strength scores, and rankings began to appear, from highest to lowest. Then the huge light screen appeared again, displaying the combined scores of the written and martial arts exams in proportion to the actual scores. Without a doubt, Fang Yu was the top scorer in the mock exam for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance examination at Sengqing Middle School. Fang Yu was really too strong. Yes, he scored more than 10,000 points higher than Feng Mubai, who came in second. Ha, I've made it into the top 1,000. I'll be able to get into the elite class. What a pity, so close, so very close. As the massive ranking list behind Wu Taizhan began to appear clearly and completely in front of everyone. Immediately, the more than 40,000 students in the mock exam room began to discuss various things. Students who made it into the elite class were naturally very happy and excited, while most of those who couldn't get into the elite class were dejected. However, most students wore expressions of absolute defiance. Seeing this, Wu Taizhan was very satisfied. He then glanced at the crowd in front of him and then focused his gaze on Fang Yu, his eyes filled with unreserved admiration and shock. Fang Yu smiled and nodded in greeting from afar. Immediately afterward, Wu Taizhan took a sudden step forward, and the entire space began to tremble slightly. The martial arts exam is over. As Wu Tishan's aged, powerful, and majestic voice resounded from the void. The next moment, everyone felt as if the huge square beneath them had suddenly turned into a bottomless pool of water. Slowly, everyone's bodies descended, and the instant their feet touched the water's surface, which was shimmering with silvery white light, they were instantly sucked into the dark water by a mysterious force. This is how to leave the mock exam room, which the tens of thousands of students present were already familiar with. After passing through this dark water, all previous losses will be fully restored. Not long after. Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the examination area, slowly opened his eyes. The instant Fang Yu opened his eyes, he immediately heard a cacophony of voices around him. Ah, you've been hiding this for so long, it's truly unbelievable. First of all, our dorm actually produced the #1 in Sengqing. Ha ha ha. Yan Dazhuang and Wu Chuan pulled Fang Yu up from both sides, their faces filled with excitement. Qiandong also stepped forward. Ayu, I never imagined you would awaken 3 elements and cultivate to this level in such a short time. It's truly unbelievable. Fang Yu looked at Qiandong and the other two, grinned, and said, I suddenly had a breakthrough a while ago, luck. How about this, I'll treat the brothers to a big meal tonight, let's drink until we drop. Upon hearing this, Yan Dezhuang immediately grinned. That's great. You got first place this time, even surpassing super geniuses like Feng Mubai and Mu Yubing. Enough said, I'm going to make sure you get a good beating tonight. As they spoke, the group prepared to leave together. The others present, seeing this scene, naturally wanted to go up and strike up a conversation. After all, they knew that Fang Yu was no longer the Fang Yu they used to be. The current Fang Yu is no longer the good-for-nothing loser they used to remember. Instead, he suddenly became the most powerful being, directly becoming the #1 in Sunqing Middle School. This was naturally unbelievable to the students who had been in the same class as Fang Yu, and many of them were completely taken aback. Xin Shao naturally opened his eyes among the group of people sitting cross-legged. He looked at Fang Yu, who had stood up and was walking towards the distance, his expression very complicated. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Thinking back to how she had stormed over to Fang Yu's door yesterday, intending to cripple him and disqualify him from the mock exam, she felt a pang of sadness. I felt a wave of fear wash over me, and cold sweat started pouring down my back again. And some girls in the class who previously looked down on Fang Yu, or even didn't take him seriously at all. Or perhaps these are female classmates who barely knew Fang Yu before, but recently learned about him from the school forum and posted comments criticizing him. At this moment, everyone was looking at Fang Yu with admiration, even some infatuation, as he left. I don't know why, but I suddenly think Fang Yu is really handsome. You're only realizing this now? I've always said Fang Yu was very handsome, and he'll definitely be good in the future. When did you say that? Fang Yu paid no attention to the discussions coming from the classes behind him, or rather, the classes he was passing by. For him, the words and gossip behind these people's backs have absolutely no effect on him. After all, a dragon would never stoop to the level of an ant, they're not even on the same level. Fang Yu, wait a minute. As the group walked toward the school gate, they began discussing what to eat for dinner. A voice, both anxious and excited, came from behind them. Turning my head, I saw it was Lu Zhong. Teacher Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing his homeroom teacher, Lu Zhong, appear beside him in a flash, Fang Yu slowly asked. Looking at Fang Yu before him, Lu Zhong's face immediately broke into a satisfied smile, and he quickly said, War God Li Ran wants to see you. Li Ran? Fang Yu was somewhat shocked when he heard the name. Naturally, students like Fang Yu had heard of many of the renowned war heroes in the Western Theater Command. Sunqing is under the jurisdiction of the Western Theater Command of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, in the military courses they learn in Sunqing about fighting against the Void Rifts, they will learn many classic battles of defending the city against the Beast Tide when the Void Rifts open. Many of the names of war gods will appear in their memories of high school. And this war god named Li Ran from the Western Theater Command was none other than the list of war gods from the Qingqing Rift Beast Tide defense battle that Fang Yu and his group had studied. Fang Yu hadn't expected this. I can't believe I was chosen by a renowned war god like Li Ran so quickly. Come with me now, don't just stand there. Chapter 58 The Flames of Jealousy, Feng Mubai on the verge of eruption. Mars. A very prestigious honorary title in the Dragon Kingdom. He represents not only strength, but also achievements. This title originated only within the Dragon Kingdom's military, specifically from the 4 major war zones. To be crowned a god of war, one must first possess at least the cultivation level of a grandmaster, and secondly, have made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom or Blue Star. For example, you made an outstanding performance when a void rift opened up. Take Li Ran, for example, the war god of the Western Theater Command. He had participated in hundreds of beast tide battles and killed an astronomical number of ferocious beasts. The more important reason why he was awarded the title of War God of the Western Theater was because of the opening of the Void Rift in Qingqing Mountain a few years ago. He led his team to the scene first and immediately killed the ferocious beast that had broken out of the Void Rift. He then charged into the Void Rift by himself, fighting his way for 3,000 miles, giving the subsequent reinforcements an absolute time advantage. More importantly, it protected the safety of dozens of cities at the foot of Qingqing Mountain at that time. Although Li Ran was seriously injured in that battle, it took him more than a year to recover. But it was precisely because of this that Li Ran was awarded the title of God of War in the Western Theater Command. Fan Yu had studied this classic battle in class before. So when he heard that the god of war Li Ran had come to Tsuncheng to inspect the examinations and wanted to summon him alone, he was shocked. Fan Yu was extremely excited and happy. Ayu, you go ahead, we'll go back to the dorm and wait for you. We'll go out to eat together after you're done. You can't skip this meal. Yan Dazhuang, who was standing to the side, also became excited when he heard what teacher Lu Zhong said, and quickly joked. Xian Dong and Wu Chuan also quickly gave Fan Yu a push. Fan Yu nodded. Without saying anything, he turned around and followed Lu Zhong toward the martial arts training room of Tsuncheng Middle School, which was not far away. I watched Fan Yu walk away. At this moment, everyone got up and dispersed. This exam brought joy to some and sorrow to others. However, after the mock exam, it's time to continue their own studies. The number of students in the elite class was already known to the more than 40,000 students from Tsuncheng Middle School who participated in the mock exam the moment the final results were announced. After all, the standards are largely the same every year. However, the final selection of elite class spots will be determined 3 days later. I never expected that Ayu would suddenly go from being the fourth oldest in our dorm to the oldest. It's really surprising. Wu Chuan, who was standing to the side, murmured as he watched Fan Yu's disappearing figure. Yan Dazhuang, however, smiled and said, "Ha ha! You guys missed it yesterday. When Ayu made his move, I was completely stunned. He took down Xin Xiao, Zhang Lin, and Fang Shixian with just one move. Even Zhao Fanglan, and even when the principal came, Ayu wasn't afraid at all." When talking about this, Yan Dazhuang immediately looked proud. Xian Dong became interested at this moment. He hadn't asked any questions before because the mock exam was coming up soon. But after witnessing Fan Yu's terrifying strength, Xian Dong was also very interested in why Fan Yu had become so powerful in such a short time. You know, Xian Dong thought he was hiding his position well among the top 10 in the school, but he never expected that Fan Yu would not only rush to the top, but also break the record of Tsuncheng Middle School's mock exam. By the way, Dazhuang, tell us what exactly happened yesterday. Well, let's go back to the dorm and wait for you. You can tell us the details. Yan Dazhuang nodded, and then the three of them walked towards the dormitory. Yan Dazhuang then began to talk animatedly about how he had seen Fan Yu in the dormitory the day before. Not far away, Xin Xiao shook his head, looking dejected as he watched Fan Yu and teacher Lu Zhong leave. But then a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes again. Xin Xiao is a genius from Tsuncheng who has awakened dual S-level talents. How could he possibly admit defeat so easily? Fan Yu, I will definitely catch up with you soon. Clenching her fists, Xin Xiao watched Fan Yu's figure disappear and quickly followed after him. Fan Yu? That's quite surprising. But so what if you get first place? My strength, Feng Mubai's, is beyond your reach. After glancing at Mu Yubing, the aloof woman who was slowly opening her eyes not far away, Feng Mubai suppressed the hint of malice he felt towards Fan Yu, and then walked towards Mu Yubing, who was slowly getting up. At that moment, Mu Yubing naturally sensed Feng Mubai's gaze as soon as he opened his eyes. Therefore, almost the instant he stood up, his figure disappeared from the spot. She needed to find Wu Yunlu immediately to find out what was going on, since she could tell that Wu Yunlu seemed to be getting very close to Fan Yu. Perhaps Wu Yunlu already knew that Fan Yu was a genius of 3 systems. She knew the significance of a genius in all 3 systems. More importantly, she already knew that Fan Yu's fire element was an SSS-level divine talent, a monstrous genius who had surpassed her. As for Feng Mubai, she had long seen through him, and in a real battle, she already had the means to kill him. Therefore, Mu Yubing never had any feelings for Feng Mubai from beginning to end. At most, I only ever considered him an opponent. Feng Mubai had barely taken a few steps forward when, in the instant the many students in front of him passed by, Mu Yubing had already disappeared from where she stood. Damn it! Fan Yu, you just wait. It was obvious to Feng Mubai at this point that Mu Yubing must have gone to find Fan Yu. Previously, Mu Yubing would never have treated him like this. Immediately, a terrifying wave of force spread out around Feng Mubai. Some students who were observing and wanted to come up to greet Feng Mubai, hoping to take the opportunity to express their determination and build a good relationship, immediately felt a powerful and terrifying force suddenly spreading out. It was so suffocating that they could hardly breathe, let alone get close. They all retreated, and in the instant this aura erupted, some students who had been leaving the examination area normally were directly blasted away by this terrifying force. His body slammed heavily against a pillar and a wall not far away, letting out a scream. But when everyone looked up, they realized it was Feng Mubai.
Although the students were all frustrated and resentful, none of them dared to show it. After all, they knew that Feng Mubai had been almost completely crushed by Fang Yu this time. As the most illustrious figure in Songqing Middle School, he not only lost first place this time, but also had all his limelight stolen. I also thought of the rumors about Mu Yubing and Fang Yu on the campus forum yesterday, and now that I think about it, there might actually be something to it. They all knew that Feng Mubai must be furious at this moment, so they didn't dare to provoke him. Let alone go up to greet him. They all hurriedly took a detour and left the examination area, staying away from Feng Mubai. Seeing this, Feng Mubai looked in the direction where Mu Yubing had disappeared not far away. His eyes were filled with a cold and furious flame. Chapter 59, A Separate Assessment. There's no need to hide it. Sancheng Middle School. Inside a huge martial arts training room. This martial arts training room was specially prepared for the martial arts teaching and training of the elite class. It is at least twice the size of the martial arts training room where Fang Yu fought against Wu Yunlu in the Martial Arts Association a few days ago. At this moment, Fang Yu stood in this huge martial arts training room. There was only one person standing in front of him. Dressed in military uniform, he exuded an imposing aura without being angry, and his eyes were fixed on Fang Yu, as if trying to see through this amazing young man in an instant. At this moment, Fang Yu was facing Li Ran, the war god of the Western Theater Command, whom he had only seen in books and videos before. Although he was extremely excited, and even felt a sense of awe, Fang Yu knew that Li Ran, the god of war, must have had his reasons for summoning him alone in this martial arts training room. As we followed Teacher Lu Zhong toward the martial arts training room, Teacher Lu Zhong said that we must perform well, as we might be able to directly obtain a special admission spot for the Western Azure Dragon Holy Academy. Fang Yu naturally knew that if he were chosen by war god Li Ran, it would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. After all, Li Ran was the god of war of the Western Theater Command. If he takes a liking to me, then I will have a very powerful backer in the military. With that, Fang Yu now had a lot of confidence, whether it was for cultivation or for dealing with the Zhao family behind Zhao Fanglan. As for people like Feng Mubai in the school, Fang Yu hadn't really thought about those aspects yet. What level have your awakened wind and earth elemental talents reached? Having been sensing the changes in Fang Yu's aura, Li Ran naturally released his wind and earth elemental powers under the scrutiny of his power. After all, the difference in strength between Fang Yu and him was still too great. Li Ran believed that he could get the answer directly through his investigation. But to his surprise, the aura of wind and earth elements on Fang Yu's body was as ethereal and unpredictable as the ocean and a gentle breeze. He was completely undetectable. Originally, he wanted to use his powerful mental energy to penetrate directly, but he was worried that this would have a great impact on Fang Yu. So I gave up and simply asked, "Wind system, earth system?" Fang Yu raised his head slightly and looked at Li Ran, who was looking at him with a somewhat puzzled expression. Fang Yu was slightly startled. It was obvious that when Li Ran from the Western Theater Command was watching him, he was using some mysterious methods to probe his strength and cultivation. Fang Yu knew that these powerful individuals, who had already reached the level of Grandmaster or above, possessed some extremely mysterious methods. Naturally, it would be extremely difficult for him to hide himself from such an existence. Certainly. For Fang Yu now, hiding himself from Li Ran would bring him no benefit whatsoever. On the contrary, now, in front of this war god of the Western Theater, what he needs to do is to show his strongest talent and combat power as much as possible. Only in this way can one's talents be truly discovered. In this world of advanced martial arts, on this blue planet, Fang Yu knew that for a genius martial artist to truly grow rapidly, they must obtain countless cultivation resources through various promotion systems in order to truly grow. And now, in Fang Yu's eyes, Li Ran, the god of war of the Western Theater Command, was a rare opportunity for him. Therefore, Fang Yu naturally had no intention of hiding anything. More importantly, the war god Li Ran in front of him was asking about his wind and earth element talent awakening levels. This means he already knows that his fire element is an SSS level god tier talent. This, I don't know yet, and I haven't had time to test it. The wind and earth elements were awakened after the fire element was awakened. Although I haven't tested it, I feel that the absorption and perception of the two elements are similar to the fire element that I awakened before. Although Fang Yu really wanted to say that his wind and earth elements were also SSS level. However, Fang Yu really couldn't explain why he knew the level of his awakened talent. He couldn't possibly say that he has a system of his own, could he? However, Fang Yu's words already revealed the message he wanted to convey. Sure enough, Li Ran, who was standing opposite Fang Yu in military uniform, immediately trembled upon hearing Fang Yu's words.
He was even more shocked. He had no doubt about Fang Yu's words, because he knew that a student like Fang Yu would never have any other thoughts in front of him. After all, when he looked at Fang Yu just now, he had already displayed his Grandmaster aura. Within the Grandmaster aura, no subtle movement of a martial artist of Fang Yu's level could escape his eyes and perception. You said your wind and earth elements awakened after your fire element? You haven't tested them yet? How long have you had your talents awakened? 3 questions in a row. Fang Yu nodded. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "About a few days ago, no more than 10 days, I don't remember exactly, after I awakened the fire element and became a martial artist, I went to the Martial Arts Association for certification. After certification, I successively awakened the wind and earth elements. Now, my wind and earth elements have also condensed battle patterns and I have completed the tempering of my entire right fist." As he spoke, Fang Yu extended his right hand. With his 5 fingers spread open, the 3 elements of power immediately began to manifest. The fiery red fire elemental battle runes slowly condensed, followed by swirling small gusts of wind, and then a layer of earth-yellow earth elemental battle runes covered and enveloped the entire palm of the right hand. Fang Yu then clenched his fist. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, followed by a muffled thud. What? At this moment, upon hearing Fang Yu's words and then witnessing the scene he presented, they were filled with joy. Even Li Ran, the war god of the Western Theater Command, widened his eyes, his heart filled with turbulent waves. You should know that when he saw the numerous cultivation materials about Fang Yu that Chen Yulan of the Tsunqing Martial Arts Association handed him, combined with the academic data of Fang Yu provided by Tsunqing Middle School, he had already done so. His first impression after seeing it was that it was unreal. After all, he had cultivated for many years and seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone like Fang Yu who had tempered his limbs to such an extent in just a few days after awakening his talent. More importantly, all the tests conducted by Tsunqing Middle School before showed that Fang Yu was just an ordinary student at the first level of body refinement who had not awakened any talent. This time, however, Fang Yu's talent and strength were beyond the imagination of countless people. But this wasn't the most shocking thing for Li Ran. To his shock, Fang Yu's talent was not awakened all at once. After the fire element awakened, the wind and earth elements were awakened in succession. More importantly, what did he just hear? Fang Yu said that the feeling of absorbing the power of wind and earth elements between heaven and earth was similar to the feeling of absorbing the power of fire elements before. Fang Yu's fire-type talent awakening is an unprecedented SSS level talent. Li Ran had never heard of anyone else awakening such a legendary talent. If what Fang Yu said is true, then it means that the wind and earth elements he awakened are very likely to be SSS talents as well. The moment the thought crossed Li Ran's mind, he immediately shook his head. Chapter 60 War God Li Ran, forming pills with bare hands. Okay, I will conduct a separate assessment for you next. As long as your strength and understanding of the 3 elemental powers satisfy me, I will try to secure a spot for you in the Western Theater Command's Genius Training Camp. At this moment, Li Ran suppressed his excitement. He quickly spoke up. In fact, based on the strength that Fang Yu has shown so far, SSS level fire talent. A genius martial artist with 3 different martial arts styles. In just 10 days, he went from awakening his talent to reaching the strength of a Xian level martial artist. These 3 points fully meet the standards of the Genius Training Camp, and even greatly exceed them. The reason Li Ran said this was that he wanted to further assess Fang Yu. He wanted to further examine Fang Yu's understanding and application of the 3 awakened talents. Fire element goes without saying it's an SSS level talent, and there's currently no statistical data or deductions regarding its power. Therefore, Li Ran could not predict how things would develop. Li Ran had some guesses about the earth and wind elements. However, Li Ran needs to experience things firsthand to make a more accurate judgment. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's face immediately lit up with excitement. Although he did not know the specifics of the Western Theater Command's Genius Training Camp. But as soon as he heard the name, he knew that this training camp was full of geniuses from the Western Theater Command. Good. As he spoke, Fang Yu headed toward the combat strength stone tablet to the side. Upon seeing this, Li Ran immediately smiled and said, "You don't need to use the Battle Power Stone Tablet. The Battle Power Stone Tablet is an inanimate object and cannot test your true strength at all. Unleash your full power and attack me. I see you're skilled in boxing, right? Of course, you can use any weapon, but you must fight me without holding back. Only then can I accurately assess your strength." Nu. Fang Yu nodded, then looked at the god of war Li Ran standing not far away,
and immediately felt as if he were looking at a towering mountain. Make your move. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed, and the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Li Ran. Without any hesitation, the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist erupted instantly. A raging vortex of wind and fire, carrying 3 colored fists, hurtled towards Li Ran's chest. However, Li Ran stood there motionless at this moment. Just as Fang Yu's fist was almost at his chest, Li Ran slowly raised his hand and placed it against his chest, his 5 fingers clenching. With a whoosh, it instantly caught Fang Yu's fist, and all the power vanished in an instant. Then push it forward slightly. With that gentle push, Fang Yu was immediately sent flying a great distance. With a loud thud, his body slammed heavily against the alloy wall of the martial arts training room before he regained his balance. Again! Li Ran, who was standing not far away, beckoned to Fang Yu. As he stepped forward once more, and a vortex of wind and fire began to appear on his tightly clenched right fist, Li Ran's eyes narrowed immediately, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Before Li Ran could even think, he sensed Fang Yu appearing before him at an incredible speed. Although such speed was nothing to Li Ran, he knew that even a Shin-level martial artist, or even some D-level martial artists, would have to put in some effort to defend against such speed. At this moment, Fang Yu held nothing back, unleashing the full power of the 3 elements he currently possessed, and even covering his fist with the netherworld-devouring worm to enhance his combat strength. A violent punch instantly created a vortex of wind and fire. Bang! A loud bang. The second punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist landed firmly on Li Ran's chest. But Li Ran stood there, not dodging the punch, but instead taking it head-on with his own body. After Fang Yu landed his punch, he immediately took 2 steps back. Fang Yu was extremely shocked and also worried that his punch might hurt War God Li Ran. After regaining his balance, he looked up and saw Li Ran staring at him in astonishment. War God Li, are you alright? Seeing Li Ran staring at him, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy. At this moment, Li Ran seemed to realize what was happening, and his face was full of surprise. It's truly surprising that he can actually use the power of both wind and fire elements in fusion. He truly deserves to be called a genius who has awakened an SSS-level fire talent. At this moment, Li Ran looked at Fang Yu standing there in front of her, her eyes filled with undisguised affection. This is absolutely the most monstrous talent Li Ran has ever seen so far. More importantly, it has only been 10 days since Fang Yu awakened his talent, until now, when he met him. To achieve this level in such a short time. This is beyond the reach of ordinary geniuses. Even some super geniuses would find it difficult to achieve. The more Li Ran thought about this moment, the more excited he became. It should be noted that only those who have reached the heavenly rank martial artist level or even become grandmasters can accomplish this. Just like him, who awakened both fire and wood elements, he only truly fused his dual elemental talents after becoming a grandmaster. Fang Yu, standing before them, had completely fused the power of both wind and fire elements. Is this the terrifying aspect of SSS level talent? Or perhaps his wind type talent is also SSS level? Upon thinking about this, Li Ran immediately had a scenario in mind that he himself dared not imagine. Alright, my assessment of you is over. Excellent, I'm very satisfied with your talent and ability. Just now, when the second punch landed on Li Ran was able to sense pain. Although it had no effect on him at all, Li Ran knew from this punch that Fang Yu still had energy left in the mock exam. As for the fist technique that Fang Yu practiced, Li Ran was also somewhat curious. Having just received 2 punches, as the war god of the Western Theater Command, he could clearly sense the power contained in those 2 punches, which were on completely different levels. The second punch was almost twice as powerful as the first punch. However, he didn't ask much about the cultivation technique Fang Yu practiced, since he knew that a super genius like Fang Yu must have some extraordinary encounters and secrets. But it was clear that he saw enormous potential in Fang Yu. In just over 10 days, things had already reached such a level, though Li Ran still found it hard to believe. However, Fang Yu awakened an SSS-level divine talent, which is unique in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he cannot use his usual understanding of the cultivation speed and comprehension of geniuses to judge him. I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to come with me to the Western Theater Genius Training Camp tomorrow morning to receive systematic training. If you agree, I will make time to train you. What I've awakened is a dual element of fire and wood. My fire element awakening is SS rank, and my wood element is S rank. I believe I can still teach you before you become a grandmaster. As he spoke, Li Ran raised his hand.
Almost the instant Li Ran raised his hand, the fire elemental power in the entire huge martial arts training room frantically converged towards Li Ran's palm. In the blink of an eye, a fireball appeared in his palm. At the same time, the temperature in the entire space suddenly rose. Some of the cultivation aids around were instantly melted by the high temperature. Even Fang Yu felt a scorching fire energy constantly impacting his body. If Fang Yu hadn't also awakened the fire element infused with the blood of the ancient god, resulting in a complete transformation of his body, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand in front of Li Ran at all. With a buzz, Li Ran squeezed his hand, and the condensed fireball transformed into a pill the size of a fingertip. It is entirely fiery red. Li Ran reached out and handed the finger-sized flame pill to Fang Yu, saying, Chapter 61 If you don't beat that little bastard Fang Yu to death, I'll divorce you. This is the simplest fire spirit pill. After reaching the Grandmaster level and gaining a certain understanding of the fire element, one can more accurately control the fire element power between heaven and earth. Then, through some special methods, one can manually fuse and directly condense this kind of fire spirit pill. But this fire spirit pill is roughly equivalent to the energy contained in one, or even half, a grade C fire attribute potion. What? Fang Yu was completely shocked when he heard Li Ran's words. He quickly looked at the fiery red pill, about the size of a finger, in his hand. He didn't hesitate at all. After all, he had seen the god of war Li Ran make it by hand right in front of him. It was put directly into the mouth. Immediately, Fang Yu felt the fire-type battle pattern in his Dantian tidal wave stir slightly and quickly condense into a little more length. The effect was indeed similar to using a C-grade fire potion. War God Li Ran, are you saying that after becoming a Grandmaster, you can condense such attribute-enhancing pills at any time? Li Ran nodded. But then, as if seeing through Fang Yu's thoughts, he immediately smiled calmly and said, However, very few people would do this. After all, a martial artist who can do this would not go to such great lengths to condense a fire spirit pill for their family or a junior they have their eye on, since condensing such an attribute-type spirit pill is extremely energy-consuming. Martial artists who have reached this level are generally not short of money, and also, this kind of elixir is actually not very useful for martial artists above the Grandmaster level. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu gave a slight, bitter smile. Only then did he realize that this was why the original owner had no memories of any attribute-based elixirs, and why the high school textbooks hardly mentioned them. Seeing Fang Yu's thoughtful expression, Li Ran realized that he had gone a bit off topic. The reason he had shown Fang Yu this skill was to tell him that he was currently capable of teaching him. She also wanted Fang Yu to know more subtle ways to use fire-based power. But unexpectedly, this caused Fang Yu to fall into other thoughts, and he immediately gave a wry smile and looked at Fang Yu, saying, Okay, I already mentioned the first option. The second option is that if you excel in the upcoming Western Theater Command's joint entrance exam of 100 schools and rank in the top 10, I will personally recommend you for a place in the Western Theater Command's top-tier talent development program. Of course, I can also provide you with free guidance during this period. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu seemed to have heard some new information. The top talent pool in the Western Theater Command? Top 10 in the joint examination of 100 schools. What if we win first place? Fang Yu immediately looked up and asked. First? It seems that Li Ran had never really thought about this question before, even though he knew that Fang Yu might be a terrifying super genius. However, the awakening of his talent came a little late, and the joint entrance examination of 100 schools was less than half a month away. He knew that Rongqing Middle School had many super geniuses, most of whom awakened their talents at the age of 13 or 14, or even 11 or 12. He has already reached the Earth rank martial artist level, or even the Heaven rank martial artist level. If Fang Yu can make it into the top 10, it will already be an exceptional performance in Li Ran's mind. First, if you really can get first place, I will give you a huge reward in all the cultivation resources you need. Not only that, I will also directly recommend you to become the captain of the first team in Sichuan, and then represent Sichuan in the Blue Star Genius Battle a year later. Blue Star Genius Battle? Fang Yu increasingly felt that he still knew too little about Earth. However, he also knew that everyone's understanding expands as their strength grows. I choose to stay at Songqing Middle School to participate in the upcoming joint entrance examination of 100 schools. Fang Yu made a decision quickly. The reason is actually very simple. Fang Yu knows that if he follows War God Li Ran into the Western Theater Command's Genius Training Camp, he might be able to obtain enough cultivation resources, but it would definitely not be comparable to the resources he would obtain by participating in the 100 schools joint examination and entering the Western Theater Command's top genius echelon, as described by War God Li Ran. Good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
After hearing Fong Yu's choice, Li Ran nodded in satisfaction.
Then he said, I see you also have a smart computer device. What's your virtual space account number? Let's add each other. In the future, if you have any questions or encounter any emergencies, you can quickly contact me through the smart computer. As he spoke, a glint flashed between Li Ran's brows, and immediately a virtual space account and nickname burning with flames appeared in front of him. Blazing War God. Naturally, Fong Yu quickly added Li Ran's virtual account. The two then chatted in the virtual space for a while. Li Ran was very satisfied with Fong Yu's record and achievements in the virtual space battle, and was even a little surprised. He was absolutely certain that Fong Yu would become a very powerful martial artist in the near future. The Western Theater Command must keep a super genius like Fong Yu firmly under its control. Outside the martial arts training room, Lu Zhong, Chen Yulan, Wu Taizhan, as well as the director of studies and vice principal of Songqing Middle School, were all waiting. Because both of his daughters needed surgery, Fong Guotao went to the martial arts hospital almost immediately after the mock exam. Just as the group was pacing back and forth outside, each lost in their own thoughts, the door to the martial arts training room opened. Li Ran and Fong Yu walked out side by side. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and it was clear that the two were having a pleasant conversation. Li Ran, the god of war, was also very satisfied with Fong Yu's assessment. War god Li Ran, and this kid Fong Yu. Wu Taizhan stepped forward and asked with anticipation. Li Ran nodded. I have already instructed him on what to do next, and I will continue to monitor his cultivation. What your Sunqing Martial Arts Association, Martial Arts Department, and school need to do now is to spare no effort to cultivate Fong Yu and these other top 10 geniuses. In the upcoming joint examination of 100 schools, I hope that someone from Songqing Middle School can break into the top 10. Upon hearing this, Wu Taizhan and his group nodded in agreement. They naturally knew who Li Ran was referring to when he said he hoped someone would make it into the top 10. Where is Fong Guotao? After looking around, Li Ran did not see Fong Guotao. Just now in the martial arts training room, Li Ran also asked about Fong Yu and Fong Guotao, although Li Ran knew that he shouldn't ask about these things. But this matter involves Fong Yu. He now regards Fong Yu as the person he has chosen, and naturally does not want Fong Yu to be affected by family matters in his cultivation. So he decided to warn Fong Guotao before leaving Songqing. Li Zhanchen, Principal Fong has gone to the hospital, his. The vice principal immediately stepped forward and spoke up. However, when he met Li Ran's cold gaze, he immediately lost his words. I understand, President Wu. I'll temporarily entrust Fong Yu, this promising talent, to you. I'll personally mentor him after the 100 schools joint examination. During this time, I don't want anyone to disturb his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wu Taizhan immediately nodded. Don't worry, War God Li Ran. Leave Fong Yu to me. I will make sure that no one will disturb his cultivation before the 100 schools joint examination. After hearing Wu Tieshan's assurance, Li Ran slowly nodded. Then he looked at Fong Yu and said, cultivate diligently and remember what I told you. Also, I will have someone send you some cultivation resources tonight. Thank you, War God Li. Fong Yu was deeply moved by Li Ran's words. He knew that Li Ran said those things so that he would no longer be influenced by the Fong family before the upcoming joint entrance examination of 100 schools. Cultivate diligently, I'll await your good news. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to contact me in the virtual space anytime. Fong Yu nodded. After saying that, Li Ran strode downstairs. A military vehicle was already parked under the martial arts training building of Songqing Middle School. And that was when Li Ran left Songqing Middle School. Songqing Martial Arts Hospital. Inside the VIP ward, Fong Guotao looked at Fong Xia, who had already undergone surgery and was lying in bed still unconscious. I felt uneasy. Because her other daughter, Fong Shixian, is still undergoing surgery. Fong Guotao, if you don't arrest that little beast Fong Yu and beat him to death this time, I'm divorcing you. I believe that as long as I tell my family about this, someone from the Zhao family will naturally stand up for me. Standing in front of the hospital bed, Zhao Fonglan gently stroked Fong Xia's pale and haggard face, then turned her head and glared fiercely at Fong Guotao, who stood there with a complicated expression, and shouted in a tearful voice. Just as Fong Guotao opened his mouth, there was a knock on the ward door. Principal Fong, your daughter Shishuan's surgery is complete. Please come over for a moment, we need to explain some things to you in detail. Chapter 62, My First Impressions of the Joint Entrance Examination for 100 Schools. Fan Yu chatted with Wu Taizhan, Chen Yulan, and the others for a few more minutes before hurrying off to his dormitory. This time, however, Fan Yu was recognized by many senior high school students as he walked down the street. Some girls who considered themselves pretty even went up to greet him. However, Fan Yu only responded to these people with polite smiles. As he quickened his pace, Fan Yu began to check the rewards he had received for winning first place in the 100-day countdown mock exam. Within the system's space, it was a talent pill, radiating a blue light. A ball of light shimmering with a strange glow. Fan Yu knew this was at least a Grandmaster-level cultivation technique. 30 grade C attribute potions. Based on his previous experience using talent pills to awaken his talents, Fan Yu knew that the talent pill he obtained this time was one that would help him awaken his wood element talent. However, Fan Yu did not immediately take the talent pill. Since it was already afternoon, he decided to treat his 3 roommates to lunch as agreed. After lunch, Fan Yu planned to go directly to the martial arts training room of the Martial Arts Association to train. When he attacked Li Ran, the god of war, his most powerful punch was like a tickle in front of him. After witnessing Li Ran's incredible skill in conjuring the fire spirit pill with his bare hands, Fan Yu realized that there are always people more capable than oneself, and that there is always something beyond one's understanding. I'm still too weak. The 100 schools joint examination is just a general term. There are more than just 100 schools in the entire Western Theater Command. Fan Yu knew that at least 400 or 500 cities, large and small, had fallen under the jurisdiction of the Western Theater Command. Each city has one high school, so there are at least 400 or 500 schools. Among them, Chengdu, Chongqing, Lanzhou, Yinchang, and Shuicheng are super cities with powerful martial arts families, so the geniuses there are naturally abundant. Although Sanqing is ranked first, it ranks low among the cities under the jurisdiction of the Western Theater Command and is incomparable to those super cities. To get into the top 10, I must work twice as hard in my training over the next 2 weeks. My 3 roommates and I went straight to a high-end martial arts restaurant and booked a private room. They ordered a huge table of dishes, including meat from ferocious beasts to replenish qi and blood, and all sorts of delicacies that Fan Yu had never eaten before. The other 3 roommates didn't stand on ceremony with Fan Yu either, especially Yen Dazhuan, who was eating a giant rhinoceros's leg with his mouth full of oil. Ayu, you've become quite the celebrity at Songcheng High School. You haven't seen it, but the school forum is full of posts about you. Our dorm room became famous along with it, ha! Wu Chuan, who was standing to the side, looked at the various messages about Fan Yu on the school forum on his phone. He said with a smile, I never expected that our dormitory 526 would produce one of the top students in Sanqing, and 2 of us would be in the top 10. Ayu, Dongzi, you 2 should be preparing for the 100 schools joint entrance examination soon. I've heard that everyone taking that exam is a genius. Qiandong nodded. According to the rules of this year's 100 school joint examination, Ayu and I are among the top 10 in Sanqing Middle School this year and have both obtained a spot. However, I had noticed before that although each school has 10 spots this year, I'm afraid most of them will be eliminated in the first round of qualifying. Dongzi, do you already know the specific rules for this joint entrance exam of 100 schools? Fan Yu was also very curious. His predecessor only knew that the 100 schools joint examination existed, but he never bothered to learn about it. After all, for his predecessor, the 100 schools joint examination was just a concept. The specific rules change every year, but the qualifying rounds will not change much. Although there may be 400 or 500 schools participating this year, I feel that no more than 30 or 50 will qualify in the end. After all, the qualifying rounds in previous years were more about teamwork. Although the number of places has increased this year, it will inevitably make the qualifying rounds more brutal. More importantly, the joint exam of 100 schools is not like a regular mock exam or a competition in a virtual space, but a real battle with the possibility of injuries or fatalities. Although they were accompanied and supervised by highly skilled military personnel, there were always times when they couldn't keep up, and deaths occurred every year. Fan Yu was somewhat shocked to hear this. In a joint entrance exam involving 100 schools, there were actually injuries and fatalities? So, although the rewards for the annual 100 school joint exam are generous, quite a few people give up participating because I heard there are certain casualty quotas every year. Fan Yu nodded. Suddenly, Fan Yu understood why Li Ran had shown approval in his eyes when he chose to stay at Sanqing Middle School to participate in the 100 schools joint examination in the school's martial arts training room. However, Fan Yu didn't care about this at all. Martial artists are meant to constantly compete and challenge each other. If they fear life and death, how can they ever become truly powerful? After all, when you actually encounter the terrifying beasts in the Void Rift, there's no chance to practice. Therefore, one must undergo true trials of life and death. In virtual space, you can only experience death and overcome the fear of death. The group then discussed the school's announcement regarding the rewards for students who ranked in the top 100 in the mock exam. The top 10 naturally received the most generous rewards. Fang Yu, who came in first, received a reward that even shocked him. Indeed, in this world, simply relying on one's own efforts to collect cultivation resources is far from comparable to the resources obtained by those who stand out and acquire them from schools and the military. The reward for being the top scorer in Sancheng in this mock exam alone. The reward for cultivation funds is as high as tens of millions. There were 100 C grade attribute potions and 10 B grade attribute potions. There are also alloy weapons worth millions and Xian level cultivation techniques as rewards. There are also some special rights granted by some schools and local martial arts associations. Ayu, you're about to strike it rich. If you use these cultivation resources, your strength will definitely improve significantly before the 100 schools joint examination. Yan Dezhuan grabbed a few peeled garlic cloves and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Then he spoke with a cheerful expression. Fang Yu naturally thought the reward was good, and more importantly, he could exchange it for cash if he didn't need it. This reward, combined with the system reward I just received, is enough to allow me to successfully break through to the profound rank in at least all 3 of my elemental attributes. However, Ayu, you've practically crippled Fang Shixian and Fang Xia this time. I think Principal Fang might try to sabotage your reward, since the reward requires both Chairman Wu and Principal Fang to sign off on it according to the procedure. Shandong, who frequently received various cultivation awards from the school, immediately spoke up and expressed his concerns. Wu Chuan and Yan Dazhuan also frowned slightly upon hearing Qiandong's words. I lived in the same dormitory for a year. They were naturally aware of the various treatments Fang Yu received in the Fang family, but they couldn't interfere with the past. If it were an ordinary family, they wouldn't care. However, this involves Principal Fang. Fang Yu smiled slightly. It's alright, I don't think Principal Fang would dare not sign off on my award. As they were talking, Fang Yu raised his glass. That's true, Dongzi. Think about it. Our Ayu has been noticed by War Godly Ran, and maybe War Godly Ran has already prepared a special admission spot for Ayu. He just wants to see if Ayu can make further progress in the upcoming 100 schools joint examination. Therefore, I don't think Principal Fang would dare touch Ayu's reward. Besides, isn't there also President Wu here? He's not just the president, but also the head of our Sancheng Martial Arts Department. After hearing Wu Chuan's analysis, Qiandong nodded in agreement. Raise your glass. It's almost dark outside. Let's go, like before, I'll treat everyone to some more barbecue, and the 4 of us from the dorm will have some drinks together. Yan Dazhuan quickly wiped his hands and said. Okay, we'll follow Dongzi's arrangements from now on, Fang Yu and Wu Chuan nodded, finished their drinks, and headed straight for the barbecue stall where the boys in their dorm usually gathered. Chapter 63, Taking it for granted, the bone-connecting tendons were severed. Songcheng Warrior Hospital. Standing in the corridor, Fang Guotao could see Fang Shixian lying in bed, still unconscious, through the window in the door. She had just undergone surgery. From the information the martial arts doctor had given him and from their conversation, he already knew that his third daughter, Fang Shixian, was in stable condition. However, compared to the situation of the fourth daughter, Fang Xia, Fang Shixian can be said to have become a completely useless person. Although they were able to wake up later, they had been fitted with an AI, and everything needed to be controlled by them. Aside from eating, drinking, and relieving itself, it's not much different from a bionic intelligent robot. Because these human organs and operating systems were not damaged. But he is absolutely cut off from cultivation. Just then, Zhao Fanglan, who had just left because she couldn't bear to see Fang Shixian, called. Xia is awake. Fang Guotao immediately turned around and headed towards the VIP ward. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Fang Shixian and her daughter Zhao Fanglan crying. Poetry and elegance. Dad. I'm too ashamed to live anymore, I don't want to live anymore, I'm like this, Upon learning of her current situation, Fang Shixian, who had just woken up, was completely numb. She simply cannot accept it. My once flawless body has turned into this. More importantly, his battle runes, which were almost fully formed, were completely shattered, and his entire dantian was replaced with cold, intelligent materials. Xia, it's okay, everything will be alright. Seeing his daughter like this, Fang Guotao felt a pang of sadness. It's all because of Fang Yu, that little beast. He's been here to bring disaster to our family from the very beginning. They've been at odds with us since the beginning, always stealing and causing trouble. Now they're even going so far as to harm my two daughters. Poor Shixian and Xia, now. At this point, Zhao Fanlan couldn't stop her tears from falling. Yes, it's all because of Fang Yu. I never expected him to be so hostile towards us. I'm not reconciled. Why, Dad? Why did you bring him back in the first place? If you hadn't brought him back, my sister and I wouldn't be like this. Wa'ada. Fang Shishuan's eyes were filled with hatred. But more than anything, she felt a chilling despair. She knew her life might be completely over. All of this is because of that little beast Fang Yu. She was determined to make Fang Yu die a horrible death. Xia, he. Fang Guotao originally wanted to say that Fang Yu had won first place in this mock exam and had gained the attention of the military, and that he had clearly figured it out. Li Ran, the war god of the Western Theater Command, came to Tsunching for Fang Yu. It seems that I didn't know enough about Fang Yu before. But right now, he wasn't even given a chance to speak. Then they heard Zhao Fanlan shout. Fang Guotao, are you even human? Xia and Shixian have been beaten up like this, and you still want to speak up for that bastard? Do you know that yesterday, that bastard Fang Yu actually tried to attack me, and he even tried to kill me? Are you blind? Let me tell you, if I don't see you cripple that little bastard and bring him to me and Xia tonight, I'm calling my parents right now. I'm going to make that little bastard pay for this. Fang Guotao immediately became nervous when he heard that Zhao Fanlan was going to call the Zhao family in Rongcheng. Fang Guotao, let me tell you, this is the opportunity I'm giving you. If you can't solve it, someone will naturally help my daughter and me. Also, the second son already knows about this, and she will be back in a while. You think you can protect that bastard Fang Yu? Fang Guotao, I've been giving you face all this time. You'd better do as I say, or I'll take care of you too. As she spoke, Zhao Fanlan grabbed Fang Guotao and pushed him out of the ward. Alan, about this. There's no room for negotiation. Either you bring your crippled bastard Fang Yu here tonight, or you can expect the wrath of the Zhao family starting tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Fanlan closed the door. Then he wiped away the tears in his eyes. He walked a few steps to Fang Xia, whose face was covered in tears, and hugged her in his arms. Mom, I'll sob. Don't cry, Xia. Mom will make that little beast Fang Yu pay a heavy price. When Shixian wakes up, I will take you back to the Zhao family. Your uncle and grandmother might be able to change your body that prevents you from cultivating. Fang Xia nodded upon hearing this. Mom, that little bastard Fang Yu must die. If he hadn't been so cruel to us, my sister and I wouldn't be here. Wah! Zhao Fanlan's eyes were filled with flames of hatred and anger. She gritted her teeth, then gently patted Fang Xia's back and said, I'll give your dad one more chance. If he can't bring the disabled Fang Yu to us, I'll make Fang Yu pay a price he can't bear. Fang Guotao didn't know how he got out of the hospital. Scenes of Fang Yu's life at home over the past year kept replaying in his mind. Although he knew there might be some conflicts between his wife, daughter, and son, he never expected it to escalate to this point. Yesterday, he didn't expect Fang Yu to be so ruthless, completely crippling his two older sisters for life. Was I really wrong? Shouldn't we bring Fang Yu back? But Fang Yu is his own son, back then. The thought of that woman who was several times better than Zhao Fanlan filled Fang Guotao with immense guilt. But now, Fang Yu is so cruel to his own sister. Indeed, the environment can change a person. All of this is because Fang Yu grew up in an orphanage, where no one cared about you and fighting was commonplace. Fang Guotao originally thought that this matter was not too serious and could be quickly dealt with as before. But now it seems impossible. With both of his daughters practically crippled, was he really going to cripple his only son as well? But if Fang Yu isn't found, my family might fall apart. He knew his wife, Zhao Fanlan, was not someone to be trifled with. Behind her was the Zhao family of Rongcheng, whom Fang Guotao dared not provoke. Because the Zhao family is very powerful in Rongcheng, and has many talented descendants, the Zhao family of Rongcheng has produced many grandmasters and war gods in the past. Even his current position as the principal of Tsuncheng Middle School is largely controlled by the Zhao family. Fang Yu, how could you be so useless? You're nothing like me. Sigh. With a sigh, Fang Guotao immediately strode towards the school. After much deliberation, he decided to bring Fang Yu back with him. In his view, as long as Fang Yu takes on the responsibility of caring for his two older sisters from now on, and also tones down his temper a bit, he can succeed. Given that Fang Yu has already demonstrated terrifying strength and talent, he will undoubtedly become a powerful martial artist in the future. If we find some rare and precious materials in the secret realm that can replace these intelligent materials, it might be able to restore Shirshen and Xia. The family will still be able to live in harmony then. After all, no matter what, family members are still connected even if their bones are broken. As he pondered, Fang Guotao's pace quickened considerably. Chapter 64. Fang Yu, come with me to the hospital right now. Sister Yu Bing, I really didn't know before. If I had known that our boss was this awesome, I wouldn't have challenged him in the first place. Wu Yunlu was also annoyed by Mu Yobing's question, who was surrounded by a cold aura. Before the mock exam, although he knew that his boss Fang Yu was very strong, he had no idea that Fang Yu's strength was actually so terrifying. Moreover, it has awakened 3 systems. He hadn't even considered this before. So, you really didn't know Fang Yu was a 3rd-tier student? Wu Yunlu nodded quickly. I really didn't know. The first time I met the boss, he used fire magic and defeated me in one move. You know that Fang Yu was very low-key at school and was often bullied by Fang Xia. His grades were really bad. I think he probably hadn't awakened his talent yet at that time. Mu Yubing nodded. Naturally, she immediately investigated all of Fang Yu's previous information. After all of Fang Yu's previous information was very easy to investigate, and there was nothing to hide. That's why Mu Yubing found it incredible that Fang Yu had become so powerful in such a short time. Is it really true that SSS level God level talent is so abnormally powerful when cultivated? As she muttered to herself, Mu Yubing let out a long breath. Alright, you can go home now. Wu Yunlu immediately stood up and turned to run away. By the way, next time you invite Fang Yu, invite me too. Good. Wu Yunlu readily agreed, and then turned and ran away as if fleeing. At this moment, watching Wu Yunlu run faster than a rabbit, Mu Yubing couldn't help but become more interested in Fang Yu, who had suddenly risen to prominence. Not only is the fire element an SSS level God tier talent, but it's also a genius across all 3 elements. This greatly shocked Mu Yubing. She knew the significance of God-level talent. Not to mention the entire Western Theater Command, or even the Dragon Kingdom, it may never have appeared on Earth. Therefore, no matter how unimaginable the transformation that occurred in Fang Yu, it all seems to be explainable. What made Mu Yubing somewhat suspicious was that when she made her move in the dormitory building yesterday, she could clearly feel a mental energy shock that was no weaker than her own. At the time, she didn't even think about Fang Yu. But now, the main street of Sungqing Middle School. Because of the large number of students, there are many roadside stalls here. There's teppanyaki fried rice, various spicy snacks, malatang spicy hot pot. There are barbecue stalls every few steps. Right now, a barbecue stall by the corner of the road is already full of people. Fang Yu and his group had already ordered a large table of barbecue, with a case of ice-cold beer next to each of them. The 4 of them had already drunk most of their drinks, and their eyes were all slightly glazed. Fang Yu picked up the chives and ate them in big bites. By the way, Yu, when did you awaken your talent? I've never heard you mention it before, and the level of your awakened talent isn't low, is it? Emboldened by the alcohol, Shen Dong raised his glass and asked. Actually, Shen Dong had wanted to ask this question before. Previously, Shen Dong was the strongest in the dormitory, and he had originally awakened the Gold SS level. It was precisely because of this that Shen Dong's cultivation speed was faster than that of ordinary students, and he quickly rose to fame in Sungqing Middle School. This is also why Yen Dashuang used Qian Donlai to pressure Du Changfeng when they faced each other, preventing him from making a move. It's only been about 10 days since I awakened. I'm currently focusing on the fire element. I don't have time to cultivate the earth and wind elements yet, but starting tomorrow, once the cultivation resources from the reward arrive, I will begin cultivating the earth and wind elements. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Wu Chuan and Yen Dezhuang both nodded. Qian Dong was utterly shocked. He awakened an SS-level talent, but it took him several days to go from condensing battle runes to tempering the first bone in his limbs. Not to mention that Fang Yu had already completed the tempering of his limbs within a few days of awakening his fire-type talent. Qian Dong couldn't even imagine such a cultivation speed.
But it was at this moment that Qian Dong became increasingly convinced that his previous guess might be true.
Fang Yu's awakened fire-type talent is very likely the legendary SSS-level god-tier talent. Come on, let's continue. Tonight we'll drink until we drop.
Starting tomorrow, Dongzi and I might both have to start our cultivation.
Seeing Qian Dong's thoughts, Fang Yu immediately spoke up. Qian Dong nodded and raised the battle cup.
However, I plan to train for a few days and then go on a mission with Wu Chuan and Da Zhuang.
Although it's a bit dangerous, that's precisely why I can further improve my combat skills.
That's right, Au. With your strength, you can definitely take on some missions issued by the Martial Arts Association. This way, you can not only obtain some cultivation resources, but also further improve your combat ability. After all, during the 100 schools joint examination, practical combat is the most important thing. Wu Chuan raised his glass, finished speaking, and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, after the rewards come out in a couple of days, we can train for a few days and then go on missions together.
This is a feeling that the virtual world can't give us at all.
Although some missions are extremely dangerous, they can improve our abilities in all aspects.
After finishing his drink, Qian Dong opened another bottle, filled it to the brim, and then looked at Fang Yu.
Fang Yu, however, had no plan to carry out the mission.
Fang Yu had no intention of teaming up with anyone.
After all, once he fully absorbed the cultivation resources from this wave of rewards, his strength would undoubtedly increase further.
By then, the tasks he would choose would be far beyond what his 3 roommates could handle.
Therefore, Fang Yu decided to act alone.
Fang Yu shook his head slightly. He then explained, I haven't thought about doing any missions yet.
If I do decide to go later, I'll contact you then. As they spoke, the group raised their glasses again. But just as the group was enjoying their barbecue and ice-cold beer, Fang Yu suddenly sensed a powerful and familiar aura locking onto him. He then put down his wine glass and turned his head, where he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a martial arts suit and custom-made black leather shoes walking towards their stall.
Nature.
At this moment, Qian Dong and Wu Chuan, who were sitting opposite Fang Yu, had already seen the person who had arrived.
It was none other than Fang Guotao.
After taking a few steps behind Fang Yu, Fang Guotao suppressed his anger and looked at Fang Yu, saying in a low voice,
Fang Yu, come with me to the hospital right now to visit your 2 older sisters. Chapter 65 Fang Guotao, you really don't deserve it. Fang Yu, who was sitting there, couldn't help but find Fang Guotao's words amusing. Principal Fang, you want me to go to the hospital with you? Are you sure you're not joking?
Fang Yu originally had no good feelings towards Fang Guotao, and in fact, the tragic despair of his predecessor was largely caused by Fang Guotao.
Naturally, Fang Yu wouldn't give him any friendly treatment. Although Fang Guotao is a peak Earth rank martial artist, so what? This is a busy downtown area.
If Fang Guotao makes his move here, he is confident that he can leave as quickly as possible. In Sancheng, Fang Guotao did have some status and power, but compared to Old Man Wu, he seemed insignificant. Almost immediately, when Fang Yu noticed Fang Guotao walking towards him, he notified Wu Taizhan.
You call me Principal Fang? Fang Yu, it seems I haven't disciplined you properly for too long.
Your wildness and strange temper before are indeed as your mother said, you are an ungrateful wretch.
Fang Guotao almost broke down when Fang Yu addressed him as Principal Fang.
He never expected that his son would call him Principal Fang instead of Dad.
What a rebellious son. Think what you want.
Ever since I left the Fang family last time, I've already decided to sever all ties with your Fang family. As for what kind of life I've had in the Fang family this past year, I believe that as the head of the family, you couldn't possibly not know.
Sever ties?
Fang Yu, you really don't care much about blood ties. If I had known you were such a cold-blooded and violent person, I would have regretted bringing you back in the first place. At this moment, the slight guilt Fang Guotao had felt towards Fang Yu had completely vanished.
Also, you want to sever ties with me? You can't just do it like that.
At this moment, Fang Yu slowly stood up. Looking at Fang Guotao in front of me. Principal Fang, although you are the principal of Sancheng Middle School, you may not know me very well. I to Fang Yu, did long for family affection before. After you brought me back, I also thought about living my life as an ordinary person in the Fang family.
But your wife, Zhao Fanglan, won't allow it.
Your daughter is afraid I'll take away your Fang family's property, so she abuses me every day and even tries to kill me.
I don't believe you don't know all this.
Since he was going to break off all pretense of civility, Fang Yu naturally had no reservations. Moreover, he knew that if he wanted to completely sever ties with his original family, it would inevitably lead to a life or death situation. After all, once some people's thinking becomes fixed, they will only truly understand when they are sent to a place where they don't have to think. Fang Yu didn't have time to waste on these people. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have crushed Fang Guotao long ago. Is this why you crippled your two older sisters? Is this the reason you attacked your own mother and even tried to kill her? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Fang Guotao, who was wearing a suit, and pointed to his own head. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Fang Guotao, you're the principal of Songqing Middle School. I really don't know how you got to this position. Moreover, I, Fang Yu, originally had little to do with you. My parents died in the Beast Tide when I was young, and I was raised in a martial arts orphanage. As for the mother you mentioned, are you sure Zhao Fanlan is my mother? Stop pretending, I'm not stupid. At this moment, Fang Guotao's eyes were filled with coldness. Looking at Fang Yu in front of him, he suddenly felt that this person was not the son who was related to him by blood in his previous home. The son was timid and cowardly, and very respectful to him. They are very polite even when speaking to themselves, let alone speaking to themselves in this manner. From yesterday until now, he has been thinking about what's wrong with his son, Fang Yu. How dare you? Is this how you speak to your own father? Fang Yu sneered. Go away, I won't go to the hospital with you. And what would I do at the hospital? Go check if those two idiots, Fang Shixian and Fang Xia, are dead yet? You. At this moment, Shendong and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Fang Yu, who had always been weak and submissive in handling such matters, would actually confront Fang Guotao head-on. Moreover, his tone showed absolutely no regard for Fang Guotao as his father. The Fang Yu before my eyes was like a completely different person. Fine, very well. Fang Yu, I'm not here to ask for your opinion. Come with me right now, don't force me to take action, or you'll be in big trouble. Fang Guotao finally lost his patience, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart could no longer be contained. I've already said, I, Fang Yu, have nothing to do with you, Fang Guotao. If you're here to avenge your two daughters, then go ahead and do it. As he spoke, Fang Yu's whole body tensed up. His mental energy was instantly released, locking onto Fang Guotao. As soon as Fang Guotao made a move, Fang Yu would unleash his most powerful attack. Okay, very good. I originally thought that if you and your mother apologized, and then took care of your two older sisters to recover, there would still be room for redemption. But now it seems that you have not realized your mistakes at all. Fang Yu found it utterly ridiculous. However, he did not explain. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling Qiandong and the other two to leave quickly. Buzz. Almost as soon as Qiandong and the other two stood up, a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from Fang Guotao. In an instant, the people eating barbecue snacks around them all dispersed. Most of them were students from Songqing Middle School, and they immediately took out their phones upon seeing this scene. They dispersed to what they considered a safe distance and began to discuss various things. However, Fang Yu had no time to pay attention to any of this at the moment. He took a sudden step forward, facing the terrifying pressure. Fang Guotao, are you really going to fight me here? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your position as the principal of Songqing? Fang Yu was now under an ever-increasing pressure, with wind and fire surging wildly around him. You unfilial son, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You have no respect for others and speak without thinking. It's no wonder you picked up bad habits over the past 10 years. You can't change them without a beating. Fang Guotao took a step forward after shouting. Then, he grabbed directly at Fang Yu's head with a palm strike. At this point, Fang Guotao was completely enraged. He had never seen anyone so disrespectful to him, especially since this person was his own son. Ah, you! Get out of my way! Shendong was about to make a move in a flash when he was immediately swept away by Fang Guotao's cold gaze. Then, an extremely terrifying cyan phantom directly sent the three of them flying. With a loud bang, it smashed the food stall not far away. Fang Guotao, how dare you touch my brother? Today you either kill me, or I will make you pay the price. At this moment, Fang Yu's power erupted wildly and gathered in his right fist. Facing Fang Guotao's outstretched blue hand, Fang Yu roared and threw a punch directly at the blue hand. Brothers? You're just a kid, what do you know about brothers? You're nothing but fair-weather friends, you unfilial son, how dare you threaten me? Today I'll cripple you.
As they spoke, the what elemental power on that cyan hand once again unleashed a terrifying pressure. The next moment, they collided directly with Fong Yu's punch. Chapter 66, Suspend yourself for now, go back and reflect on your actions. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded as the two collided. With a whoosh, a terrifying wave of force spread outwards, knocking over some students and diners in the vicinity. Immediately, screams and cries of alarm rang out. Fong Guotao was shocked as he felt the burning sensation on his hand. However, he was, after all, a martial artist at the peak of the earth rank, and he cultivated the power of wood. At this moment, as a series of blue lights flashed on his palm, the burnt areas on his palm were completely healed. Look up! Fong Yu was sent flying by his punch, crashing heavily into the wall of the barbecue stall in front of him. At this moment, Fong Guotao did not hesitate at all. He naturally knew that taking action here would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, especially given his own identity. If it gets exposed, it will inevitably bring endless trouble to oneself. Fong Yu had really angered him to the point of losing his temper. He glanced at the people around him, then took a step forward and arrived directly in front of Fong Yu. He reached out and was about to grab Fong Yu, who was injured at the moment. But that's exactly when he reached out to grab Fong Yu. Suddenly, a layer of earth yellow defensive shield appeared around Fong Yu. Fong Guotao was shocked, but at this moment he had no time to think about it. He had to resolve this matter quickly and leave. Immediately, the what elemental power on Fong Guotao's outstretched palm almost solidified, and he suddenly pressed it onto the earthen yellow defensive shield. With a whoosh, the earthen yellow defensive shield surrounding Fong Yu shattered. But right now, Fong Yu has disappeared. Turning to the side, Fong Guotao's eyes were filled with shock and solemnity when he saw the person approaching from not far away. Minister Wu, what brings you here? It was obvious that Fong Guotao's tone changed immediately when he saw Wu Tieshan's palm strike against Fong Yu. Although Fong Guotao was a peak earth rank expert in Sanqing, he was also the principal of Sanqing Middle School. But he still dared not act rashly in front of Wu Taishan. At this moment, Wu Taishan merely glanced at him coldly before reaching out and placing his hand on Fong Yu's wrist. Feeling that Fong Yu had not suffered any serious injuries, but had only exhausted all his strength, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Fong Yu shook his head slightly. Fong Guotao witnessed the scene. He immediately looked at Fong Yu, and then spoke coldly. Fong Yu, aren't you coming over here? Come back with me. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu gave a faint smile. Principal Fong, didn't I make myself clear before? I have nothing to do with you anymore. If you want revenge for your two daughters, you are welcome to do it again. Fong Yu had never been afraid before, let alone now that Wu Taishan had arrived. Fong Yu was even less worried. Upon hearing Fong Yu's words, Fong Guotao stood there, his what elemental power erupting once more, his eyes fixed intently on Fong Yu. But it was at this time that Wu Taishan took a small step forward. Immediately, a powerful earth elemental force was suddenly bestowed upon Fong Guotao. The next moment, Fong Guotao felt his body suddenly become heavier, and even taking a step became difficult. Minister Wu, what do you mean by this? Fong Yu is my son, Fong Guotao's son. I discipline my son. This is a family matter for the Fong family. Are you going to interfere? At this moment, Fong Guotao was extremely depressed. But he knew he had no chance against Wu Taishan, because he was no match for him. But with the terrifying power that had just erupted, he was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. Family matters? Wu Taishan couldn't help but sneer and continued. From the moment Fong Yu won first place in this simulated Sanqing, everything about Fong Yu has been under the high attention and protection of the Martial Arts Association and the military. As for the relationship between you and your classmate Fong Yu has told me several times that although his household registration is still in your Fong family, War Godly Ran has made it clear that after this 100 schools joint examination, he will personally guide Fong Yu in cultivation. I'm sure you understand what that means, right? Upon hearing this, Fong Guotao trembled. You're saying, impossible, how could that be? Even if he suddenly rises to prominence and becomes number one in Sanqing, he... Alright. Fong Guotao, I checked your martial arts file before I came. You've been the principal of Sanqing Middle School for 10 years now, haven't you? Fong Guotao, who had been interrupted, was about to retort, but upon hearing these words, he suddenly realized something. Looking up at Wu Taishan, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit, I saw him. He remained silent, looking dazed. Given your behavior yesterday and tonight, you are no longer fit to be the principal. However, I will give you a chance to appeal. You will be temporarily suspended from your duties from now on. Go back and reflect on your actions. A new appointment will be issued in 3 days. Minister Wu, this. Wu Taizhan waved his hand and said, "You have 3 days to appeal." After saying that, Wu Taizhan and Fang Yu flashed away and disappeared from the spot. It took Fang Guotao a long time to look in the direction where the two had disappeared. His eyes were filled with frustration, anger, and resentment, a complex mix of emotions. Was I wrong? Fang Guotao looked at the large area of the snack and barbecue stalls in front of him, which was now a mess, although there were still some students and diners watching from a distance. But none of them dared to approach. No, I did nothing wrong. I can't be wrong. All of this is because of Fang Yu, that unfilial son. Just as Alan said, he had ill intentions from the very beginning. Not only did he harm his 2 daughters, but now he's also suffering because of this unfilial son. The more Fang Guotao thought about this moment, the angrier he became. Fang Yu, it's not as simple as you think if you want to disown me as your father. Sever ties? It's ridiculous. Fang Guotao roared inwardly. At this moment, a complex mix of emotions overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to suppress his anger. Wu Taizhan brought Fang Yu directly to the Martial Arts Association. He then handed over a box that Li Ran, the god of war, had sent to Fang Yu. This is something that war god Li Ran specially delivered last night. Fang Yu took the box, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be quite heavy. Also, the reward for winning first place in Sangcheng should be coming out tomorrow. I'll have Yubing deliver it to you then. Did Mu Yubing send it to me? Fang Yu began to wonder again what the relationship was between Mu Yubing and Wu Taizhan. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Elder Wu. Wu Taizhan smiled slightly, then reached out and patted Fang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Don't have any mental burden in the coming days. I will have someone handle things with the Fang family. The joint entrance exam for 100 schools in about 10 days is the most important thing for you right now. Cultivate diligently, prepare well, and don't let war god Li Ran down. Go!" Fang Yu nodded. He turned around, picked up his suitcase, and walked directly into a nearby martial arts training room. Chapter 67: The Miraculous Pills Sent by War God Li Ran. Sancheng Martial Arts Association. Inside the martial arts training room, Fang Yu hung up the phone and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was worried about his 3 roommates, but thankfully Chen Dong said on the phone that they were all fine and had returned to the dorm to rest. He also asked Fang Yu if he was alright. After chatting for a few more minutes, Fang Yu finally relaxed. He knew that if old man Wu hadn't shown up tonight, Fang Guotao would never have let him off so easily. Similarly, 3 roommates probably aren't doing any better. Therefore, Wu Tieshan's timely appearance avoided a lot of trouble. However, Fang Yu also realized from this incident that he and the Fang family had reached a point of no return. Although Fang Yu didn't know how his predecessor would view this matter. But the Fang Yu of today is not the same Fang Yu as before, so he will handle everything in his own way. Or rather, from the moment he arrived on Blue Star, the Fang Yu of Blue Star has been completely changed. Take a deep breath. Fang Yu knew that whether it was dealing with the Fang family issue at hand, the upcoming 100 schools joint examination, or his future cultivation path, he needed to go out and truly explore the secrets of the entire Blue Star. As for his own background, Fang Yu didn't want to investigate it at all, it was pointless. As a transmigrator, Fang Yu knew what kind of world this was, so he took it all in stride. Ultimately, only when you reach a certain level can you truly see through the many unknown secrets of this world. Or rather, a secret known only to a select few. Otherwise, why would we say that truth is often in the hands of a minority? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Wu Taizhan said, he shouldn't think about anything else now. All he should do now is cultivate and prepare for the upcoming 100 Schools Alliance. Put aside all your thoughts. Fang Yu immediately turned his gaze to the heavy metal box that Li Ran, the god of war, had given him. It's obvious. This must contain cultivation resources given to him by the god of war Li Ran, but what exactly are they? Fang Yu was very curious. After all, he was a well-known war god in the Western Theater Command. Based on his own performance during the day and the attitude shown by war god Li Ran, Fang Yu naturally knew that his performance had already earned the approval of this war god of the Western Theater Command. Although war god Li Ran didn't explicitly say so, Fang Yu knew that after passing the 100 schools joint examination, he would be able to directly cultivate under war god Li Ran's guidance.
Naturally, this is a resource and opportunity that countless talented martial artists desire.
Thinking about this, Fong Yu became even more excited. Slowly opened the metal box in front of him. The alloy box was marked with military insignia.
When Fong Yu carefully opened the box, the first thing he saw was 20 fiery red attribute potions.
Fong Yu picked up the potion, which had a military-specific insignia on it.
With a little mental perception, one can clearly sense the rich and domineering pure fire attribute energy filling it, even though it is labeled as a C-grade attribute potion. However, because it was for military use only, and Fong Yu could sense that it contained energy equivalent to at least several of the C-grade attribute potions currently circulating in the martial arts association that he was using.
In addition, Fong Yu also saw 5 porcelain vases.
These 5 porcelain bottles naturally contained pills. Fong Yu immediately reached out and picked up one of the bottles, pouring out a pill. The pill is somewhat similar to the bone tempering pill, except that it has some patterns on it and is also larger in size. Envelop the pill with your mental energy, feeling the violent and pure energy within it, which is several times that of a regular bone tempering pill, and it also contains a pure and gentle restorative power. Because there was no annotation on the porcelain bottle, and Fong Yu had never encountered such a pill before, he didn't know what kind of pill it was. However, after sensing it with his spiritual power, Fong Yu judged that it should be a type of bone tempering pill, but with much stronger effects than the bone tempering pill. Fong Yu decided not to delve into what exactly it was for the time being. He knew that War Godly Ran would never harm him, and the cultivation resources he received would be exactly what he needed most at the moment.
Temper your bones.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fong Yu slowly closed the alloy box, and then took out the cyan talent pill that the system had rewarded him with this time. Fong Yu, who had already taken the talent pill several times, did not hesitate and put the talent pill directly into his mouth.
As a powerful and extremely pure wood element aura rapidly gathered in his dantian, Fong Yu could clearly sense the wood element power throughout the martial arts training room rapidly converging towards his dantian.
At the same time, Fong Yu used his mental power to quickly check the 30 attribute potions that the system had rewarded him with.
Sure enough, they were all C-grade wood attribute potions.
As the surrounding wood elemental power rapidly converged into his body, Fong Yu sensed the nascent form of a wood-type battle pattern slowly emerging in his dantian.
Host has successfully awakened the wood element talent, awakening level SSS.
Immediately, the system's talent page appeared before Fong Yu's eyes. In addition to the 3 talents he had previously awakened, a new Earth-type talent had been added.
Earth-type talent SSS rank. It's SSS level again. Fong Yu felt a surge of excitement and became even more eager for the talent pills that the system rewarded. If I could obtain more talent pills, wouldn't that mean I could awaken more talent types?
At that time, I could say I could become a genius martial artist with all talent types.
Thinking about this, Fong Yu couldn't help but feel even more excited.
Of course, he knew that such a talent pill was extremely rare. After all, he had never heard of it before, and the few talent pills he obtained were all system rewards.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Fong Yu focused his mind and quickly absorbed the wood elemental power in the entire martial arts training room, wanting to condense battle runes as soon as possible so that his combat power could be enhanced once again.
Moreover, there are probably only a handful of martial artists in Sichuan who have awakened all 4 elements. Several hours had passed, and perhaps because the wood elemental power in the martial arts training room was still somewhat lacking, the wood-type battle patterns could not be truly condensed.
Fong Yu immediately summoned 5 C-grade wood attribute potions from the system space with a single thought. He gulped down all 5 wood attribute potions into his mouth.
As the 5 wood attribute potions entered his body, they were instantly absorbed and transformed into pure wood elemental power, which swirled around the still unformed illusory wood elemental battle runes.
Buzz.
In less than an hour, Fong Yu had successfully condensed the wood-type battle runes. Fong Yu, having successfully condensed the wood-type battle runes, did not stop. With a wave of his hand, all 25 wood attribute potions from the height of summer flew to his front. They were poured into Fong Yu's mouth one by one in a row. In an instant, ripples of blue light spread around Fong Yu's entire body. As the cyan ripples oscillated, the wood element battle patterns in Fong Yu's dantian continued to converge, condense, and extend, instantly covering Fong Yu's right palm.
Hiss 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 hiss. Bone tempering began naturally. Gurgle.
During the tempering process, thanks to his experience, Fong Yu almost didn't hesitate to put the patterned bone tempering pill into his mouth.
Sizzle. Buzz.
Almost the instant the pill entered his body, Fong Yu felt the wood element battle patterns rapidly lengthen, and the pain etched on his hand bones lessened considerably.
Previously, it would take 10 or even several tens of minutes to inscribe and temper a finger bone, but now, the tempering was completely completed in the short time it took for the effects of a single pill to fully spread. This is Chapter 68, A Punch to the Resurrection. It was him all along? Fan Yu couldn't help but open his eyes abruptly, looking at the unusual bone tempering pill floating in front of him, shimmering with soft light and engraved with patterns. This bone tempering elixir is almost 100% successful. What kind of elixir is this? Fan Yu couldn't help but feel increasingly shocked by Li Ran's grand gesture. However, this only strengthened Fan Yu's resolve on one point. Taking a deep breath, Fan Yu continued to immerse himself in the cultivation of tempering his bones with the power of wood. Several hours passed. Fan Yu slowly opened his eyes. Fan Yu had completely exhausted the energy of the 30 C-grade wood-type powers. At the same time, under the influence of the miraculous bone tempering pill, Fan Yu successfully completed the tempering of all the bones in his right fist. Next, we'll need to replenish wood-type spirit crystals or attribute potions to continue. Looking at the bottle of 10 pills that had already been used up, Fan Yu couldn't help but feel a little heartache. This kind of pill must be hard to obtain, otherwise Fan Yu would never have seen it before in the Martial Arts Association. It might be a special medicine for the military. Thinking about this, Fan Yu couldn't help but feel even more eager to get into the military as soon as possible. What Fan Yu didn't know was that although the super bone tempering pill that Li Ran gave him did have a very high chance of successfully tempering bones, it wasn't 100% guaranteed. The bones of the limbs are relatively better, but the spine and skull are different. Fan Yu's ability to successfully refine the material 100% was actually directly related to his awakened SSS level divine talent. It's like a convergence of battle runes. In fact, it is extremely difficult for even ordinary martial artists. Especially for those with low awakened talent levels, not only do they need to consume a large number of condensation pills, but they also need auxiliary attribute potions, and it takes a long time to successfully condense the talent. Fan Yu was able to successfully condense it in a short time because of his SSS talent. Take a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, Fan Yu reached out and grabbed the ball of martial arts technique light that was emitting a strange glow. With a hum, Fan Yu immediately felt a slight tremor in his sea of consciousness. Immediately afterwards, a set of saint-level wood-type cultivation techniques appeared in Fan Yu's sea of consciousness. The invincible Saint King's skill. A wood-based cultivation technique that focuses on rapid recovery, consisting of 10 levels. After mastering the first level of cultivation, the recovery speed from injuries is 10%. After that, the recovery speed increases by 10% for each level you advance to. After mastering the skill, one can launch almost endless attacks, because once the recovery ability reaches 100%, one can fully recover in just a few breaths. Simple, straightforward, and clear. It is a saint-level technique that brings the restorative properties of wood to their fullest potential. Fan Yu then began to cultivate the basics. This saint-level wood-type technique, invincible Saint King technique, uses vast and pure wood-type power to circulate throughout the body's meridians, and consists of a total of 10 meridian circulation diagrams. At this moment, Fan Yu was operating the first level of the meridian diagram. I don't know how much time has passed. Fan Yu let out a long breath and suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement. Clearly, he has successfully entered the first level of the invincible Saint King technique. Although he has not yet reached the peak, Fan Yu has found some tricks by constantly circulating wood elemental power into his meridians. It's only a matter of time before they reach their peak. As I stood up, my stomach started growling loudly. Fan Yu immediately glanced at the time behind him. It was almost noon the next day. No wonder my body was sending warning signals. Fan Yu immediately got up and left the martial arts training room, then went to a martial arts restaurant next to the Martial Arts Association to have a big meal. As his strength continued to improve, Fan Yu also discovered that his appetite was terrifyingly large. What used to take him several days to finish was now not enough for one meal. Fortunately, Fan Yu now has enough funds. Fan Yu. Just as Fan Yu finished lunch and was about to return to the martial arts training room, he was stopped by a clear, cold voice. Mu Yubing, what brings you to the Martial Arts Association? Looking at Mu Yubing, who was dressed in a white, specially made martial arts outfit, with her long, fair legs exposed and black women's leather shoes on her feet, her delicate and cold face held an indescribable complex expression. Fan Yu quickly put on a smiling face and greeted him. After all, Mu Yubing in front of them was the goddess and school beauty of many people in Sunqing Middle School, much more substantial than the previous vase-like school beauty Fang Xia. More importantly, she had saved his life before, and Fang Yu had a very good impression of her. What? The Martial Arts Association isn't just yours, you know. And do you think I came here because I wanted to see you? I came here to give you the prize for first place this time. Mu Yubing deliberately acted a little angry as she spoke. Well. What, I came all this way and you're not even going to offer me a token of appreciation? Express? Looking at the aloof and beautiful woman in front of him, Fang Yu felt a little embarrassed. However, just as Fang Yu was about to speak, he heard Mu Yobing's teasing voice say, "If you want to treat me to dinner, forget it. How about this, you and I will have a virtual battle, and if you win, I'll give you the reward. If you lose." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu couldn't help but grin and say, "Mu Yubing, the first prize was originally mine. Using it as a wager is a bit like bullying me." Mu Yubing nodded in agreement. Then, after a moment's thought, he said, "In that case, I won't let you lose out. We'll each put up 1 million as a bet. If you beat me, I'll give you 1 million. If you lose, you give me 1 million. 1 million? Fang Yu naturally wanted to spar with Mu Yubing, a mentalist. Although Fang Yu was also a first-level mentalist, he had hardly explored or practiced the mentalist's cultivation and attack methods. Mu Yubing, on the other hand, is a true genius mentalist. Perhaps I will gain new insights after fighting with her. As for 1 million, it's not so easy to take your own money. Good." Having received Fang Yu's consent, Mu Yubing breathed a sigh of relief and then walked straight into a martial arts training room that happened to be empty next door. He immediately sat cross-legged. With a flash of a beautiful bracelet on her wrist, Mu Yubing entered the virtual spacetime. "What's your name in this virtual world? I challenge you. One punch to the afterlife." Fang Yu didn't hide anything and sat cross-legged. With a flash of light from the quantum computer ring on his finger, Fang Yu directly entered the virtual spacetime. At this moment, Mu Yubing, whose figure had already appeared in an extremely quiet and elegant villa, learned Fang Yu's virtual spacetime name. He couldn't help but look shocked. He delivered the dead with a single punch, so it was him? Chapter 69: The Ancient Ice and Snow City, the killing intent from the spiritualist. Clearly, as fellow geniuses, Mu Yubing was also paying attention to the Hidden Dragon ranking. The appearance of the name One Punch to Salvation on the Hidden Dragon list naturally attracted the attention of many people. Mu Yubing was one of them. Similarly, he had previously considered challenging this One Punch Salvation from the Hidden Dragon ranking. Unexpectedly, this genius who suddenly appeared on the Hidden Dragon ranking was right beside him. And now he was sitting cross-legged in front of her, and for some reason Mu Yobing's heart was pounding. However, she quickly adjusted her state, took a deep breath to calm herself down, and then brought up the virtual space battle arena and entered the name of the opponent she wanted to challenge. Fang Yu, who was sitting in the quiet courtyard drinking tea, watched the changes in his name on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Then, upon reviewing the information, they discovered that the number of people who had freely challenged themselves in the past few days had reached over 100. However, Fang Yu ignored all of these. "You have received a challenge message from Icebone Girl." Icebone Girl? Fang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Mu Yubing to have such a name. I immediately clicked on the challenge message and selected agree. The next moment, Fang Yu felt a sudden change in the void in front of him, followed by a dazzling white light. When his vision cleared, Fang Yu found himself standing in a cold, ancient city. All around were palaces and pavilions carved from ice and jade, and although the sun was high overhead, it seemed to have no warmth at all. Fang Yu landed on a huge training ground in this ancient, snowy city. Before him stood Mu Yubing, a graceful young woman dressed in a custom-made silver-white tight-fitting martial arts outfit, her face completely covered by a mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, her arms crossed. This look is exactly that of a cold-blooded female assassin. However, for some reason, when Fang Yu, a bald, burly middle-aged man, saw Mu Yubing, the cold-blooded female assassin, a desire to conquer suddenly arose in his heart. Your look. As Mu Yubing stood there, after extending the invitation, she had been thinking about what exactly the one punch to the end technique looked like. A burly, muscular man? A dashing young gentleman? A young boxer? After all, she had only noticed the name One Punch to Salvation before, and had never actually watched the fight. After all, Fang Yu has only been on the Hidden Dragon list for a short time, and in the past 2 or 3 days, not only Tsangcheng has been holding mock exams, but almost the entire Dragon Kingdom has been holding mock exams. Therefore, there are fewer simulated time-space challenges against Fang Yu, especially the irresistible challenges initiated through the Hidden Dragon ranking,
which are almost non-existent now. As the light flashed before his eyes, a burly, middle-aged, bald man descended from the sky and stood in front of him.
This really startled Mu Yubing. "Ha, isn't my look great?"
As Fan Yu spoke, he expertly patted his bald head.
Mu Yubing looked slightly embarrassed. Indeed, very unique.
Seeing Fan Yu touching his almost glowing bald head, Mu Yubing was momentarily stunned. However, Mu Yubing quickly calmed down at this moment. The reason she proposed to fight Fan Yu was that she wanted to find out the answer she was looking for through this fight.
Take a deep breath. Mu Yubing's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Well then, Fan Yu, it's time for me to make my move." Fan Yu nodded.
He immediately dropped his previous amiable demeanor and tensed up. He knew that Mu Yubing in front of him had completed the ice-based tempering of her limbs, just like him.
More importantly, Mu Yubing was a mentalist.
Fan Yu knew that Mu Yubing possessed a spherical weapon from the moment she stepped in to protect him in the dormitory corridor a few days prior and saved him from Fan Guotao's clutches.
While Fan Yu was focused on Mu Yubing didn't say anything unnecessary. She made her move.
In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of silver-white light, appearing before Fan Yu in the blink of an eye. He slapped Fan Yu in the chest with his palm.
An instant chilling sensation enveloped his entire body.
If he hadn't absorbed the third drop of the ancient god's blood and his mental strength hadn't broken through to the first level, he really wouldn't have been able to detect Mu Yubing's attack. But at that moment, almost the instant Mu Yubing made her move, Fan Yu had already moved his feet. When the palm struck down towards his chest, Fan Yu did not retreat but advanced instead.
He raised his hand and firmly grasped Mu Yubing's wrist.
The combined power of wind and fire elements suddenly erupted from Fan Yu's clenched hand, sweeping upwards in concentric circles.
Sizzle!
Mu Yubing's expression suddenly changed drastically, and a blood-red light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, a silver-white ball of light flew out and shot towards Fan Yu's brow like lightning.
Quick!
At that moment, Fan Yu felt as if he were enveloped by a deadly threat. Without any hesitation, Fan Yu released Mu Yubing's hand, and a surge of energy rippled around him. Between the breaths that pierced his brow with that silvery white orb of light, his figure transformed into a fiery phantom.
That was close. In that split second, if Fan Yu hadn't immediately made a judgment and given up the attack, the battle might already be over.
As expected, Mu Yubing was much more capable than he had imagined. At the same moment, as the silver-white orb hovered and spun around Mu Yubing raised her hand and looked at the large patch of skin on her wrist that had been burned, and was shocked. The attack was so powerful that even a Xin-level martial artist couldn't withstand it, especially when the Ice Blade Spacetime Ball was used for a quick kill at close range.
Could Fan Yu really be a mentalist as well?
Even if that's not the case, his mental strength is terrifyingly powerful.
Let's test the waters again.
With a thought, Mu Yubing moved her feet, and the next moment she was heading towards Fan Yu once again. Moreover, this time, as she moved, her terrifying ice-based power had already locked onto Fan Yu. Not only that, the Ice Blade Spacetime Sphere in her hand also transformed into a point of cold light, hidden on the large swaths of condensed ice ground, and quickly spread towards Fan Yu.
Hiss! Fan Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mu Yubing was truly strong.
If I simply use the power of my current 3 martial arts style to deal with it, I might actually be killed. Fan Yu had no choice but to accept that he didn't want to lose to Mu Yubing. More importantly, there's $1 million in cultivation funds as a stake.
Fan Yu immediately took a deep breath and stomped his foot hard on the ground.
Suddenly, the earth elemental power spread rapidly, followed by the wind and fire elemental powers enveloping his entire body.
The invincible Saint King technique has begun to operate.
A blood-red light flashed in Fan Yu's eyes, and he was suddenly shocked to discover that a point of silver-white light contained a terrifying and murderous aura within the ice shards that flew up from beneath his feet as he took a step.
It's Mu Yubing's terrifying orb of light. Fan Yu reacted immediately.
He suddenly clenched his right fist. In the instant he sensed it with his powerful mental energy, he threw a punch at the piece of ice flying towards him.
A muffled hum sound.
Mu Yubing, whose original form was still rapidly approaching Fan Yu, froze in mid-air, her eyes filled with astonishment. Before she could react, Fan Yu had already thrown a punch at her.
Chapter 70 Fan Yu, you're so ruthless. Wow, that was fast. How did he find out?
Mu Yubing immediately raised her hand and grabbed the Ice Blade Spacetime Sphere in mid-air, then infused it with pure ice-type power.
A loud bang was heard. Fan Yu's punch landed directly on the huge, spinning, silver-white ice ball. Boom!
With a loud bang, the huge ice ball crashed onto the training ground dozens of meters away, creating a large crater. Fang Yu landed slowly, looking at Mu Yubing, who was standing up somewhat disheveled from the large crater not far away, and said with a smile, "Should we continue?" Fang Yu hadn't used his full strength in that punch. Unlike before in the virtual space where he had no idea who the other person was, Fang Yu now knew that he was facing Mu Yubing, so of course he couldn't just kill her. At this moment, Mu Yubing felt a surge of blood in she, and spat out a mouthful of blood. She became increasingly certain of her guess. But the more certain she became of her guess, the more she wanted to know if Fang Yu was hiding his identity as a mentalist. An SSS-level talent awakener, and a genius martial artist with 3 elements. Add another mentalist. What an incredible combination of geniuses. Mu Yubing coldly snorted. The battle isn't over yet. I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. As they were talking, Fang Yu saw Mu Yubing take a step and disappear once again. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu saw a silver-white light spot appear in front of him, but this time the light spot was filled with a cold killing intent. The sharp edges of the blades were clearly visible in Fang Yu's blood-red eyes, a dense array of sharp and cold glints. If you get hit by that, you'll definitely die. Without any hesitation, Fang Yu threw a punch at the ball of light. Break! But just as Fang Yu unleashed his punch at the lightning-fast ball of light, Mu Yubing, who was following closely behind, uttered a single word, her eyes flashing with a blood-red spiritual power, which she then poured entirely into the ball of light. Fang Yu was immediately shocked. Although his punch blocked the ball of light, it did not knock it away. In fact, the terrifying power of the ball of light broke through the vortex of wind and fire and pierced directly into his fist. If it weren't for the netherworld devouring worm attached to his right fist flashing a dazzling light that blocked the spinning ball of light, his entire fist would have been pierced by the rapidly spinning ball of light. Fang Yu took a few steps back without hesitation. With his right fist clenched, he threw another punch. This time, Fang Yu used all his strength. With one punch, a vortex of wind and fire gathered, and the entire space seemed to tremble slightly. Bang! The punch was unleashed with lightning speed. As Fang Yu sensed that he had hit something soft, there was a splat sound, and blood immediately splattered out. Ah! A startled scream immediately made Fang Yu see what was happening before him. Although Mu Yubing recalled the Ice Blade spacetime sphere to protect herself at the last moment, Fang Yu's punch still pierced through the light sphere's defense. The terrifying vortex of wind and fire even shattered all power, and Fang Yu's fist slammed directly through Mu Yubing's chest. You're so cruel. At that moment, Mu Yubing felt a darkness before her eyes, uttered a few words, and her body slowly turned into fragments and disappeared from the training ground of this ancient ice and snow city. Fang Yu pulled back his fist, looked at the incredibly realistic blood replica on his fist, and shook his head. Phew! Inside the martial arts training room, Mu Yubing suddenly opened her eyes, immediately clutched her chest, and looked at Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, with a resentful expression. Thinking about their recent exchange, her face immediately turned red. As soon as Fang Yu opened his eyes, he saw Mu Yubing, her face flushed, her hand covering her chest, looking at him with a hint of resentment. Mu Yubing, At this moment, Mu Yubing stood up abruptly and said angrily, "I've already added you on WeChat. Just accept my request, and I'll transfer 1 million to you later. Also, your reward for getting first place in this mock exam is here." Humph. As she spoke, Mu Yubing kicked the box she had been carrying in front of Fang Yu, and then stormed out of the martial arts training room. Mu Yubing, Watching Mu Yubing storm out of the martial arts training room without looking back, Fang Yu felt utterly overwhelmed. It's true that beautiful women often have terrible tempers. He immediately picked up his phone and accepted Mu Yubing's friend request. As for adding friends in the virtual space, after Fang Yu agreed to add Li Ran, the god of war, he found that he did not currently have the permission to add friends proactively. After checking, it was discovered that in order to protect the privacy of martial artists, the virtual space does not grant friend permissions before becoming a grandmaster. In the virtual space, everyone cultivates, challenges, and ranks using their own created character images and names. After accepting Mu Yubing's WeChat friend request, Fang Yu immediately saw the message Mu Yubing sent. The reward for ranking first in this mock exam is a cultivation bonus of 10,100 C grade attribute potions and 10 B grade attribute potions. There are 110 attribute potions in that box, basically distributed according to your awakened 3 elemental talents, with fire as the main element. There's also a Xian rank cultivation technique worth over 1 million and an alloy weapon. You'll need to discuss these with Grandpa Wu. If you don't need them, you can exchange them for equivalent cultivation resources. Then, without waiting for Fong Yu's reply. Then I saw a transfer notification for 1 million. Expression. Finally, there was a cold snort expression. Fong Yu walked out of the martial arts training room, but Mu Yubing was nowhere to be seen. Fong Yu originally wanted to reply, but after a long time he didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't reply. As soon as Mu Yubing left the Martial Arts Association and got back into her car, her heart was pounding. What was wrong with me just now? He was the one who bullied me, and I even lost 1 million. Fong Yu, next time I get the chance, I will definitely make him spit it out. I told myself that. But Mu Yubing quickly thought of something she had never dared to imagine before. That means Fong Yu was almost certain that the mental strength was comparable to his own, or even if it was not as good, it had reached the entry level of a first-tier mental master. Among the 3 types of geniuses, the known fire element is an SSS-level god-tier talent. He is also a spiritual practitioner. Even Mu Yubing, who had been involved in various circles of geniuses, had never seen such a monstrous genius before. Fong Yu, who had finally calmed down, sat cross-legged in the martial arts training room. He immediately opened the alloy box that Mu Yubing had sent as the first prize in this mock exam. Neatly arranged were rows and rows of attribute potions. There was also a bank card with the password and information filled in. Fong Yu logged in with his phone to check, and sure enough, it was 10 million. This was the first time Fong Yu had ever seen so much money in his past and present lives. However, Fong Yu now knew that although 10 million was a lot, it was just so-so as a cultivation resource. Especially now that I possess the ancient god technique, I can easily spend 10 million within a few days if I want to. Of course, that's exactly what Fong Yu was thinking next. Chapter 71 Fong Guotao, A Failed Life, Was I Really Wrong? Among the 110 attribute potions, there are 50 fire attribute potions, including 10 grade B potions, all of which are fire attribute. 30 bottles each of wind attribute potions and earth attribute potions. It seems that Old Man Wu knew that his strongest element was fire, so he assigned it to himself. I wonder what Old Man Wu's reaction would be if he knew that he had just awakened the wood element and had already tempered his right fist with the wood element. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fong Yu immediately stopped hesitating, now that he had cultivation resources. Of course, that's when the intense bone tempering began. However, this time Fong Yu did not use the mysterious pill that War Godly Ran had given him, which guaranteed a 100% success rate in bone tempering. Instead, he directly spent millions to purchase more than 100 bone tempering pills. He decided to first use up all 30 C-grade attribute potions of wind and earth elements, and then focus all his efforts on condensing fire battle runes to temper his torso bones. After all, Fong Yu had already taken the lead in tempering his limbs and bones with fire element, so he had gained some experience. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and in the next instant, one after another wind attribute potions flew in front of Fong Yu. Gurgle, gurgle. As Fong Yu continued to swallow those wind attribute potions, one after another, he swallowed them into his mouth. The ancient god technique had already been operating on its own, completely absorbing the energy from the extremely pure wind attribute potion into its dantian. In an instant, Fong Yu felt a raging hurricane roaring up from his dantian, sweeping across his entire dantian. The wind elemental battle patterns began to rapidly condense and extend within the howling hurricane vortex. On the other side, at the Tsunching Martial Arts Hospital, Fong Xia lay on the hospital bed. Although she had been fitted with intelligent mechanical devices, she quickly adapted to them. In fact, if she didn't say anything, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell anything. She is still capable of getting married and having children. However, with his dantian completely shattered and his meridians destroyed, it is extremely difficult for him to cultivate again. More importantly, before this day, the school's few sycophants had barely shown her any concern or greeting. She did post on her WeChat moments pretending to be pitiful, but no one left a comment, and even the number of likes was pitifully small. She only found out when she logged onto the school forum that Fong Yu had actually gotten first place in this mock exam. Even the several super geniuses who were cultivating outside the school were crushed by Fong Yu. How did this bastard suddenly become so strong? What happened? Impossible, this must be fake. She sent messages to Qin Xiao, Du Changfeng, and the others, but none of them replied. When I tried to call, they just turned their phones off. This made her extremely depressed. It was obvious that she knew Fong Yu had become incredibly terrifying. Because he won first place in this mock exam, Qin Xiao, Du Changfeng, and others no longer dared to oppose him. And myself. She was the school beauty back then, with Qin Xiao, Du Changfeng, and others fawning over her, and countless people chasing after her. Now, he has been brutally beaten by Fang Yu in public, losing all face and becoming a laughingstock of Sunqing Middle School in just a few days. The thought of what had happened to her filled Fang Xia with immense anger and rage.
Fang Yu, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have become like this? I must kill you, I will kill you. Ah! With a loud roar, Fang Xia suddenly threw her phone away. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Fanglan quickly went inside. Xia, are you alright?
Since Fang Guotao left the hospital, he has not appeared again, and Zhao Fanglan has been running back and forth to take care of her 2 daughters.
Fang Shixian has not yet woken up.
Fang Xia's emotions were very unstable, and she found it difficult to accept her current physical condition. Zhao Fanglan had also called Fang Guotao, but each time Fang Guotao said he had a lot of things to do at school and then hung up.
This left Zhao Fanglan feeling resentful.
She hasn't had a good rest these past few days, and she looks incredibly haggard.
Mom, I don't want to live anymore. I'm like this, Upon seeing Zhao Fanglan enter, Fang Xia threw herself into Zhao Fanglan's arms and burst into tears.
It seems that countless grievances and resentments need to be released through crying.
Xia, you mustn't do this.
Don't worry, Mom will definitely avenge you. That little bastard Fang Yu has ruined you and Shixian like this.
I've already told your aunt, and she'll be coming to Sunqing in a few days.
When she does, I'll make sure Fang Yu is dead.
Fang Xia gritted her teeth.
His eyes were filled with hatred and rage. When the time comes, I will personally torture that beast Fang Yu to death by 1,000 cuts. I will make him bleed to death in agony, and I will eat his flesh.
Zhao Fanglan looked at her daughter, who was almost pathologically insane. Tears kept falling. Mom will do whatever you want, Xia. Just take good care of your body.
In a few days, when your aunt comes, we'll leave Sangqing and go to Rongqing. Mom will definitely find a way to help you start cultivating again then.
Fang Xia nodded.
But the tears just wouldn't stop. After comforting Fang Xia, Zhao Fanglan left the ward and took out her phone to call Fang Guotao again.
Fang Guotao, I'm warning you one last time.
If you can't bring Fang Yu to the hospital to atone for Shiya and Shixian's deaths, then I'll use my own methods.
Meanwhile, Fang Guotao, sitting in the principal's office of Sunqing Middle School, was listening to Zhao Fanglan's icy voice coming from the phone.
He knew that everything was now beyond his control.
What was once a perfectly good home? How did it turn out like this? Fang Guotao couldn't understand it. Alan. Don't call me Alan.
From the moment you took that little beast Fang Yu back, you should have known that Fang Yu was an ungrateful wretch who can't be raised.
A bastard is a bastard.
Let me tell you, Fang Guotao, if you can't bring yourself to kill that little beast, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, my sister will be coming to Sunqing in a few days. After I've dealt with things in Sunqing, I'll take my 2 daughters back to my parents' home.
Fang Guotao felt increasingly irritable and powerless as he listened. Whatever you want.
In the end, Fang Guotao summarized all his words into these 4 words.
Fine, whatever you want, Fang Guotao, it's over between us. Don't you dare beg me on your knees anymore.
Immediately after he finished speaking, a series of urgent busy signals came through. After hanging up the phone, Fang Guotao's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He suddenly felt like a failure. He has risen from humble beginnings to where he is today, walking on thin ice. Now, he is separated from his wife and children. It all seems to have started when he disregarded everything and secretly brought Fang Yu back without telling his wife, Zhao Fanglan.
Was I really wrong? Sitting in the office, looking at the familiar surroundings, countless images flashed through Fang Guotao's mind.
Just as Fang Guotao was reminiscing about his past experiences, there was a knock on the office door. A middle-aged man wearing a martial arts club uniform strode in.
Principal Fang, this is your latest personnel appointment. Chapter 72 Generous Rewards, Power Grows Stronger Once Again. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sunqing Martial Arts Association. Inside the martial arts training room,
Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. Looking up, his current panel data immediately appeared before his eyes.
Name, Fang Yu.
Fire-type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 080. Wind-type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 080. Earth-type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 080. Wood-type cultivation, body refinement level 2 yellow rank martial artist limb bone tempering progress 64 126. Mentalist, tier 1 mental phantom condensation progress 10%. Combat power, 45,800. Although there were already a lot of attribute potion tubes around his body, and spirit crystal fragments all over the ground, the previous reward of 10 million in cultivation funds, plus the set of Xian rank cultivation techniques and alloy weapons, totaling nearly 14 million, has now been reduced to less than 3 million. However, in these 3 days, Fang Yu directly increased his basic combat strength by more than double. This was something I never dared to imagine before. Slowly standing up, as a series of crackling sounds, like popping beans, came from his body, Fang Yu could already sense that his strength was no longer on the same level as before. At the same time, Fang Yu increasingly realized that as his cultivation level improved, his demand for cultivation resources would be enormous. It is clear that simply relying on the resources from winning rankings and rewards is not enough for them. We still need to find other ways. Looking at the time, Fang Yu realized it was lunchtime. He didn't continue cultivating but instead left the martial arts training room and headed straight for the martial arts restaurant outside the Martial Arts Association. Fang Yu now knows that because he possesses the ancient god technique, he can absorb attribute potions, spirit crystals, and pills without any limit during cultivation. However, it seems there is a limit, but he has not yet reached his limit. Fang Yu also knows that simply improving his strength in this way is not enough, he needs more practical experience. It seems that once I've absorbed all the fire attribute potions, I'll need to hone my combat skills in the virtual spacetime. As for the Martial Arts Association mission, Fang Yu has been keeping an eye on it during his breaks from cultivation and meals these past few days. Yan Dazhuang even shared with Fang Yu a mission they had undertaken. The three of them assisted a large corporation in killing a traitorous martial artist who had leaked information about the corporation. After completing the mission, each of them received 2 million and 10 bone tempering pills as rewards. The profits are still quite considerable. However, Fang Yu had his own plans. After finishing his meal, Fang Yu looked at Chao Xin. Wu Yunlu, boss, have you finished your cultivation? I've been cultivating recently too, ha. Boss, I finished tempering my limbs and bones, and I've successfully joined a martial arts team. I've already easily completed 2 missions. Finally, there are photos of Wu Yunlu at the mission site. It was filmed in a huge valley. Fang Yu glanced at it and then replied. Keep it up. Then he continued to browse through his WeChat account. Mu Yubing, Fang Yu, are you free tomorrow night? I need to talk to you about something. Looking at Mu Yubing's WeChat account, Fang Yu naturally knew what Mu Yubing wanted to do. After all, Mu Yubing had previously proposed to team up with him to complete some tasks for the Martial Arts Association, but Fang Yu had politely declined. Fang Yu had already started typing a reply, but then deleted it. He gave a slight wry smile, then got up and returned to the martial arts training room. Take a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yu brought out the fire attribute potion given to him by war god Li Ran. There were rows of fire attribute potions placed next to it. Fang Yu had already consulted the information about the 3 stages of body refinement, and the order in which the bones of the torso, spine, and skull were tempered was also important. It all started with tempering the spine. After the spine is tempered, the sternum and ribs are formed, and then the skull. Although the 3 realms of body refinement only involve 80 bones in total, fewer than the bones of the limbs, they are far more difficult to refine than the bones of the limbs. Leaving aside the tempering of the skull, the very first step of tempering the spine has already hindered many martial artists. After all, it is an extremely painful and lengthy process to fully infuse the power of a certain elemental system into the spine and complete the tempering of the spinal bones. Fang Yu saw some professional posts about bone tempering training on the martial arts forum. Even for a genius martial artist, it usually takes at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer, to complete the tempering of the spine. Moreover, spinal tempering is the most important part of a martial artist's bone tempering, since all the bones in the body are connected to the spine. Only by tempering the spine to perfection can a solid foundation be laid for subsequent cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He let out a long breath. Fang Yu naturally knew these principles, but he also knew that if he wanted to stand out in the upcoming joint examination of 100 schools, he had to complete the tempering of his spine. After all, only by completing the full body bone tempering as much as possible can one truly and significantly improve combat power, especially the spinal bones. The spine is composed of 26 vertebrae. This includes 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 1 sacrum, and 1 coccyx. Therefore, to complete the tempering of the spine, it is equivalent to completing at least 26 vertebrae.
This is definitely not simple. Fang Yu immediately began to gulp down the fire attribute potion, which resembled flames, and his mental energy was highly concentrated. A surging fire elemental battle pattern roared and spread within his dantian. The next moment, Fang Yu began to feel fire-type battle patterns covering his tailbone, which continued to spread upwards. As a searing pain spread from his tailbone upwards, Fang Yu immediately opened the porcelain bottle and put a magical bone-tempering pill, engraved with patterns, into his mouth. Instantly, a powerful yet gentle medicinal force rapidly gathered at the coccyx. Just as Fang Yu entered into cultivation once again. Inside a huge martial arts training room at Suncheng Middle School. Amidst a chilling, piercing light, Mu Yubing slowly opened her eyes. As she raised her hand, sharp, white bone spurs began to appear on her fingers. As the ice elemental power around him surged, terrifying ice elemental battle patterns were inscribed and entwined on the outstretched, pale white bone spikes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He let out a long breath. Mu Yubing slowly stood up, and the white bone spurs on her right hand, which resembled bamboo shoots, retracted into her palm with a single thought. Looking at the rapidly healing wound, it was as if the stark white bone spurs had never appeared at all. There are only 9 days left until the joint entrance exam of 100 schools. I hope that by then I will have finished the complete tempering of my right arm once again. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yubing picked up her cold phone that was lying to the side. Chapter 73 B-Level Martial Arts Association Mission, Kill the Most Vicious and Ruthless Bandits. Sancheng Martial Arts Hospital. Mom, what's wrong? Fang Shixian, a burly woman in a hospital gown, looked at Zhao Fanlan, who was in tears, and asked with some confusion. Zhao Fanlan hugged Fang Shixian tightly and didn't say anything more. After the AI replaced Fang Shixuan's brain center, many of Fang Shixuan's previous memories were erased, but they will slowly recover as Fang Shixian continues to use the AI to think. But this will take a very long time. Zhao Fanlan naturally knew this, but now Fang Shixuan's meridians were completely destroyed, and her dantian and qi were shattered, making her situation several times worse than Fang Xia's. Although Fang Shixian has now regained consciousness. But she knew that once Fang Shixian and the smart device were integrated to a certain extent, she would slowly remember many things, and at that time, her situation would probably be much more serious than Fang Xia's. It's all that damned little beast's fault, Fang Yu, I'll kill you. However, Zhao Fanlan also knew that Fang Yu had won first place in this mock exam. If they really wanted to take action against him, they couldn't do it openly anymore, but Zhao Fanlan didn't care about that. Moreover, her younger sister will be to Suncheng tomorrow, and she will definitely make Fang Yu die then. She hadn't expected Fang Yu to be so well hidden. But since he has awakened his talent and is so heaven-defying, then he can only die. Even if he hadn't attacked her 2 daughters, she would never tolerate having a bastard son in her family who has awakened martial arts talent. What's more, this little beast Fang Yu has now crippled her 2 precious daughters. Therefore, no matter what, Fang Yu must die. We absolutely cannot allow him to grow stronger, we absolutely cannot allow it. It's okay, everything will be alright. At this moment, Fang Shixian looked at her surroundings and suddenly her eyes were filled with terror. Ouch, it hurts, my head hurts so much, ouch. Shixian. Doctor. Seeing her daughter, who had just woken up, struggling in pain with her head in her hands, Zhao Fanlan immediately shouted towards the outside of the ward. Whoosh! When Fang Yu opened his eyes, he could clearly sense that the aura around him seemed to be twice as strong as before. Not only that, at this moment, Fang Yu still shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself. As expected, the tempering of the spine is much more difficult than that of the limb bones, and it seems that the effect of the C-grade attribute potion on the condensation of my fire-type battle runes has weakened since the tempering of the spine began. Even with the assistance of the miraculous bone tempering pills that War Godly Ran gave Fang Yu, which almost completely tempered his limbs, Fang Yu only managed to temper a large portion of his spinal bones. I glanced at the time. Another night and morning had passed. Fang Yu felt the changes in his spine. All the previous C-grade fire attribute potions were used up, including the few military-grade C-grade fire attribute potions sent by War Godly Ran, as well as more than a dozen of the magical bone tempering pills, plus 5 B-grade fire attribute potions, before the 16 vertebrae were finally tempered. These are the coccyx, sacrum, 5 lumbar vertebrae, and 9 thoracic vertebrae. There are still 3 thoracic vertebrae and 7 cervical vertebrae that have not been fully tempered. After checking, I found that there were still 23 of those miraculous bone tempering pills left,
and 5 B-grade fire attribute potions left. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yu stored these items into his system space. This was a secret that Fang Yu only discovered yesterday. He had originally just tried to put the remaining fire attribute potions into the system space, but he didn't expect to actually succeed. However, the space was very small and there weren't many things that could be put in it. However, this also made Fang Yu very excited. After all, this way you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble, and you can cultivate anytime, anywhere. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that tempering his spine was too mentally taxing and his body couldn't handle it if he continued, Fang Yu was prepared to complete the tempering in one go. He glanced at his current combat strength. After tempering his 16 spinal bones with fire, Fang Yu's basic combat strength directly exceeded 50,000. This gave Fang Yu a sense of reassurance. He glanced at his phone at the assembly time for the joint entrance examination of 100 schools that Wu Taizhan had sent him. There are 8 days left. Over the next 8 days, Fang Yu will focus on practical combat training, but of course, he cannot neglect the tempering of his spine. Just as Fang Yu got up and walked out of the martial arts training room, then the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding, a choice has been detected for the host. Option 1, accept any level martial arts association quest for the first time and complete it within 1 day. Reward, 10 grade B attribute potions. Option 2, accept a martial arts association mission of at least rank B for the first time and complete it within 3 days. Reward, 1 martial arts technique and 20 attribute potions. Almost as Fang Yu walked out of the martial arts training room and pondered, 2 choices from the god-level martial arts system appeared before him. From the school, Fang Yu already knew that the Martial Arts Association would issue some tasks every day. The goals of these tasks were simple, such as searching and accompanying, while the slightly higher-paying ones were to assist the local martial arts association, corporate groups, and organizations in hunting down criminals, or even business rivals. Or perhaps some bounty missions. Of course, these tasks are inherently dangerous, and the higher the task level, the more dangerous they are. The Wushu Association categorizes its missions into 7 levels based on their level of danger. They are D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, respectively. Both DC levels are ordinary missions with low danger, but the rewards are also relatively low, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, starting from level B, the tasks become more risky. Rank B missions typically involve opponents with cultivation levels around the 3rd stage of body refinement, and the reward starts at least in the millions. However, B-level missions are usually accepted by a small team, which reduces the risk. Fang Yu glanced at the 2 options and, without much hesitation, chose option 2. In his heart, he was thinking that if he was going to take on missions to gain experience, he should at least start at rank B. After all, for him, completing 2 level CD missions is just a waste of time right now. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Association workbench, Fang Yu immediately took out his martial artist card, activated his mission permissions, and then selected a B-level mission, to hunt down a fugitive criminal whose target martial artist's cultivation level was mid-stage profound rank. Requirements: successfully apprehend the suspect and report to the Martial Arts Association to receive a reward of 2 million. If the target is killed, an 8 million reward will be given, plus all of the suspect's belongings. 8 million, not bad. Fang Yu accepted the task directly. Afterwards, I downloaded the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association app, logged into my martial arts account, and obtained all the information about the mission. Fang Yu spent another million to buy 10 B-grade wood attribute potions, and used the remaining million to buy a nice set of sports martial arts clothes and a pair of martial arts hiking boots. Looking at the account that had been emptied, Fang Yu remained optimistic. It doesn't matter, we can earn money if we run out. The most important thing is to have absolute strength. After having a casual lunch at the martial arts restaurant outside the Martial Arts Association, Fang Yu took a car and left Sangcheng. Chapter 74. I'll use your head to complete my first 100 kill streak. On a luxury smart bus. Fang Yu sat by the window. Fang Yu leaned back in the soft chair and closed his eyes, entering a virtual space. While eating, Fang Yu had already carefully examined the B-level mission he had received. The suspect being pursued is a criminal named Wang Quishan. Wang Quishan was originally an instructor at a martial arts school in Kuancheng. Because he practiced a strange martial arts technique, he embarked on a path of crime, and it is estimated that more than 100 martial artists have died tragically at his hands. Because Wang Quishan was constantly being pursued, he fled to Changcheng, specifically to the mountains at the border of Changcheng and several surrounding cities. This mountain is called Changzhou Mountain. Fang Yu's purpose in coming to Changzhou Mountain was to gather information, since Wang Quishan had appeared in a small town at the foot of Changzhou Mountain a month ago. At that time, a team of martial artists tracked him to Changzhou Mountain.
Unfortunately, the team consisted of young martial artists. After following this villain named Wang Quishan into Changzhou Mountain, 2 of the 5 members of the team were killed.
The other 3 were also seriously injured, and in the end, the 3 had no choice but to return. In the past month, another martial arts team had taken on this mission, but they failed to find the target and gave up.
Until Fang Yu took on the task again.
Based on the information about Wang Quishan provided by the team earlier, Fang Yu learned several important points.
First, Wang Quishan is an S-rank Earth-type martial artist. Secondly, Wang Quishan practiced an extremely evil technique.
Although no one knows what this technique is yet, Fang Yu discovered something about it from the martial artists that Wang Quishan attacked. That is, these people are all yellow-rank Earth-type martial artists, and the corpses of these martial artists are all mummified, and their dantian is completely shattered. If their bones have been tempered, they have also been completely dug out. Some of the martial artists' corpses have even completely disappeared. Third, Wang Quishan is ruthless and vicious, always resorting to deadly moves, and he is extremely good at hiding his true intentions. That is precisely why he was able to remain on the run for so long. In response to all this, Fang Yu had already devised a plan in his mind while eating to lure Wang Quishan out. Although Fang Yu didn't know if Wang Quishan was still at 1000-foot mountain, the most dangerous place is the safest, and Fang Yu felt that it was very likely that Wang Quishan had not left. Therefore, Fang Yu decided to try his luck at 1000 Legs Mountain almost without hesitation. At this moment, Fang Yu leaned back in the soft chair, his entire being engaged in continuous combat practice in the virtual space. As Fang Yu's strength improved, after a winning streak of 20 or 30 matches, his opponents in the virtual spacetime matchmaking began to be on par with him. Several times, they were even matched with martial artists at the peak of the Xian rank. Even so, Fang Yu ultimately managed to kill his opponent.
60 consecutive wins.
Fang Yu returned to the quiet courtyard in the virtual space and continued matching.
The 61st game. Before them stood a tall, burly man, holding a large sword in his right hand and a massive shield in his left.
As soon as it appeared, Fang Yu felt a terrifying sense of oppression.
The battle scene is chosen by the opponent.
It is a venue similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. When Fang Yu appeared, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the surrounding area.
An Oriental?
Fang Yu frowned slightly as he heard the translation sound effects that came with the virtual spacetime.
It's a bit stiff. Damn it, I've been matched with a martial artist from outside the Dragon Kingdom?
This was the first time in over 100 matches. However, Fang Yu quickly came to his senses. After all, the virtual spacetime was jointly established by the higher-ups of the entire Blue Star, so naturally all martial artists on the Blue Star could enter it. It was Fang Yu's first time encountering a foreign martial artist, so he was quite curious. I wonder if the martial artists from other countries practice the same system as us. But it shouldn't be too different, since the Void Rift appeared on Blue Star, the powerful warriors at the top level have quickly stood on the same side. The thought that Li Ran, the god of war, had said that if he got first place in the upcoming 100 schools joint examination, he would directly recommend him to participate in the Blue Star Genius Battle came to mind. And this Blue Star Genius Battle will naturally involve encountering these foreign geniuses. Young man from the East, you are my 100th opponent in this free match challenge. If you defeat me, you will get the 100 kill badge. I encountered 2 Eastern martial artists before you, but I killed them both with my broadsword. You will be no exception. Next, I will use your head to complete my 100-hit combo, ha. Fang Yu stood there, listening to the somewhat awkward translation in the language beside him. Fang Yu immediately looked around and saw that the room was full of people. Naturally, there were also many people of East Asian descent among them. Moreover, Fang Yu soon spotted a familiar figure.
Ponytail lollipop?
At this moment, Shi Hongzhu, who was sitting in the spectator seats with a lollipop in her mouth and a ponytail, originally just wanted to see who was the foreign genius who had killed Feng Sanheng, the genius from Shanghai High School who ranked ahead of her in this mock exam and whose combat strength was slightly stronger than her, and was about to leave when she saw that one punch to salvation had actually been matched here. Yu Hongzhu immediately abandoned her idea of leaving. He was also wondering how many blows this one punch salvation could withstand from this foreign genius. In fact, after Feng Sanheng, who was among the top 10 students in Shanghai high schools, was defeated, she immediately investigated and found out that the burly foreign martial artist was a genius boy of similar age to them. It's just that we don't know exactly who it is yet. That's why she went directly to watch the fight and see how this foreign martial artist would fight. Unexpectedly, I saw that acquaintances and one punch to salvation were also matched here. Originally, when they learned that this foreign martial artist had already matched up and challenged 3 or 4 Chinese martial artists and killed them all, and even mocked the Chinese nation for not having any powerful and talented martial artists, they were shocked. Yu Hongzhu planned to do some research and then challenge this person himself once he found a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, One Punch to Salvation appeared on the stage at this moment. When she saw One Punch to Salvation looking at her, Yu Hongzhu immediately clenched her fist and uttered 2 words. Although they were far apart and the arena was very noisy, Fang Yu could clearly hear that the peerless genius who had defeated him before was saying go for it. Fang Yu nodded as well. He immediately turned to look at the burly man in front of him. His face was extremely rugged, his eyes were bloodshot, and his large beard gave him a sinister and imposing look. The Trapped Beast King. That's a pretty imposing name, but I wonder if it means Fierce King or Bear King. Fang Yu didn't speak, but simply took a step forward. The next moment, a strong wind howled up from him. Ha ha ha. War. The burly man, nicknamed Trapped Beast King, immediately struck the alloy shield with his large sword, producing a loud clanging sound. Chapter 75 Yu Hongzhu's shock, he's gotten even stronger. Gareth, kill this Eastern martial artist and you'll achieve a 100-game winning streak. Fight. Gareth, I love you. Gares. Yu Hongzhu, who was sitting there at that moment, heard the almost frenzied roars around her. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Gareth? This seems to be a genius from the Western Castro family. No wonder even Feng Xanhan was killed with a single strike. Yu Hongzhu couldn't help but look at Fang Yu, who was standing there surrounded by surging wind. Sigh. I wonder if he can withstand the first blow. Yu Hongzhu was initially wondering if One Punch to deliver him would withstand more blows, but when she learned that this burly martial artist was actually a genius from the Western Castro family, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this moment, Fang Yu didn't pay attention to any of that. As for the name Gareth that the people around him were calling him, he didn't pay any attention to it at all, and of course, he had no idea who this Gareth was. Ha ha ha. When Gareth heard countless people around him calling out his name, he was neither angry nor worried about exposing himself. Instead, he looked at the short, bald, middle-aged Eastern martial artist in front of him with even more excitement. In his view, the fact that the bald, Oriental martial artist in front of him remained silent and tense was a sign of fear and dread. However, it was precisely while Gareth was laughing heartily that Fang Yu made a move. With a swift movement of his foot, Fang Yu vanished from his spot. As Gareth, who was laughing heartily, saw the Eastern martial artist disappear, a surge of earthy yellow energy suddenly rose around him. With a single step, he directly pointed his alloy shield at the vortex of wind and fire that had instantly gathered before him. Laugh at your mother. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu unleashed a powerful punch. It can be said that Fang Yu's punch gathered all his power. Although it was only the first punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, Fang Yu's basic combat strength has now exceeded 50,000. The moment the punch was thrown, the vortex of wind and fire gathered into a huge and terrifying phantom. With Fang Yu's roar, a punch landed squarely on the alloy shield. Yes. Fang Yu didn't launch a sneak attack, he went straight for the opponent. With a muffled hum, a terrifying force slammed into the massive alloy shield. Gareth, who had been indifferent and fearless, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left arm and staggered back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. Feeling a huge groove appear where the hand gripping the alloy shield had been, and the hand bones inside the shield shattering, Gareth's eyes instantly blazed with fury. Despite the excruciating pain, Gareth charged at Fang Yu, simultaneously slashing his massive, heavy, and sharp longsword directly at Fang Yu's head. In the instant of the collision, with Gareth's footsteps stomping on the ground, Fang Yu actually felt the pressure around him increasing layer by layer. What a terrifying method of stacking oppressive power! Not only that, at this moment, Fang Yu's feet seemed to be firmly gripped by a pair of large hands, making him unable to move an inch. This is one of the few people Fang Yu has seen who has used earth elemental power quite well. However, this was no challenge for Fang Yu, who had already completed the tempering of his earth elemental limb bones. As the earth elemental power circulated throughout his body, Fang Yu dodged Gareth's descending slash by sidestepping him, who was charging at him like a raging bull. He then reached out, and a violent burst of wind and fire power erupted from his entire arm. At the same time, hundreds of netherworld-devouring insects on his arm were concealed by the terrifying vortex of wind and fire. With a loud thud, as Fang Yu's entire arm slammed heavily onto Gareth's back, it tore open the heavy martial arts uniform and slipped inside his body. Boom! Gareth felt himself lose control of his body in an instant, and he fell straight to the ground. Despite his best efforts to control himself, he still crashed heavily to the ground.
Ah!
Gareth suddenly stood up, roared, and then leaped into the air, creating circles of earth-yellow ripples in the void beneath his feet. Standing beneath the ripples, Fang Yu immediately felt that the surrounding space was completely restricted, and his body could hardly move at all. But faced with such terrifying pressure, Fang Yu did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, his entire body surged with wind and fire power, and in the instant that terrifying vortexes of wind and fire rose up, a giant fist burst out from it. With a loud bang, Gareth, who had descended from the sky intending to trample Fang Yu to death, was blasted away. But his huge, imposing body came to a standstill in mid-air almost as soon as he flew out. Looking down, he realized that Fang Yu had grabbed one of his feet.
The next moment. Boom! Bang!
A series of heavy thuds hitting the ground silenced the entire Colosseum. As Fang Yu forcefully flung Gareth away, his figure flashed, and a punch landed on Gareth's head, which screamed in agony. Gareth's screams abruptly stopped. With a loud crash, Gareth's massive, muscular body slammed to the ground. Amidst the splattering blood, Gareth's body slowly disintegrated into fragments and vanished. Standing there, Fang Yu withdrew his fist and sensed that the netherworld devouring worm that had flown back from his fist had split and grown again, which made his face light up with joy.
That's it? Gers has lost? Our invincible Gez has been defeated. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Impossible. Gareth's 100-win streak challenge was just ended by a bald man from the east?
Amidst various exclamations and curses, a chorus of discussion arose. Fang Yu smiled slightly as he looked at Yu Hongzhu, who seemed somewhat dazed, on the viewing platform not far away. Yu Hongzhu stood up and was about to speak when suddenly a dazzling white light appeared before her eyes. Once the challenge was over, the martial artists who had been watching naturally left the arena.
Inside a virtual luxury villa,
Yu Hongzhu's eyes were filled with shock, as if he still hadn't quite come to his senses. She knew that this peerless genius known as One-Punch Salvation had become stronger once again in just a few days, and she was afraid that she was no match for her now.
Who exactly is this being? He believed he had heard of many of the geniuses of his age in the Dragon Kingdom, and even if he had never met them, he must have heard of them. However, it seems that she hasn't actually found a genius in reality who can match this One-Punch Salvation concept. He quickly opened the Hidden Dragon ranking. Check out the current rankings of One Punch to save. Chapter 76 Seduction? Unleash the power of your talent. Whoosh! He let out a long breath. 61st win. Fang Yu opened his eyes and looked at the scenery outside the window. We have arrived at Changzhou Town.
Fang Yu had no choice but to give up and exit the virtual spacetime. He was already exhausted both physically and mentally after practicing in 61 consecutive virtual arena battles. Especially in the last match, when he fought against this Western martial artist called Trapped Beast King, Fang Yu looked relaxed, but only he knew that he had used almost all his strength. Especially after the first punch, Fang Yu already knew that this huge and burly Western opponent, although on the surface he seemed to be just like an ordinary Xian rank martial artist, gave Fang Yu a feeling that the pressure of the Xian rank peak martial artists he had fought before was much more terrifying. Therefore, Fang Yu attacked almost in one fell swoop, giving his opponent no chance to retaliate, and killed him, ending the battle.
What Fang Yu didn't know was,
because he defeated Gareth this time. This sowed the seeds for his later being besieged in the Battle of Geniuses.
At this moment, in the distant Western European Empire, in a luxurious and ancient cultivation palace.
Sitting cross-legged, a young and beautiful man with striking features and sapphire blue eyes, dressed in a light gauze robe, suddenly opened his eyes.
Damn it, find out right now who this martial artist from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom called One Punch to Salvation is?
Gareth suddenly stood up and shouted at the middle-aged men in front of him who were also slowly opening their eyes.
Yes.
Two of them immediately closed their eyes and entered the virtual space to search for information about One Punch to Salvation, while the others disappeared from the ancient cultivation hall in a flash. It was obvious that they went to investigate information about the geniuses who had recently emerged in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom.
Gareth had barely stood up when several women came and helped him put on a light and luxurious warrior's outfit. After putting on his clothes, Gareth took a step forward.
With just one step, his figure was already dozens of meters away. This was in stark contrast to his previous clumsiness in virtual space battles. A ring of earthy yellow light radiated from his body. As Gareth gazed at the sky above where a clear moon was slowly rising, the anger in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a playful smile. This was the first time he publicly revealed his identity and live-streamed his challenge for the 100-person kill badge.
although they failed when they reached the 100th person. However, he believed that he had already gained the attention of the family's higher-ups through this challenge. If he could take another step forward and complete the tempering and transformation of his skull, he would surely get a spot in the Blue Star Genius battle soon. By that time. Thinking of this, Gareth slowly reached out, clenched his fist, and circles of earthy yellow light spread around his body. A faint blue light also burst out from his body and shot into the sky. Dragon Kingdom, Sancheng, Changzhou Town. The smart bus slowly pulled up to the roadside platform, and Feng Yu got off. Although we arrived at Changzhou Town. But Feng Yu glanced at the smart navigation on his phone and saw that even the fastest route would take at least half an hour to reach the foot of Changzhou Mountain. After glancing at the time, Feng Yu didn't hesitate at all. With a flash, he quickly moved along the route provided by the intelligent navigation. Although this is the fastest route, it is almost entirely mountainous. Fortunately, Feng Yu had cultivated wind elemental power and was constantly releasing his mental energy to explore the path, otherwise, it would have been very difficult to speed up on such a mountain road. Fortunately, as Feng Yufeng's cultivation of wind elemental power continued to improve, his skywalking steps became more than twice as fast as before, and his movement technique was much more agile. My understanding of the first level of borrowing the wind has become increasingly profound. Finally, around 6 p.m., Feng Yu arrived at the foot of Changzhou Mountain. There was another village at the foot of Changzhou Mountain, where some farmers lived. Feng Yu used his spiritual power to probe them and found that they were all ordinary people, so he did not disturb them. With a flash, he entered Changzhou Mountain. Feng Yu had previously examined some of the mountain environment in Changzhou Mountain on the map. The Changzhou Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, and are bordered by the jurisdiction of several cities on both sides. Wang Quishan fled here, and with the advantage of the terrain, it was indeed easy for him to hide. As Feng Yu ventured deeper into Changzhou Mountain, he focused his mental energy intensely on surveying his surroundings. However, no findings were made. However, Feng Yu was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a secluded spot in the mountains and sat cross-legged. Feng Yu first released his spiritual power to sense every blade of grass and tree within a radius of several hundred meters. After finding nothing, he then began to circulate the Ancient God Technique. As the Ancient God Technique was activated, the earth elemental battle patterns within Feng Yu's body continuously circulated within his Dantian and Sea of Qi. Before long, a yellowish-brown vortex began to form around Feng Yu, and the earth elemental power within a radius of several hundred meters quickly converged on him. Feng Yu naturally knew that because of his SSS talent in a certain space, his ability to absorb the attribute power cultivated in the surrounding world was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he is now absorbing the power of earth elements in this mountain valley to condense battle patterns. As long as Wang Quishan is still in this Changzhou Mountain, he will definitely notice it. After all, the various characteristics mentioned earlier have already indicated that Wang Quishan is an earth-type martial artist, and the evil technique he cultivates must be achieved by killing martial artists of the same attribute and absorbing their power in an extreme way. Feng Yu did this to lure out Wang Quishan. In the darkness of night, the cool moonlight scattered across this mountain. Deep in a dense forest, in a cave hidden by shrubs, the burly middle-aged man, who was sitting cross-legged amidst a pile of stark white bones, suddenly opened his eyes. There's such a dense concentration of earth elemental energy circulating, could it be? Although he felt very strange, the middle-aged, burly man quickly adjusted his mindset. After a month of rest and recovery, coupled with refining and absorbing so many tempered earth elemental limb bones day and night, he could feel that his injuries had almost fully recovered. Not only that, their skills have also improved. In particular, his sensitivity to the earth element between heaven and earth has increased once again, and he knows that his awakened earth-type talent has begun to show signs of improvement. It's a pity that the highest-ranking earth-type warriors he found and killed were only S-rank. If he could absorb an SS-rank earth-type warrior, his talent might have improved long ago. The middle-aged, burly man immediately stood up, a blood-red light flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward and appeared on the hilltop outside the bushes in the next moment. Under the cold moonlight, the middle-aged, burly man looked at a mountain valley not far away, where the earth elemental power within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to flow like 100 rivers converging into the sea. That's it. Such a speed at which it absorbs earth elements from heaven and earth. The middle-aged, burly man's face immediately lit up with joy. He stomped his foot, and his entire body suddenly disappeared into the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 77, In front of the strong, all schemes and tricks are worthless. In the darkness. The earth elemental power surrounding Fan Yu began to spread outwards as the surrounding earth elemental power continued to gather. At this moment, Fan Yu was not focused on cultivation at all, so he condensed the earth elemental power that had gathered together and then spread it out in circles. His purpose was very clear: if Wang Quishan was in Changzhou Mountain, he would definitely be alarmed by the commotion he had caused. Fan Yu was confident that he would be able to detect him as soon as he made a move. However, if Wang Quishan has already left Changzhou Mountain, then Fan Yu can only give up and look for other clues. As Fan Yu continued to circulate the ancient god technique, he relentlessly and violently absorbed the earth elemental power within a radius of several hundred meters, and even gradually expanded it to a range of 1,000 meters. Naturally, Fan Yu was not idle during this process. He kept expanding his mental power to its limit and paying close attention to the surrounding environment. Because it was nighttime, Fan Yu's mental probing was much clearer than his visual perception. Suddenly, Fan Yu sensed an unusual aura. In an instant, Fan Yu quickly withdrew his spiritual power to carefully probe that strange aura. Fan Yu's heart suddenly raced, because he could clearly sense this aura rapidly approaching him. However, this aura did not come from the ground or the air, but from underground. Moreover, the speed underground was so fast that even Fan Yu hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact location of that aura before suddenly feeling himself enveloped by a chilling killing intent. Buzz! Bang! Almost as soon as Fan Yu truly sensed the location of that terrifying, cold, and murderous aura, it was too late to dodge. In the darkness, a cold, bone-chilling blade pierced straight towards Fan Yu's chest. The burly man who suddenly burst out of the ground before them had bloodshot eyes, and a terrifying killing intent had completely enveloped his entire body. Die! Puff! The terrifying stab wound pierced Fan Yu's chest. The burly black figure saw that it had already firmly embedded itself in his chest. And at this moment, he saw the young, unfamiliar face in front of him with a look of terror on his face. With a whoosh, Fan Yu was thrown 20 or 30 meters away. When he stood up, he clutched his chest. Feeling the corpse of the netherworld devouring worm slowly falling from his chest into his hand, he couldn't help but be taken aback. You! Fan Yu immediately looked up at the burly figure standing where he had just been sitting cross-legged. Under the cold moonlight, Fan Yu could only see a face with a ferocious smile. Ah, young man, since you dared to accept the Martial Arts Association's mission to come here to find me, you must have already prepared for your death. At this moment, Wang Quishan's face was full of relaxed smiles. After all, for him, this young martial artist in front of him was a delicious supplement delivered to him. He had sensed Fan Yu's presence when they were still a kilometer away, and through his unique methods, he determined that Fan Yu's awakened Earth-type talent was at least SS level. This made him think quickly about Fan Yu's identity while speeding up and unleashing his most insidious and swift attack. The goal was to kill Fan Yu in one strike. Young, talented martial artists like Fan Yu often possess the arrogance of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, and it is precisely because of this that many have died at his hands. You don't need to struggle anymore? Do you feel like you're losing strength all over your body now, and the earth element battle patterns in your dantian are starting to dissipate? Ha! You've been poisoned by my specially made deadly poison. Even a grandmaster would lose more than half their strength if they were poisoned like this, let alone a mere brat like you. As he spoke, Wang Quishan walked step by step toward Fan Yu. In his eyes, Fan Yu had become a lamb to the slaughter in his hands. Having awakened such a genius martial artist with earth elemental talent, Wang Quishan truly felt that his decision to hide and wait in Changzhou Mountain was the wisest move he had ever made. Wang Quishan, I never expected you to be so despicable. Fan Yu was naturally fine at this time. The reason he pretended to be poisoned and insisted on staying so that Wang Quishan could get close enough. After all, from the way Wang Quishan attacked him just now, he could tell that Wang Quishan had cultivated a lot of earth-based techniques, and was even able to move underground at such a fast speed. They might have some other means of survival. Moreover, from Wang Quishan's lightning-fast and deadly poisonous blade attack, Fan Yu had already sensed the huge difference between the battle and the virtual space-time. After all, dying in a virtual space is just a defeat, but at this moment, if you lose, you will truly die. Therefore, one's mindset when facing a situation is completely uncertain. Sure enough, these ruthless criminals with multiple murders on their hands were anything but simple. Mean? Hee hee, little kid, you look like a high school student, right? What a waste of this awakened talent. But don't worry, I'll make you die quickly, and every bone you forge will become a stepping stone for me to improve my talent. Enhance your talent? Fan Yu clutched his chest, his body trembling slightly as he took a few steps back, his eyes filled with astonishment. To be honest, Fan Yu had no idea what the evil technique that the villain Wang Quishan was practicing had been thinking before, but now that he heard Wang Quishan's words, Fan Yu knew that among the information about Wang Quishan provided by the Martial Arts Association, the evil technique he practiced was probably the one that could enhance his awakened talent. Ha ha ha. Little kid, what's wrong? You're interested in improving your talent? But you've already missed your chance. I've already reached the peak of S-rank talent. Now, as long as I refine and absorb all your bones and completely absorb and melt your blood, I can truly be reborn. My talent will be upgraded to SS level. At that point, ha ha ha. SS rank? You're satisfied with that? At that moment, Fang Yu's aura suddenly surged, and almost instantly, Fang Yu's figure flashed. A vortex of wind and fire exploded on his right fist. A loud bang was heard. Suddenly, a hurricane of flames swept across dozens of meters. Fang Yu's punch landed directly on Wang Quishan's chest, who was laughing heartily as he was caught up in his talent enhancement. Even though Wang Quishan, like a frightened bird, managed to activate his earth elemental power for defense in time. But the power of Fang Yu's punch was something Wang Quishan simply couldn't withstand. Ah! With a scream, Wang Quishan was blasted nearly 100 meters away, his body crashing heavily into a rock on the uphill slope. With a loud bang, the rocks shattered into dust on the spot. Put! Wang Quishan suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. She stared in disbelief at Fang Yu, who was rapidly approaching her. Impossible. You can't possibly stop my venomous blade. You. But at this moment, Wang Quishan dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately raised his hand and made a hand gesture with one hand. Just as Fang Yu was about to deliver a follow-up punch to Wang Quishan, who had regained his footing, Fang Yu was about to deliver the final blow. Wang Quishan's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Fang Yu's punch landed directly on the hillside where Wang Quishan had just been standing. The hillside trembled slightly, and the soil and rocks tumbled down with a whooshing sound. Ha! They escaped? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a blood-red mental energy, as sharp as lightning, flashed between them. Chapter 78. Since that's the case, then you might as well die. Put! How is that possible? My poison blade, coated with deadly poison, clearly pierced his chest. How could he possibly neutralize the terrifying poison? While pressing down on the already shattered chest, he forcibly used the technique of escaping underground. He even poured each recovery pill into his mouth and swallowed it. It seems we must leave Changzhou Mountain as soon as possible after taking the items. I've made up my mind. At that moment, Wang Quishan took a deep breath, increased his speed once again, and activated a mysterious technique to conceal his aura. In an instant, the bloody aura around him quickly dissipated into the ground. As Fang Yu continued to advance along the mountain range, he suddenly sensed that Wang Quishan's aura had weakened considerably. Could it be that he couldn't hold on and died underground? Fang Yu pondered in his heart. However, he soon sensed that the target was already more than 100 meters away. A technique for concealing one's presence? It can even temporarily resist the detection of mental energy. Sure enough, these thugs and bandits were no ordinary people. However, at this point, Fang Yu naturally couldn't let go of this walking 8 million. With a swift movement of his foot, Fang Yu had already flashed away and directly pursued the pursuer. He wanted to see where Wang Quishan was going to run to. After all, the fact that Wang Quishan appeared in Changzhou Mountain means that he must have been hiding in Changzhou Mountain for more than a month and must have a hiding place. Fang Yu was very interested in finding out where Wang Quishan was hiding in these mountains and forests. In the darkness, Fang Yu's figure became a blur. With the complete release of Fang Yu's spiritual power encompassing his senses, coupled with his movement, it could be said that even if Wang Quishan used some strange and mysterious methods to hide his aura and continue to escape underground, he could still escape. Fang Yu could clearly sense his presence. At this point, Wang Quishan was feeling increasingly strained. Finally, as he reached the edge of the bushes, he released his aura and gritted his teeth, walking 100 meters before finally appearing in the hidden cave where he had been hiding. Puff! But as soon as his figure was revealed, Wang Quishan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, he felt the world spinning around him. Fang Yu's punch just now almost shattered his internal organs. Although he had already tempered most of his internal bones and completed the tempering of his spine, his internal organs had not been tempered. Under Fang Yu's terrifying attack, it could be said that Wang Quishan had no ability to defend against it. What's more, it happened when he wasn't paying attention, and they landed solidly one by one. The reason he wasn't killed instantly by that punch was because he had a lot of health. That was close. It's unbelievable that this young man possesses such terrifying combat power. At this moment, Wang Quishan immediately sat cross-legged and hurriedly took out a small bottle, pouring all the blood-red pills inside into his mouth. Immediately following, as circles of crimson ripples slowly spread out, Wang Quishan's aura began to transform continuously. Although his internal organs could not fully recover at this moment, they were able to suppress and alleviate the damage, allowing his body to regain its fighting strength in a short time. He knew. It has awakened such a high level of earth-type talent, and it also seems to have wind and fire elements. This is a true genius martial artist with 3 different martial arts skills, and he's so young. He must be a young master from a powerful family. Not to mention that he's no match for such a person. Even if he were, he wouldn't make a move against him unless absolutely necessary. After all, Wang Quishan knew that no matter how clean he was, the methods of some grandmasters in big families were so miraculous that they were far beyond the comprehension of a Shin-level martial artist like himself. At present, Wang Quishan then thought he should make the most of his time to recover, and then he started packing up and left Jiangsu Mountain as quickly as possible. A moment later, Wang Quishan began to pack up, completely storing all the bones that had not yet been absorbed and tempered. There's also the matter of personal savings, etc. However, just as Wang Quishan was starting to pack his things, a smiling voice suddenly rang out behind him. "It's a nice place." This sound. This caused Wang Quishan, who was packing his things, to pause in his actions. Then, a cold killing intent flashed in Wang Quishan's eyes. Wang Quishan originally planned to take his belongings and leave this place as soon as possible to avoid this young man. But at this moment, he knew that even if he wanted to leave without fighting, it seemed that it was already quite difficult. Given the current situation, it's clearly a fight to the death. He was a ruthless bandit, carrying the weight of too many lives on his shoulders. The young man behind him was on a mission from the Martial Arts Association to apprehend him and bring him to justice. However, in general, there is no question of pursuing and bringing the perpetrators to justice. It's simply a matter of life and death. Moreover, from that brief exchange, the young man must have already confirmed his identity. Wang Quishan didn't know if there were any other companions, or if the young man had already notified the Martial Arts Association, and whether the association had already sent experts. After all, Wang Quishan had received similar missions before, and he had even seen a pursuit and kill mission for himself on the Martial Arts Association app. So, at this moment, Wang Quishan knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to kill the young man behind him as quickly as possible and then leave the place as fast as he could. "Ha, young man, are you really never going to stop? How about you let me go now, and I can give you 10 million as a reward. In addition, I can share my talent-enhancing technique with you." As Wang Quishan spoke, he continued packing his suitcase. But at that moment, Wang Quishan had already grabbed a black, cylindrical weapon. Fang Yu stood there. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "I can still get these things even if I kill you. And your so-called evil technique to enhance talent may be deadly to others, but it is of no use to me. I'm not afraid to tell you, the earth element you see me awakening is an SSS level talent. Do you think I need those so-called evil techniques to enhance my talents?" "What? SSS rank?" At this moment, Wang Quishan trembled completely. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is there anyone in this world who can awaken an SSS level talent? Impossible." Although Wang Quishan kept saying it was impossible, his whole body was actually trembling slightly at this moment. "I was so excited." In fact, when he first saw Fang Yu's almost abnormal ability to absorb the earth elemental power between heaven and earth, he had already concluded that Fang Yu's awakened earth-type talent was no less than SS level. He had seen geniuses who had awakened SS level earth elemental talents before, and when they naturally absorbed the earth elemental power between heaven and earth, their display was nothing compared to that of the young man behind him. Could he be telling the truth? Regardless of the truth or falsehood, suddenly, a bold idea popped into Wang Quishan's mind. If he could kill this young genius and completely absorb and refine the bones that had been tempered in his body, he would definitely be able to truly transform into an SS level. At that time, if I just hide away and cultivate for a few years, I might be able to directly become a grandmaster. Once you become a grandmaster, you won't be afraid of any kid, no matter what kind of genius he is from a powerful family. Upon realizing this, Wang Quishan's eyes narrowed suddenly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent exploded from his chest, burning fiercely. The hand gripping the black cylindrical weapon suddenly tightened its grip. Since that's the case, then you might as well die. Chapter 79. Under the influence of compassion, the will to survive is worthless. At that moment, Wang Qishan almost roared, and at the same time, his hands did not stop moving. As he turned around, his whole body was like a cheetah that suddenly leaped up. The black cylindrical weapon in his hand instantly erupted with countless black, highly poisonous glints. Poison needle? What a vicious weapon! However, Fang Yu had already taken precautions against this as soon as he entered the cave. In particular, although Fang Yu was standing behind Wang Qishan, he had clearly seen Wang Qishan's movements. Therefore, at that moment, almost the instant Wang Qishan turned around, Fang Yu suddenly unleashed a punch. The raging, hurricane-like flames instantly formed a huge vortex in front of Fang Yu, engulfing the poison needles that were being shot at him. Fang Yu, with a flash of movement and a surge of wind around him, retreated hundreds of meters. Yes. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yu threw a punch and then retreated hundreds of meters, retreating directly to the edge of the bushes. With a buzzing sound. Although Wang Qishan believed this was an almost unsolvable move, he used it with virtually no defense, as he simply did not believe that Fang Yu could still throw a punch under such circumstances. The violent force of that punch pierced Wang Qishan's chest, shattering his internal bones and organs that had just begun to recover. His body slammed heavily against the thick stone wall behind him. For a moment, Wang Qishan felt as if his spine was being torn apart. Although he was shocked by the young martial artist's powerful methods, he also felt that it made sense. After all, no one could possibly dodge his sudden attack with poison needles. In all his years on the run, no one had ever survived his sneak attack. At that moment, Wang Qishan forced himself to stand up. With trembling hands, he poured out a few pills and fed them into his mouth. Only then did they begin to walk out of the cave. Bang! To his utter surprise, almost as soon as he took a few steps and had not yet reached the cave entrance, a huge fiery fist slammed into the cave from outside. At this moment, Wang Qishan had no chance to dodge, let alone block. This punch seemed to be even more powerful than the previous two. With one punch, Wang Qishan instantly felt his internal organs completely shattered into dust. Not only that, but his spine also broke with a bang under this punch. Ah! With a scream, Wang Qishan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the cave wall once again. This time, however, Wang Qishan was unable to stand up again. At the same time, he felt that the earth elemental battle patterns in his dantian were in great disarray and broken, and he felt as if something was constantly devouring and absorbing the earth elemental power in his dantian. Pfft. Wang Qishan leaned against the wall. He was in no condition to stand up, his entire spine was broken. Bones that have been tempered by battle patterns are generally impossible to break, especially the spinal bones. But right now, all he could feel was a sharp pain and a feeling of powerlessness throughout his body. At this point, he couldn't even raise his hand. Who exactly are you? Fang Yu saw that Wang Qishan had completely lost his fighting ability, and that he had even managed to send the netherworld devouring worm into Wang Qishan's body with that punch. It could be said that Wang Qishan was already a dying man at this point, so Fang Yu no longer felt the same tension as before. Wang Qishan's two sudden attacks were both deadly blows. If Fang Yu hadn't been a mentalist and had the netherworld devouring worm to block the attack for him, Fang Yu couldn't imagine how the outcome would have changed. Fang Yu walked towards Wang Qishan step by step. What do you want? Young man, I know you only took this mission for money. I've checked, even if you kill me and hand in the mission, you'll only get 8 million. I'll give you 10 million, how about you let me go? 10 million? Fang Yu slowly looked at Wang Qishan, whose face was covered in blood, whose spine was broken, and whose internal organs were shattered. He was already half dead. Wang Qishan noticed the way Fang Yu was looking at him. Although he already knew that if he didn't take action soon, he might really die, he knew that this young man would definitely not let him off easily. However, the human will to survive should never be underestimated. Yes, not only will I give you 10 million, but there are also Earth-type spirit crystals, 10B grade Earth attribute potions, and the talent-enhancing technique I'm practicing in that box. As long as you don't kill me, all of these are yours. As he spoke, Wang Qishan couldn't care less about anything else. He shakily reached out, grabbed the white jade porcelain bottle that had fallen to the ground, and was about to pour it into his mouth. Unfortunately, Fang Yu, who was standing there looking at Wang Qishan, smiled faintly and said, "You're already dead. Living on would be too painful. I'm a compassionate person, so I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, a red glint flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. The next moment, a small stone next to it seemed to be instantly imbued with a powerful force. With a whoosh, it pierced through Wang Quishan's forehead. Wang Quishan's eyes were wide open, and his trembling hand tried to struggle, but immediately fell limply to the ground. The moment the white jade porcelain bottle fell, Fang Yu caught it in his hand with a simple movement. Sensing the blood-red pill inside the white jade porcelain bottle, one could smell a strong stench of blood. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The next moment, he grabbed at the scattered boxes. Suddenly, the Earth Elemental Spirit Crystal and the B-grade Earth Attribute Potion under the box flew to his front and were directly stored into his system space by Fang Yu with a single thought. As for the bank cards floating in front of them, Fang Yu shook his head. The amount in these bank cards could potentially be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. However, if he had accepted money beforehand, he would be investigated immediately even if he completed the mission. Therefore, Fang Yu knew from the beginning that he could only take away some of the cultivation resources carried by the mission targets. The money in these accounts will be monitored by the Wushu Association. He finally took one last look at the so-called cultivation technique. The Qian Yuan devouring technique. Fang Yu used his mental power to quickly flip through and examine it. It was indeed extremely exquisite. Unfortunately, it's an incomplete copy, and quite badly so. However, it is indeed an extremely evil martial arts technique, and at the same time, it also has huge side effects. He glanced back at Wang Quishan, who was already dead. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yu instantly unleashed flames that swept over the technique. Although the material of the fragment of the technique seemed somewhat special, it was ultimately reduced to ashes under Fang Yu's power of wind and fire. Chapter 80 Mysterious Crystal, Enhancement of Mental Power. Now that Fang Yu's mental strength is strong, he can memorize it almost completely after going through it once. However, Fang Yu doesn't take this technique seriously. He has awakened SSS talents, so there is no need for such an evil technique to improve his talents. It is completely unnecessary. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu took out his phone and took photos of the scene in Wang Quishan's body, then described the circumstances under which he discovered and killed Wang Quishan. Then submit the task. All tasks assigned by the Martial Arts Association, regardless of level or difficulty, can be submitted directly on the app to claim rewards after completion. Apart from needing to activate the mission system in the Martial Arts Association Hall for the first time, subsequent missions can be accepted directly through the app. That's why Fang Yu submitted the task directly at this time and put it under review. 10 minutes later, the task review was completed. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu received the reward of 8 million in mission fees. After looking around, Fang Yu couldn't help but notice that in the box filled with shimmering pale yellow liquid, and even some dried bloodstains, there seemed to be something that resonated with his spiritual power. Fang Yu immediately walked up to the box, squatted down, and began to search through it. A few minutes later, Fang Yu found a small black bag inside. Upon opening it, Fang Yu immediately discovered a transparent object resembling a spirit crystal. It is said to be transparent, yet it seems to contain some pale white, like sparse clouds. It's somewhat similar to a very beautiful, transparent jade. This is? Fang Yu immediately took the transparent jade stone in his hand and used his mental power to probe it. Buzz. Almost as soon as his mental energy probed into it, Fang Yu felt as if the layers of mist in his sea of consciousness were being blown away by a force. Could this thing enhance mental strength? As soon as the idea came to him, Fang Yu immediately activated the Ancient God Technique. As the Ancient God Technique was activated, cracks suddenly appeared on the transparent jade stone that Fang Yu was holding tightly in his palm. Then it shattered with a deafening roar, transforming into a ball of pure power that directly entered Fang Yu's sea of consciousness, quickly merging into the constantly flashing, blood-red lightning like spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu could almost clearly sense that the range of his perception had expanded again. Check the cultivation status of a spiritualist. Mentalist, Tier 1 Mental Phantom Condensation Progress 15%. After absorbing that transparent jade-like substance, the cultivation progress of a first-level mentalist increased by 5%. Could this be the spirit crystal of some kind of ferocious beast that specializes in cultivating spiritual power? At this moment, Fang Yu couldn't help but think back to when he first saw that transparent jade stone. His first instinct was that it was a spirit crystal. Moreover, judging from his previous use of the Ancient God Technique to absorb fire-type spirit crystals and cultivate fire-type battle patterns, the energy that he just absorbed to enhance his spiritual power might be the spirit crystal of some kind of ferocious beast. A ferocious beast that specializes in cultivating spiritual power? Fang Yu didn't seem to have heard of this ferocious beast in class before. However, upon reflection, it becomes clear that there are mentalists among the human race on Earth. Although their numbers are few, there are still quite a few across the entire planet. If the other side of the void rift is also a force similar to Blue Star, then there must also be various cultivation systems. After all, based on what Fong Yu knows now, the ferocious beasts that burst out of the void rift also have various different attributes. It seems I need to pay more attention to this information in the future. By the way, Mu Yubing is a mentalist, so she must know about this. Fong Yu just felt a headache coming on whenever he thought of Mu Yubing. Fong Yu really had no experience in dealing with women. It's nowhere near as simple and practical as cultivation. Stepping out of the cave, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Fong Yu moved swiftly and found a slightly hidden cave. He released his mental energy to check and found no other creatures. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged. He checked the rewards for completing the system task, since it included a martial arts technique. Based on the cultivation techniques previously rewarded by the system, Fong Yu was very much looking forward to seeing what level of cultivation technique would be rewarded this time. He reached out and aimed at the strange, yellowish-brown ball of light that had flown out of the system space. Buzz! The instant Fong Yu reached for the yellowish-brown ball of light. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the earthy yellow ball of light, and then the martial arts technique appeared in Fong Yu's sea of consciousness. Saint-level cultivation technique, Earth Spirit technique. Earth Spirit technique? Fong Yu immediately used his mental power to quickly examine the area. Before long, Fong Yu trembled all over, completely shocked by this Earth Spirit technique. As expected of a saint-level technique, this Earth Spirit technique is not just a single martial arts method, but a comprehensive set of techniques for Earth-type martial artists. The so-called Earth Spirit technique is the application of the power of Earth to various mountains and terrains after mastering and comprehending it. At the same time, one can use the mountains and geography to one's own advantage, which is infinitely wonderful. It also details several techniques commonly used by Earth-based martial artists to utilize mountains and rivers. It can be used for swift underground movement, earth shaking, earth-based binding and slowing, and earth pressure. Fong Yu had seen all of these things before. For example, the pressure of the earth. When I faced that Western martial artist in the virtual space, every time he attacked me, there was a kind of gravitational pressure that seemed to come from the earth. Needless to say, it can travel underground at high speed. Wang Quishan just used this very method. With this thought in mind, Fong Yu could hardly wait to start cultivating. After absorbing and fusing 3 drops of ancient god blood, Fong Yu's comprehension improved considerably. Coupled with his SSS-level Earth Element talent, he naturally found it easy to cultivate the Earth Spirit technique. In just over an hour, Fong Yu was able to walk underground. Although the speed was not fast and the distance that it burrowed underground each time was not far, it was still quite novel to Fong Yu. Next comes the training of the slowing technique and the earth pressure technique. Over the course of several hours, Fong Yu had explored and practiced almost all the most basic techniques of these earth-type martial artists. However, they only scratched the surface. During his cultivation process, Fong Yu discovered that these methods were quite basic. However, if your earth element talent is high enough and your understanding of earth element power is deep enough, your earth element power will be absolutely formidable. Then, the power of these seemingly basic techniques you use will be terrifying and astonishing. Therefore, after studying it for a while, Fong Yu began to circulate the ancient god technique, and one attribute potion after another was poured into Fong Yu's mouth. This place is deserted and deep in the mountains, undisturbed by anyone, perfect for cultivation. Fong Yu quickly entered the bone-tempering training phase. Chapter 81. Is it possible for a weak and cowardly person to stand up for himself? Sancheng, I'll just tell you for now. My parents and their family have a lot of things to do, and my brother and his family also have their own things to do. I don't want to bother them with my affairs. As she spoke, Zhao Fanglan gently stroked Fang Shishuan's face, then whispered. Shixian, go back to your room and rest first. Mom will call you when it's time to eat. Fang Shixian nodded without saying a word, then stood up and walked straight to her room. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiaoning, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but frown. Sister, Shixian, she. Oh, right, you said all of this is because of Fong Yu. I remember Fong Yu is the son that brother-in-law brought back from his homeless days, isn't he? Clearly, Zhao Xiaoning was aware of this as well. Moreover, when Zhao Xiaoning mentioned her son who was wandering outside, her voice was noticeably softer, indicating that she naturally knew what was going on with her sister's son. Fong Yu? At this moment, a young man sitting to the side, dressed in a magnificent martial arts outfit, muttered the name with some curiosity. Xiao Yan. Zhao Xiaoning was about to speak when Zhao Fanlan, who gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh, slightly raised her hand and interrupted her. Little sister, it's all right. This is no secret in our family. Xiao Yan, don't laugh at your aunt, but this Fang Yu was born to your uncle 18 years ago with another woman. At that time, I had just given birth to the sisters Shi Xian and Shiya. For the sake of the family, I endured it. Then, a sudden beast tide broke out, and your uncle came back and sadly told me that the child had died in the beast tide. So I didn't pursue the matter any further. At this point, Zhao Xiaoning's eyes also showed some anger as she said. Yes, we know about this. We just didn't expect that bastard from back then would still be alive now. Sitting to the side, Xiao Sanyan, who seemed lost in thought, calmly said. So, this Fang Yu was found and brought back by Uncle Fang not long ago? But why did you agree to let Uncle Fang bring him back? As Xiao Sanyan spoke, he looked at Zhao Fanlan, who was sitting there with a sorrowful expression. It was clear that Xiao Sanyan was still very curious about Fang Yu at this moment. Although he had come to Sangcheng with his mother before, it was to see his sister Xia. After all, he knew his younger sister was beautiful. But when they arrived, they learned that Xia had become a cripple. Suddenly, I lost interest. The person who crippled the Fang Xia sisters was a man named Fang Yu, which immediately piqued Xiao Sanyan's interest. He was eager to know who this Fang Yu was. Just then, the door to the room was opened. It was Fang Guotao who rushed back from outside. Fang Guotao has also had a very difficult time these past few days. After being removed from his position as principal, he was demoted to a sinecure. Even Lu Zhong, who used to treat him with utmost respect, now doesn't even look at him directly. Because of Fang Yu, Lu Zhong has been promoted to the position of vice principal, and he is now very close to Wu Taizhan. Fang Guotao wanted to visit Wu Taizhan today, but after waiting for most of the day, Wu Taizhan still didn't see him. This infuriated Fang Guotao even more, as he knew that Fang Yu was behind it all. Moreover, Fang Guotao has calmed down in the past few days at school. Fang Yu has now become the most sought-after student at Sangcheng Middle School. It can be said that because of Li Ran's words, Sangcheng Middle School has now focused its training plan on Fang Yu and the top 10 students. Originally, these were all Fang Guotao's business, but the upcoming joint entrance examination for 100 schools was no longer his concern. He just received a call from Zhao Fanlan, informing him that Zhao Xiaoning had come from Lanchang. He knew that they must be coming to interrogate him. But he knew he couldn't escape it, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go home. Uncle, you're back. At this moment, seeing Fang Guotao return home, among the few people sitting at home, only Xiao Sanyan stood up to greet Fang Guotao and ease the awkwardness. Oh, Xiao Yan is here, huh? As Fang Guotao spoke, he walked towards the group, a smile on his face. He quickly glanced at them before fixing his gaze on his daughter, Fang Xia, and said. Xia, your sister is alone in her room, go and check on her. Dad, I don't. Just as Fang Guotao was about to put on his usual cold face, he was interrupted by the voice of Zhao Xiaoning sitting next to him. Brother-in-law, I won tea beat around the bush. I'm here to get justice for my sister and my 2 nieces. Bring Fang Yu here, cripple him in front of us, and then hand him over to my sister. I will no longer interfere in this matter. Hearing this, Fang Guotao felt somewhat frustrated, and even felt a surge of nameless anger. He knew that the Zhao family had never respected him. Especially Zhao Xiaoning. When he married Zhao Fanlan, he made things difficult for her in every way. Now that she is favored in the Xia family, he doesn't respect her at all. If it were any other day, Fang Guotao would have been overlooked. But in the past few days, Fang Guotao has been humiliated in various ways, and he is filled with resentment. What, does it mean my brother-in-law is unwilling? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoning looked at Fang Guotao, whose face was full of gloom, and couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Sanyan, standing to the side, also looked at his uncle-in-law. His face was expressionless, but he was thinking to himself, could it be that this week uncle-in-law is going to stand up for himself? Chapter 82 This mess, let whoever wants to clean it up do it. No. It's just, sigh. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Guotao finally let out a long sigh. Then, looking at Zhao Fanlan, who was sitting silently to the side, he said. Didn't you tell Xiaoning that Fang Yu's current situation is completely beyond my control, and besides? Shut up. Fang Guotao was interrupted by Zhao Fanlan before he could finish speaking. Fang Guotao, you're a piece of trash. Look at how badly Shi Xian and Xia were beaten. Look at how badly your wife, me, was bullied. And what are you doing? I know, you must think we're all inferior to that bastard, right? Hearing Zhao Fanlan's roar, Fang Guotao felt utterly overwhelmed. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoning quickly got up, hugged Zhao Fanlan, and gently patted Zhao Fanlan's back. It's all right, sis. Don't be angry. I'll handle this for you. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoning looked directly at Fang Guotao, who was standing there. Fang Guotao, I call you brother-in-law because my sister still acknowledges you. I hope you can understand the importance of this. Bring Fang Yu here right away. My brother and parents don't know about this yet, and I don't think you want them to know either, right? When Zhao Xiaoning said this, it was fair to say that she didn't give Fang Guotao any face at all. Faced with his sister-in-law's utterly unforgiving words, Fang Guotao felt extremely frustrated and resentful. Dad, even at a time like this, are you still protecting Fang Yu? Sometimes I even doubt whether my sister and I are your biological children. At this moment, Xiao Sangyan calmly spoke up. Yes, uncle, you have no choice but to bring Fang Yu here now. If you continue to protect him and uncle and the others find out, things will get complicated. How could Fang Guotao have known about the situation he was facing? He always just wanted his family to be happy, whether it was Fang Yu, Zhao Fanlan, and their 2 daughters, or the Zhao family from Dushan. But it's clear that the current situation is no longer under his control. He originally thought that Fang Yu was the easiest person for him to control and the easiest to talk to. However, his 2 recent interactions with Fang Yu made him increasingly aware that Fang Yu had become much stronger. More importantly, Fang Yu's awakened talent has already surprised even him, and has even attracted the attention of Li Ran, the war god of the military, who specifically named him as someone who would personally train him after the 100 schools joint examination. This is equivalent to adding a protective ring to Fang Yu's body. Moreover, because of this incident, he was directly demoted and has now completely lost power at Sunqing Middle School. Meanwhile, his 2 daughters were seriously injured and disabled. But I am powerless to do anything about it. Fang Guotao, tell me, do you want to bring that bastard Fang Yu here? Are you still going to protect him now? Seeing Fang Guotao's complicated expression, Zhao Fanlan immediately gave him a bitter smile and roared at him. At this moment, Zhao Fanlan's desire to kill Fang Yu was magnified infinitely. The key issue is that I don't even know where Fang Yu is right now. Besides, he's currently being favored by war god Li Ran. Even if I wanted to capture him, do you think Wu Taishan would allow me to do so? As he spoke, Fang Guotao looked at Zhao Xiaoning's extremely cold face. Fine, do whatever you want, I don't care anymore. With that, Fang Guotao waved his hand and walked towards the room, looking somewhat weak. He's tired. He didn't want to deal with all this messy stuff anymore. All he wanted to do was get a good night's sleep. He had barely slept for the past few days, and Zhao Xiaoning's appearance made him feel somewhat relieved. He's not going to deal with this mess anymore. Let whoever wants to manage it. In the living room, Zhao Fanlan watched as Fang Guotao walked directly into the bedroom and closed the door tightly. Tears immediately streamed down his face again. Zhao Xiaoning was recalling what Fang Guotao had just said. Then she looked at Fang Xia. Xia, what did your dad mean when he said Fang Yu was favored by Li Ran, the god of war in the military? Could it be that this Fang Yu is a super genius? It's obvious that Zhao Xiaoning isn't stupid. On the contrary, the reason he was favored in the Xia family was not only because he had given birth to 3 sons, but more importantly because she knew what was important. What genius! Fang Yu is just a piece of trash. He must have awakened his talent not long ago, because he started beating me up. Later, he even sent a message, and when he showed up, he beat my sister and me up like this. As for Li Ran, the god of war, taking a liking to him, I don't know, but Fang Yu must have used some despicable means. Although Fang Xia said that. But she also had her doubts. Although she didn't know that Li Ran, the god of war from the military, had taken a liking to Fang Yu, she did know that Fang Yu had won first place in Sunqing in this mock exam. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoning and her son Xiao Sanyan were somewhat incredulous upon hearing Fang Xia's words. After all, they believed Fang Guotao's words without a doubt. Given the current situation, Fang Guotao couldn't possibly lie to them. Furthermore, to be noticed by Li Ran, the god of war in the military, is definitely no ordinary person. It seems they need to investigate this matter further before making any plans. And it was at this time that Zhao Xiaoning began investigating information about Fang Yu in Sunqing. In the 1,000-foot mountain, thousands of miles away from Sunqing. With a swift movement of his feet, Fang Yu vanished from his spot.
When he reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away beside a large tree. After 2 days of practice, Fang Yu used up all his spirit crystals and B-grade attribute potions, and his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds once again. Your own attribute panel is displayed directly in front of you. Name, Fang Yu. Fire type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 5180. Wind type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 080. Earth type cultivation, body refinement realm 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 2680. Wood type cultivation, body refinement level 3 mysterious rank martial artist torso, spine, and skull tempering progress 080. Mentalist, tier 1 mental phantom condensation progress 15%. Combat power, 63,000. Looking at his cultivation progress and basic combat strength, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. In just a few days, his basic combat strength actually exceeded 60,000. Moreover, all 4 elements have reached the level of a Xian rank martial artist, and the fire and earth elements have even completed the tempering of the spine. Moreover, Fang Yu has focused on cultivating the 2 major earth-based techniques these past 2 days. As the netherworld devouring worms multiply and grow wildly, they can now gather on Fang Yu's right fist, forming a thin, pale yellow glove-like layer. The number has already exceeded 10,000. The Yama golden body technique also operated smoothly. With the help of mental power, it could almost teleport to gather a thin layer of life-saving defense within a small area of the body. Just like Wang Quishan's sudden attack with poisonous fangs and sharp blades, it was a life-saving method of gathering the netherworld devouring insects, a flexible application of the Yama golden body technique. Chapter 83. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be able to meet soon. Earth Spirit technique has become increasingly powerful with the advancement of Earth elemental power. With a single thought, one can burrow underground and travel hundreds of meters at a time, while simultaneously unleashing terrifying pressure over a small area. Although Fang Yu cannot yet fully integrate the power of wind and fire into the pressure of the earth, he knows it is only a matter of time. When that time comes, he will surely be able to create a method that can instantly crush people to death with its pressure. In addition, the fiery sun fist was progressing steadily, and the second punch could already be unleashed at will. The first level of the invincible Saint King technique, the body's meridian circulation diagram, also operates with complete ease. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yu let out a long breath. Leaning against the tree trunk, a gentle breeze was blowing all around. Fang Yu unconsciously closed his eyes and entered a state of rest. During this period, Fang Yu had indeed been cultivating frantically day and night. Fang Yu had exhausted all his cultivation resources, so he could take a break in this wilderness. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, the azure wood elemental battle patterns within his dantian began to operate on their own. With each breath Fang Yu took, the power of wood element within a radius of several hundred meters flowed continuously toward him. A huge vortex of azure spiritual energy quickly formed. Songcheng. Fang family. So, in less than a month, Fang Yu has grown from the first stage of body refinement to a level comparable to a profound rank martial artist? Zhao Xiaoning has basically investigated Fang Yu's information in the past 2 days, and even knows that Fang Yu has been a certified martial artist for less than a month. A martial arts genius with 3 different martial arts systems? Sitting on the sofa to the side, Xiao Sanyan, his eyes flashing with burning fighting spirit, murmured calmly. There must be something strange about this Fang Yu. Zhao Fanlan has recently been focusing on investigating everything that happened since she accompanied her 2 daughters to the hospital. She was shocked when she learned about these things. Fang Xia found it hard to believe. Impossible, he's a piece of trash, how could he be so strong? There must be some strange change happening to him. Zhao Xiaoning slowly stood up. His eyes flickered uncertainly. Sister, are you sure Fang Yu never awakened his talent before, and that he was only at the early stage of body refinement realm? Zhao Fanlan nodded. She was absolutely certain of this. After all, she had been keeping an eye on Fang Yu, because when Fang Yu returned to the Fang family, she made up her mind. Once Fang Yu awakens his talent, then kill him immediately. If that's the case, then Fang Yu has not only awakened 3 elements, but his wind and fire elements are very likely both SS level. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fanglan's expression changed slightly. That's normal. If Fang Yu hadn't awakened an SS level, his cultivation speed wouldn't be this fast. Moreover, he was able to directly win first place in Sangqing in the mock exam and catch the eye of War God Li Ran. It's obvious that Fang Yu is very shrewd and knows how to seize opportunities.
Xiao Sangyan, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. It was obvious that he agreed with his mother's analysis, and during the past 2 days of investigation, he had become even more interested in Fang Yu. Only a genius with 3 different systems like him deserves to be my opponent. And soon, he knew they would meet. I've already investigated Fang Yu's whereabouts. He's not in Sunshine recently, he's gone on a mission to train. What a pity, otherwise I could have taught him a lesson and vented my anger for Xia. As Xiao Sangyan spoke, he slowly took a step forward. He then continued. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to meet this wild younger brother in a few days. After all, as the top student in Sunshine, he'll definitely have to participate in the 100 schools joint examination. Of course, this is the case without any unexpected events, since he's currently out there alone doing missions and earning money, and anything could happen to him. As Xiao Sangyan spoke, he handed a black business card to Zhao Fanglan, then smiled and said, Auntie, let's go back to Lanqing to prepare for the 100 schools joint examination. As for Fang Yu, if we run into him during the 100 schools joint examination, I won't hold back. After exchanging pleasantries, the two drove away from Suncheng. I'm home. Zhao Fanglan looked at the black business card in her hand. There was no name on it, only a skull symbol, and below it was a phone number. As a teacher at Suncheng Middle School, Zhao Fanglan naturally knew what the skull represented. The Martial Arts Association is the official organization that issues a large number of missions. All martial artists can accept missions through the Martial Arts Association and earn rewards to train. There are also some unofficial organizations that issue missions, such as the one with the skull and crossbone symbol, which is an organization called Skull and Bones. Zhao Fanglan clutched the black card tightly, and finally she dialed the number. After all, he now knew that even if he took action himself, he might not be able to kill Fang Yu. There's no way Fang Guotao would take action against Fang Yu. It was obvious that his sister and nephew wouldn't attack Fang Yu without a reason. After all, given Li Ran's words, it would cause them a lot of trouble if they openly attacked Fang Yu. So this is the only path left. Fang Yu, unaware that his name and information were already on the Skull and Bones bounty list, had just completed a B-level mission and was taking photos and uploading them, waiting for the mission to be approved. In the past 2 days, Fang Yu has completed 3 B-level missions in succession, and his cultivation funds have accumulated to 20 million. Except for the first mission to hunt down and kill Wang Quishan, which costs 8 million, the other 3 B-level missions only cost around 4 million. Just as Fang Yu's task submission was successfully approved and the task payment was credited to his account, he was preparing to take on the next task. A super message immediately caught his attention. Mu Yubing, Fang Yu, where are you? I need your help. Come back immediately. Fang Yu already felt a little embarrassed about Mu Yubing, and had never known how to apologize to this eccentric genius girl. This might be an opportunity. Currently in Linshui town, where are you? You go back to Sunqing first. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and we can talk when we meet. Upon seeing Mu Yobing's message, Fang Yu didn't hesitate and immediately replied with an OK emoji. He immediately got up and headed straight for the Linshui station. It's only a little over an hour from here to Suncheng. I glanced at the time, it was around 5 p.m. When I arrived, it was just in time for dinner. Meanwhile, Mu Yubing, who was sitting in the luxurious villa, was also delighted when she saw Fang Yu's reply. She had originally considered finding a few of the top 10 students in the school for this task, but she ultimately decided to give up. After all, this was extremely dangerous, and she would inevitably have to reveal her trump cards. She didn't want to expose her life-saving methods before the 100 schools joint examination. She didn't know if Fang Yu would agree to go with her, but she was confident she could persuade him. Moreover, Fang Yu was very powerful and had a mysterious aura, which gave her a strange sense of security. With Fang Yu by our side, this mission should be completed smoothly. She stood up and strode out of the villa. Chapter 84. Mu Yubing is acting strangely today. The smart bus stopped at Sunqing Station. Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes amidst a series of intelligent voice announcements. His eyes were filled with sighs at that moment. Just now, as soon as he got on the bus, he entered the virtual battle space and spent a lot of virtual martial artist points to exchange for battle training opportunities in the virtual space. However, as things stand, Fang Yu's cultivation has progressed too quickly, but he has not yet truly mastered the various techniques he has cultivated to the full extent of his original power. Therefore, when facing his own best form under his current cultivation level, Fang Yu still lost more often than he won. However, during this short but intense hour of training, Fang Yu's power underwent a transformation.
In particular, the fiery sun fist is showing signs of starting to unleash its third punch. Of course, in the virtual spacetime, the current strongest version of himself is already capable of unleashing the third punch of the fiery sun holy fist. This is also the main reason why Fong Yu is no match for him.
Everything else is fine.
Whether it's the invincible Saint King technique, the Yama golden body technique, or the earth spirit technique, I can still use my powerful mental energy to barely keep up when I exert all my strength. But once the third punch of the blazing sun holy fist was unleashed, Fong Yu was no match for him, for a very simple reason.
Fiery sun holy fist.
It is Fong Yu's most powerful killing move now. Of course, the original blazing sun holy fist was the most powerful attack technique, and Fong Yu has fused it with the power of wind. The blazing detects host's desire to activate the god-level martial artist 2-choice system. Option 1, complete a rank B mission within 1 day and be rewarded with a drop of ancient god blood. Option 2, complete an A-level mission within 3 days to receive 1 drop of ancient god blood and 30 super bone tempering pills. Just as Fong Yu stood up, got out of the car, and stretched his tired and aching body by the roadside, the system's voice immediately rang in his ears.
Is this even possible?
Blood of the ancient gods. Upon seeing the 2 rewards, Fong Yu's heart skipped a beat, filled with extreme excitement. I was just thinking about how to obtain the blood of the ancient god once again. After all, at present, the only way for Fong Yu to obtain the blood of the ancient god is through this god-level martial artist 2-choice system. Just when he was about to fall asleep, someone offered him a pillow, which naturally put Fong Yu in a good mood.
Super bone tempering pill?
As for the super bone tempering pill, Fong Yu didn't know what kind of pill it was, but anything produced by the system would naturally be of high quality.
Fong Yu had already verified this point before. Without much thought, Fong Yu immediately chose option 2.
After all, Fong Yu felt that B-level missions no longer posed a significant challenge, so he was prepared to take on an A-level mission. From the Martial Arts Association's mission system and difficulty description, he knew that A-level missions might involve Earth-rank martial artists, and there might also be missions involving a team of martial artists with strength comparable to Earth-rank martial artists in the 4th stage of body refinement.
Regardless, Fong Yu has already decided to take on an A-level mission. Just then, the system appeared, offering the reward of ancient god blood, which he naturally wouldn't miss.
The thought of soon obtaining another drop of ancient god blood to fuse and transform filled Fong Yu with anticipation. Then he glanced at his phone and saw the location of a very expensive martial arts restaurant in the center of Sunqing that Mu Yubing had sent him. Although Fong Yu was somewhat puzzled, he didn't dwell on it at the moment. He simply flashed away, transforming into a gust of wind and disappearing from the station. With the increasing number of martial artists across the planet, it's no longer surprising to see strange phenomena on the streets, or to see martial artists covering hundreds of meters in a few quick movements. Therefore, Fong Yu did not hesitate at this moment. With his body moving quickly and swiftly, he headed directly towards the martial arts restaurant that Mu Yubing had located. At this moment, the sky slowly darkened. The sunset glow painted most of the sky red. Sitting by the window, Mu Yubing looked out at the bustling city of Sengqing through the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the high-rise building. Countless cars passed by, and pedestrians looked like tiny ants. While Mu Yubing was still in a daze, Fong Yu had already stood next to her and sat down opposite her.
Student Mu Yubing.
Oh, you've arrived.
Fong Yu's soft call finally snapped Mu Yubing out of her daze.
Mu Yubing felt a little embarrassed, but then she took a deep breath, called over the waiter, and asked them to serve the dishes. Soon, a large table of food was served. There are deep-fried meatballs that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, as well as large pieces of pan-fried hurricane beef. There were also dumplings made with the meat of the crimson giant python, and fried rice. There are also some vegetables with special properties cultivated using technology. Fong Yu glanced at them and saw that they were all the 3 attributes he had awakened. Wind, fire, earth. Looking at the table full of expensive food, Fong Yu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After all, in his opinion, Mu Yubing was not an easy person to talk to, and she gave people a cold feeling, yet she invited him to dinner today. Could it be? Chapter 85, Rank a Mission, Temptation of Mythical Beast Spirit Crystals. Mu Yubing, what's going on? I need your help with something. Mu Yubing also beat around the bush. After all, he knew that Fong Yu in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Such a person would naturally guess that she must have something to say to him, so she didn't need to hide it.
Fong Yu nodded.
He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. This huge meal in front of you must cost at least tens of thousands, or even more.
The fact that Mu Yubing invited him to dinner meant she needed his help with something, and judging from Mu Yubing's expression, it seemed that this matter was somewhat difficult for her. Go ahead and tell me. If I can help, I won't refuse. After all, in Fang Yu's eyes, Mu Yubing had saved him and left a very good impression on him. Although he was a bit cold and seemed somewhat difficult to talk to. But actually, he's a really nice person. If he could help, Fang Yu wouldn't mind lending a hand, as a way of repaying a debt of gratitude. Eat first, then we can talk. Well, you should tell me first. Fang Yu knew the saying, he who eats another's food is bound to him. Well, okay. I'm planning to take on an A-level mission soon, but it's a bit too difficult for me, so I'd like to find a partner to complete it with. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. You want to complete an A-level mission with me? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu quickly considered the situation, as he was about to take on an A-level mission. It's obvious that if I complete the A-level mission that Mu Yubing has accepted, it should also count as completing an A-level mission, since the system doesn't stipulate that it must be completed by one person alone. There are less than 5 days left until the joint entrance exam for 100 schools. I will definitely need to find time to prepare for the joint entrance examination of 100 schools, and there will also be a selection process for team leaders between the Martial Arts Association and Sanqing Middle School. It will take some time. This A-level mission is to kill 4 people. These 4 people are a team of martial artists, so the difficulty is actually quite high. Although the information given is that the strongest of these 4 people is only at the peak of the Xian rank, I have my doubts. If they were all Xian rank martial artists, I could handle all 4 of them, but I'm just worried about the possibility of something going wrong, so to ensure my safety, I came to you. Fang Yu nodded, then reached for the chopsticks beside him, picked up a meatball made from a ferocious beast, and asked. And the compensation? Fang Yu had previously seen A-level missions on the Martial Arts Association website. In addition to monetary rewards, there were other item rewards, such as attribute potions and spirit crystals. Moreover, the starting reward is 10 million, and the monetary reward for a typical A-level mission is usually more than that. According to Mu Yubing, this time they were facing a team of martial artists. Even if the members of these martial arts teams are all at the Xian rank, they can still contend with D-rank martial artists when they work together. Moreover, it is very likely that some of these martial arts teams are hiding their strength. Thinking about this, Fang Yu really wanted to know what kind of reward would make Mu Yubing take such a risk before the 100 schools joint examination. Mu Yubing must have something she wanted to get for her to take such a risk. I didn't want the money, but they can offer 5 Phantom Beast Crystals and 10 Grade B Attribute Potions. Phantom Beast Crystal? When Fang Yu heard those 4 words, he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. It was obvious that he knew the most valuable reward for this A-level mission was these 5 Phantom Beast Spirit Crystals. Mu Yubing seemed to value this thing highly. Could it be that? As Fang Yu had guessed, he was right. Yes, there is a kind of ferocious beast in the Void Rift. They are skilled in mental attacks, just like me. At the same time, these kinds of ferocious beasts are generally few in number, and each time they appear, they are either minor leaders of the beasts or even the final boss of the beast tide. Therefore, the spirit crystals of these kinds of ferocious beasts are very rare. These ferocious beasts are called phantom beasts, and spiritual cultivators must rely on the spirit crystals of these phantom beasts for their cultivation. After all, you know that ordinary attribute-enhancing potions and specially developed cultivation drugs are completely useless for the cultivation of a mentalist. As she spoke, Mu Yubing looked at Fang Yu with a gaze that seemed to say something. Fang Yu, don't you think so? When Fang Yu saw the almost scrutinizing gaze Mu Yubing gave him, he immediately picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth, then said, Phantom beasts? I've never heard of them before, but this is a cultivation method used by spiritual masters, which I don't quite understand. But I suppose these phantom beast spirit crystals are very important to you. Mu Yubing nodded slightly. They didn't say it out loud. He simply continued. How about this, Fang Yu? I'll take on this mission, and we'll complete it together. After we finish, I'll only take the beast spirit crystals, everything else is yours. After all, the remaining 4 members of that team have quite a few good items on them. What do you think? Fang Yu hesitated for a moment. After all, he really wanted the magical beast spirit crystal that could enhance his spiritual power. He didn't want to reveal his identity as a mentalist at the moment, knowing that Mu Yubing was already suspicious. It probably won't be able to stay hidden for much longer. That's possible, but I also want to study these mythical beast spirit crystals. Mu Yubing smiled slightly, and then said, As far as I know, one of the remaining 4 is a mentalist, and he has a few phantom beast spirit crystals. If we complete the mission, I can give you one. Before Fong Yu could speak, Mu Yubing placed a large piece of ferocious beast meat on his plate and said, "Then it's decided. I'll accept the mission right away, and we'll set off after we finish eating." As she spoke, Mu Yubing took out her phone and began accepting tasks. "So rushed?" Mu Yubing said while rapidly clicking on her phone. "All missions from the Limitless Pavilion have time limits, and I contacted the person who posted this mission before. If I don't accept the mission today, he will cancel it." Limitless Pavilion? It was obvious that Fong Yu had no idea what the Limit Pavilion that Mu Yubing was talking about was all about. Isn't the Limitless Pavilion supposed to accept missions from the Martial Arts Association? Fong Yu didn't stand on ceremony anymore and started eating voraciously while asking questions. Mu Yubing looked at Fong Yu, who was wolfing down his food, and simply smiled calmly. It's very difficult to find pet spirit crystals as rewards in the A-level missions of the Martial Arts Association. Moreover, the Martial Arts Association is an official organization, and there are many missions that cannot be posted on it. The Limitless Pavilion is a platform where task posters and recipients can communicate privately. Most tasks offer cultivation resources as payment, very few offer cash rewards. Fong Yu nodded. He silently memorized the name of the Limitless Pavilion. On Earth, there are many unofficial mission platforms. The Limit Pavilion is just one of them. There are many, many more. Chapter 86: Victory in Sight? A sudden change occurs. As Fong Yu ate, he listened to Mu Yubing explain in detail some unofficial mission platform organizations. He was even more shocked, and at the same time, Fong Yu realized why these were called unofficial organizations. Among them are bounties, revenge, and lost items, with personal grudges making up the vast majority. Many cultivation items, which may be difficult to find on official martial arts association platforms or require a high level of quest to obtain, can be easily found on these unofficial quest platforms. However, the risks and dangers are much higher than those officially stated by the Wushu Association. This is why, although the Limit Pavilion announced an A-level mission this time, it is very likely that the mission is actually more difficult than the Martial Arts Association's usual A-level missions. This is why Mu Yubing wanted to team up with Fong Yu to complete this A-level mission. After eating and drinking her fill, Mu Yubing accepted the mission using her membership in the Limitless Pavilion. Fong Yu also learned from browsing the mission information that this A-level mission was indeed extremely risky. This A-level mission is to kill 4 members of a group called Firestone Squad. The Firestone Squad is a team composed entirely of peak Xian rank martial artists, originally consisting of 6 people. 2 people were killed or wounded during a mission not long ago. Among the remaining 4, there is a key combatant named Song Hua, a peak Earth rank fire-type martial artist, who is the main combatant of the Firestone Squad. The other 3 are a mentalist, a wood-type support, and a metal-type secondary combatant. One of the mentalists is the current captain of the Firestone Squad, named Chang Hongdai. Not only is he a first-level mentalist, but he is also a martial artist who has awakened the metal element, and his weapon is a custom-made alloy sniper rifle. Although Fong Yu had never fought against other mentalists before, he knew very well that a sniper combined with a metal element to use a sniper rifle was a perfect match. No wonder Chang Hongdai is the captain of the Firestone Squad. It seems she is the Firestone Squad's true hidden strongest fighting force. After a brief analysis, Mu Yubing started the car and headed straight for the mission target, Qingshui Town. The reason Mu Yubing accepted this mission was because the Firestone Squad was currently resting in Qingshui Town, not far from Sangcheng. Because they had just completed a mission, 2 of the 6 men were killed, and the remaining 4 were also injured in different ways, so they needed a period of rest and recuperation. This employer knows so much about the 4 members of the Firestone Squad. It seems that this employer has a very deep relationship with the Firestone Squad. Mu Yubing smiled calmly upon hearing Fong Yu's words. We don't need to worry about these things. The important thing now is that we've arrived in Qingshui Town and we need to find these 4 people as quickly as possible. These martial arts squads often coordinate their attacks, and once they do, they are absolutely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, they will inevitably see that we have accepted this mission. However, we also have an advantage, because I took on this task alone, which allows you to quickly pinpoint the target's location from the shadows. Fong Yu nodded. After all, the detailed information provided by the Extreme Pavilion platform shows the appearance of these 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men. Fong Yu only needed to glance at them to memorize their appearances. Wouldn't that be too risky? Mu Yubing shook her head slightly.
Don't worry, my presence in the limit pavilion is extremely low, and I take orders by myself. Once the 4 members of the Firestone squad see this, they definitely won't take me seriously, and might not even care about me at all. However, we can't let our guard down. These squads often double-cross each other. As you said, the client this time might have been tricked by the Firestone squad. So I'm planning to get off the bus outside Qingshui town later, and I'll go in alone. Can you keep up? Fang Yu nodded. Then, as the two headed towards Qingshui town, they began to make plans. Sancheng is several hundred kilometers away from Qingshui town. Mu Yubing soon arrived outside Qingshui town, and Fang Yu got out of the car as they passed through a tunnel. When they emerged from the tunnel, Mu Yubing was the only one left in the car. And just after Mu Yubing's car exited the tunnel, almost before entering Qingshui town, she sensed that someone was watching her. Just as Fang Yu said, these people are extremely cautious. It seems that it will be difficult to complete this mission quickly. With her brows furrowed, Mu Yubing stepped on the gas and drove straight into Qingshui town. In the darkness, a middle-aged man standing on a hillside outside Qingshui town, holding a precision telescope, slowly put it away. He watched Mu Yobing's car disappear into the darkness before pulling out his phone and lowering his voice to the other end. Sister Hong, the target has arrived in Qingshui town, alone. Then his figure transformed into a gust of wind, quickly heading towards Qingshui town. After the middle-aged man disappeared, Fang Yu slowly walked out from the other side of the hillside. In the darkness, a blood-red light flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. This is getting tricky. The next moment, Fang Yu's figure flashed and disappeared on the hillside. The next day, just as dawn broke, Mu Yubing suddenly opened his eyes. He walked to the window and looked at a room across the street not far away. At that moment, Mu Yubing suddenly felt like she was being watched. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she saw a beautiful face appear in the window not far away. Those eyes were looking at him too. Mu Yobing's heart raced. Because she could sense that she had been completely exposed to the gaze of the 4 members of the Firestone squad. That beautiful face just now belonged to Chang Hongdai, the captain of the Firestone squad. It seems I underestimated this 4-person team before. Just then, Mu Yobing's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. Leave through the back window. Almost as soon as Mu Yubing saw Fang Yu's message, she suddenly sensed someone outside the door. Without any hesitation, she quickly went to the hotel bedroom, opened the window, and left the room in a flash. Bang! As Mu Yubing jumped out of the window, she heard the sound of the door being broken open. My heart grew even heavier. Chang Hongdai, standing not far away by the window, had a red light flashing in her eyes, but a playful smile appeared on her lips. The reaction is not bad, but it's a pity they're still students. Even if they're geniuses, it's useless. Inside the room, a gaunt-faced old man was carefully cleaning an alloy sniper rifle, saying as he spoke, "It seems we were careless a month ago. We should have found the body, burned it, and left." After leaving behind a single sentence, Chang Hongdai disappeared through the doorway. The old man stood in the room. He glanced out the window, and his aged eyes fell into deep thought. Has the scent of the north wind disappeared? The old man couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart, but he had a different thought than Chang Hongdai. After all, a month ago, the 2 people that the 4 of them had dealt with had also suddenly disappeared. The old man then vanished from the room in a flash. The captain absolutely cannot be harmed. At this moment, Shuofeng felt utterly powerless. The moment he broke down the door and entered the room, he sensed a deadly danger instantly enveloping him. Without any hesitation, he made his move. But to his utter dismay, almost before he could even make a move, an incredibly terrifying pressure suddenly trapped him. It was just a brief moment of distraction, and the next instant a huge fist of wind and fire appeared before my eyes. The next, he felt his sternum shatter and his internal organs destroyed by that punch. The moment he was hit by that punch, his body was suddenly sent flying out of the window. Driven by his survival instinct in the face of crisis, Shuofeng endured the excruciating pain that felt like his body was falling apart and channeled his wind elemental power to envelop his entire body. What he never expected was that almost as soon as he landed and unleashed his wind elemental power, he was suddenly grabbed by the neck and dragged into the ground. In the darkness of the underground, the hand that had gripped his neck seemed to have become extremely sharp. As he continued to move underground, Shuofeng could clearly sense that the violent wind power that had been surrounding him had completely disappeared. The pure wind elemental power within his dantian seemed to be swallowed and absorbed by an unnamed force. Bang! Puff! Finally, in a dark underground space, Shuafeng felt the figure grabbing him stop. Then, with a sharp pain in his neck, he was thrown directly into a dark underground space. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Shuafeng stared in astonishment at the young figure in front of him, she used her mental power to detect that the person who was relentlessly pursuing her was the main fighting force among the four, Songhua. Peak Xian rank martial artist. As she moved swiftly, Mu Yubing suddenly felt a huge fiery fist appear behind her, attacking her back. He turned around and struck out with his palm. At the same time, the Iceblade spacetime sphere instantly enveloped Mu Yubing's body. Bang! But almost as soon as the Iceblade space sphere enveloped Mu Yobing's body, a powerful wave of scorching heat blasted her away. Immediately afterward, Songhua flashed and landed in front of Mu Yubing. We've reached the edge of Qingshui town, with many field ridges and the sounds of birds, animals, and insects chirping in the distant mountains and forests. Mu Yubing looked at the middle-aged man with a burly build and a buzz cut, who was standing on the ridge in front of her, wearing a specially made fiery red martial arts outfit. Little brat, you're quite something, daring to come alone to kill our Firestone squad. You've got guts, but you probably don't know that from the moment you accepted this mission, your death was already sealed. Mu Yubing didn't say much at this moment. Suddenly, his figure flashed. A layer of dense ice suddenly appeared beneath Songhua's feet. Not only that, but the moment Songhua tried to retreat, he sensed sharp blades piercing towards his head from behind. Immediately, Songhua's eyes narrowed, and the fire elemental power around him suddenly erupted, with terrifying flames shooting into the sky. With a single step, Songhua directly slammed into the terrifyingly huge, icy phantom palm in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, Songhua was blasted back several steps. After regaining his footing, Songhua sensed an ice-type power spreading in the void in front of him. In an instant, a strange space was formed. This is impossible. Chapter 88 instantly kills one person and escapes underground. Zhanhua's eyes narrowed, and flames surged around his body, forming layers of terrifying flames centered on him. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch at the phantom hand that was about to strike him again. At the same time, a layer of earth-yellow defensive light shield appeared on his martial arts uniform. With a whoosh, they collided head-on once again. Songhua was once again blasted away, and this time a thick layer of ice appeared on his palm. He immediately channeled his fire elemental power, filling his entire right fist. With a hissing sound, a cloud of white steam dissipated into the air. Mu Yubing appeared not far away. Her eyes were also filled with solemnity, but at this moment Mu Yubing did not hesitate at all. She knew that since they had already started fighting, they had to kill each other on sight. Only in this way could they eliminate the mission targets one by one. Immediately, Mu Yobing's eyes blazed red, and as the Iceblade spacetime sphere spun in front of her, it began to condense layers of terrifying ice blades. At this moment, Mu Yobing's mental energy locked onto Songhua not far away, and she had already decided to use her killing move to kill Songhua in one strike. Meanwhile, standing not far away, Songhua felt that terrifying mental pressure was attacking him directly. He no longer held any contempt in his eyes, on the contrary, he was extremely tense. Because he already knew that the little girl in front of him, who looked like a student, was no ordinary martial artist. Ice type is one thing, but she's also a mentalist as terrifying as the captain. But the north wind has vanished without a trace and hasn't arrived yet. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself. Zhanhua immediately activated his fire elemental power to the fullest extent, and as the earth elemental spirit crystals were consumed, an earth elemental defensive shield was also released from his specially made martial arts uniform. As Songhua took a step forward, flames raged wildly around his right fist. Come on, little girl, let me see if you geniuses who haven't even graduated from school can take a beating. Without any hesitation, Songhua made his move as he spoke. Passive defense is simply not his style of hiding his firepower. Just as that terrifying punch, imbued with terrifying firepower, was about to land on Mu Yubing. Suddenly, Songhua froze, and the surrounding space instantly transformed into an icy, isolated space. What? How is that possible, in the field? Impossible, a Xian rank martial artist couldn't possibly cultivate a domain. At the same time, Mu Yubing reached out and grabbed the Iceblade spacetime sphere that was flashing with silver-white light. Suddenly, snow-white bone spurs appeared on the palm, growing rapidly and frantically plunging into the spinning Iceblade spacetime sphere on the palm. Sizzle! Puff! Songhua unleashed a punch, creating a massive vortex of flames, but this occurred in a space that seemed to be entirely surrounded by terrifying ice-based power. The attack from hidden fire seemed insignificant. Suddenly, a sharp ice blade shot down from the void above like lightning. Then the second, the third. At first, Song Hwa was able to dodge, but soon he could not. In no time, 7 or 8 holes had been pierced through his body, and the blood that flowed out turned into blood-red ice spikes. Not only that, but the pierced wound was also penetrated into the body by terrifying icy forces, causing the speed of hidden fire to slow down even more. But the sharp ice blades that kept emerging from all around the void did not slow down in the slightest. This gave Song Hwa a terrible headache, and he even felt like his life was about to end. Mu Yubing could have killed Song Hwa in a short time, but she was injured in the fight with Song Hwa, and at this moment she vaguely felt a deadly threat looming over her. Therefore, he released almost all of his mental energy. Just as Mu Yubing was about to grit his teeth and unleash the final wave of ice blades to annihilate Song Hwa, who was trapped inside his ice blade spacetime sphere, suddenly she heard a gunshot. Bang! In an instant, Mu Yubing dodged quickly without any hesitation. And the ice blade spacetime sphere that was originally spinning in her palm flew around her with a whoosh and protected her. A muffled hum sound. Mu Yubing was blasted away by a powerful force. Fortunately, she took timely action, otherwise the shot might have killed her. Even so, Mu Yubing immediately felt her blood churn and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, Song Hwa's figure was being supported by an old man dressed in black robes. As the green vines intertwined, the dying Tibetan fire was rapidly reviving. Walk! As soon as Song Hwa regained consciousness, the old man in black robes grabbed him and prepared to leave. But just as the old man in black robes was about to leave, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't move his body. The next moment, he felt his feet lighten and he was instantly dragged into the ground. Captain, save me! This is the sound the old man made as his body disappeared into the ground. Chang Hongdai, who had been aiming at Mu Yubing not far away, immediately became serious, quickly shifted her target, and fired 3 shots around Song Hwa's body. At the same time, she stood up, her figure transforming into a golden ray of light as she swiftly headed towards hidden fire. This is Fong Yu making a move? At this moment, Mu Yubing was panting heavily, having been greatly exhausted from the previous fight. But almost without hesitation, with a single thought, the iceblade spacetime sphere protecting her body enveloped hidden fire. Although Song Hwa regained consciousness, he was seriously injured and could only desperately run towards the direction where his captain, Chang Hongdai, was. Bang bang! Just as the iceblade spacetime sphere was about to envelop Song Hwa, a golden sword aura suddenly shattered the iceblade spacetime sphere, and Chang Hongdai appeared in front of Song Hwa. Captain! Uncle Mu, he! Chang Hongdai looked solemn and angry. She stared coldly at Mu Yubing, who had stood up and was on guard not far away. The next moment, her eyes flashed with blood-red light. Suddenly, the ground trembled not far away, and a cyan vine broke through the soil. Bang bang bang! Without any hesitation, he slowly picked up his phone. Captain, the target has been locked, and this guy named Fong Yu is indeed here. Keep an eye on things, but don't let this Fong Yu find us. We'll come over after we've dealt with things here. Understood, Captain. The gaunt middle-aged man then hung up the phone, and with a quick movement of his feet, he disappeared into the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He was also an Earth-type martial artist, and judging from his aura, he had already surpassed the Xian rank martial artist and entered the D rank. On the other side, back in their hotel room, Chang Hongdai and her companion remained silent. Chang Hongdai sat cross-legged in the room, her mind replaying the scenes that had just unfolded. It was clear that she had confirmed her suspicions. The two who had come to kill their Firestone squad were indeed 2 people. Moreover, he already knew from their first exchange that both of them looked like students, were very young, and were both very skilled. They must be outstanding martial arts geniuses in their schools. She already found the Ice-type mental energy martial artist a bit troublesome, but she never expected there to be an Earth-type genius martial artist as well. What surprised her even more was that they hadn't even noticed the suddenly appearing Earth-type genius martial artist before. If she had known, she would never have acted rashly. Now it seems that, given his ability to block my mental detection, this Earth elemental genius martial artist definitely possesses the strength of the peak of the profound rank. It seems that not only is Uncle Mu dead, but Shuafeng, who suddenly disappeared before, is also likely in grave danger. Captain, why hasn't Shuafeng shown up yet? Could it be that he's also? Seeing the solemn expression on Captain Chang Hongdia's face, Song was suddenly understood halfway through his sentence. It's quite obvious. They suffered a significant loss this time. Immediately, Song Hwa slammed his fist into the ground, his face filled with anger and frustration.
Unexpectedly, I stumbled on the two little kids. Chang Hongdai stood up and took a deep breath. He walked up to the black-robed old man who was already lifeless. Let's bury Uncle Mu first. As for Shuofeng, search everywhere. If we can't find him, then there's only one possibility. Chang Hongdai didn't say anything more, but Song Huan naturally understood what Chang Hongdai might be referring to. He nodded. Zhang Hua carried the body of the old man in black robes out the door. Soon, Fang Yu and Mu Yubing returned to Qingshui town, but this time they both disguised themselves. Conceal your breath. The two did not stay together, but instead stayed in separate hotels on opposite sides of the street. Fang Yu lives on the first floor. Mu Yubing lived on the second floor of the hotel across the street, and the two communicated via mobile phone. After packing the food and entering the room, Fang Yu ate while discussing the next steps with Mu Yubing. Because of the battle that morning, Chang Hongdai will definitely be cautious, so they will definitely change rooms. Therefore, the most urgent task is to find out where they are so that the next step of the plan can be implemented. Fang Yu told Mu Yubing to recover in the hotel and just pay attention to her surroundings. He went to investigate alone. After eating, Fang Yu rested for a while, and then around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he went out and walked to a corner of a muddy ground, where he stomped hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu had disappeared from the spot. Before long, Fang Yu arrived at the underground space where he had previously knocked Shuofeng unconscious. What puzzled Fang Yu was that when he arrived, Shuofeng's entire dantian, and even his bones that had been tempered by the wind element, were completely rotten. As soon as Fang Yu appeared, a patch of yellowish-brown light suddenly flew out from Shuofeng's body and quickly gathered on Fang Yu's right arm. It completely covered the entire right arm, as if it were a long, tight-fitting glove. Buzz! As the netherworld-devouring insect flew away from Shuofeng's body, his entire body crashed to the ground. It was clear that it had long since lost. At this moment, Fang Yu felt increasingly adept at controlling the netherworld-devouring insects. Moreover, Fang Yu discovered a very important point: the netherworld-devouring worm is not immune to evolution. However, the path to strengthening the netherworld-devouring insect is extremely slow, and its size becomes smaller after strengthening. Just like the 9 netherworld-devouring insects that Fang Yu obtained at the beginning, these 9 netherworld-devouring insects have now cultivated with Fang Yu's essence blood and have directly attached themselves to Fang Yu's heart. Moreover, it's likely that only Fang Yu could detect them, because after the 9 netherworld-devouring insects were strengthened, they became the size of a grain of rice and became completely invisible. At this moment, some of the netherworld-devouring insects on Fang Yu's right arm were still the size of a little finger. Although they were completely invisible and no one else could detect them, Fang Yu knew that it was because he had not yet encountered a truly powerful being. Perhaps only a powerful war god like Li Ran could discover it. Of course, this is just Fang Yu's guess. However, judging from the current situation, this netherworld-devouring worm will be his biggest killing move. In the blink of an eye, the space behind him collapsed with a deafening roar. Fang Yu burrowed underground, using his mental energy to probe the ground as he went. It was well past night. Fang Yu had just learned of the hidden fire's aura. Fang Yu immediately concealed his aura, completely enveloping himself with his mental power, and continued to move forward underground. Once he could hear the sound of the fire being stored, Fang Yu sat cross-legged. As Fang Yu cast the Earth Spirit technique, he quickly merged with the surrounding earth. During this process, as long as Fang Yu was not attacked, he would not release any aura. Captain, what do we do next? We must avenge Uncle Mu and Shuofeng. We haven't even found Shuofeng's body yet. Zhang Hua's eyes were filled with rage. He clenched his fists and growled in a low voice. Fang Yu naturally knew what had happened. What he found hard to believe was that such a terrifying martial artist existed in a small place like Qingshui town. From the aura they had just released, Fang Yu could tell that they were all beings who had at least surpassed the Xian rank. How could something like this appear in Qingshui town? As for tracking Chang Hongdai to find the body of the old man in black robes, Fang Yu could understand it. After all, as long as this person hid, he would naturally know about the great battle during the day. The fact that the old man in black robes was dead, and that he chased after the corpse, makes sense. At this moment, Fang Yu dared not make any rash moves, because he knew that as soon as he moved, the old man in black robes would definitely notice him. Therefore, Fang Yu could only continuously conceal his aura and unleash the Earth Spirit technique to its fullest extent, completely merging himself with this underground space. A team without even a single Earth rank martial artist is pathetic. They're just too weak. Upon hearing the mocking words of the martial arts expert who had suddenly appeared, Fang Yu immediately disappeared underground and vanished into the distance in an instant. What? The moment the man with the hoarse voice disappeared underground, Fang Yu tensed up. He thought this person had discovered him? Unexpectedly, this person was also proficient in the art of Earth. Earth is a type of martial artist, and it seems that he was also an Earth-type martial artist who had just absorbed the essence of wood. A martial artist skilled in both Earth and wood elements is at least a martial artist at the early stage of the Earth rank. After the dangerous aura completely disappeared, Fang Yu slowly revealed his figure. Looking at the small mound of earth that had been directly broken open, and the old man in black robes whose body had been twisted into a pretzel shape, he couldn't help but sigh. With a wave of his hand, a burst of spiritual energy was released, directly lifting the black-robed elder back into the broken pit. Then, with a sudden step, earth elemental power surrounded him, and the surrounding soil quickly moved towards the pit, soon forming a mound. Why? With a sigh, Fang Yu vanished from the spot in a flash. Chapter 91 Breaking Ground. Let's talk about a deal. The night was thick, and the moonlight was cold. In order to better investigate the identity of the mysterious young martial artist with an extremely high earth elemental talent that they encountered during the day. After several moves, Chang Hongdai and Sun Hua finally settled in a very remote, almost abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of Qingshui town. Standing in the courtyard, watching Sun Hua constantly tidying up the house, Chang Hongdai suddenly trembled and stared at the tightly closed courtyard gate in front of her. A feeling of icy coldness spread through her body, which she found unbearable. It's obvious that someone has arrived. He's a pro. At the same time, Sun Hua also sensed it. He flashed and stood in front of Chang Hongdai, his eyes flashing with boiling flames as he stared intently at the gate of the courtyard in front of him. You two don't need to be nervous. Just as Sun Hua was staring intently at the gate, Chang Hongdai trembled and turned around. A voice slowly rang out from the corner of the wall behind her. Then, by the light of the cold moonlight scattered in the corner of the wall, the two saw a thin figure slowly emerge from the ground, as if there were steps leading up to it. The solid ground offered him no resistance whatsoever, as if it were nothing more than air. An earth elemental martial artist, and a master at that. At this moment, Chang Hongdia's eyes were filled with solemnity. Because she could already sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the gaunt, dark figure in front of her. As the cool moonlight slowly illuminated the corner, a gaunt, dark figure gradually emerged from it. Chang Hongdai and Sun Hua, standing in the courtyard, finally got a clear look at the person in front of them. He was a gaunt old man, and not only that, the aura emanating from him was terrifying, which made them feel uneasy. What made him extremely uneasy was the eerie and sinister feeling in the eyes of the gaunt old man in front of him. Who are you? Zhan Hui immediately stepped in front of Chang Hongdai again, looking at the gaunt old man with a wary expression. The gaunt old man in black robes slowly stepped forward, looked at the two people before him, and calmly spoke. Firestone Squad, only the two of you are left? That makes sense. Although you are a squad, it seems that you can't bring out your strengths at all after facing that kid. Originally, with the four of you, it wouldn't have been a problem to kill those two little kids outside Qingshui town. After all, they were just two little kids with Xian-level cultivation. It's just a pity. She didn't say anything more, because at this moment the old man in black robes had slowly walked up to Chang Hongdai, his sinister eyes filled with contempt and disappointment. Seeing that look in my eyes, Chang Hongdia's heart suddenly trembled. It was obvious at this moment that Chang Hongdai could sense that the old man in black robes in front of her was definitely not an ordinary being. His gaze was more like that of someone looking at a mediocre junior. Unfortunately, you underestimated us. After the old man in black robes finished speaking, he turned to look at the two people in front of him. Is there another one among you named Shuafeng? The old man in black robes saw that there were only two people in front of him, and he could not sense a fourth person besides himself and the other two. He immediately asked, somewhat puzzled. Hearing the words of the old man in black robes, Chang Hongdai felt even more shocked. It was obvious that the old man in black robes had conducted a thorough investigation and understanding of her Firestone Squad when he found her. But who exactly is this old man in black robes? What is the meaning of coming here? Moreover, his words suggested that he knew the two young men who had been tasked with killing him and his group of four very well. Looks like he's met with misfortune too. As he spoke, the old man in black robes shook his head. He then continued. As expected, this little kid is no ordinary person. He managed to kill two members of your team in such a short time. It seems that the captain made the right choice to send me to scout ahead. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chang Hongdia's eyes. You also came here on a mission? Immediately, Chang Hongdai and Song Hua rapidly gathered their auras, their bodies tense, as if they were about to make a move. However, the old man in black robes smiled slowly. He then said, "Indeed, our team came here on a mission, but our target isn't you at all, it's one of those two little guys." Upon hearing this, Chang Hongdai immediately relaxed slightly and then asked, "I wonder what your team's objective is." The old man in black robes smiled slowly. He said calmly, "Our target is the boy who has been hiding in the shadows, Fong Yu." Fong Yu? Chang Hongdai clearly hadn't heard of such a young martial artist before. You see, their team often took on missions, so they were naturally familiar with some powerful geniuses. But they had never heard of this Fong Yu before. "I know you haven't heard of it. Not to mention you, even we hadn't heard of such a genius martial artist from Sichuan when we received this mission. But this kid named Fong Yu is indeed a genius, and he's awakened 3 elemental abilities. He's currently a senior in high school, and in the recent Sungcheng mock exam, he won first place in Sungcheng." Upon hearing this news, Chang Hongdai was shocked. After all, although she had noticed that the two people were very young, she had not expected that they were actually just high school students. The thought that both Elder Mu and Shuofeng were killed by a high school student was unbearable. She felt a tightness in her chest. "Just tell me what you want to do." Looking at the old man in black robes in front of her, Chang Hongdai knew that this old man in black robes definitely did not come specifically to tell her and Song Hua about the martial artist whose information they had previously hidden from them. It is clearly profitable. He. They want to kill you too, and I'm going to kill one of them. Of course, it's no big deal to kill the other two as well. This way, we have a common enemy. When the rest of our team arrives, we'll work together to eliminate those two." The old man in black robes spoke with a sinister glint in his eyes. Chang Hongdai felt very uncomfortable under such a gaze, but she knew that Fong Yu was a 3-element martial artist and the young female student was a mentalist who had awakened the ice element. If they join forces, he and Song Hua might not be a match for them. "I believe your team has the absolute ability to kill Fong Yu, so why are you looking for us?" Zhan Hua, standing to the side, immediately asked the key point of the matter. It's very simple. We need you to lure them out so we can get started. We've only allocated 1 day for this mission. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 92 Viper Squad, Target Locked. After hearing the words of the old man in black robes, Chang Hongdai, she couldn't help but sigh, but at that moment she knew there was no other way. After all, these two people had already killed members of his squad, and he couldn't just let it go. More importantly, she knew who the bounty hunter was, so to truly eliminate the threat, she had to kill the two of them and then quickly resolve the problem. She immediately smiled slightly and said, "Okay. I agree to this." The old man in black robes nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the attitude of the two people in front of him. He had originally thought they would use some powerful methods to intimidate them. Now it seems there was absolutely no need for it. "Alright, it's decided then. I'll let you know once our team arrives. In the meantime, take good care of yourselves and get plenty of rest." After saying that, the old man in black robes took a step forward, and suddenly his entire body disappeared into the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Captain, this." Chang Hongdai stood there, her gaze fixed on the spot where the old man in black robes had just disappeared. It took her a long time before she finally let out a long breath. "Let's rest here for a while. Fong Yu, the one who killed 4 members of our team, is actually a 3-element martial artist, and we could tell from our previous encounter that his earth element is extremely powerful. If he really launched a sneak attack, we would be at a huge disadvantage." Zhang Hua nodded. "Then we really have to cooperate with this mysterious team. I think that old man in black robes is stronger than us." Chang Hongdai nodded. "We've already reached the early stage of the 4th realm of body refinement, but we don't have a better choice right now. Let's take it one step at a time." After speaking, Chang Hongdai walked directly into the room that had just been cleaned up, sat cross-legged, and released her mental energy. Unbeknownst to them, in a dark corner not far away, Fong Yu slowly stepped out, his figure disappearing into the ground and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fong Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to his temporary room. Because Fong Yu had just sensed a powerful aura, he kept a distance to avoid being discovered. Although he didn't hear what exactly happened in that courtyard, he knew that the old man in black robes and Chang Hongdai must have reached some kind of plan. It's obvious without even thinking that it's aimed at me and Mu Yubing. Fong Yu wasn't too worried about Chang Hongdai and the other person. 2 members of the 4-person team have already been eliminated. Of the remaining 2, one is Songhua, who is skilled in fire-based attacks. Fang Yu alone can defeat him.
Although Chang Hongai is somewhat troublesome, he and Mu Yubing can kill her together. But now this black-robed old man has suddenly appeared.
This black-robed old man is no ordinary person. His mastery of earth element is even stronger than mine.
Although he does not have a powerful cultivation technique like the earth spirit technique, his cultivation is definitely not bad either. After all, Fang Yu had just used his earth technique, and he had only barely caught up with him. It seemed that he also needed to make preparations as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu flashed and arrived at Mu Yobing's room.
In the darkness, a gentle mountain breeze was blowing.
People were coming and going in Qingshui town, just like any other day.
But at this moment, on a tall building, a gaunt old man in a black robe kept his eyes fixed on the first floor of a building not far away.
His aura was completely concealed, and his eyes gleamed with a faint blue light.
Have you locked onto the target? We'll arrive at Qingshui town by dawn.
A woman's voice rang in the old man's ear, icy cold and seemingly devoid of any emotion.
No problem.
I've been monitoring their every move for the past 2 days, and we'll have bait too, so it won't take much time.
Good.
One word came from the other end of the phone, and then the call was disconnected. At this moment, the old man in black robes immediately sat cross-legged. As a yellowish-brown earth elemental power circulated around him, he could feel as if he had instantly merged with the entire building. For the past 2 days, he has been using this to hide himself. He was only monitoring Fang Yu. After all, Fang Yu was their primary target. Moreover, upon receiving this task, they immediately began investigating Fang Yu. They usually don't accept students like Fang Yu, who are in their final year of high school. After all, killing a senior high school student is no challenge for them at all, and another reason is that a typical genius senior high school student must have a powerful backer. Such a talented martial artist is not so easy to kill.
But this Fang Yu is an exception.
After their investigation, they felt that there was something strange about Fang Yu. He had awakened 3 types of talents in a very short time and was able to quickly complete the tempering of his limbs. Such a talented martial artist must have had extraordinary encounters and secrets. So they decided to take on this mission, not for the simple reward, but to obtain Fang Yu's body and talent. As for Mu Yubing, who traveled with them, they had naturally investigated as well. He was also an extraordinary genius, a super powerful combination of ice magic and mental magic. Furthermore, he has already been chosen by a war god in the Western Theater Command. Therefore, for them, they will use one person to lure Mu Yubing away and then kill Fang Yu as quickly as possible to complete the mission. The old man in black robes was named Gulin. His mission in arriving in Qingshui town ahead of time was to identify the target. Clearly, in the previous 2 days, he believed he had arranged everything and was just waiting for his team members to arrive so he could instantly kill Fang Yu.
With this in mind, Gulin began to slowly immerse himself in cultivation.
What Gulin didn't know at that moment was that on the top of a building not far from him, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes.
They're after us? And it's very likely they're after us.
Just now, Fang Yu finally managed to completely conceal his aura and overheard the conversation between the black-robed old man and his companion. As a strong wind howled around him, Fang Yu slowly raised his hand and looked at the netherworld devouring worm on his palm, which had mostly disappeared, and couldn't help but smile calmly. Whether they're after me or Mu Yubing, I'd like to see just how many strong individuals are still in your team this time. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened, revealing a hidden killing intent. Over the past 2 days of counter-surveillance, Fang Yu has repeatedly and in small quantities completely absorbed the netherworld devouring insects into the body of the black-robed old man. It could erupt instantly at the slightest thought from Fang Yu. As for the 2 people living in the suburbs of Qingshui town, Fang Yu had naturally been keeping an eye on them as well. Now that Fang Yu knew the man in black would make his move before dawn, he naturally wouldn't give them the chance. Strike first, strike hard. With a gust of fierce night wind howling, Fang Yu's figure had already disappeared from the rooftop. Chapter 93 Strike First. Dark. The night before dawn is pitch black. Qingshui town, on the outskirts. In a dilapidated and inconspicuous courtyard, a sudden gust of wind howled. Inside the room, Chang Hongai sat cross-legged. But at this moment, her mental state was under extreme tension. Just last night, she received a message from the old man in black robes, instructing them to take action early in the morning and providing them with the specific address and room number.
Naturally, in the past 2 days, the two of them had fully learned about Mu Yubing and Fang Yu's information and had already found out where the two were staying. Only, what Chang Hongdai couldn't understand was why these two young people, despite having a significant advantage over her, hadn't made a move. It seems to be waiting for something. This gave Chang Hongdai a strange sense of crisis. Captain, should we set off? Just as Chang Hongdai was pondering this question in her mind, the sound of song was suddenly rang out from outside. Okay, I'll be leaving in 5 minutes. Chang Hongdai took a deep breath and relaxed her nerves. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. After all, they're just two inexperienced senior high school students. They're probably just testing the waters and waiting for an opportunity. After all, Chang Hongdai didn't believe that these two young, talented martial artists didn't know they lived here. But almost the instant Chang Hongdai stood up, she suddenly sensed a deadly aura approaching. Before she could think, Chang Hongdai raised her hand and the sniper rifle that had been prepared behind her was already in her hand. She barely opened the door before quickly locking onto the direction of the scent. Bang bang bang. 3 silenced shots suddenly rang out from the sniper rifle in Chang Hongdia's hand, whose face was solemn. 3 bullets, gleaming with golden light, pierced through the wooden door and disappeared. Puff puff puff. A chilly morning breeze howled in the darkness. But the 3 sounds of bullets entering the body were exceptionally clear. Upon hearing this sound, Chang Hongdai slowly opened the door and stepped out. She had already switched to 2 loaded pistols. But the moment she stepped out the door and saw the target she had hit in the courtyard, her scalp tingled with fear. Because at this moment, the person kneeling on the ground in the courtyard had 3 bloody bullet holes between their eyebrows, chest, and heart, which were extremely conspicuous, and thick blood was gushing out. Hidden fire. At this moment, Chang Hongdai was about to step forward. But suddenly her whole body tensed up, as an attack that was almost like a storm suddenly came to her back. With a determined look, Chang Hongdai turned around without hesitation and fired a series of shots at the vortex of wind and fire behind her. Bang bang bang. Bang. However, only after 4 consecutive gunshots, the terrifying wind and fire fist landed directly on Chang Hongdia's chest. Put. Although Chang Hongdai mobilized all her strength to defend herself, unfortunately, it was completely ineffective against Fang Yu's punch, which was almost the strongest one. That terrifying punch, a convergence of wind and fire power, arrived in front of Chang Hongdai almost instantly, and mercilessly pierced through her proud chest. With a loud bang, Chang Hongdai, who had been blasted away, felt her whole body tremble. Her chest had been pierced, and blood spurted out, along with her broken sternum and internal organs. Puff! Chang Hongdai trembled uncontrollably, especially when she saw the huge, bloody hole that had been completely punched through her chest. She looked at the boy standing there, scrutinizing her with disbelief. Yes. The boy in front of her was a face she was seeing clearly for the first time. He was very handsome and refined. That decisive and ruthless move just now was completely unlike something someone his age could pull off. How is this possible? You, how could you? At this moment, Chang Hongdia's eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time, her aura quickly subsided. Although Chang Hongdai knew she was doomed to die today, she was determined in her heart not to let the 2 people in front of her get away with it. Even if it means death, I'll still bite off a piece of flesh. Standing there, Chang Hongdai quickly adjusted her breathing and used her mental energy to stabilize her broken and leaking internal organs. She could tolerate the fracture of her sternum, but at this point, the fracture was more severe from her spine. She stood there, not daring to move an inch, because she knew that if she moved even slightly, her broken spine might suddenly shatter completely. In that case, even if she doesn't die, she'll just be waiting to die. So at this moment, Chang Hongdai knew that what she needed to do now was to unleash all her power and, in conjunction with the pistol in her hand, launch a fatal attack on the 2 people in front of her. Fang Yu, are you alright? Just as the punch struck Chang Hongdai, Mu Yubing stepped forward and came to Fang Yu's side. Her face was full of worry, because just now, she had sensed the 4 shots that Chang Hongdai had fired without regard for anything else, one of which hit Fang Yu. However, it was clear that Fang Yu had completely restrained himself from firing that shot at this moment. And at this moment, she didn't show it at all, but how could Mu Yubing, as a mentalist, not notice it? It's alright, we must deal with this person immediately. Although he had just punched Chang Hongdai so hard that she was almost dead. However, Fang Yu knew that team leaders who were constantly on missions must have their own desperate methods. Moreover, Chang Hongdai in front of us is a mentalist, so we shouldn't underestimate her. Of those shots, 1 did hit Fang Yu, but it was completely blocked by a swarm of netherworld devouring insects at the last second.
Although the skin was still injured, it was only a minor injury, and it healed instantly under the influence of wood elemental power. However, the fact that Fang Yu's full force punch hadn't killed Chang Hongdai directly shocked him. After all, Fang Yu's punch nowadays is no simple matter. The second punch of the Blazing Sun Holy Fist at its peak state would, in Fang Yu's view, leave ordinary Xian rank martial artists with no power to resist and would be instantly killed. The fact that Chang Hongdai can still stand up is truly remarkable. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Mu Yubing nodded and immediately took a step forward without any hesitation. Her ice-type power spread rapidly in an instant, and the temperature of the entire courtyard dropped by an unknown amount in just a breath. Fang Yu's breath turned into white mist as soon as he exhaled. Keep in mind, this is summer. Ice type. However, Chang Hongdai had no time to hesitate at this moment. Golden battle patterns gathered around her, and then she quickly fired her gun. Bang bang bang. Get out of the way. Chapter 94 Struggle and Decisive Annihilation. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately took a step forward. As he pushed Mu Yubing aside, he disappeared underground. Damn it! Seeing Fang Yu suddenly disappear into the ground, Chang Hongdai trembled. A deadly sense of crisis quickly enveloped her. After all, she couldn't move her body right now. If she moved, she would likely become paralyzed in an instant. Although she could use her mental energy to control the pistol, in that split second, she knew that she might not have fully controlled the pistol to fire yet, and he might already be dead. Therefore, at this moment, Chang Hongdai disregarded everything and raised her hand to fire several shots at Mu Yubing, who had just stood up. With his other hand, he was gripping a pistol and firing wildly at the ground around his body. When he ran out of bullets, he used his metal elemental power to quickly condense bullets and fired wildly. For a moment, Mu Yubing's figure kept flashing, and several times she couldn't dodge the dense bullets of metal elemental power. If it weren't for the Ice Blade spacetime sphere quickly protecting her body, Mu Yubing might have already been hit by several bullets by now. But even as Mu Yubing kept dodging, the ice-based power she unleashed quickly surrounded her. With a sudden scream, Mu Yubing took a step forward and swiftly struck Chang Hongdia's head, whose body was half buried in the ground. Hiss. In an instant, terrifyingly cold ice appeared in this void, and its bone-chilling power pierced through Chang Hongdia's body in a flash. Chang Hongdai had originally planned to launch a final counterattack, but at this moment, the terrifying ice power was mixed with a violent and sharp mental force. The excruciating pain throughout her body caused Chang Hongdai to lose her ability to think for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, her entire body was frozen solid. At that moment, Fang Yu flashed to the side of the ice sculpture like Chang Hongdai, and then punched her once again, this time through her heart. Bright red blood mixed with internal organs spilled out, instantly staining the layer of ice on the body red, and wisps of foul-smelling heat rose up. Done. Mu Yubing immediately took out her phone, took a picture, and uploaded it. At the same time, Mu Yubing quickly searched Chang Hongdia's body, and then Sun Hua beside her. Then he went inside and started searching. Fang Yu naturally knew that Mu Yubing was searching for the spirit crystal of that magical beast. He stood there, looking up at the utterly cold and dark night. He knew this was only the first step, it was best to strike first. But Fang Yu knew that the real danger had not yet begun. The black-robed old man named Gulin might have already started making his move. His team will arrive in Qingshui town at dawn. As for this person named Gulin, Fang Yu had previously asked Mu Yubing to investigate him. This person is a martial artist who has just entered the Earth rank. Of course, this Gulin might not be a threat at all, and Fang Yu and Mu Yubing might be able to kill him. But the team behind Gulin. It is the infamous Viper Squad, which consists of 5 members, each of whom is ruthless. Moreover, each of them has a number of murders on their record, and each of them has a variety of methods, making killing as easy as eating and drinking. Standing there, Fang Yu slowly reached out his hand. The moment he raised his hand, a number of netherworld devouring insects, almost one with the darkness, flew onto Fang Yu's arm. Fang Yu felt the number of netherworld devouring insects on his body increasing rapidly. This time, the 2 of them contributed 1,000,000 netherworld devouring insects, which covered Fang Yu's chest with a thin layer. I'm quite satisfied. He immediately took a step forward. Buzz. Not far away, Zhang Hua's body and Chang Hongdai, whose body was already half submerged in the courtyard soil, immediately disappeared completely into the ground. As Fang Yu took another step, the ground in front of him immediately returned to its original state. Fang Yu, you take them. Fang Yu smiled slightly and said, bury the body on the spot and destroy the evidence.
Of course, Fang Yu couldn't say that the two of them were now decaying in broken pieces, and that Fang Yu's two kicks just now had directly shattered them, completely merging them with the soil. That's true. Seeing that Mu Yubing seemed to be thinking about something, Fang Yu immediately spoke up. Has it been found? Mu Yobing's face immediately lit up with joy, and then she waved a small wooden box in her hand. They're all here. Fang Yu nodded, then said. We need to get out of here quickly, otherwise we might be in danger if the Viper Squad arrives. Upon hearing about the Viper Squad, Mu Yubing immediately nodded. Then Fang Yu went straight to Mu Yubing, grabbed her hand, and stomped his foot, and the two of them disappeared from the spot. This was a plan they devised after learning that the ancient forest was backed by the Viper Squad. They acted ahead of time, completely eliminating the Firestone Squad before leaving Clearwater Town immediately. After all, they are not prepared to fight against the Viper Squad, whose entire members are Earth-level experts. Just as Fang Yu and his companion left, a dark figure appeared in the courtyard. Almost immediately upon seeing it, Gu Lin trembled, his eyes filled with shock. Chang Hongdai is dead. Yes, Gu Lin, who had been waiting for Chang Hongdai and Song Hua to launch a sneak attack on Fang Yu and Mu Yubing, was slow to act. He knew that his team would arrive in Qingshui Town in less than 10 minutes. He cannot afford to make any mistakes. Wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? So he quickly went to check, only to find that the target had disappeared. That's why Gu Lin immediately thought that the cunning Fang Yu must know something. He might even have seen through his and Chang Hongdia's plans, so he might very well strike first. Sensing the traces of the fight left in the courtyard, the smell of blood, and the gunshots he heard on his way there, it seemed that Chang Hongdai and Song Hua had been killed. What a piece of trash! Sensing that Fang Yu's presence was no longer felt, Gu Lin cursed under his breath and then took a sudden step forward. The next moment, his body disappeared into the ground, feeling the loosening of the surrounding soil and rocks. Gu Lin quickly discovered some clues. Although Fang Yu had been very careful when he left, and while using the escape technique, he also used his mental energy to continuously restore the earthen and stone structures he had passed through. But this process is very short, so it will inevitably leave some clues. For a martial artist of the earth rank like Gu Lin, who has profound attainments in earth-based cultivation, he would naturally find it if he calmed down and investigated. Found it. Fang Yu, you've been locked onto by my Viper Squad. You think you can escape? You're dreaming. Muttering to himself, Gu Lin's figure suddenly disappeared beneath the courtyard, heading towards the direction where Fang Yu and Mu Yubing had burrowed underground. Chapter 95 Tracking Down, Decision Made. Just as Fang Yu was rapidly heading towards the mountains outside Qingshui Town, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Fang Yu, someone is chasing us. Judging from the aura, it's that old man in black robes named Gu Lin. Before Fang Yu could speak, Mu Yubing, who was behind him, spoke up anxiously. It seems impossible to leave Qingshui Town without anyone noticing. Since Gu Lin has already followed my trail, it means that Gu Lin is slightly stronger than me, and the earth-based technique of Swift Earth is a type of earth-based martial art. However, Fang Yu could understand it. After all, Gu Lin was so old, and he had awakened his earth-type talent for who knows how many years. Naturally, he has spent far more time cultivating various earth-based techniques than I have. Therefore, even if one awakens an SSS-level earth-type talent, one may have a great advantage in perceiving earth elements in the world or in cultivating earth-type techniques, and may even have many conveniences in comprehension that others cannot match. However, despite all this, one still cannot withstand the erosion of time. It only took Fang Yu a few days from awakening his earth elemental talent to cultivating earth spirit techniques. Naturally, when it comes to using certain techniques within the earth spirit arts, it still cannot compare to the ancient forest, which specializes in earth-based cultivation methods. Upon thinking of this, Fang Yu's mind immediately began racing. Fang Yu, what should we do now? This ancient forest is very fast, it will catch up with us in just a few dozen breaths. At this moment, Mu Yubing clearly sensed the ancient forest approaching them, and she was extremely anxious. Now, what she's worried about isn't Gu Lin, but the Viper Squad behind him. What should we do? It seems impossible to leave Qingshui Town peacefully now. In that case, we have no choice but to take a gamble. Fang Yu knew that since Gu Lin had discovered them, and if things continued like this, they would be caught sooner or later. That's when it will truly be difficult to extricate yourself. Now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. Without Mu Yubing by his side, he could have easily escaped on his own, since he could have used other methods. Furthermore, if someone were to use the Earth-Earth technique, their speed would be much faster, making it impossible for them to move like they are now. You mean? Mu Yubing didn't finish her sentence, but Fang Yu nodded and then said, I'll continue leading you forward, then take you underground for a while, before turning back to kill this ancient forest creature as quickly as possible. No, you alone are no match for Guilin. Alright, that's settled then. Once I send you off the ground, you should leave immediately. Before Mu Yubing could say anything, she saw Fang Yu flash by and begin to shoot upwards out of the ground. At the same time, Mu Yubing could feel herself being enveloped by layers of yellowish-brown earth elemental power. Fang Yu, Fang Yu. Fang Yu was no longer by her side at this point. However, as a mentalist, she could clearly sense that at that very moment, Fang Yu was heading at an extremely fast speed toward the ancient forest that was also rapidly approaching her direction. Fang Yu. Despite her worries, Mu Yubing knew that this was a sacrifice Fang Yu had made so that she could leave safely. I can't just sit idle either. Although her abilities might be limited underground, Mu Yubing was no pushover. He immediately burst through the ground, and his mental energy was released rapidly. In just a moment, he sensed the location where Fang Yu and Gu Lin were fighting. He immediately flashed, and a silvery white light appeared on his hand. Almost the instant the Iceblade spacetime sphere appeared, Mu Yubing threw it directly at the direction she sensed. Suddenly, a silvery white light flew out from Mu Yubing's hand and disappeared into the ground. With Mu Yubing's mental power controlling it, the Iceblade spacetime sphere flew towards Fang Yu at lightning speed. Just as Fang Yu was escorting Mu Yubing out of the underground, Gu Lin, who was chasing after them from a distance, sneered inwardly. He naturally knew that underground, Mu Yubing had not awakened her earth elemental talent, and even with Fang Yu's help, she wouldn't last long. Moreover, even Fang Yu knew that although he knew the art of burrowing underground, he could not stay underground for long. After all, Fang Yu was only 18 years old, according to the information he had. Fang Yu had only recently awakened his 3 elemental talents. Even if the level of his awakened talents was high, he still needed time to cultivate them. It's obvious that Fang Yu is completely inadequate in this respect. So now that he has been discovered, he can only use this method to block him and buy Mu Yubing more time to leave. This was exactly the method he wanted to use, since their target was Fang Yu. As for Mu Yubing, because she seemed to have a deep relationship with the military's war god and her identity was somewhat mysterious, from the very beginning, the Viper Squad's plan was to separate the two. The two have now separated. This suited Gu Lin's wishes perfectly. Gu Lin immediately took a deep breath, and suddenly a faint earthy yellow aura quickly entered his body. The next moment, Gu Lin took a step forward. In a flash, he had advanced dozens of meters, heading straight towards Fang Yu, who had turned back as if to fight him. It would be even better if Fang Yu were killed here underground. Moreover, the Viper Squad will be arriving in the town soon. This location is right on the only way out of Clearwater Town and into the mountains outside the town. It can be said that even if the cunning Fang Yu manages to escape from his grasp in the chaos, he will still run into his teammates. By then, methods like burrowing underground will be insignificant. Once the captain of the Viper team arrives, Gu Lin knows that unless one has truly reached the heavenly rank, there is absolutely no way they can escape. Upon realizing this, Gu Lin didn't think too much and immediately began to unleash his powerful techniques as he moved forward. At that moment, as Fang Yu sent Mu Yubing away, he also moved swiftly in the opposite direction. He knew that although he had told Mu Yubing to leave as soon as she emerged from the ground, it was impossible for Mu Yubing to actually leave. Therefore, Fang Yu only had one option: to kill Gu Lin as quickly as possible. Through these 2 days of counter-tracking Gu Lin, Fang Yu has already implanted many netherworld-devouring insects into his body. As he moved forward, he almost completely released the netherworld-devouring worms from his body and merged them into the soil. Chapter 96 Gu Lin, Die. The reason they all chose to burst out of the ground here is that Fang Yu could sense that Mu Yubing, who was following behind him, was in great pain. Secondly, the netherworld-devouring worms have been completely released, and it's time to close the net. Kid, you're pretty confident, huh? But since you've chosen to stay, then die. Just as Fang Yu was pondering, that cold voice came from in front of him. As soon as the sound faded, Fang Yu saw a huge, earthen yellow hand reaching out to grab his body from the dark underground space before him. At that moment, Fang Yu immediately steadied himself and, facing the huge hand reaching for him, suddenly raised his right fist. Rings of hurricanes began to converge underground, carrying flames and earth, instantly forming a huge vortex. Facing the hand that reached out from the earth, Fang Yu threw a punch directly. Buzz. Buzzing. With a huge muffled thud, Mu Yubing, who was standing on this land, felt as if the earth was shaking. As he swiftly retreated, his mental energy rapidly probed the area. Fan Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he clearly sensed that the Iceblade spacetime sphere had completely enveloped him. Standing there, enveloped in a layer of silvery white protective shield, Fan Yu couldn't help but let out a slight bitter smile. This is Mu Yubing. Under the direct impact of the fists and claws, Fan Yu naturally witnessed the strength of the Earth-type Earth-rank martial artist named Gu Lin. Indeed, he was much stronger than himself. However, while Fan Yu was frantically circulating his wood elemental power to recover his body, he also saw that Gu Lin had stabilized his position not far away. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying pressure came toward him. Even the surrounding earth and rocks were rapidly enveloping him. It was obvious that Gu Lin wanted to trap himself in this way. Then deliver the fatal blow. Fan Yu knew that these killers, who lived a dark and bloodthirsty life and killed people year after year, had endless methods that were absolutely unimaginable. Almost the instant the surrounding earth and rocks rushed towards Fan Yu suddenly sensed that within the rapidly enveloping earth and rocks, there were sharp, cyan vines hidden among them. Really? This ancient forest is not just about earth. Fan Yu had actually been suspicious before. However, this has never been verified. Among the information found about the 5 members of the Viper Squad, Gu Lin's strength is not the lowest, but only the Earth-type martial artist has been publicly identified. The others all have dual systems. This made Fan Yu suspicious, and now he finally knew the reason. It seems that everyone who knew Gu Lin was a dual elemental martial artist was killed. How many martial artists possess both earth and wood elemental skills? At this moment, Fan Yu's eyes couldn't help but show increasing excitement. In that case, Fan Yu immediately decided to stop hiding. With a swift movement of his feet, he unleashed the full power of his Earth Spirit technique, arriving before the ancient forest in almost the blink of an eye. Then, to Gu Lin's shocked gaze, he reached out and grabbed Gu Lin's neck. At this moment, Gu Lin was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the naive, devilish-looking boy in front of him. You, when did you? This is. At this moment, Gu Lin was completely dumbfounded, because just a moment ago he thought he had completely controlled the life and death of the boy named Fan Yu in front of him. He still has even more powerful methods he hasn't used yet. The combination of earth and wood elements gives him several killer moves. But at this moment, just as he was about to unleash his killing move to severely injure or even kill Fan Yu, he suddenly felt all his strength being completely exhausted, and at this moment, the surrounding soil and rocks were beyond his control, rapidly burying him. Immediately afterwards, he saw Fan Yu appear in front of him almost in the blink of an eye from dozens of meters away, and then grab his neck. When Fan Yu grabbed at him, he could clearly sense it and even reacted quickly in his mind. But at this moment, his body seemed to be out of his control, completely paralyzed. He couldn't even lift his hand. How could this be? What on earth happened? In an instant, a deadly danger enveloped his body and occupied his entire sea of consciousness. Gu Lin, die. Fan Yu didn't waste any words. At this moment, he knew that if the Viper Squad arrived, or if he and Mu Yubing encountered the Viper Squad, then the situation would become uncontrollable. So he has to be fast. No, none of you can escape, because the captain and the others have already arrived. Fan Yu's expression grew increasingly serious, and he suddenly increased the force in his hands. With a cracking sound, instantly, Galinda's entire neck was crushed, and at the same time, a large number of small, yellowish-brown flying insects flew out of Galinda's body. It was the soul-devouring insect of the underworld. As the netherworld devouring insects continued to gather on Fan Yu's arms and chest, their number doubled in a short period of time. Fan Yu's entire right arm, chest, shoulders, and back were covered with a dense layer of light, earthy yellow tattoos. Before him, Gu Lin, who had just been terrified and ferocious, was now nothing but a shell. His already withered face was now just skin and bones. Without any hesitation, Fan Yu turned around and disappeared from the spot in a flash. On the path outside Qingshui town, the ground trembled slightly, and Fan Yu's figure appeared immediately. Then, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Where did Mu Yubing go? At this moment, Fan Yu's figure flashed rapidly around him, and he even released his mental power to extend to the hillside hundreds of meters away. There was still no trace of them. Did Mu Yubing leave first? That's impossible. Looking at the silvery white protective shield around her, and judging from the residual spiritual energy on it, Mu Yubing could not possibly have left. Could it be? Just as Fan Yu had a bad feeling, he suddenly saw a person standing on a tree 100 meters away, watching him. He hadn't even noticed it within 100 meters. Did this person just appear? Or did they appear before?
He couldn't even sense it with his own mental power. Just as Fong Yu looked towards the area 100 meters away, the figure flashed and vanished from the spot in an instant. By this time, Fong Yu had already confirmed that the Viper Squad had arrived in Qingshui town. Moreover, just as they were killing Gu Lin with all their might, they also discovered Mu Yubing and took her away directly. It seems things have really gotten out of control. Chapter 97. Things have really gotten out of control. Thinking of this, Fong Yu almost immediately sent his location to Wu Taizhan. He knew that since the recent mock exam at Sangqing Middle School, Wu Taizhan was aware of his every move because of Li Ran, the god of war. This time, with Mu Yubing by his side, it was impossible for Wu Taizhan not to know. Although Fong Yu knew he had no confidence in facing the remaining 4 members of the Viper Squad, at this moment, he acted almost without hesitation. With Mu Yubing in their hands, he couldn't just turn around and run away. But since someone from the Viper Squad specifically appeared to guide her, it seems that Mu Yubing is at least out of danger now. Since that's the case, the moment Fong Yu chased after the vanished figure, he suddenly disappeared underground. He knew he needed to get back to peak condition as quickly as possible. He had just locked onto the dark figure with his mental energy, so he was not flustered at all. As long as the dark figure appeared around him again, he would notice it immediately. At this moment, Fong Yu looked at the drop of ancient god's blood that shimmered with an ancient light and the 30 pills with fine patterns that appeared in the system space. Is this the super bone tempering pill? Fong Yu was immediately overjoyed. It turned out that the pill that war god Li Ran had given him, which could improve and even guarantee a 100% success rate in bone tempering, was actually called the super bone tempering pill. However, Fong Yu did not have the conditions for bone tempering at the moment. Even if he had attribute potions or corresponding spirit crystals, he did not have the time. However, Fong Yu can consume the drop of ancient god's blood he obtained after completing the mission. This is already the 4th drop of ancient god's blood. The previous 3 drops brought about earth-shattering changes to Fong Yu's body and mental strength. At this moment, Fong Yu didn't know anything else, but he knew that this drop of ancient god's blood would definitely enhance his mental strength. That's enough. The stronger one's mental strength, the more confident one will be in stalling for time when facing these earth-rank martial artists. Without any hesitation, Fong Yu swallowed the drop of ancient god's blood with a gulp. Moment. Fong Yu could clearly feel the blood in his body churning at this moment, and the blood red, lightning-like spiritual power in his sea of consciousness flashed rapidly, traversing through a misty sea of consciousness. At the same time, Fong Yu could almost clearly sense that the huge phantom of himself deep in his sea of consciousness was once again much more tangible than before. This is clearly a sign of increased mental strength. Moreover, at this moment, Fong Yu could also feel that he had a deeper understanding of the various martial arts techniques he was currently practicing. In particular, the Blazing Sun Holy Fist continued to circulate through Fong Yu's sea of consciousness with his spiritual power, which was like a blood-red thunderbolt. Amidst the mist, Fong Yu seemed to see a fiery figure frantically practicing the Blazing Sun Holy Fist, as if he had instantly entered a virtual spacetime. The fiery phantom frantically swung its fiery fists, repeatedly punching the virtual figure before it. The first punch, the first punch. The second punch, the second punch. The third punch. After throwing several punches in a row, he actually managed to land a 3rd punch. The 3rd punch of the true fiery Sun Holy Fist. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yu's fiery figure was quickly pierced by the blood-red spiritual power and merged into it, continuing its journey. I don't know how much time passed, or perhaps it was just a breath. Fong Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red light flashed in a pair of eyes, standing out conspicuously in the dark underground space. At this moment, Fong Yu was filled with surprise and excitement. Just now, Fong Yu actually saw the cultivation of the various techniques he was practicing. As his spiritual power passed through the figures of these cultivators, Fong Yu also clearly integrated all the insights gained from these cultivations. Looking at the panel in front of me, the section on mental strength is Mentalist, Tier 1 Mental Phantom Condensation Progress 50%. Although the mentalist is still at the first level, the progress of the subsequent illusory image condensation has directly reached 50%. At that moment, Fong Yu stood up. As soon as he released his mental energy, he suddenly sensed the figure he had previously locked onto standing on a large tree about 300 meters away from him. Further away, Fong Yu sensed Mu Yobing's presence. Although it was very blurry, Fong Yu was certain that it was Mu Yobing's aura. Fong Yu immediately flashed, and his Earth Spirit technique, which had just been fused with the cultivation of the Earth Yellow figure, seemed to have improved even further. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yu had already traveled 100 meters.
And at this moment, the figure standing in the tree slowly reached out. The moment he reached out, a wisp of blue light appeared on his palm. After the blue light entered the tree trunk, it quickly spread out to the surrounding ground. It spread hundreds of meters away in an instant. It actually disappeared? Standing there, the dark figure couldn't help but frown, his gaze fixed on the direction where Fong Yu had just disappeared. Meanwhile, about 700 or 800 meters away from the shadowy man standing in the tree, the three of them stood in a ravine. The leader was a woman dressed in a light blue martial arts outfit. She looked at the mountains and forests not far away, and her eyes gleamed with a faint red light. He's also a mentalist. Behind her stood two people, one extremely young, dressed in a magnificent golden robe, with a long sword strapped to his back. The other was burly, wearing heavy armor, and had a pair of dark gauntlets on his fists. Behind the three, Mu Yubing was entangled by cyanwood elemental vines. No matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. She even felt her ice elemental power being rapidly absorbed. Therefore, she had to suppress her aura and completely lock the aura around her body within herself. He didn't know Fong Yu's current situation, but with his own Iceblade spacetime sphere, Fong Yu should be able to leave safely after facing Du Lin. However, Mu Yubing also knew in her heart that these members of the Viper Squad were simply too strong. He was almost immediately controlled the moment he sensed their arrival. He had no time to resist before a powerful mental force locked him down. Then, a cyanwood elemental force, carrying a terrifying pressure, enveloped him and dragged him for dozens of meters. It was at that moment that Mu Yubing realized that the person who attacked her was actually a woman. They had also obtained information about this woman when they were investigating the Viper Squad. Du Ling, captain of the Viper Squad, is a mentalist, a martial artist with both water and wood elements, and is nicknamed Viper. At this moment, Mu Yubing was filled with various thoughts. She knew that if she wanted to leave this place, she needed to calm down, and calm down some more. We must not give up. Chapter 98 this time, let's see where you can run now. Although Mu Yubing was unaware of Fong Yu's situation at this time, she was also very worried. But for some reason, Mu Yubing had a strong intuition that Fong Yu was definitely not in any danger. From the first time Mu Yubing met Fong Yu, she saw fearlessness in his eyes and witnessed how the impossible had become reality. More importantly, she believed that Fong Yu, a super prodigy who had awakened the legendary SSS-level divine talent, could not possibly have perished here. However, even though Mu Yubing was thinking this way at the time, she was still very worried. Fong Yu, you'll be alright. Originally, she wanted to obtain the Phantom Beast Spirit Crystal to further enhance her mental power. That's how they found Fong Yu. Unexpectedly, she encountered the Viper Squad. Although she didn't know why the Viper Squad was with the Firestone Squad and wanted to kill them both. But Mu Yubing knew that these teams originally relied on completing various tasks to obtain what they needed, such as resources or information. So it's very likely that the Firestone Squad has offended someone, or that the Firestone Squad knows some information they want to obtain. As for himself and Fong Yu, Mu Yubing couldn't understand why a team like the Viper Squad, whose members were all Earth-rank martial artists, would specifically target them. Not far away, Fong Yu's head slowly emerged from a large patch of bushes. Because it was early morning, just as dawn was breaking. As soon as Fong Yu poked his head out, he felt large patches of dew, but he didn't care at all. He even quickly used his mental power to completely move the water droplets around his body away. Although he couldn't see the people in the valley hundreds of meters away, he had just concealed himself as much as possible and burrowed dozens of meters underground to sense their presence. They already knew roughly where the three people were, as well as where Mu Yubing was. But Fong Yu dared not act rashly. Because he knew that none of these three were simple characters, especially the leader of the Viper Squad, a middle-aged woman named Du Ling. Not only is she a mentalist, but although Fong Yu doesn't know her level, based on his previous investigation, he judges that she is probably similar to Mu Yubing. But her most terrifying power is water. This is why Fong Yu immediately moved all the water droplets around his body away as soon as he poked his head out. Although Fong Yu was already a kilometer away from Du Ling's location, he still had to be as careful as possible. Mu Yubing's safety has now been confirmed. Clearly, they didn't make things difficult for Mu Yubing, rather, it seemed they wanted to use her to guide them. Could it be that? Suddenly, a thought that sent chills down Fong Yu's spine appeared in his mind. Could it be that this Viper Squad is after me? Once this thought came to mind, Fong Yu suddenly felt it was highly likely. However, I wasn't too bothered by it at the moment. The moment he peeked out, he had already keenly sensed the black-robed figure that had been weaving among the trees rapidly approaching him. However, all of this was part of Fang Yu's plan. Sensing that he was only 100 meters away, Fang Yu flashed and disappeared underground once again. Just as Fang Yu's protruding head disappeared, a figure in black robes appeared where Fang Yu had been standing. The veiled face showed anger, and the eyes were now filled with murderous intent. It was quite obvious in her eyes. Although Fang Yu is a genius martial artist who has awakened 3 elements, he is, after all, just a senior high school student. They actually dared to play tricks and schemes right under my nose. They're practically courting death. That is why, at this moment, the woman wearing the black veil had an even more icy and sharp look in her eyes. For a moment, her gaze turned to the depths of the mountains not far away. This time, let's see where you can run now. The woman roared angrily from the bottom of her heart, and immediately her figure transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the big tree in front of her. In the blink of an eye, she was already in the trunk of a big tree that was only 100 meters away from Fang Yu. In a flash, he emerged from the trunk of the large tree and quickly arrived 30 meters away from Fang Yu in a single step. You arrived quite quickly. Being able to move around using the trees in these mountains, it seems your cultivation of wood-based power is quite advanced. I couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, they were pleasantly surprised by the strength and methods of these earth-rank martial artists. It seems that once he tempers his internal organs and forms his own aura, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and his methods will become more and more diverse. For example, the member of the Viper squad that Fang Yu is facing right now is someone he can clearly sense, if he hadn't already known some of her methods before. They might have been caught at the very beginning. Sure enough, when fighting against these Earth-rank squad members, one really cannot relax even for a moment. In fact, one must be on high alert to fight them. While pondering, Fang Yu's figure flashed. Just moments ago, the large tree where he was standing was now covered with a layer of earthy yellow light and shadow. Although it was already getting light, it was still a bit blurry. The woman in the black robe and black veil flashed and stood in the spot where Fang Yu had been leaning against the tree. Her eyes were filled with coldness. He was filled with immense anger. This Fang Yu was completely toying with him. If she hadn't known beforehand that Fang Yu, this genius martial artist with 3 elemental talents, was definitely not ordinary, she wouldn't be so cautious right now. I don't know what's wrong with Gu Lin, he still hasn't shown up. Normally, when dealing with a target like this who was frantically fleeing underground, Gu Lin would have almost no chance of missing once he made a move. But this time, I don't know why. If the captain hadn't spotted Mu Yubing just now, they might never have known that Fang Yu and the other 2 had escaped from Qingshui town. Speed is of the essence in war, so the 4 of them took immediate action. As for Gu Lin, they knew that once Gu Lin discovered that their target, Fang Yu, had escaped his control, he would immediately come to join them. However, Gu Lin has not yet appeared. While harboring resentment, the woman in black robes and a veil did not hesitate for a moment before chasing after Fang Yu. Naturally, she never imagined that she wouldn't be a match for a high school senior like Fang Yu. The reason she couldn't catch up was because Fang Yu used the technique of escaping into the ground, which was not something she was good at. With a rapid change of form, the woman in the black robe and veil no longer concealed her aura, unleashing a violent wood elemental power, and quickly traversed the mountains and forests. Chapter 99. Still trying to resist? You're asking for death. In an instant, Fang Yu, who was still moving at his original speed to attract the attention of this member of the Viper squad, suddenly frowned slightly. Almost the instant he paused slightly, the ground exploded with a deafening roar. Countless cyan phantom vines burrowed directly into the ground, heading towards the underground space where he was. Sensing such a terrifying attack, Fang Yu had no choice but to quickly flash his figure several times and rush out of the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But just as Fang Yu was about to burst out of the ground, countless cyan vines suddenly descended from the sky and quickly enveloped him. Such powerful methods. Fang Yu was quite envious of Fang Yu's control over the wood element. Sure enough, even with extraordinary talent, one still needs time to digest and cultivate it. Although Fang Yu now has his own understanding and insights into the wood element, it is clear that he has practiced very little wood-based techniques. He is still at the first level of the invincible Saint King technique. At this moment, when Fang Yu faced the terrifying blue phantom vines falling from the sky, his body suddenly erupted with wind and firepower. Just as the cyan phantom vines were about to wrap around Fang Yu's body, a sudden vortex of wind and fire erupted, completely engulfing the cyan phantom vines in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, Fang Yu took another step forward, intending to disappear underground once more. After all, when facing such an opponent, Fang Yu only needed to wait until the netherworld devouring worm had completely entered the opponent's body before he could unleash the power of the netherworld devouring worm. they can be eliminated quickly. Just like with the previous encounter with the ancient forest, there's no need for much preamble. Facing the same opponent, Fang Yu wanted to replicate the same tactics. After all, there are still 3 Earth-level experts left, and Fang Yu doesn't want to waste his strength. Defeating them one by one is the best strategy. Fang Yu would not directly withstand the attacks of these Earth-rank martial artists unless absolutely necessary. But at this moment, it seemed that the woman in the black robe and veil had already guessed Fang Yu's methods. Just as the attack was launched, the ground was already covered by a layer of golden metal energy. The moment Fang Yu took a step forward, he realized that the ground beneath him had become completely hard, making it impossible to use his Earth as a type of technique that allows one to burrow underground technique. He quickly flashed away, trying to dodge the sky full of green vines. Fang Yu had been caught in this phantom vine before when he was in school. This kind of phantom vine seemed to be a very common first method used by wood-type martial artists to trap their opponents. Once trapped by these wood-type phantom vines, they will attempt to break through the body and enter the meridians and blood vessels. Once your body is successfully invaded, your internal strength will rapidly diminish as the phantom grows stronger. At that time, defeat is inevitable. Upon realizing this, Fang Yu suddenly released his mental energy, dodging the dense, rapidly flying cyan vines towards him while quickly locking onto the location of the woman in the black robe and veil. As he clenched his right fist, a vortex of wind and fire instantly gathered on his fist, covering his entire arm. Turning around, Fang Yu was enveloped in flames. The next moment, he threw a punch at the face of the woman in the black robe and veil with lightning speed. This punch, it seemed to draw upon the power of the entire space, and with a violent and unrestrained aura, it exploded with a deafening roar. The woman in black robes and a veil, standing a full 100 meters away, sensed an extremely terrifying crisis enveloping her. Her eyes immediately turned icy cold. Still trying to resist. You're asking for death. At this moment, in her eyes, Fang Yu's move was nothing more than a desperate act of resistance. After all, the moment she made her move, she had already taken control of the entire space. At least within a radius of 50 meters, the movements of every blade of grass and every tree were under her control. Even life and death hung in the balance of her every breath. It can be said that as long as Fang Yu cannot break through her metal elemental power blockade on the ground and enter the underground telephone, then Fang Yu's life and death are in her hands. Clearly, Fang Yu's decision to attack her directly under these circumstances, instead of trying to escape, surprised her somewhat. But she quickly realized that, after all, she was just a senior high school student. Even if she was a genius martial artist who had awakened 3 elements, what difference would it make? Without growth, experience, and practical training, he's just a newborn calf. So when she saw the attack coming at her almost recklessly, she immediately snorted coldly. Take a step forward. Suddenly, terrifying wood elemental power appeared in her dantian. The cyanwood type vine phantoms erupted rapidly, then frantically coiled around Fang Yu in front of her, while at the same time a golden light appeared in her hand. Almost as soon as the countless cyan phantom vines swept over Fang Yu and began to entwine him, the woman in black robes and a veil also vanished from her spot in a flash. Clearly, she wasn't going to waste any more words with Fang Yu and was going to kill him outright, since she originally thought he was just a greenhorn. If the sponsor hadn't offered something that tempted their captain, they wouldn't have bothered with a high school senior. But just as she was about to strike and instantly kill the high school student in front of her, a sudden change has occurred. Because in the instant her figure disappeared, she suddenly felt as if her whole body was covered with countless worms, like maggots clinging to her bones. As soon as these insects appeared, the powerful wood and metal elemental energy she had been unleashing began to disappear rapidly. Upon sensing this sudden change in her body, the woman in the black robe and veil retreated quickly without hesitation. Trying to leave? It's too late now. Fang Yu's mental energy had completely locked onto the black-robed woman in front of him. Just as the black-robed and veiled woman appeared, turned around, and quickly retreated, trying to enter the tree again to use a secret technique to escape, Fang Yu moved his feet. With the aid of the divine step of the end of the world, Fang Yu and the other's right fists were already flying through the air, directly striking the head of the woman in the black robe and veil. Damn it! The woman gave a cold shout and immediately waved her hand. Sizzle! A golden light suddenly flew out of her hand and arrived in front of Fang Yu in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the woman in black robes and veils couldn't unleash her full power at this moment. Under Fang Yu's control, the netherworld devouring worms inside her body were multiplying wildly, devouring the power within her body with increasing ferocity. The moment the sharp dagger flew out, Fang Yu's body landed directly on the ground and disappeared into the earth. Taking advantage of this moment, the woman in black robes and a veil immediately tried to squeeze into a large tree in front of her. Sizzle! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu appeared, and instantly a vortex of wind and fire enveloped the tree trunk, while at the same time a powerful pressure from the earth pressed down. Put! The black-robed, veiled woman, who had just disappeared into the thick tree trunk and had not yet used her secret technique to leave, was forced out. Stepping forward, Fang Yu grabbed the woman by the neck. Chapter 100, Conditions, Exchange. When Fang Yu grabbed the woman in the black robe and veil, he realized that she was actually quite young. At this moment, Fang Yu saw the anger and disbelief in the woman's eyes. When? Fang Yu didn't give the Viper Squad member any chance at all. He pulled the woman and plunged into the ground, heading straight into the mountain valley. Facing 3 people. Moreover, all 3 of them were Earth rank experts, and Fang Yu had absolutely no confidence in himself. But he also knew one thing: he had to do this, otherwise if something happened to Mu Yubing, it would definitely not be so simple. Moreover, Fang Yu had always had a feeling that the Viper Squad was after him. Regardless, I just hope that old man Wu can get here soon. In the mountain valley, Du Ling stood there. She looked at the hillside not far away. The sky was already showing a hint of dawn, and the cool morning breeze was causing her long hair to flutter slightly. Captain, what's going on? It's one thing that Gu Lin didn't come, but why hasn't Chang Mu made a sound after so long? Could it be that Ching Mu and this kid have actually fought? Du Ling's eyes also showed some confusion, according to their previous plan. Now that Fang Yu has escaped from Gu Lin's clutches, their next step is to use Mu Yubing to lure Fang Yu out, and then kill him directly. Ching Mu was to lure Fang Yu over. As soon as Fang Yu appeared, they would simply strike and kill him. But, judging by the timeline, Ching Mu should have brought Fang Yu here long ago. It's nothing. Even if we fought, Ching Mu could kill Fang Yu directly. He's just a high school student. But that Gu Lin, I really don't know what he did. He even said he found a small team to be the vanguard. He's really incompetent. At this moment, Mu Yubing, lying to the side, heard these words and snorted coldly. Gu Lin, that's the old man in black robes from Qingshui town, right? He was killed by Fang Yu long ago. At this point, Mu Yubing realized that one of their team members, Chang Mu, had gone to lure Fang Yu here and hadn't returned yet. When Mu Yubing thought about Fang Yu's previous actions, she immediately guessed a possibility in her mind. Could it be that Fang Yu killed Gu Lin and then killed Chang Mu? Although the possibility is extremely small, after learning about Fang Yu's terrifying talent, it seems that anything could happen to him. The 3 members of the Viper Squad completely ignored Mu Yubing's words. They simply wouldn't believe it in their hearts. Neither Gu Lin nor Chang Mu could possibly be killed by a senior high school student. Unless they are exceptional geniuses or descendants of powerful families. It's obvious that Fang Yu isn't. But that's when none of the 3 of them took Mu Yubing's words to heart. Suddenly, Du Ling's eyes trembled as she stood in front of the 2. A crimson mental energy flashed by, and the next moment she waved her hand. A black, phantom-like water snake hurtled straight toward a certain direction. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, 2 figures appeared in front of the group amidst billowing white mist. Put! Almost the instant she appeared, Ching Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black veil on her face had already been removed by Fang Yu. He revealed a fairly good-looking face. He was in his 30s, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. His face was deathly pale. Ching Mu. Fang Yu. Just as a burly man wearing black boxing gloves stepped forward, Mu Yubing exclaimed with delight. But then Mu Yubing looked worried again. While she was shocked at how Fang Yu had managed to do it, she also cursed him as an idiot in her heart. Now that we've killed Gu Lin, we should leave this place as soon as possible. Not bad, this is indeed unexpected. Fang Yu, release Ching Mu now, and I'll let you die a quick death. As Du Ling spoke, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped Fang Yu, and for a moment Fang Yu felt a sense of disorientation. The techniques of a spiritual master. However, Fang Yu's mental strength has also increased. Facing the immense mental power that was bearing down on him with terrifying pressure, he smiled calmly and took a step forward, saying, "Stop spouting nonsense. I'm giving you a choice, let Mu Yubing go, or I'll kill her right now." As he spoke, Fang Yu simply grabbed the black-robed woman named Ching Mu from his hand and lifted her up. A vortex of wind and fire instantly enveloped Ching Mu's neck. Hiss. Ah!
Accompanied by a hissing sound of hair being burned by flames, Qingmu's neck and face were now covered in flames. Qingmu, who had been trying to hold back, suddenly screamed out. "You! Kid, you're asking for it." The burly man wearing black boxing gloves who had just taken that step did so almost without hesitation. A violet black light instantly swept over his entire body, and golden sharpness flashed on his fists. Ah! However, Fang Yu was completely unconcerned about the aura emanating from the burly man in black boxing gloves in front of him, and simply slightly withdrew the power in his hands. At the same time, a single thought controlled the netherworld devouring worm, which was currently inside the body of the female warrior named Qingmu, to frantically devour the pieces of bones that had been tempered. Immediately, Qingmu, whose body and mind were already on the verge of collapse from various unbearable pains, could no longer withstand it and screamed loudly. Black boxing. Sensing that Qingmu's aura had weakened considerably, Du Ling immediately stopped the burly man wearing black boxing gloves. Snort! The burly man called Black Fist snorted coldly, his eyes filled with a terrifying, chilling killing intent as he looked at Fang Yu. The young man standing to the side, dressed in a golden robe and carrying a long sword, looked at Fang Yu and Shang Mu, who were being controlled, but his face did not show any other expression, as if he did not care about the matter. In other words, you want to trade this little girl's life for Qingmu's life. Du Ling quickly calmed down, and her face returned to calm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Fang Yu could naturally tell. However, judging from Du Ling and the others' behavior just now, Fang Yu already knew that Du Ling couldn't possibly ignore the lives of her team members. That's why he became even more certain of his plan. Right now, he has no choice but to use this one bargaining chip to save Mu Yubing. Moreover, once Mu Yubing leaves, he will have more opportunities to leave this place. Fang Yu nodded immediately. He then let out a cold laugh and said, "Of course, you don't have to trade. At worst, you can trade 1 for 2. After all, I've already killed that guy named Gu Lin in your team." Fang Yu's gaze was icy, and he kept staring at the woman in front of him as he spoke. It's quite obvious that this captain named Du Ling is the soul of their entire team. You killed Gu Lin? How could you possibly have killed Gu Lin? Chapter 101 No More Pretense, Thunderous Strike. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Black Fist took a step forward, and his powerful aura once again reverberated and spread. When he looked at Fang Yu, his eyes were filled with an undisguised killing intent and sharp edge. At that moment, the others heard these words. However, they each had different reactions. Qingmu, who was being held captive by Fang Yu and unable to break free, naturally trusted him completely, especially after their recent encounter with this senior high school student. She had come to deeply sense the terror emanating from this high school student. The immense power, coupled with the bizarre methods employed, left Qingmu still completely unaware of what strange and unpredictable method Fang Yu had used against her. In such a short time, he had completely taken control of himself. Such methods are truly terrifying. Gu Lin's strength was still below his own, and they had previously agreed to cooperate from the inside and outside to instantly kill Fang Yu. But when they arrived in Qingshui town, everything took an unexpected turn. This is absolutely no coincidence. Fang Yu and his companion had already prepared to leave Qingshui town, indicating that Fang Yu had long been aware of their team's plans. It seems that De Gulin was the one who was outmaneuvered. Fang Yu probably knows all their information now. At this moment, Du Ling's mind was also racing, and she slightly raised her eyes, looking at Fang Yu in front of him. Okay. I agree to your terms. This caught Fang Yu off guard. He had originally thought that there would be some debate, or even that he would be suppressed by powerful means. Unexpectedly, the captain of the Viper squad agreed immediately. Mu Yubing, standing behind Fang Yu, quickly shook her head. At this point, it's impossible for her to leave. She knew that if she left, Fang Yu alone would be no match for the 3 people in front of him. Thinking of this, Mu Yubing struggled to stand up, feeling the blue phantom vines around her body that had almost pierced into her body, but she didn't care at the moment. Fang Yu, you need to leave right now. Leave me alone. But before Mu Yubing could finish speaking, she suddenly appeared in Du Ling's hand, and at the same time, Du Ling grabbed Mu Yubing's neck. As the cyan phantom vines around her continued to entwine and penetrate her body, Mu Yubing trembled all over. Even so, Mu Yubing bit her lip tightly, not making a sound at all. All right. In that case, release her and let her go. I will release your team members in a quarter of an hour. What? Kid, are you threatening our captain? Black Fist's eyes were practically spitting fire. So what if it's a threat? All three of you are Earth rank martial artists, while I'm only a profound rank 1. If you release her, I won't be able to escape even if I try. But if I release her, the three of you will attack together, and we won't be able to leave at all. As expected of a genius martial artist who has awakened 3 types of talents, I underestimated you. As Du Ling said this, she slowly loosened her grip. As she released her grip, the terrifying blue phantom vines that had been wrapped around Mu Yubing quickly disappeared. Once released, Mu Yubing didn't care about anything else. She immediately took out a bottle of recovery pills and swallowed several of them. After taking a few deep breaths, Mu Yubing recovered considerably. And this too. Just as Mu Yubing stood up, Du Ling waved her hand, and a small, unopened box flew directly to Mu Yubing's front. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the spoils of war obtained from the everlasting rainbow butterfly. Mu Yubing immediately grabbed the small wooden box and was in front of Fong Yu in a flash. Facing Fong Yu, Mu Yubing's expression was extremely complicated. Fong Yu. Get out of here. Don't bother me. I don't want to be a burden to you, get out of here. Almost no one had ever spoken to her like that before. After all, Mu Yubing was a true martial arts genius. Furthermore, he is a powerful mentalist and has awakened the ice element. Naturally, he is an absolute standout among his peers. But at this moment, Mu Yubing was not angry at all. Instead, tears streamed down her face, and she shook her head. When he saw Mu Yubing, who always had a cold demeanor, shed tears, he felt extremely aggrieved. Fong Yu suddenly felt a bit lost and didn't know what to do. Run! At this moment, Fong Yu reached out and pulled Mu Yubing behind him, then shouted sharply. Roll! Fong Yu knew that if Mu Yubing didn't take this opportunity to leave, things would get really serious if the 3 people in front of her changed their minds. Mu Yubing naturally knew this at that moment. Only. Fong Yu, you must hold on, Roll! Fong Yu didn't even turn his head, but instead shouted sharply again. This time, Mu Yubing glanced at the 3 people not far away, and the next moment she moved her feet and her body was like an arrow released from a bow. With a whoosh, it shot out and disappeared into the mountain valley in the blink of an eye. Fong Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that Mu Yubing had left quickly. He then looked at the 3 people in front of him, his eyes full of vigilance. You don't need to stall for time, because we have no intention of pursuing that girl named Mu Yubing. Our target has always been you. What? Upon hearing this, Fong Yu suddenly trembled. Although he had thought of this before, he had thought for a long time that it was unlikely that anyone would send a team of all Earth rank martial artists to attack him. My long-held suspicion was that the reason I provoked the Viper Squad was because of the previous Firestone Squad. There must be some information that the Viper Squad wants to know. But, unexpectedly. In fact, Fong Yu had already guessed what was going on when Du Ling threw the small wooden box to Mu Yubing intact, but he dared not be distracted at the time. But to his surprise, the people in front of him were actually targeting him. How is that possible? Fong Yu trembled. In an instant, he could feel the ground beneath his feet, and his powerful earth sensing ability was quickly activated. We wouldn't have touched Mu Yubing in the first place, but you are our target. You brat, die. Black Fist, who had been simmering with rage for some time, roared. His entire body leaped into the air, and he threw a punch towards the space where Fong Yu was. From his black gauntlets, terrifyingly powerful shockwaves emanated. It fell from the sky, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. In that case, I don't need to waste my time with you. Chapter 102 is actually 4 elements? Then you must die here today. As he spoke, Fong Yu suddenly exerted force in his palm, and a violent and unrestrained power suddenly erupted from Fong Yu's body. Suddenly, Qing Mu, who had been held tightly in his hand, felt the wood elemental power within her body, which she had been able to control and recover a little of, vanish completely. Almost instantly, Qing Mu was crushed to death by Fong Yu. But just as Fong Yu made his move, the Black Fist, imbued with terrifying water-based power, was already upon him. The violent force landed on Fong Yu's chest in the blink of an eye. Faced with this punch, Fong Yu tried to dodge, but it was too late. More importantly, the instant the punch landed on his chest, a terrifying golden sword aura suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The sword energy was menacing, and its aura instantly enveloped Fong Yu. Facing that terrifying and deadly blow from above, Fong Yu acted almost without hesitation. As the wind and fire around him surged, the power of the wood element filled his entire body. As for burrowing underground, at this moment, Fang Yu was surprised to sense that the ground within a radius of tens of meters around him was covered with an extremely sharp black water-based power. It was obvious that from the moment he appeared here, Du Ling, the leader of the Viper Squad, had already arranged everything. They probably never imagined that they would kill two of their teammates in such a short period of time. Sizzle. Cut. As the young man, whose body shimmered with golden sword energy, uttered a single word. Suddenly, the golden longsword pierced straight down towards Fang Yu's head. However, in the instant the golden sword pierced down towards Fang Yu's head, Fang Yu raised his hand and grabbed the spinning golden sword. Buzz. With a crushed longsword in his hand, Fang Yu retreated rapidly, unleashing the full potential of his skyward steps amidst a howling hurricane. It was clear to Fang Yu at this moment that if he wanted to truly survive the attacks of these three people, he had to first escape their control. It's obvious that my back kick speed isn't fast enough right now. Trying to escape? Du Ling snorted coldly. Immediately after Fang Yu's figure reappeared, a large cloud of water mist suddenly appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Before Fang Yu could move, a beam of water appeared before him, its sharp edge shooting directly toward his brow. At that moment, Fang Yu took a sudden step forward. Beneath his feet, a vast expanse of black water-based power suddenly dispersed, but just as Fang Yu was about to break through the layers of water-based power and sink into the ground. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a golden light flashed out from beneath their feet. The next moment, a golden sword light ripped through the ground and pierced directly towards Fang Yu's foot. Kid, let's see how you hide this time. Behind them, Black Fist's voice, accompanied by a terrifying laugh, rang out. A huge black fist suddenly appeared behind Fang Yu. Is this the terrifying teamwork of a team of Earth rank experts? At this moment, almost all of Fang Yu's possible paths to attack were completely blocked. Fang Yu's entire body tensed up, and his mental energy was pushed to its limit. He knew that if he wanted to truly break the deadlock, he had to go underground as soon as possible. If he were on the ground, he would have no chance against these three people. But if they can burrow underground, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Only. Right now, it's obvious that all three of them know that this is their only chance of survival, so they blocked the road completely. With a determined effort, Fang Yu gathered all his strength, simultaneously summoning large numbers of netherworld-devouring insects at his feet and the back of his head. Then he turned around and threw a punch directly at the fierce punch from the burly black fist. This was the only way Fang Yu could think of to escape this deadly danger. A peak punch unleashed by gathering all the body's violent energy and fusing the power of wind and fire elements. Although he hasn't actually thrown a third punch yet, its power has already surpassed the peak of Fang Yu's second punch. In an instant, a gigantic flaming fist suddenly tore through a large area of space within the terrifying vortex of wind and fire, directly shattering the massive black fist shadow. Fang Yu then threw another punch with lightning speed, the violent flames mixed with the earthy yellow force wave directly slamming into the abdomen of the black fist that was still flying upwards. Ah! Boom! Immediately afterward, Black Fist's burly figure flew dozens of meters away, while Fang Yu broke through the gap and transformed into a blur as he rushed directly into the depths of the valley. Sleepy. At that moment, the young man in the golden warrior's robes pointed his sword, and a flashing golden light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, streaks of golden sword light rapidly converged from several hundred meters ahead in the valley, forming a massive net of sword energy in a short time. Fang Yu's forward-moving body instantly froze in mid-air, watching as the suddenly appearing golden sword energy blocked his path like a spider web. The black water-based power spreading across the ground suddenly erupted with sharp, piercing rays, shooting rapidly toward him. What were normally just drops of water turned into bullets at this moment. Buzzing. In an instant, layers of protective energy shields appeared around Fang Yu. We never imagined you were even more of a genius than we thought. There were hidden talents here, a genius of 4 elements, it's truly unbelievable. If we had known all your secrets before, we might have seriously considered taking action against you, but now, you must die here. Du Ling appeared 30 meters away from Fang Yu, her eyes filled with shock. But it was quickly replaced by determination. Fang Yu's performance was truly unbelievable to her. A high school student who was only 18 years old and had just entered the Xian rank not only killed 2 members of their team. Even with the 3 of them attacking together, he still managed to dodge the fatal blow. Moreover, just now, when Fang Yu suddenly unleashed his power and sent Black Fist flying with a single punch, she had already sensed that Fang Yu was actually hiding the wood element. After all, when they accepted this mission, they knew that this student named Fang Yu was a genius in the 3 elements of wind, fire, and earth.
I never expected there was such a hidden talent. This kind of person cannot be simply described as an ordinary genius. He's absolutely monstrous. If they had known beforehand that this student named Fong Yu was such a prodigy, they probably wouldn't have accepted the mission in the first place. After all, such an existence is definitely not one they can afford to provoke. Moreover, having just passed the mock exam, he has already been noticed by someone. If they knew that Fong Yu was not only a third elemental being, but a fourth elemental being, then no matter how strong they were, they would only be killed. But right now, Du Ling and the other two knew that they had no way out. Since Fong Yu had been hiding a faction, their only way to protect themselves was to kill him and destroy everything else. Immediately, a blood-red glint flashed in Du Ling's eyes, her killing intent growing even stronger than before. Chapter 103. Since death is inevitable, let's take a few down with us. Naturally, at this moment, Fong Yu, as a mentalist, also clearly sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Du Ling in front of him. Almost the instant he felt the terrifying mental force locking him in, Fong Yu's entire body tensed up. Damn, kid, you've got some strength, but from now on, I won't give you any chance to catch your breath. Jin Jian, Captain, you don't need to lift a finger. I'm going to beat this kid to death with every punch. At that moment, Black Fist roared and, ignoring the reactions of his captain and teammate Jin Jian, immediately attacked Fong Yu in front of him. Although Fong Yu's punch had not seriously injured him, it had still caused the water elemental power in his dantian to dissipate. If it weren't for the fact that Black Fist also possessed wood elemental power, which allowed him to quickly recover his physical strength through the circulation of his techniques, he would never have been able to complete his recovery in such a short time. Once again, Fong Yu has made a move. Therefore, at this moment, Black Fist's aura suddenly surged to its peak. Centered on him, ripples of water appeared, and water-based power rapidly gathered around him, as if in an instant, the Black Fist in front of him had transformed into a gigantic ancient ape war god. Indeed, the water-based fist technique practiced by Black Fist was originally a heavenly ultimate technique called Giant Ape Holy Fist. It was created from the battle against the ferocious giant ape. However, although this fist technique was created by the martial saint, it only has the heavenly limit. However, for Black Fist at present, he has already cultivated the Giant Ape Holy Fist to its limit. He is just waiting for him to break through to the 5th level of body refinement, and then this fist technique will come to an end. So at this moment, Black Fist unleashed the ultimate power of this fist technique. Even Jin Jian and Du Ling, who were standing to the side, could feel the unparalleled spatial fist force in this space. Even at this moment, as Black Fist took a step forward, his figure moved toward Fong Yu at an eerie speed. The entire space began to tremble, and the golden sword formation that had trapped Fong Yu was showing signs of collapse and breaking. Immediately, with another swift movement, the golden sword behind him flew out with a whoosh. After rotating once around the entire space, the golden longsword suddenly descended from the center of the golden sword formation that had trapped Fong Yu. With a muffled hum, an unparalleled sharpness erupted from the golden longsword. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Fong Yu could clearly sense a series of sharp, menacing sword lights appearing around his body. This made it impossible for him to retreat or escape. And right now, not only did he have to face Du Ling, the captain of the Viper Squad, who had locked onto him with her mental power at that moment. We must immediately confront the terrifying blow from the underground boxing ring. This is no longer as simple as being attacked from both sides. But at this moment, Fong Yu was unusually calm, and even a vortex of wind and fire appeared around him. As Fong Yu unleashed his spiritual power without reservation, Du Ling, who was standing not far away, changed her expression drastically once again. At this moment, Du Ling discovered that her mental power was completely unable to penetrate the vortex of wind and fire in front of her. Jin Jian, who was standing to the side, also frowned slightly. At this moment, he could clearly sense a powerful force constantly trying to penetrate the ground space he had sealed off. Boy, prepare to die. Black Fist naturally sensed at this moment that the huge vortex of wind and fire in front of him had isolated his sense of aura. But at this moment, he didn't care about any of that. In his eyes, Fong Yu was just a senior high school student. Even if he was a genius, even if he had just hit him, so what? A terrifying and profound power suddenly erupted from the Black Gauntlet, and when this power appeared, Black Fist let out a fierce roar. He threw a punch directly at the vortex of wind and fire in front of him. His punch had a wide attack range, and the huge fist also created a huge afterimage as he threw it, instantly covering the entire vortex of wind and fire. In his view, no Xian-level martial artist could withstand the force of his punch. It's even more impossible for a high school senior like Fong Yu to stop him. Therefore, in the instant the punch was thrown, the black fist accelerated its speed and headed towards the vortex of wind and fire that was beginning to shatter upon impact. Boom! Bang! With a loud bang, the entire space suddenly began to tremble. The buzzing sound was incessant. Jin Jian condensed his hands into sword fingers, trying his best to control the golden longsword that had sunk into the ground, and then maintained the entire huge golden sword formation. Du Ling, standing to the side, was indeed filled with disbelief in her eyes. Because in that very instant of the exchange, she had already keenly and clearly sensed the outcome of the fight. As the raging vortex of wind and fire shattered, terrifying waves of steam and heat spread out in concentric circles. At the heart of that scorching heat wave, Fang Yu, standing there, almost without hesitation, slammed his fist directly into the black fist's glove. In an instant, the enormous black fist phantom shattered once again. Moreover, Fang Yu's attack was not over yet this time. In the instant he unleashed his punch, he instantly mobilized the netherworld devouring worm to frantically devour and absorb the pure water and wood elemental power within Black Fist's Dantian. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu could clearly sense that the netherworld devouring worm that had been punched into Black Fist's Dantian was splitting and growing at a terrifying speed, and in an instant it had already entered Black Fist's entire arm. Grass. After exchanging a punch with Fang Yu actually wanted to launch another quick attack. Shocked and retreating, Black Fist suddenly felt a surge of nameless rage erupt from his body, rushing straight to the top of his head. He immediately clenched his fists and frantically mobilized the water elemental power throughout his body. At this moment, Black Fist held nothing back, unleashing his most violent power wave and throwing a punch madly at Fang Yu. At this moment, Fang Yu was no longer afraid at all compared to before. Bang! The moment the fists collided, a burst of blood splattering and bone shattering erupted instantly. What followed was an almost terrified scream. Ah! My hand, my hand! How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. Ah! All of this happened too fast. From the moment Black Fist made his move until now, only a few breaths have passed between Black Fist's continuous retreat. However, what happened before their eyes left both Du Ling and Jin Jian completely dumbfounded. Black Fist, the person involved, looked at his right forearm with horror, which had been broken almost instantly, with shattered bones and torn muscles covered in thick blood. His 5 fingers were beaten into a bloody mess. The excruciating pain that followed the momentary numbness plunged Black Fist into fear and doubt. But before he could regain his footing, Fang Yu had already appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. Another punch came straight at his head. Almost instinctively, Black Fist quickly stretched out his left hand to try and block the punch. Sizzle! Put! Ah! Fang Yu seized the moment when the three were shocked and originally wanted to kill Black Fist directly, but unfortunately Black Fist blocked his punch at the cost of his own left hand being shattered. As a golden sword light flashed and slashed directly at her, Du Ling reached out and grabbed it. The Black Fist, which was retreating, suddenly flew towards Du Ling. Fang Yu knew there was no chance left, so he quickly retreated as well, and at the same time turned around and threw a punch at the terrifying metal sword formation behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The giant fist formed by the vortex of wind and fire landed directly on the metal sword formation, making a dull hum sound. Captain, this kid is too cunning. Standing there, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands were a bloody mess, but tears welled up in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Fang Yu, then looked at Du Ling with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Du Ling waved her hand. He gestured for the underground boxing team to stop talking. Immediately afterward, Du Ling waved her hand and vanished from her spot in the next instant. Buzz! After Fang Yu's punch landed on the metal sword formation not far away, producing a muffled thud, Fang Yu knew that it would be very difficult for him to leave the metal sword formation in a short time. After all, this metal element sword formation uses pure metal element power integrated into the sword formation, weaving it into a giant net of sword energy. At this moment, the 3 members of the Viper Squad and Fang Yu were all inside this enormous golden net. The only option left is to turn around and fight. Buzz! Almost the instant Fang Yu turned around, a huge hand formed from the convergence of water elemental power appeared above his head. Its imposing aura is far more powerful than the water-based power used in the previous underground fight. Fang Yu immediately unleashed a punch. The vortex of wind and fire instantly coalesced into a fist to meet the palm strike, but to Fang Yu's surprise, unlike when facing the Black Fist, the huge water-light palm crushed his fist in one swift motion. Then he grabbed at Fang Yu directly. In an instant, Fang Yu felt as if a gigantic hand had appeared before him, as if it had fallen from the sky and was pressing down on him. Peak Earth rank expert. At this moment, Fang Yu had a completely new understanding of Du Ling, the captain of the Viper Squad. It was obvious that such an attack was something Fang Yu could not withstand at the moment. Fang Yu immediately channeled almost all his power into his legs, frantically trying to break free from the metal sword formation encircling him on the ground. You still want to run away at a time like this? Fang Yu, do you really think I, Du Ling, am a piece of trash? Sensing Fang Yu's actions, Du Ling instantly unleashed an extremely terrifying killing intent, and countless black spiritual energy blades suddenly condensed on her huge water-light palm. It was clear that Du Ling had unleashed her strongest killing move with this attack. And with this attack, Fang Yu has no choice but to die. Faced with the terrifying pressure pressing down from above, Fang Yu tensed up, and his aura instantly surged to its peak. Centered on Fang Yu, the vortex of wind and fire expanded wildly, while Fang Yu recklessly pounded the ground with punch after punch. The ripples of power caused the entire valley space to tremble continuously. Powerless. After being bombarded with more than a dozen punches, Fang Yu felt that he had used up all his strength, but he still could not break through the trap set by the metal sword formation on the ground. The enormous, watery hand above his head had already shattered the vortex of wind and fire, and was about to grab him. If one were to be grabbed by this giant, watery hand filled with black spiritual energy blades, it's safe to say that one would absolutely perish on the spot. He couldn't possibly withstand the methods of a peak Earth rank expert head-on, especially since he was facing a highly experienced assassin squad, all of whom were Earth rank martial artists. That's definitely a bit too much. Sensing that the terrifying black, watery hand above his head was about to reach him, Fang Yu used various methods, but he was still no match for Du Ling, who was going all out. Am I destined to perish here today? Fang Yu was naturally unwilling to accept this. But at this moment, it's clear there's no solution. Unless Old Man Wu can appear in time, but it's obvious that even if Old Man Wu received the news and rushed here, it wouldn't be possible for him to arrive so quickly. Currently, all escape routes underground are blocked, and the metal elemental sword formation has completely locked him in this quagmire-like space like a giant net. If only I had a spatial magic item. Thinking of this, Fang Yu couldn't help but think of Mu Yobing's Ice Blade Time Space Sphere. Mu Yobing should be safe by now. Upon reflection, Fang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that the Viper Squad had originally come for him. Although Fang Yu didn't know exactly who was going to attack him, he figured it was only a few people if he thought about it for a moment. But at this point, Fang Yu knew that thinking about these things was pointless. However, since death is inevitable, he should try his best to take a few people down with him. At the very least, the underground boxing team that just made its move must be completely wiped out. Almost the instant the giant hand reached down on Fang Yu, a dazzling crimson light flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. Ah! A scream rang out, and Black Fist, who had been sitting cross-legged recovering from his recent exhaustion and serious injuries, suddenly felt a darkness engulf his mind. In the midst of this confusion, the power he had just recovered from vanished rapidly. At the same time, he felt as if his bones and marrow had been instantly drained. The sensation was so fast that even Black Fist didn't have time to react before his body rapidly withered away. What? Jin Jian, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened. At that moment, almost in the instant Du Ling turned her head to look, her mental energy was scattered. Fang Yu immediately felt himself enveloped by a familiar layer of ice-type power, and then everything around him turned white. The next moment, Fang Yu felt himself being enveloped by this snow-white space, directly pulled out of this suffocating golden sword formation space. Chapter 104 High-Speed Chase, Trapped Again. Almost the instant her palm pressed down, Du Ling immediately sensed a sharp ice-type power appearing before her. Almost the instant she clenched her fist, intending to kill Fang Yu instantly, the light of fused ice elemental power directly enveloped Fang Yu, turning him into a streak of light. Ice-type spatial magic artifact. Du Ling had never actually fought Mu Yubing before, but she never expected that Mu Yubing would possess such a terrifying ice-type spatial weapon. Du Ling's face immediately darkened, and with a swift movement, she vanished from her spot. At this moment, Jin Jian could clearly sense that Fang Yu had been pulled out of his own metal sword formation space by someone using a spatial weapon. Jin Jian glanced at the withered, shriveled Black Fist beside him, which was now just a shell, and immediately waved his hand. With a whoosh, a golden sword aura suddenly shot into the sky from not far away, gathering around his body. As it swirled around him, he trembled and transformed into a golden light, chasing after Du Ling's figure. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you? Fang Yu saw Mu Yubing in front of him. His expression immediately turned serious. But before Mu Yubing could speak, Fang Yu grabbed her hand and moved his feet. His figure suddenly disappeared underground. Yes, at this moment, Fang Yu could clearly sense the terrifying and overwhelming aura emanating from Du Ling behind him. Without any hesitation, he plunged into the ground. With the ground restrictions lifted, Fang Yu had more room to maneuver, and at this moment, he could move with a thought. Not far away, Black Fist, who had been sitting cross-legged and was now just an empty shell, was now completely swallowed up. With a flash of earthy yellow light, Black Fist suddenly collapsed completely, leaving only his martial arts uniform and black gauntlets rolling to the side. At this moment, Du Ling stood where Fang Yu had burrowed underground, her aura extremely cold, and her eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly she raised her hand, and a small cyan sword appeared in her hand. As Du Ling spat a mouthful of blood onto the small sword, the sword seemed to be given sentience and whoosh burrowed into the ground. Go! As Du Ling formed hand seals, a crimson beam of psychic energy completely enveloped the cyan sword. After uttering a soft go, the small cyan sword suddenly plunged into the ground, heading directly towards the place where Fang Yu and the other person had fled. Jin Jian, go and follow him immediately. Fang Yu will break through the ground soon. You must set up the sword formation again when he shows his face and trap him inside. Jin Jian, who also had a murderous look on his face, immediately nodded. With a swift movement of his feet, he transformed into a golden sword aura and quickly flashed away into the distance. Du Ling then flashed to the front of Black Fist, who was now nothing but clothes, a withered skin, and broken, decaying bones. When she realized that Black Fist had changed so drastically in an instant, Du Ling was also shocked. What kind of methods are these? She never expected that this high school senior, who was only 18 years old, would have such powerful abilities. It's simply unbelievable. With a wave of her hand, Du Ling used her mental power to instantly obliterate the Black Fist in front of her. Even the cultivation resources he carried with him had completely disappeared, leaving only the gauntlets that had rolled to the side. He reached out to the boxing gloves. Even if she wanted to destroy those gauntlets, which were originally used in conjunction with the heavily extreme martial arts technique Giant Ape Holy Fist practiced with Black Fist, it would be very difficult. After all, this is an alloy gauntlet that has reached near S-grade level. But when the near S-grade alloy gauntlet flew into her hand, what she saw was that the gauntlet was covered with many tiny holes. With just a gentle squeeze, a huge hole appeared in the glove. Upon witnessing this scene, Du Ling immediately dodged. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qingmu, who had also died. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but as soon as Du Ling approached and her mental energy swept over Qingmu's corpse on the ground, she immediately trembled. Because at this moment, Qingmu's physical condition was exactly the same. It was as if some terrifying force had instantly drained all of his pure and incomparable power. Previously, in the underground fight, he possessed both water and wood elemental powers, but now, almost no wood elemental power remains on Qingmu's body. Not only that, the life essence within Qingmu and Hechuan's physical bodies and bones was completely absorbed. Such methods inevitably led Du Ling to a terrifying suspicion: Fang Yu must have mastered some kind of heaven-defying and extremely terrifying demonic cultivation technique. As for anything else, Du Ling really couldn't think of any other means that could absorb Changmu and Hequan so quickly in such a short time. Combined with the numerous pieces of information they obtained about Fang Yu during their investigation. Just a few months ago, he was a novice cultivator at the early stage of body refinement, but in a short period of time, he became the number one in Sunqing Middle School. Moreover, he awakened 3 elemental systems. No, just now she discovered that Fang Yu was not only a 4th elemental cultivator, but also had a vaguely powerful mental strength. In fact, seeing Qingmu and Hequan's appearance, she was certain that Fang Yu was also a mentalist. The more you think like this. At this moment, Du Ling felt a strong sense of unease. She immediately looked into the distance, and with her spiritual perception, she vanished from her spot. In the valley where they stood, a ripple instantly spread outwards. The 2 corpses on the ground instantly turned into countless fragments. Fang Yu, what do we do now? Should we stop and fight them? While being carried by Fang Yu and constantly traversing underground, Mu Yubing was naturally not idle. She released her mental power to the extreme, and it was because of this that she could clearly sense that a golden sword aura was rapidly approaching the ground beneath them at an extreme speed. Moreover, the distance is getting closer and closer. Nature. At this moment, Fang Yu could clearly sense the golden sword rapidly approaching him, but he also knew that the golden sword was not the most terrifying thing at all. What really gave him a headache was Du Ling, who had completely concealed her presence at this moment. The leader of this Viper squad definitely has methods he never imagined. From their brief exchange, Fang Yu had already sensed that the captain of the Viper Squad was not only a mentalist but also a genius martial artist with both water and wood elements. Such a being is a peak Earth rank martial artist. Although Fang Yu was very confident in his own strength, he also knew that he was no match for Du Ling at the moment, especially since he knew that Du Ling definitely had powerful and strange methods that she had not yet used against him. So at this moment, Fang Yu remained almost completely silent. With the pure wood elemental power circulating wildly around him, and the earth elemental power being consumed on one side, he was also using the ancient god technique to recklessly absorb the earth elemental power in the entire underground space. Now, all he can do is frantically head towards Sunqing, hoping that rescue will come in the best possible way. I've already notified Grandpa Wu and the others, but right now. Sizzle! We've caught up with you. Almost as soon as Mu Yubing opened her mouth to speak, an extremely terrifying golden sword aura appeared in front of the two of them. A cold, furious shout came from the ground behind them, followed by a dense array of terrifying golden sword energy that enveloped the two of them. Break! Fang Yu didn't hesitate at all. He knew that if he got trapped at this moment, he would inevitably fall into the same situation as before. This golden sword's golden elemental sword formation still poses a threat to Fang Yu. Therefore, Fang Yu knew that only by continuously using earth elemental power could he restrain the golden sword's sword formation from being set up again and trapping them in a certain space. Hold me! In the dark underground space. Fang Yu shouted in a low voice. Without hesitation, Mu Yubing reached out and hugged Fang Yu's neck tightly, her legs clamping around his waist. Although Mu Yubing felt her face flush red at this moment, she knew that the man in front of her was really too handsome. Unconsciously, Mu Yubing's already complex and agitated heart became even more chaotic. Fortunately, at this time, in the dark underground space, no one could see the color on the other's face. Mu Yubing knew this wasn't the time to let her mind wander. She immediately buried her head deeply in Fang Yu's shoulder. Fang Yu, too, was experiencing a unique feeling at this moment, but he completely suppressed his other thoughts. Moreover, the current situation doesn't allow him to think about anything else. He immediately began chanting rapidly with both hands, and a layer of earth yellow protective shield instantly covered the two of them. Fang Yu then took a deep breath. He threw a punch directly at the golden longsword that was blocking his way. Buzz! With a muffled thud, the golden longsword blocking Fang Yu's path was knocked away. Moreover, at this moment, the vortex formed by the fusion of wind and fire around Fang Yu instantly isolated a small area of space. The instant Fang Yu threw his punch, his body burst off the ground and then vanished in a hurricane. When the golden light appeared not far away, Jin Jian reached out his hand. With a whoosh, the golden longsword that Fang Yu had knocked away flew back into his hand with a bang. Watching Fang Yu disappear underground once again in the distance, Jin Jian's brows furrowed involuntarily. I was also extremely shocked. It was clear that he had a new understanding of the high school senior's abilities. He was far stronger than he had imagined. But so what? He, Jin Jian, was a martial arts genius with both metal and wood elements, and had already reached the peak of the earth rank. How could he let a high school senior escape from him? With a cold snort, Jin Jian's figure suddenly transformed into a golden light and vanished from the spot in an instant. Fang Yu, can you hold on? 15 minutes later. Mu Yubing clearly sensed that Fang Yu, whom she was holding tightly, had slowed down considerably. Furthermore, Fang Yu's aura had also decreased significantly compared to before. She knew, of course, that even if Fang Yu had secrets, he was just a Xian rank martial artist, just like himself. Such an extremely terrifying level of exertion was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Fang Yu did not answer. However, Fang Yu was indeed feeling extremely strained at this moment. After frantically burrowing underground for a quarter of an hour, he could feel that his strength was being severely depleted. He needs to find a place to rest. He released his spiritual power and sensed that he had arrived at a mountain village less than 100 miles from Sunqing. Fang Yu immediately burst out of the ground and, in a few flashes, arrived directly in an abandoned house. It's called a house, but it's really just a few houses that are still intact, and there's a thick layer of dust everywhere inside. Fang Yu had barely rushed out of the courtyard when he plopped down on the ground. The cold sweat on his forehead told Mu Yubing that he was nearing his limit. As Mu Yubing released his hands and feet, Fang Yu quickly sat cross-legged. At this moment, Mu Yubing quickly took out a few recovery pills and gave them to Fang Yu. Fang Yu naturally didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it directly, then began to recover from his previous depletion. Sizzle! But just as Fang Yu was recovering, a beam of azure light shot out from the ground he had just emerged from, heading straight for Fang Yu's head. What? Fang Yu tensed up instantly, and his body moved quickly in place. Even so, because the distance was too close, the cyan light pierced directly through Fang Yu's chest. Fang Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yu, are you alright? At that moment, Mu Yubing, who had just stood up, was already in front of Fang Yu. Her aura suddenly erupted, and the space around Fang Yu was instantly frozen. She stared warily at the spot where the cyan light had stopped. The space trembled slightly. Suddenly, Du Ling, dressed in a blue martial arts outfit, appeared on the collapsed courtyard wall. At that moment, the cyan light swirled rapidly between her fingers, slowly revealing its true form as it rotated. It turned out to be a tiny finger-sized sword. A single drop of thick, fresh blood was clearly dripping down. Sizzle! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Buzz buzz buzz! Before Mu Yubing could speak, several golden rays of light appeared directly in the void above her head. It rapidly descended through the air. It pierced through the ground within 100 meters around the collapsed house at top speed. Soon, a golden sword clad in a golden warrior's robe appeared before the two. A dazzling golden light shimmered on the golden longsword in his hand. Mu Yobing's expression grew increasingly serious at this moment. Because she knew that in the instant that countless golden sword energies descended from the sky, the sword formation of the golden sword in front of her had been set up once again. This time, they were both trapped in the sword formation. Chapter 105 Life or Death Struggle, another form of Mu Yubing. Cough cough. Put. At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. That green light just now was definitely not simple. More importantly, the cyan light was actually a small, incredibly sharp sword. Although small, this small sword was imbued with terrifying power. Just now, Fang Yu could have easily dodged it with his mental power and agility. But to his surprise, the cyan sword light contained a massive amount of mental energy. Even though his own mental energy could withstand the suppression of that massive mental energy and allow him to move, it was already too late. Only in a moment of desperation can one avoid the fatal spot. Even so, when the cyan sword light pierced his chest, Fang Yu clearly felt his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This sword strike not only contains immense spiritual power, but also terrifying elemental power. If it weren't for Fang Yu's netherworld devouring worm quickly enveloping the sword that pierced through his body, it's very likely that Fang Yu's entire chest will start to necrotize from the hole in it right now. The reason is simple. Because the small cyan sword also possesses an extremely terrifying corrosive power. It seems that Du Ling is also very skilled in the study of wood-based techniques, and has even mastered a deadly wood-based technique. That small sword just now carried such a terrifying, deadly technique. Fang Yu, what's wrong? Sensing that Fang Yu behind her had coughed up blood, Mu Yubing immediately turned around and asked with concern. At the same time, he quickly grabbed Fang Yu's wrist and poured in pure power. It's alright. Don't do that. Right now, we need to buy some time and wait for old man Wu to arrive. And now. It was clear that Fang Yu knew he needed time to recover before he could make another move. Moreover, they are now trapped once again in the golden sword formation of the golden sword. Unlike last time when he was trapped alone in the sword formation, the sword formation that Jin Jian was unleashing this time was significantly more powerful than before. It's obvious that the metal-based sword formation that Jin Jian is using this time is more targeted than the last time. He was no longer able to use the technique of escaping underground. It's unclear whether Mu Yubing can hold out for even a moment. I know. By the way, do you have any recovery pills, attribute potions, or spirit crystals on you? Fang Yu needs to recover quickly. They must absorb these things to quickly restore their combat strength. Mu Yubing nodded and handed the wooden box she had been holding to Fang Yu. They're all in here. Fang Yu nodded. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. You focus on recovering and don't worry about me. As she spoke, Mu Yubing waved her hand, and the Iceblade space-time sphere flew out and enveloped Fang Yu. Fang Yu originally wanted to say something. But right now he held back, and with a wave of his hand, he no longer concealed anything. The small wooden box in front of them opened directly, and attribute potions, recovery pills, and 5 phantom beast spirit crystals flew out instantly. Without any hesitation, Fang Yu opened his mouth. Immediately under the control of his mental power, attribute potions, recovery pills, and even magical beast spirit crystals flew directly into Fang Yu's mouth. What, this? Jin Jian, who was not far away, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Mu Yubing was shocked to see Fang Yu feeding all of these things into his mouth at once. After all, she had never seen such a cultivation method before. Standing atop the collapsed courtyard wall, Du Ling watched Fang Yu devour so many disorganized cultivation resources, which further confirmed her earlier suspicions. No wonder this high school senior was able to grow so quickly in such a short period of time. He must be hiding a big secret. She is also a spiritual practitioner. It seems that as long as I obtain his secret, I might be able to quickly break through to the heavenly rank, or even become a grandmaster. Thinking of this, Du Ling took a step forward. Buzz! As Du Ling took a step forward, the entire space shattered and exploded instantly. The abandoned house, which was completely enveloped by the metal elemental sword formation, was instantly shattered, and the layers of broken walls collapsed with a deafening roar. Cracks also appeared in the frozen space surrounding Mu Yubing. With a bang, it crumbled layer by layer. Mu Yubing, you didn't have to die originally, but now I don't mind killing you here too. As Du Ling spoke, the chilling killing intent in her eyes almost materialized, and the small cyan sword that was constantly spinning on her finger began to flash with a dazzling blood-red light. At this moment, Du Ling's aura seemed to have reached its peak. It seemed as if she had complete control over the entire space of the metal elemental sword formation. Even as Fang Yu raced against time to recover and absorb pure power in the Iceblade spacetime sphere, he could still feel that extremely eerie pressure, as if it had instantly pressed down on him. Although he didn't open his eyes, he could clearly sense that Mu Yubing, who was standing in front of him, was kneeling on the ground, and the terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to even lift her head. Not far away, the golden sword maintaining the metal-based sword formation was menacing, seemingly ready to pierce through the two of them at any moment. Meanwhile, Du Ling, who was walking step by step from the collapsed courtyard wall toward him and Mu Yubing, continued to raise her aura. Could this be the true aura of a peak Earth rank expert? Moreover, Fang Yu could sense that the cyan light flowing around Du Ling was also flashing with dazzling brilliance, clearly indicating that this cyan light was definitely not something that could be blocked by ordinary power. But at this moment, Fang Yu did not hesitate at all. He pushed the ancient god technique to its limit, greedily and wantonly absorbing streams of pure power, which continuously entered his body. Especially with the Phantom Beast Spirit Crystal, Fang Yu had only absorbed one when he could immediately sense the churning energy within his sea of consciousness, and his spiritual power, resembling a bolt of blood-red lightning, was frantically coursing through the entire space of his sea of consciousness. Aren't you going to move aside? Looks like you're willing to die for him. Du Ling walked towards Mu Yubing step by step. With each step, the pressure of Du Ling's violent water-based cultivation technique grew stronger. Because with each step she took, ripples immediately spread across the water. Furthermore, with the ripples spreading outwards, the pressure exerted on the two people he had locked onto increased even further. At this moment, because Fang Yu was inside the Iceblade spacetime sphere, Mu Yubing bore the brunt of the terrifying pressure before her. Puff! Mu Yubing finally couldn't bear it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. But she still used all her strength to prevent her entire body from kneeling down and collapsing completely. Very good. You are all monstrous martial arts geniuses, I have no other choice. Du Ling's words seemed to be a way of telling herself that she had to be ruthless. Although the risk of killing Mu Yubing is too great. But Du Ling knows right now that there's no time for her to hesitate. Another step has been taken. As another wave of water-based energy rippled out from beneath her feet. Put! Mu Yubing immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. And just as Mu Yubing spat out a mouthful of blood, the small blue sword in Du Ling's hand shot directly towards Mu Yubing's brow. Clearly, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Du Ling took immediate action at this point. Since Mu Yubing wanted to stop him from killing Fang Yu, and both of them were monstrous geniuses, then she had no choice but to do so. After all, rather than making enemies of two monstrous geniuses whose future potential is unknown, it's better to just kill them, hide abroad, and come back a decade or so later. Anyway, their Viper squad is now down to just 2 people, and they need to find new members. Upon realizing this, Du Ling immediately had an idea, and the small cyan sword went straight for Mu Yubing's brow. At this moment, Fang Yu trembled. Although he was at a critical moment of spiritual breakthrough, he could not just watch Mu Yubing be killed. He had witnessed the power of this small cyan sword before, and it was precisely because he had witnessed it before that he knew he had to dodge rather than take it head-on. More importantly, he knew that because Mu Yubing had endured such terrifying pressure before, she had no chance of dodging this sword strike now. Fang Yu immediately wanted to wake up. Within the raging sea of consciousness, the thunderous spiritual power surged wildly.
Fang Yu could even feel the enormous eyes within his sea of consciousness slowly opening once more, and his aura began to continuously emanate from his body. But, no matter how hard Fang Yu tried, he couldn't wake up at this moment. He was extremely anxious. At that moment, the azure light was less than 3 meters away from Mu Yubing. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yubing would perish. No! At this moment, Fang Yu trembled uncontrollably. Bang! But just as the cyan light was about to pierce through Mu Yubing's head, a sudden explosion occurred. Immediately, they saw that as Mu Yubing reached out, a snow-white bone armor extended from her arm. It actually managed to block the small blue sword. The next moment, Mu Yubing slowly stood up. At this moment, Mu Yubing felt icy cold all over, and she looked up at Du Ling in front of her. You actually. It was obvious that when Du Ling saw the person in front of her actually stand up under her terrifying pressure, with crooked, white bones extending from his shoulders to protect Mu Yubing's neck, she was incredulous for a moment. Die. At this moment, Mu Yubing did not hesitate at all. She took a step forward, facing the terrifying pressure, and reached out to grab the white bone on her shoulder and pulled hard. Suddenly, a sharp bone appeared in her hand. He then slashed down directly at Du Ling in front of him. Suddenly, a chilling aura spread out instantly. Peak Earth rank? In the blink of an eye, he directly reached the peak of the Earth rank martial artist level, the same as himself? At this moment, all three people present were completely dumbfounded. Even Fang Yu, inside the Iceblade spacetime sphere, could clearly sense that Mu Yubing seemed to be several times stronger than before. What exactly happened? Sizzle! Bang! Du Ling's eyes turned cold. Although she was shocked, she became even more determined to kill the two people in front of her. Because at this point, both Mu Yubing and Fang Yu had become his biggest threats. Since we made the wrong choice and provoked such a talented martial artist, we must eliminate any future troubles. Faced with Mu Yubing's attack, Du Ling took a step back, and in the next moment, a water sword quickly materialized in her hand. Furthermore, the small cyan sword was completely integrated into this water sword. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura erupted, and with a single sword strike, it slashed at the stark white bone that Mu Yubing had pulled from her own body. Golden sword, make your move. As she made her move, Du Ling let out a loud shout. With Du Ling's shout, Jin Jin's figure flashed, and the golden longsword in his hand pierced directly towards Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the Iceblade spacetime sphere and trembling all over. Court death. A cold voice sounded behind Jin Jin, and Jin Jin immediately sensed a near-fatal danger flying towards him. He immediately turned around and swiftly met the slashing white bone with his golden longsword. Bang! Two violent forces suddenly erupted and shook. Mu Yubing was blasted away. But at that moment, Mu Yubing suddenly stomped on the ground, and a large crater appeared in the ground, instantly freezing the broken golden sword energy. Don't hesitate, she can't stay in this state for long. I'll hold her off, you kill Fang Yu first. Du Ling took a step forward, and at that moment, rings of azure light burst forth around her, while at the same time, an unparalleled killing intent erupted from the cyan longsword in her hand. He stepped forward and, without waiting for Mu Yubing to make a move, unleashed a sword strike first. Immediately, with a single strike of the cyan longsword, sword energy like a black torrent surged directly towards Mu Yubing. On the other side, Jin Jian gritted his teeth and threw out his golden longsword with a bang, and suddenly a continuous stream of metal elemental power flowed into it. The next moment, the golden longsword suddenly increased in size several times, and its terrifying sword light became even more terrifying with the support of the sword formation. Buzz! The sharp tip of the sword pressed directly against the silvery white Iceblade spacetime sphere. At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a blinding red light. Stand up! Without hesitation, Fang Yu threw a punch directly at the huge golden sword above his head. Boom! Buzzing. The instant Fang Yu unleashed his punch, the entire space trembled and collapsed. The metal-based sword formation shattered with a deafening roar, its sword energy scattering wildly. The enormous golden sword that was originally falling towards Fang Yu quickly developed countless cracks. Then, the surrounding sword light collapsed with a bang, and the sword spun around and flew in front of the golden sword, sinking deep into the ground. Put! At that moment, Jin Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, took a few steps back, and stared blankly at Fang Yu in front of him. You! But at this moment, Fang Yu didn't care about anything else and took a big step forward. The next moment, it appeared directly behind Mu Yubing. Then he threw a punch at the sword energy that resembled a black torrent in front of him. Fiery Sun Fist, the third punch. Break.